Story 1. The Tapping. The tapping started on the far wall of the third chamber, steady, rhythmic, deliberate. My hammer was still clipped to my belt. Nothing in that mine should have been making that sound. To understand what that means, you need to understand what I was before I walked into the Cornet No. 4 complex that November morning. You need to understand the kind of man I had spent 31 years building myself into, because none of what follows makes any sense without that foundation. My name is not important. What I did for 31 years is I was a certified mine safety inspector for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, licensed through the Mine Safety and Health Administration, field rated for both surface and underground assessment. I have walked 642 mine sites across 4 states. I have documented gas pockets, structural failures, flooded shafts, and collapse zones. I have written reports that shut down operations and reports that cleared them to continue. I have done this work in blizzards, in 100-degree August heat, in darkness so complete it felt like physical pressure against your eyeballs. I have been in mines where the support timbers were so rotten you could push your thumb through a 6x6 post like it was wet cardboard, and I have been in mines where the methane readings were climbing fast enough that every breath felt like a gamble you were taking without the other player's knowledge. I am telling you this because I need you to understand what I was before I tell you what happened to me. I was not a man who spooked easily. I was not a man who jumped at sounds or invented shapes in the dark or let his imagination do the kind of overtime work that gets people killed underground. I was methodical, empirical, the kind of person who needed a physical explanation for every physical phenomenon, who wrote everything down, who trusted his instruments before he trusted his gut, and trusted his gut before he trusted anything else. I am no longer working in mine assessment. I retired early. I tell people it was my knee, which is partially true. I do have a bad knee, but the knee has nothing to do with why I handed in my license. The Cornet No. 4 complex sits in the southeastern corner of Harlan County, Kentucky, tucked against a ridgeline so steep it blocks the afternoon sun by 3 o'clock, even in midsummer. In November, you lose the light by 2:30. The mine operated from 1926 through 1978, pulling bituminous coal out of a series of horizontal drift shafts that followed the seam laterally into the hillside. At peak operation, the complex employed 412 men across 3 shifts: day shift, evening shift, hoot owl shift, round the clock, 6 days a week, and sometimes 7 when the market demanded it. By the time the company shuttered in '78, that number had dropped to 87. The seam had thinned to the point where extraction no longer justified the cost of the ventilation or the timber or the men. They capped the secondary shafts, pulled the rails for scrap, left the haulage equipment to rust in place, and walked away. 57 miners died in the Cornet No. 4 complex between 1926 and 1978. I know that number because I read the full operational history before I drove out there, the way I always did before I knew assessment. Accidents, mostly roof falls, equipment failures. One significant inundation event in 1944 when an old flooded working was accidentally broken into, and the water came through faster than anyone could run. 57 men. The county had a memorial plaque mounted near the access road gate that I had to pull my truck around to get past. It listed all their names in small bronze letters that had gone green with age. I thought about that plaque a great deal afterward. The county contacted me in early November of 2023. The property had been acquired through a tax lien, and the demolition authority needed a structural assessment before they could safely bring in a crew to collapse the remaining shafts and permanently cap the entrances. Standard procedure. I had done it dozens of times on properties exactly like this one. You go in, you survey the first 150 feet of each accessible shaft, you document load-bearing timber condition, you assess gas accumulation risk with your 4-gas monitor, you note any surface subsidence above the workings, you photograph anything structural that warrants documentation, and you write your report within 5 business days. Clean, systematic, professional. I took the job without hesitation. I had no reason not to. I drove out on a Tuesday, November the 14th. The temperature that morning was 29 degrees when I left my hotel in Harlan, and it had only climbed to 34 by the time I turned my truck onto the access road that wound up the ridge toward the Cornet site. The sky was the flat, uniform white of a sky that hasn't decided whether to snow yet, not the gray of active weather, but the pale, non-committal white that settles over the Kentucky mountains in mid-November and sometimes stays until March. The access road was rutted red clay and loose shale, and I could tell from the undisturbed frost crystals on the surface that nobody had driven it in at least a week, probably longer. The trees on either side were bare except for the oaks, which hold their dead leaves through the cold months, and those brown leaves ticked softly against each other in a wind I could see moving the upper branches, but couldn't feel from inside the truck cab. The ridge above was dark with hemlock and white pine that didn't move at all. I parked on the pull-off above the drainage culvert, about 60 feet from the main portal entrance. The culvert ran along the base of the hillside, carrying seep water out from the mine works through a concrete-lined channel and down the slope toward the hollow below. It was running well for November, clear water, maybe 4 inches deep, moving fast over flat shale at the bottom of the cut. I crossed it on the stepping stones the county crew had placed there and didn't think about it again. Not until later. The main shaft entrance to Cornet No. 4 was a timber-framed horizontal portal cut directly into the hillside at the base of the ridge. The original timber head frame was long gone, collapsed sometime in the early 90s, and the remnants cleared by the first receivership crew, but the portal itself was intact, reinforced with concrete block in the 1960s. The block still solid, still plumb, the mortar cracked in places, but the structure sound. A steel gate had been welded into the portal frame and padlocked. I had the key, one of two, the other held by the County Demolition Authority office in Harlan. I checked the lock before I opened it, the way I always check locks on sealed entries, looking for fresh scratches in the keyway, for tool marks on the shackle, for any sign that the hardware had been worked on from the outside. The lock was clean, completely undisturbed. I unlocked it, swung the gate inward, clipped my 4-gas monitor to my chest strap, and stepped inside. The first thing you always notice in an old drift mine is the air. It has a smell unlike anything on the surface, and once you've been underground long enough, you start to read it the way some people read weather. Damp limestone, old coal dust, the particular mustiness of timber that has been saturated and dried and saturated again over decades of slow seepage. Under all of that, something faintly mineral and cold, the smell of water moving through iron-bearing rock somewhere in the strata above. Staining the floor seeps a faint rusty orange where they pooled against the ribs. Cornet No. 4 smelled like all of that, and underneath all of that, something else I noticed but didn't immediately name. Something organic. Not the rot of old wood I knew that smelled cold. Something different. Something that reminded me, distantly and inexplicably, of a wet animal that had been inside for a very long time. I checked my gas monitor. Oxygen at 20.9%, carbon monoxide, methane, and hydrogen sulfide all reading 0, normal. I noted the readings in my field log, noted my entry time 9:17 a.m., and moved forward into the dark. The cold followed me in. That is one of the things people don't know about old horizontal drift mines. In winter they breathe with the mountain, and in November that breath has teeth to it, a damp cold that is different from surface cold. Surface cold is clean. Mine cold is wet and still, and it gets into your layers in a way that wind-driven cold never quite manages. By 20 feet in, I had already pulled my hat down over my ears. By 40 feet, the November light from the portal entrance was barely a smear of gray behind me. By 60 feet, it was gone entirely, and my headlamp was the only light in the world. The main haulage entry ran straight into the hillside for approximately 280 feet before it intersected the first room and pillar panel. The ceiling was about 6.5 feet, which meant I walked slightly crouched. I'm 6 feet even, and that posture is automatic underground by this point in my life. The floor was compacted clay and coal fines that had hardened over the decades into something approaching concrete, crossed every few feet by the old rail ties with the track itself long since pulled for scrap. My headlamp cut clean ahead of me, illuminating the timber sets at their 4-foot intervals, and I moved steadily, checking each one as I passed. Rot status, plumb, crossbeam integrity. Standard work. Methodical, familiar, unremarkable work. I was approximately 90 feet in when I stopped moving. The floor in that section of the main entry was covered in a fine layer of silt, the kind that builds up when moisture seeps through overlying strata over decades and deposits fine particulate in a thin, even layer that preserves impressions the way fresh snow preserves tracks. Clean and undisturbed on both sides of my path, gray-brown in the headlamp light. I had walked through similar silt hundreds of times in old workings, and you develop a particular relationship with undisturbed surfaces underground. You read them the way a tracker reads ground. You know what belongs and what doesn't. What I saw ahead of me didn't belong. Boot tracks, running directly down the center of the entry ahead of me in the silt I have just described as clean and undisturbed. Leading forward into the dark with the stride and weight and purpose of a man who knew where he was going, I crouched down and aimed my headlamp at them. Well-defined impressions. A work boot, size 10 or 11 by the length, lug-soled, with a tread pattern I didn't immediately recognize, not a modern boot, something older. A chunkier lug with wider spacing between the tread blocks. The stride length was long. Whoever had made these tracks was tall, or moving fast, or both. The depth of impression told me a man of average or slightly above average weight, walking at a normal pace. They led forward, deeper into the mine. There were no tracks coming back out. I straightened up and looked toward the entrance behind me, the gate hanging open, the pale November light, a small gray rectangle at the far end of the entry. No other tracks in the silt from that direction. I looked forward at the tracks leading into darkness. Then I keyed my radio. Static. Expected that. I made a notation in my field log, fresh boot tracks. Inbound direction, single set, no return tracks observed. Origin of entry unknown, and I continued forward, because 31 years of this work had taught me that unexplained things found explanations when you kept moving toward them. The tracks followed the center of the main entry, all the way to the first panel junction. At the panel opening, the entry widened into the first room. Old room and pillar workings mine in a grid, leaf pillars to hold the roof. The ceiling rose to about 7 feet here, and the space opened up around me, my headlamp spreading into a wider cone that caught the old timber cribs standing silent in the dark, some still solid. Some collapsed into loose piles of rotted lumber that had given up their geometry long ago. The silt on the floor in the room was thicker than in the entry, fine-grained, perfectly level. The boot tracks led into the room and ended in the middle of the floor. Not at a wall, not at a collapsed pile, not at any identifiable surface or object. They simply terminated the last impression as clear and well-defined as the first, and the silt around it undisturbed in every direction. No scuff, no lateral movement, no indication of any transition. The track just ended. I stood over that last impression for 2 full minutes. I looked at the roof above it, solid, no fresh break, no disturbed strata, nothing that had fallen and been cleared. I looked at the walls on every side, nothing. The track ended. That was the complete sum of the available physical evidence. Someone had walked into this room and had not walked out of it by any means I could detect. I noted the possibilities in my field log acoustic compression, disturbance of the silt layer by airflow, a fall event that had been subsequently cleared by someone whose tracks had been overlaid, noted my skepticism of all three, and moved into the second panel. That was when the tapping started. It came from the far wall of the third chamber, a solid coal rib, unremarkable, unbroken, one deliberate strike, then a pause of almost exactly 1 second, then another strike. Same force, same location, same interval. I stopped counting at 11 and swept my headlamp across the surface. Nothing. No loose material. No dripping water hitting a hollow space. No mechanical source I could see or account for in any direction. My hammer was on my belt. My hand was not on it. I stood completely still and waited. 15 beats. 20. A longer pause, 3 seconds, maybe 3.5, and then the rhythm resumed at the same measured interval, coming from behind 22 feet of solid coal, coming from inside the wall. My 4-gas monitor was still reading clean. No methane spike that might explain auditory effects, no CO buildup that might produce cognitive distortion. I was breathing clearly. I was, by every measurable metric available to me, a rational man in a safe atmosphere, experiencing something I could not explain. I wrote it down. Anomalous rhythmic percussion event, third panel, far rib, no identifiable mechanical or hydrological source, periodic, consistent interval. Then I took a step toward the panel opening to continue my inspection of that section. The tapping stopped the instant my boot left the ground. Not faded, not slowed. Stopped, immediately and completely, between one beat and where the next beat should have been, in the half-second my weight was transferring forward. I froze with one foot in the air, and the silence that dropped in was so sudden and total that I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I set my foot down, said nothing, waited 30 seconds, 40, a full minute of absolute silence. I took another step. The tapping resumed from the south rib, the wall to my left, at the same rhythm, as if it had simply relocated between the moment I stopped and the moment I moved again. Same interval, same force, same impossible depth, coming from behind the coal face rather than from its surface. I stopped. The tapping stopped. I took a step back toward the main entry. The tapping started from behind me, the east rib, the wall I had just turned away from. I took another step back. The sound rotated with me, always maintaining itself just behind my sight line, regardless of which direction I faced. I turned 90 degrees to the east rib directly. The tapping was now from the wall to my right. It was tracking me, maintaining its position relative to my back, rotating around me as I rotated, keeping itself always just out of wherever my eyes were pointed. Whatever was making that sound knew precisely where I was in that chamber at every moment. It was paying very close attention. I want to be clear. I did not panic. I made the decision to exit and reassess because a mine inspector who encounters unexplained phenomena in a sealed working has a professional obligation to get to fresh air and call for backup. That is the protocol that keeps people alive. That is what I told myself. But I also knew, in some way that didn't require language, that I needed to leave that room. I was 15 feet from the panel opening when I heard my name. Hey, wait up. It came from the worked-out face at the far end of the third chamber, the deepest part of the room, where the coal seam had been fully extracted and the void was supported by old gob material and the ruins of a partially collapsed ventilation overcast. The voice was low, tired. Not a distress call, the casual address of a man who expected to be heard, who expected the person ahead of him to slow down and wait. It was Ray Collier's voice. Ray was my partner for 11 years. We were paired in 2000 when I was transferred to the Harlan field office, and we worked every major assessment in this district together for over a decade. He was methodical the way I was methodical, dry humor, precise notes, the kind of partner whose independent field log almost never diverged from mine. When it did, we worked it out without drama. He had a particular speech rhythm, a slight downward inflection at the end of clauses that was just his, that I had listened to through 11 years of shared underground hours and long drives and too many bad coffee stops to count. Ray died on February the 2nd, 2011, pillar recovery operation in Leslie County, about 40 miles northwest of where I was standing. An improperly robbed pillar failed without warning. 12 feet of entry came down in approximately 1.5 seconds faster than warning systems, faster than legs. Ray was in the wrong section. I received the call at 6:15 in the evening. I drove to the site. I identified him by his survey kit, which the collapse had thrown clear, and by his wedding ring, which had not been thrown clear of anything. I gave the eulogy 11 days later, and meant every word of it. I kept his Brunton compass in my glove box for 6 years afterward, because I couldn't figure out what else to do with it. I had not heard Ray Collier's voice in 12 years and 4 months. I'm back here. I'm still back here. Come back. My feet had stopped moving. I became aware of that the way you become aware of something your body has done without your mind's permission, both boots planted, one hand braced against the nearest timber set, throat tight, eyes hot, in the specific way eyes go hot when something is happening that you are refusing to allow yourself to accept. And the most terrible thing, the thing I find hardest to tell you, is that for a single measurable second I almost turned around, almost answered. The grief that a person carries for 11 years of working partnership and a bad day in Leslie County is not a rational force. It does not respond to training or protocol or 31 years of methodical field experience. I did not turn around. Something in the quality of the voice had reached me before the grief could override my judgment. Not the words, the rhythm. Ray Collier had a specific inflection at the end of his sentences, a slight trailing quality, a particular musicality I had listened to every working day for over a decade. The voice I was hearing had all that, had every element of it, but the timing was off by a fraction. The inflection was landing a beat behind where it should have, as if someone had taken a recording of Ray's voice and was playing it back at 98% of the original speed. Not wrong enough to fool a stranger, more than wrong enough to fool no one who had actually known him. This was not Ray. This was something that had heard Ray or had found a way to access what Ray sounded like and was using it now to stop me from leaving. I cannot explain the mechanics of that. I have no framework for it. But I recognized the copy for what it was, and I walked forward. Not a run, not yet. A controlled fast walk, left hand dragging along the rib wall, headlamp aimed ahead, not looking at the peripheral shadows that were doing something I refused to directly observe. Moving in the dark does something to shadows in a coal mine that has natural explanations. What was happening at the edges of my light did not have a natural explanation. I did not look at it directly. Where are you going? You know it's not safe that way. Come back. Remember what I always said. The voice followed me into the second panel, Ray's cadence and Ray's words, but the delay had gotten slightly more pronounced as I moved faster, as though the thing producing it was processing at a higher rate, and the processing was introducing more lag. A copy showing its seams. I moved faster. I was through the second panel and into the main entry junction when the footsteps started behind me. Not the tapping. The tapping had stopped somewhere between the third and second panels, as if it had served its purpose. What I heard now was footfall-heavy boots on compacted clay, crossing the second panel at an unhurried pace. Measured, no urgency. The stride of something that is not concerned about the distance closing because it knows the distance will close regardless, because it has nowhere else to be in all the time in the world. I ran, hand against the rib wall, headlamp bouncing off rail ties on the floor, 60 feet of main entry at a pace I could not have maintained for a minute, but didn't need to for a minute. The footsteps behind me did not accelerate. That was almost worse than if they had the same steady, patient rhythm continuing without urgency, as if running were simply something I was doing and not something that changed the outcome. As if the thing behind me had long ago determined that patience was more efficient than speed. I was 40 feet from the gate when my headlamp caught the silhouette. It had resolved out of the darkness ahead of me, the way a form resolves in fog gradually, then all at once. A figure standing in the center of the main haulage entry, between me and the exit, between me and the gate, between me and the concrete apron, between me and the November light and the drainage culvert and everything that was not this. Tall, 6'4" at least, maybe more. Wearing mining gear that was wrong in the way that photographs from a different era are wrong, anachronistic, specific, impossible to mistake. A canvas and steel hard hat of a style not manufactured since the 1950s, a lamp bracket at the front of it, and in that bracket, a carbide lamp burning with a yellow-white flame that should have been impossible. This mine had held no carbide, no water to drive it, no fuel of any kind for 45 years. The lamp was burning. I am telling you the lamp was burning, because that is what I saw, and I have spent 2 years trying to find an alternative explanation, and I have not found one. The figure's arms hung at its sides. They were almost right. Almost. There was an additional angle on the right arm, not a fracture, not the healed deformity of an old injury, but a joint that does not exist in a human forearm. A slight outward curve somewhere between elbow and wrist, concealed but not fully concealed by the canvas sleeve. The sort of thing you might not notice if you weren't already on edge, if the rest of what was happening weren't already demanding the full computational resources of your nervous system. The hard hat brim was angled down. I could not see the face. I genuinely do not know if I wanted to. Then, slowly, with the specific deliberateness of something that understands what it means to make a person understand their situation, it raised the wrong arm and began tapping the timber set post beside it with 2 fingers. 1 beat. Pause. 1 beat. Same rhythm, same interval. The same precise metronomic pattern that had been tracking me from wall to wall in the 3rd panel, coming now from the fingers of whatever this was, standing between me and the way out, with a carbide lamp that had no right to be burning and arms that bent in directions that human arms don't bend. And from behind me, from deep inside the 3rd panel, answering the wall tapping, resumed. 2 sources, one ahead, one behind, the same rhythm, perfectly synchronized, bracketing me in the main entry of a sealed mine on a Tuesday morning in November with the temperature outside 29 degrees and my gas monitor still reading clean and my instruments all functioning and not one single piece of equipment I had available to me capable of explaining or measuring or documenting what was happening to me in that tunnel. I went through the figure. I don't know how else to describe it. I put my head down and I moved toward the gate, and the gate was on the other side of where the figure was standing, and I went through the space it occupied, and I felt cold. Not the damp mine cold I had been walking in for the past hour. Something else. A cold that was inside rather than outside, localized and complete, lasting exactly the length of a single stride. And then I was on the other side of it, and the gate was right there, and my shoulder hit the frame, and I was on the concrete apron, and then I was off the apron and on the gravel and at the culvert, with cold water moving behind my heels. I stopped, hands on my knees, breathing. Real air cold, carrying dead leaves and pine resin, and the faint iron smell of the creek water. All of it the most beautiful collection of smells I had ever encountered in 31 years of field work. I turned and looked back at the portal entrance, 60 feet up the grade. At the threshold, right at the line where the concrete apron met the interior darkness, something was standing just inside. You couldn't resolve it clearly at that distance, in that light. It was more an interruption of the darkness than a defined form, a density at the boundary, a presence occupying the space between inside and outside, between the sealed dark and the open gray of the November hillside. The canvas hard hat brim was angled down. The carbide lamp had gone out if it had ever truly been burning and not something else entirely that I had simply interpreted as burning because my mind needed a category for it. The arms hung at its sides, and even at 60 feet the right arm looked wrong in a way I felt rather than saw, a wrongness that registered in my gut before my eyes could articulate why. It did not cross the threshold. It stood in the boundary space, and it observed me, and it did not cross. I want to tell you that I had a rational thought in that moment about thresholds, about what it might mean that a sealed mine with running water at its mouth was a place where something stayed inside and didn't come out. I want to tell you that I was already analyzing, already documenting in my head, already building the incident report, but the truth is that I was just standing at the culvert breathing cold air and watching something watch me back from the dark, and the only thing I was thinking was that the water behind my heels was cold and clear and moving, and I was very glad it was there. Eventually, the way a shadow is gone when you turn a light on it, it simply was not there anymore. No movement, no retreat, just gone. I crossed back over the stepping stones, got to my truck, sat in the locked cab with the engine off, watching the clock for 4 minutes. Then I drove down off the ridge. The demolition foreman called me 3 days later. His crew had found my inspection kit in the first panel junction during their preliminary walk, He asked what had happened. I told him I'd had a gas concern and exited per protocol. He accepted it. He called back the following week, his voice carrying the particular flatness of a man who has decided accuracy is safer than interpretation. His crew had found boot tracks in the silt of the main entry, fresh, clear, inbound, and had followed them to where my kit lay on the floor. They assumed the tracks were mine. They exited. One of the crew members, going back to retrieve a measuring tape he'd left near the gate, looked at the tracks again and noticed something they'd missed on the first pass. The inbound tracks had no corresponding outbound tracks. None. No tracks leading back toward the entrance. Not in the silt on the floor, not on the concrete apron, not in the frost-hardened clay between the apron and the drainage culvert. Except for one set, leading from somewhere inside the mine out through the portal entrance, across the concrete apron and ending at the near bank of the drainage culvert. At the edge of the running water, they did not continue on the other side. The foreman delivered this information precisely and without editorial comment. I thanked him and told him it would be in my supplemental report. The Harlan County MSHA District Office received that supplemental under reference number KY-23-441. It documents the anomalous audio events, the observation of an unidentified individual in the workings, and recommends immediate permanent closure. It does not mention Ray. Some things do not belong in a federal document. Some things belong here, in the telling, so that someone else might not make the mistake of answering. The Cornet No. 4 shafts were collapsed and capped the following March. I still carry Ray's Brunton compass in my glove box. I will carry it until I die, which will be of causes unrelated to anything underground, because I was experienced enough and lucky enough and just barely rational enough to not turn around when I heard his voice in the dark of a sealed Appalachian coal mine on a Tuesday morning in November. Here is what I will tell you. If you are ever underground old mine, sealed tunnel, any lightless space that has been closed longer than you've been alive, and you hear a rhythmic tapping that has pattern and intention, that stops when you stop and starts when you move, that rotates around you as you turn. Do not answer it. Do not attempt to find its source. Get to the exit. Get to running water. Get to open ground. Whatever is keeping that rhythm has been keeping it for a very long time. In the dark, practicing, it has learned what sounds to make to stop a person in their tracks. It has learned which sounds are the hardest to walk away from. It has been collecting voices the way a mine collects water, slowly, patiently, in the dark, with no particular hurry and nowhere else to be. It will use what you love against you. That is the only thing you need to know. Do not answer the tapping. Story 2. His voice. Wrong. It had Tyler's voice down to the exact way he trails off at the end of a sentence. The problem was Tyler was standing 6 inches from my left shoulder, and he wasn't talking. My brother Tyler and I had been documenting abandoned industrial sites across West Virginia and Kentucky for about 4 years by the time we found the Mate Creek complex. We ran a small YouTube channel, nothing massive, a few thousand subscribers, the kind of audience that cares deeply about old industrial decay and the history embedded in it. We shot everything on GoPros and a handheld mirrorless camera. We did our research before every entry, and we were not reckless people. I want to be clear about that, because what I am about to describe has all the surface characteristics of a story about 2 idiots who went somewhere they shouldn't have and got exactly what they deserved. That is not this story. We were careful. We followed protocols. We had done more than 40 of these sites without incident. The Mate Creek mining complex sits in the narrow hollow of Mate Creek Hollow in Mingo County, West Virginia, a few miles outside the town of Delbarton. The operation pulled coal from the early 1900s through the mid-1980s, passing through several different company ownerships over that span. At its height, it was a substantial operation surface preparation facilities, multiple underground portals cut into the steep ridge faces on both sides of the hollow, a company-owned railroad spur that connected to the main Norfolk and Western line. By the time it finally closed, the market had moved on and the ridges had been largely worked out. Most of the surface infrastructure was demolished or left to collapse in the decades after closure. What remained in the fall of 2022 when Tyler and I drove down from Charleston, was a collection of concrete foundations, rusted equipment, hulks, and 4 portal entrances in various states of deterioration. 3 of the 4 were gated. One, the northernmost, on the upper bench of the ridge on the east side of the hollow, had a gate that had partially pulled free of its frame on the left side, leaving a gap roughly 18 inches wide. We had done our homework. We had the original 1979 mine map from the West Virginia Office of Miners' Health, Safety, and Training, obtained legally, downloaded as a PDF from their public document archive. We had a printed copy with us, laminated against moisture. We had contacted the current property owner, a regional land holding company, and received a form email that neither granted nor explicitly denied access, but did not include the word trespass. We had 2 primary headlamps each, 2 backup flashlights, our GoPros mounted on chest harnesses, the mirrorless camera in Tyler's pack, a handheld radio each, and a 4-gas monitor that I had borrowed from a friend who used it for confined space entry work in his construction business. We had emergency contacts. Our cousin Pete knew exactly where we were going and had instructions to call Mingo County Sheriff's Office if he hadn't heard from either of us by 9 p.m. We parked on the access road below the East Ridge bench at 10:45 in the morning on a Saturday in late September. The sky was overcast, the kind of flat gray that makes the September hardwoods look even more saturated than they are, the reds and oranges and yellows blazing against the colorless sky like something lit from inside. The hollow smelled of creek water and fallen leaves, and the particular mineral sharpness of weathered coal. Mate Creek itself ran along the bottom of the hollow maybe 100 yards to our west, audible from the parking area, moving at a good clip from recent rains. Tyler was 26 at the time. I'm 4 years older. He's the one who handles the camera work. He has a better eye for composition than I do, and I handle the research and navigation. We'd been doing sites together long enough that the division of responsibility was automatic. He checked his GoPro harness while I checked the mind map against the GPS coordinates I had saved. The northernmost portal, upper bench East Ridge, was about 250 feet up a switchback path that had once been a personnel access trail and was now an overgrown tangle of second-growth brush and loose shale. We climbed it. Took about 12 minutes. At the top, the bench widened into a cleared area, the original concrete pad where the portal infrastructure had stood, the structures themselves long since collapsed and their materials salvaged or scattered. The portal entrance itself was cut directly into the sandstone and coal, the gap in the gate just as wide as the property records had suggested. The interior was dark and damp-smelling. My 4-gas monitor read normal on all channels. We noted our entry time in the field log. I kept on my phone 11:03 a.m. and went inside. Our grandfather had worked coal. Not this mine specifically, but the same geology, the same era of operation, the same kind of narrow drift entry cut into an Appalachian ridge, following a seam that the company's geologists had marked as recoverable. His name was Earl Harmon. He worked the mines in Logan County for 22 years before black lung forced him out of the industry in his mid-40s, and he spent the rest of his life talking about those years with a complicated mixture of pride and bitterness that I didn't fully understand until I started going into these old workings myself. There is something about underground coal mine work that marks a person. The danger of it, yes, but also the community of it. The specific culture that grows in places where men spend 10 hours a day in darkness together, where the margin for error is small enough that trust is not optional, the way a mind becomes its own world with its own rules and its own logic, entirely separate from the surface above it. Earl's nickname underground was Sparrow because he was small and quick, and the other miners said he moved like a bird through the tight headings. Tyler had that detail on a note on his phone and referred to it when he was putting together the voiceover script for the Mate Creek video, had been looking forward to working it in. The way you look forward to a piece of material that earns the emotional weight you want to put on it. Earl died of complications from progressive massive fibrosis when Tyler was 13, and there is something in the way Tyler talks about him, always very briefly and always with a particular steadiness, that tells you the loss sits close. He was proud of that connection to this place. We both were. It felt like a reason beyond curiosity to be there, like we were documenting something that had once been part of our family's life, honoring it with a camera in a way that felt legitimate and important and real. I am telling you about Earl now because I didn't understand until much later why it mattered that we had that history with the place. At the time, it was simply context, the kind of personal detail that gives a location meaning beyond its visual and historical interest. But what I have come to believe is that it was not irrelevant. Something in those workings had been there long enough to accumulate information, to collect details, to understand, in whatever way it understands things, what would reach us most effectively. We had been talking about Earl before we went in the car, on the climb up the personnel trail, at the portal entrance while Tyler adjusted his harness. We had said his name, we had said Sparrow, we had said Logan County in 22 years, and the things he told us about the dark. I cannot prove that was heard. I cannot prove it was used. What I know is what happened after. The entry was a standard drift heading, roughly 5 feet wide and 6 feet tall, running back into the ridge at a slight downhill grade following the coal seam. The floor was loose shale and compacted coal fines, damp from seep water that trickled along the left rib in a thin, rust-stained line. Our headlamps cut through the dark in overlapping beams, and the GoPros recorded everything, the old timber sets at their intervals, the remains of the electrical infrastructure along the ceiling, the insulators still mounted on their brackets, with the wire long since salvaged, the faded, painted numbers on the timber posts marking station distances from the portal. Station 12 was where we found the first boot prints. Not one set, not two, 3. Running parallel down the center of the entry, heading deeper into the mine, as clear in the coal dust and fine silt on the floor as if they had been pressed into fresh mud an hour ago. 2 of the 3 sets matched Tyler's boots and mine in approximate size, though not exactly, a detail I only registered later when I went back through the footage. The 3rd set was larger than either of ours. Bigger than any boot I could account for from a man of normal stature. Long stride, heavy impression, like the person was carrying significant weight, or was simply very large. "You see that?" Tyler said. Not a question. I saw it. Fresh. The coal dust around the impressions was undisturbed, no settling, no degradation at the edges. Recent, very recent. We looked at each other. Tyler pulled his GoPro harness tighter, a nervous habit he has. I checked the gas monitor. Normal. I looked back at the portal entrance, a dull gray rectangle 200 feet behind us. Then I looked forward at the tracks. They led deeper into the mine. There was no 3rd set of tracks coming back out. Could be kids, Tyler said. Local kids, getting in through that gate gap. It was possible. It was even probable, rationally speaking. Abandoned. Mine sites attract teenagers in rural areas. The way any forbidden place attracts teenagers, the gate pulls them in rather than keeping them out. We continued forward, adding documentation notes to our field log, and told ourselves we'd likely find evidence of campfire activity or spray paint further in that would confirm the trespassing teenager hypothesis and resolve the whole thing. We did not find evidence of campfire activity. The 3 sets of tracks continued alongside ours through the main heading, past Station 14, past the first breakthrough into the adjacent room and pillar panel, past a section of partial roof fall that had been cleaned up at some point during active operations and never fully stabilized since. At Station 16, the tracks stopped. Same as the boot tracks in any of these stories, they simply ended in the middle of the floor. The last impression as clean and clear as the first. Nothing around them to explain the termination. Tyler crouched over them with his camera. I checked the walls, the ceiling, the floor in every direction. No side exit, no fall debris, no explanation. "Huh," Tyler said, which is his entire vocabulary for things he doesn't understand but isn't yet prepared to be alarmed about. We marked the location in our GPS log and continued into the first room and pillar panel. Standard room and pillar workings, grid of rooms, coal pillar supports, ceiling height about 7 feet in the rooms, dropping back to 6 in the connection headings. Tyler started shooting the structural details he wanted for the video. The old timber cribs, the pillar faces with their pick marks still visible after 40-some years. The ventilation stoppings in the connections between rooms, solid block walls with small rectangular openings at top and bottom for airflow, built by hand out of concrete block during active operations. I was checking the condition of the stoppings when Tyler called from the adjacent room. "Hey, did you already go down the second heading?" I hadn't moved. I was 8 feet from where he'd last seen me, still at the stopping wall. "No," I said. "I'm right here." A pause. Then, "Huh, thought I heard you go by." We continued deeper. The second heading split off from the first panel access at a junction marked with an old wooden sign, faded red paint, the letters mostly gone, but the direction arrows still legible in outline. Tyler got footage of the sign. We went left into the second panel, which the mind map showed as the larger of the two production areas accessible from this portal. It was quieter in the second panel. That sounds like an obvious thing to say about a coal mine, but old workings have a variety of silences. In the first heading, there had been the small sounds of water seeping along the left rib, the distant low groan of roof rock settling somewhere far back in the workings, not alarming, just the mountain breathing in the particular slow way that old mines breathe. In the second panel, there was nothing. Complete acoustic stillness. The kind that makes your ears generate their own signals just to fill the absence. A low-grade hiss at the edge of perception that isn't external sound, but your own auditory system searching for input and finding none. Tyler and I both registered it at the same time and said nothing, which was its own kind of communication. 4 years of doing these sites together produces a wordless shorthand, a look, a posture adjustment, a slight change in pace that conveys more than a sentence would. What we both communicated in that moment was, "This is different," and we are noting it. The rooms in the second panel were larger than in the first. The ceiling ran a good 8 feet. In places, this section of the seam had been thicker, the extraction rooms correspondingly taller and wider. Our headlamps spread further in the open space, which should have made the darkness feel less total, and somehow made it feel more so. There is a point in a large underground room where your light source stops being adequate to the space, not because the light is weak, but because the space is simply too large to be fully lit by what you're carrying. You illuminate a cone, and everything outside that cone is absolute black. And in absolute black in a large room, the absolute black has corners. The second room back had corners we couldn't see into. I was checking the condition of the coal pillar faces, documenting the exposed seam for the video when Tyler spoke from beside me. Or I thought he spoke from beside me. "The second room back has something," he said. His voice came from the darkness to my right, from the direction of the second room in the panel grid, a room we hadn't yet reached, a room that was, by my reckoning, a minimum of 25 feet from where I was standing. The voice carried that particular acoustic quality that comes from speaking in a stone-walled space, a slight natural reverb, no distortion. Just Tyler's voice, casual, almost bored, the way he talks when he spotted something mildly interesting through his camera lens. I turned to my left toward where Tyler actually was, where I had last seen him walking beside me no more than 3 seconds before. Tyler was standing 6 inches from my left shoulder, both hands on his camera, mouth closed. His headlamp was aimed forward into the panel. He had not spoken. We looked at each other. "That was your voice," I said. "I know," he said. His voice, coming from 6 inches to my left, sounded exactly like his voice, which it should have. The voice from the right also sounded exactly like his voice. Both of them were his voice, note for note, breath for breath. The specific way he slightly softens the last consonant of a word when he's not fully projecting. One of those voices was Tyler. The other was something else entirely. Neither of us moved. I don't know how long we stood there. It felt like a long time, but was probably 15 or 20 seconds, waiting to hear it again, waiting for the second voice, the wrong placement voice, to do something else that we could orient on and evaluate. From the direction of the second room, unhurried and conversational, "There's something written on the back wall. Come look." Tyler's voice, his exact cadence, the way he trails off before finishing a sentence when he's absorbed in whatever he's looking at through a lens, a habit so specific that I've teased him about it for years. The voice was using that habit, using it precisely and without apparent effort, the way a musician plays a piece from memory fluently, automatically, as though they had practiced it until it was reflex. I pulled out my phone and reviewed the last 30 seconds of GoPro footage on Tyler's chest rig. He'd been running the camera continuously since entry. In the footage, Tyler had not spoken. His mouth hadn't moved. The camera had recorded the voice from the second room as clearly as a dedicated microphone would have. It was there, unambiguous, unmistakably Tyler's voice coming from a room neither of us had entered. And in one frame, at the right edge of the footage, at the entrance of the second room, where the headlamp beam barely reached, something was standing in the doorway. Not a clear image. The exposure was wrong, the subject at the edge of the light's effective range, a shape, vertical, human-adjacent in its outline, too tall by several inches to comfortably clear the room connection, heading without ducking, standing still, facing us. When I looked up from the phone, the doorway of the second room was empty. "We should go," Tyler said. Not a suggestion. A conclusion he had arrived at independently and simultaneously, the way siblings who have spent a lot of time in stressful situations together often reach conclusions simultaneously. We started back toward the main heading, moving quickly, our headlamps sweeping the walls and floor ahead. The second panel was still completely silent, no water sounds, no settling, no ambient noise of any kind. Just our footsteps and our breathing and the electrical hum of our equipment and the nothing that surrounded all of it. The voice came again when we were halfway down the connection heading back to the main entry. This time it didn't speak from a specific direction. It came from the walls, from both sides simultaneously, the way a sound does when it's being bounced between parallel surfaces and you're walking directly between them. It was still Tyler's voice, but something had changed. The inflection was fractionally off in a way I couldn't immediately quantify. The trailing quality at the end of words was still there. The softened consonants were still there, but the timing was wrong in a way that reminded me of a recording played back through a damaged speaker. Not Tyler's voice anymore. A copy of Tyler's voice, a very good copy, assembled with precision and care, but a copy, the seams showing just enough that the person who had spent 30 years listening to that voice could feel the wrongness of it without being able to immediately articulate why. "You're going the wrong way," it said, from both walls at once. "The exit's back here. I already found it. Come back." Tyler grabbed my arm. Not in panic. Tyler is not a person who panics, but in the decisive way of someone communicating a priority without wasting time on words. We moved faster. At the main heading junction, I swept my headlamp back the way we'd come, back down the second panel connection. And for a moment, just a moment, at the limit of my lamp's effective range, where the light started to dissolve into dark, I thought I saw a shape moving. Not toward us, lateral. Moving across the connection heading rather than down it, in a direction that suggested it was not following us directly, but was navigating to a parallel position, like something that knows the map of a space well enough to cut off angles, like something that has been moving through those headings for a very long time. We went back through the first panel without stopping. Tyler was still recording. He told me afterward that he'd kept the camera running because documenting was the only thing he could do with his hands that felt purposeful, and purposeful felt better than the alternative. I was watching our 6, headlamp on full intensity, checking every door opening and connection heading as we passed it. Nothing followed us visibly. But the silence stayed with us, that specific, complete second panel silence, all the way back to the main heading, which should have been outside its acoustic range, and wasn't. We were 30 feet from the portal gate when the footsteps started ahead of us. Not behind, ahead, coming from the direction of the exit. From the last 30 feet of the main heading between us and the gate, at a pace that put them about 15 feet from the portal entrance and moving away from us, moving toward the daylight, as if something was walking out of the mine ahead of us. Tyler and I stopped moving at the same instant. The footsteps continued, heavy, slow. The particular sound of large boots on compacted shale and coal finds, the same sound our own steps made in this heading, completely indistinguishable from the sound of a large person walking on the same surface, moving toward the gate, toward the gap in the gate, toward the outside, and then they stopped. And from the silence that followed, from the space between us and the exit where something had just been walking, came Tyler's voice, one final time quiet, almost gentle, the kind of tone that genuine concern sounds like. Wait, don't go out there. It's not safe out there. Tyler's hand tightened on my arm. I felt him exhale. We walked forward into the silence where the voice had been, through the last 30 feet of the main heading, through the gap in the gate, out onto the concrete pad at the portal entrance, into the flat gray September light and the smell of autumn hardwoods and Mate Creek running in the hollow below. The thing we noticed first, both of us, was the third set of boot tracks. In the soft ground outside the portal, the mud and leaf litter of the bench surface, disturbed by recent rain and moist enough to hold impressions clearly. The large boot tracks we had first seen at Station 12 inside the mine now continued outside. They came out of the portal gap, crossed the concrete pad, and continued to the edge of the bench, where the personnel trail dropped back down the switchback toward the access road. They stopped at the edge, at the precise line where the cleared concrete and compacted bench surface gave way to the trail surface. We stood at the portal and looked at those tracks for a long time. Mate Creek was audible in the hollow below cold water, moving fast over the creek bedstones, loud enough to carry clearly up the ridge. The gray sky had gone a shade darker while we were inside. The hardwoods were very still. At the tree line on the far side of the bench, 40 feet from the portal, something was standing between two yellow birches, not fully visible, partially screened by the birch trunks, partially resolved into the shadow between them. Tall, taller than it should have been to fit comfortably between those two trees without its head clearing the lowest branches, but its head was not clearing the lowest branches. It was simply there in a way that didn't quite compute against the geometry of the space. No visible face, no sound. It was not on the trail. It was at the tree line edge, at the margin between the cleared bench and the forest, and between us and it, running north to south along the base of the bench before dropping into the hollow Mate Creek. Audible, present. I don't know how long we stood there. Long enough that the light shifted. Long enough that Tyler's camera battery indicator, which I could see on his chest rig display, dropped one segment. The shape at the tree line did not move, did not advance, did not speak. Eventually Tyler said, very quietly, "Let's go down." And we went down the switchback trail to the access road and got in the car and drove north toward Delbarton without discussing what we'd seen until we were on the main highway and Mate Creek. Hollow was 5 miles behind us. We called our cousin Pete from the highway to confirm we were out and safe. His relief was audible even through the phone speaker. He'd checked his watch twice, he said, and had been 20 minutes from making the call we'd told him to make. We told him we were fine. We did not tell him what we were fine in spite of. We filed a non-emergency report with the Mingo County Sheriff's Office the following Monday, not because we expected them to do anything with it, but because we had agreed over dinner the night before that it should exist somewhere official, some record that documented our presence there and what we had observed. The deputy who took the report was polite and carefully non-committal in the way of law enforcement personnel who receive reports about abandoned industrial sites and prefer not to step into the jurisdictional thicket of who owns what and whether anyone has done anything actionable. He took our names and contact information and told us someone would follow up. No one ever did. The footage from Tyler's GoPro was intact. We reviewed it for 4 hours that Sunday, frame by frame, through the sections that mattered. The shape in the doorway of the second room was visible in 11 consecutive frames before it simply was not there anymore. Not moving out of frame, not stepping back into shadow, just present in one frame and absent in the next, with no transition between the two states. No motion blur, no gradual disappearance. Present, then not present, the way an edit cuts between two states. The voice from the second room and the voice from the walls of the connection heading were both cleanly recorded. We could hear, in the playback, what we had heard in real time: Tyler's cadence, Tyler's softened consonants, Tyler's specific trailing inflection at the ends of words. And we could hear, listening now with the benefit of knowing what to listen for, the fractional delay, the voice was arriving at its endpoints a fraction of a beat behind where it should have been, as if it were being generated in response to something heard, rather than recalled from memory, translated in real time from a sample by something that had the pattern right but not the timing. That was the seam. That was where the copy showed itself to anyone who knew the original well enough. Here is the part I have not been able to explain, and have stopped trying to. In the footage from my own GoPro, which I was also running continuously, there is a section from approximately Station 12, where we first found the boot tracks, to Station 14, 40 feet of main heading footage, shot while Tyler and I were walking side by side and discussing the tracks. In that footage, for those 40 feet, there is a third headlamp beam, visible at the right edge of the frame, angled slightly differently from Tyler's, throwing light in a slightly different direction from ours, illuminating a section of the left rib that neither of our lamps was pointed at, moving steadily with us. At close range, close enough that whatever carried it was within arm's reach of Tyler's right shoulder. We do not know what that light source was. We do not know when it stopped walking with us, or why the footage from that section ends with it and the footage from the next section doesn't show it anymore. We know it was there because the camera recorded it, and we know it was not ours because we only had 2 headlamps between us, and both of them are accounted for in the frame. Something walked the main heading of the Mate Creek mine with us for at least 40 feet before we found the boot tracks, before we had any reason to be alert, before we knew anything was wrong. We never published the Mate Creek video. Not because the footage wasn't good. It was extraordinary footage, frankly cleaner and more compelling documentation of an Appalachian mining site than anything we had produced to that point. We didn't publish it because we couldn't figure out how to discuss the voice on camera without sounding like people who had come unhinged in a dark room. And we couldn't figure out how to omit it without being dishonest about what had actually happened there. So the footage sits on an encrypted hard drive in Tyler's apartment in Charleston. 11 consecutive frames of a shape in a doorway, a third headlamp beam in 40 feet of main heading footage, a voice that is his voice and isn't. A set of boot tracks that exited a sealed mine and stopped at the edge of a bench above a creek and did not continue on the other side. We still do the channel. We still document abandoned industrial sites. We have driven past Mate Creek Hollow twice since that September on our way to other locations, and neither of us has suggested stopping. Neither of us has needed to explain why not. Our grandfather Earl worked coal for 22 years. He never talked about being afraid underground. He talked about the dark, sometimes the particular quality of underground dark, the way it pressed back against a carbide lamp like it had weight and intention. He said you never got used to it, you just got better at ignoring it. He said the men who got used to it were the dangerous ones, because they stopped paying attention. We paid attention. That is the only reason I can give you for why we are both still here, still making videos about old industrial sites and old forgotten places, still trying to understand what it was that used Tyler's voice in the second panel of the Mate Creek mining complex on a gray Saturday morning in late September. I can give you one practical piece of advice from what happened there, and it is this. If you are in a confined space, underground, in a tunnel, in any enclosed place with limited exits, and you hear someone you trust speaking from a location that person could not have reached without passing you, do not respond to it. Do not move toward it. Do not assume it is an acoustic effect or an echo, even if it sounds exactly right, even if it sounds like someone you have known your whole life. Especially then, the copy is most convincing when it has the most to work with. The longer it has listened, the better it knows what will make you stop walking away and start walking toward it. Do not give it that. Story 3. 3 went in. 3 of us entered that mine. I am the only one who walked out. The other two are home safe, but I need you to understand that what I am about to tell you is the reason I will never go underground again. I have been a volunteer search and rescue coordinator with the Pike County Emergency Management Team in eastern Kentucky for 11 years. In that time, I have worked 140-some field operations, lost hikers, overdue hunters, vehicle accidents on back roads that don't show up on mapping software, missing persons calls that range from genuine emergencies to adults who simply needed 2 days away from their families and didn't communicate that clearly. I have found people alive, and I have found people dead, and I have learned the difference early in my career between the kind of fear that means something is wrong and the kind of fear that is just the ordinary discomfort of hard work in bad conditions. I trust my read on that distinction. I have had to. What I experienced inside the old Marrowbone Creek mine in March of 2021 did not fall into either of those categories. It was a third thing. A thing I did not have a category for then, and do not have one for now, and I have been doing this work long enough to know that the absence of a category is the most important data point available to me. The call came in on a Thursday, the 4th of March. The temperature that morning was 31 degrees when our team coordinator, a woman named Sandra, who has been running Pike County SAR operations for longer than most of our volunteers have been involved, reached me by phone at 6:40 a.m. She had a missing person report, a 23-year-old geology graduate student from the University of Kentucky named Andrew Pruitt, who had been conducting independent fieldwork in the Marrowbone Creek area as part of his thesis research on Pennsylvanian age coal measures. His academic supervisor had reported him overdue the previous evening when Andrew failed to check in by the agreed time and was not answering his cell phone. The supervisor had last had contact with Andrew at 11:30 a.m. the previous day, when Andrew had texted from the Marrowbone Creek Road to confirm his GPS position and indicate he was heading up to survey an exposed seam outcrop on the ridge above the old mine site. The old mine site being the Marrowbone Creek No. 3 mine, a room and pillar operation that had worked a seam in this part of Pike County from roughly 1938 through 1971. The entrance to No. 3 was approximately a quarter-mile up the hollow from where Andrew's vehicle, a 10-year-old Honda Civic with a UK Geology Department parking permit in the window, had been found parked on the gravel access road. His field pack was not in the vehicle. His phone signal was last recorded by the nearest tower at 12:17 p.m. the day before, placing him within a radius that included the mine entrance. Sandra had 3 teams mobilizing. We drew the hollow and the mine site. My team that morning was myself, a woman named Carla who had been with Pike County SAR for 6 years and was one of our strongest technical responders, and a man named Garrett. Garrett had been volunteering with us for about 14 months at that point. He was solid in the field, methodical, calm, good with navigation, the kind of team member who follows procedure without needing to be reminded. He was 34 years old, just over 6 feet, broad through the shoulders, and he wore the same orange-trimmed black jacket on every call-out regardless of weather, which is a small detail I mention only because it is relevant later. We staged at the gravel pull-off at 6:55 a.m. The sky was low and gray, spitting light freezing rain that hadn't committed to being sleet yet, the temperature having dropped 2 degrees since Sandra called me. The hollow smelled of creek mud and dead vegetation and the faint mineral sharpness that old coal country carries in its soil and waterways. Marrowbone Creek ran along the eastern edge of the hollow, about 40 feet from the access road, moving fast and high with early March snowmelt from the ridges above. I could hear it clearly, a sustained, low roar rather than the trickle it would be in August. It was running cold and opaque, with suspended sediment, the color of weak tea. We geared up. Full packs, first aid kit, hydration, emergency bivouac material in case Andrew was injured and needed to be stabilized for an extended period before a carryout was feasible. Headlamps primary and backup for each of us. Radios on the SAR channel. I had a printed copy of the mine map that Sandra had sourced from the Kentucky Office of Mine Safety and Licensing that morning, a 1964 survey document that showed the main haulage entry the two primary room and pillar panels, and a ventilation system that connected back to a surface fan house on the ridge above. I had reviewed it in the truck on the drive out. The accessible section of the mine from the portal entrance to the deepest workable room in the primary panel was approximately 360 feet from entry to back. Andrew's GPS tracker was pinging. That was the thing that made this call different from a standard mine area search, and the thing that made entering the workings a considered decision rather than a reflex. Every geology student working remotely checks out a GPS personal locator beacon from the department equipment pool. Andrew had one. And at 6:48 a.m., when Sandra's coordinator ran the tracker's registered satellite number, it returned a position fix that placed it approximately 240 feet inside the Marrowbone Creek number 3 mine. Not at the entrance, not in the first accessible section, 240 feet in, which put it deep inside the primary room and pillar panel, a section of the mine that, according to the 1964 survey, was marked as having a compromised roof condition in the eastern rooms, a section a geologist might find interesting for exactly the reasons that made it structurally marginal. Andrew had gone into the mine. That was the only reading that made physical sense of the tracker data. He had gone in, and he was still in, and no one had heard from him in 19 hours. We called it. We went in. The portal entrance to Marrowbone number 3 was not gated. The original steel gate had rusted through at its lower hinges sometime in the previous decade and been pushed inward, lying flat on the entry floor about 8 feet inside the portal, overgrown with the orange-brown rust staining that told you it had been there for years. The portal frame was concrete block, solid, the sill undamaged. The entry itself was about 5.5 feet high, lower than most drift entries I've worked in. This seam had been thinner and wide enough for 2 people abreast if neither of them was wearing a full pack. We went single file. I led. Carla was behind me. Garrett brought up the rear. The entry floor was coal fines and loose shale, damp from seep water that ran along the left rib in the familiar rust-stained trickle of old mine drainage. The air temperature dropped immediately upon entry, not the dramatic cold of a deep cave, but a sustained, pressing dampness, the kind that finds the seams between your layers within minutes. I checked my headlamp. Full power. I looked back at Carla and Garrett and got the nod from both. We moved. I called Andrew's name twice. At the first station marker, a painted steel plate bolted to the timber set, reading 100 in faded black. No response. My voice carried strangely in the confined space, the flat walls cutting the echo that you'd expect in an open area, and replacing it with a tight, immediate deadness that made speech sound oddly clipped. I called again at the 200-foot mark. Same result. Nothing. At 220 feet, the main entry opened into the junction panel, to the broad room where the haulage road met, the primary panel access and the connection heading to the secondary panel. I swept my headlamp in a full arc. The room was empty of anything recent. Old equipment rust. Collapsed timber crib in the far corner, the 6x6 posts splayed outward like picked-up sticks. The floor in this section was thickly silted, fine particulate deposited over decades, and the silt was undisturbed except for one set of boot prints leading from the main entry toward the primary panel access heading. One set. Recent. The edges clean and sharp. No moisture seepage into the impressions yet. That's him, Carla said, and I thought she was right. Andrew Pruitt, 200 and something pounds in field gear, moving from the main entry toward the primary panel. The prints were consistent with a man of that build moving at a walking pace. We followed them into the primary panel access heading, which was lower even than the main entry, 5 feet 2, which put the ceiling close enough that I was moving in a sustained duck, and the temperature dropped another degree or two as we went deeper. The tracker signal was getting stronger. Sandra's coordinator, monitoring remotely and relaying through our radio circuit, confirmed the position was consistent with the far section of the primary panel, the eastern rooms, the ones the survey had flagged for compromised roof condition. And then Andrew spoke to us. His voice came from ahead, from deep in the primary panel, from the direction our tracker data was pointing us. Calm. conversational. Not the shout of someone injured and disoriented, not the controlled speech of someone consciously signaling their position, but the ordinary talking voice of a person who had not realized anyone was near and was simply speaking. The words were not clear at the distance and the acoustic conditions didn't help, but the voice was there, and the voice was young, and it sounded exactly like what you want to hear when you're moving through a sealed mine in freezing rain toward a GPS fix that puts a missing person in a structurally compromised section of abandoned workings. We moved faster. The primary panel was a standard room and pillar layout, 6 rooms across the main working face with connection headings between them. Ceiling height in the rooms was about 6.5 feet, better than the access heading. The floor was thick, silt, our boots leaving deep impressions. I was tracking Andrew's single set of prints in the silt. As I moved, they led down the main panel road into the 3rd connection heading, turned right into the 4th room. I stopped at the entrance to the 4th room, aimed my headlamp in. The room was empty. No Andrew. No equipment. No sign of recent occupancy beyond the boot prints, which led into the room and then, again, as it always seems to go in these places, simply ended. In the middle of the floor, 8 feet from the back wall, which was a solid coal face, unbroken. The GPS tracker was reading its strongest signal yet. The tracker that was supposed to be attached to Andrew Pruitt's gear was registering as physically present in this room, and this room contained nothing but old coal dust and the absence of explanation. I looked at Carla. She looked at me. Neither of us said what we were both thinking, which was that the tracker had been separated from the person who was wearing it, which almost never meant anything good. His voice was ahead of us, Garrett said from behind me. Not a question, a statement. Still is, Carla said, and she was right. Andrew's voice was still coming from somewhere ahead, from deeper in the panel than the 4th room, from a direction that required it to pass through the solid coal face of the 4th room's back wall to reach us. Which was not possible. Andrew's voice was coming from inside the coal. I held up a fist stop, hold position, and we stood in the connection heading and listened. The voice was still there. Still calm, still conversational, still not quite clear enough to make out specific words. It had the quality of someone narrating field observations to themselves. Geologists do that, I've been told, speak their measurements and visual assessments aloud as a memory aid when they're working solo. The cadence was right for that. Young male voice, unhurried, but the location of it was wrong in a way that became more wrong the longer we stood still and listened. It was not coming from ahead of us. It was coming from behind the 4th room's coal face, which was 22 feet of solid coal seam before you reached the next natural void. There was no void behind that wall. The survey said so. The roof condition flags in the survey said so. There was nothing behind that wall except coal and sandstone, and the overlying strata of a Kentucky ridgeline. I told Carla and Garrett I was going to check the secondary panel for a gap in the survey data. Old maps are not always complete, and I wanted to rule out a connection we hadn't mapped before. I concluded the voice had no physical source. I told them to hold position, maintain radio contact, and call out every 2 minutes on the SAR channel. Standard protocol. I moved back out into the main panel road and left toward the secondary panel access heading. I was gone for approximately 9 minutes. I found no gap. I found no secondary connection. I came back. Here is what I need you to understand about what I found when I returned. Garrett was different. Not in any way I could have immediately articulated. Not wrong the way a person is wrong when they're injured or in shock. Those I know. I've seen them more times than I want to count. Wrong in a quieter way. A subtractive wrongness, like something had been removed rather than added. He was standing in the connection heading where I'd left him, in the correct position, in his orange-trimmed black jacket, with his headlamp on, and his pack on his back, and his radio in its chest clip. All the right details, assembled with care. He was looking at me when I came back, and he smiled. Garrett's smile, the one that goes slightly more to the left than the right. A habitual asymmetry I had noticed over 14 months of working beside him, and asked what I'd found. And the words were right, and the tone was right, and if I had walked back into that heading, having thought about literally anything other than Andrew Pruitt's voice coming from inside a coal wall, I would have accepted it without question. But I had spent 9 minutes in the secondary panel, thinking about acoustic anomalies and the ways that enclosed rock spaces can produce effects that have no straightforward physical explanation. And so when Garrett spoke to me and I started to answer, something else was running in the back of my mind, a low-level assessment process I hadn't consciously initiated, and it caught something. Garrett's breath. In a mine at 31 degrees outside, with the interior temperature running somewhere around 42, your breath fogs. Not dramatically, not the thick clouds of very cold outdoor air, but consistently. Every exhale, a small, brief fog. Carla, standing beside him, was fogging with every breath. I could see mine fogging in the beam of my headlamp when I exhaled. Garrett was not fogging. 34 years old, 210 pounds. Physiologically normal as far as any of us knew. He was not fogging. I kept my face neutral. I answered his question about the secondary panel. Told him I had found nothing that changed our assessment. That I wanted to do one more sweep of the primary panel rooms before we called it a structural safety concern and requested a specialist team. He nodded and said that made sense. His voice was right. His word choices were right. The small conversational shorthand that develops between team members who have worked together for over a year present. All of it. Present and correct and absolutely right. His breath was not fogging. I pulled out my radio and checked in with Sandra's coordinator on the SAR channel, which gave me a reason to turn away from Garrett and speak quietly, and gave me 30 seconds to think. The coordinator confirmed the tracker signal had not moved. Confirmed Andrew Pruitt was still unaccounted for on the surface. No other team had located him. I turned back. Carla, I said, keeping my voice easy, can you pull the tracker data on your unit and compare the signal strength to mine? Want to make sure we're getting a consistent read. Carla reached for her unit. Sure, I can do it, Garrett said. And he moved before she could respond, stepping between her and the equipment, reaching for her tracker unit with a smooth, fast motion that was just slightly faster than it needed to be, just slightly too immediate. And as he moved, I caught it again, his breath, right in front of my headlamp beam, right in a position where I should have seen fog and saw nothing. Clear air. No exhale condensation of any kind. A man does not stop exhaling visible breath in 42-degree air because he is cold, or tired, or focused. A man stops exhaling visible breath in 42-degree air when whatever is running his body is not producing heat in the normal way that human bodies produce heat. Garrett, I said, quietly, exactly the way you'd say someone's name to check if they're paying attention. He turned and looked at me. His face was right. Every detail I could see was right. The stubble that was 4 days past his last shave, the small scar on his chin from a call-out 2 years back when a tree branch caught him in the dark, the exact color and wear pattern of his jacket collar, all of it right. His eyes were wrong. Not in a way I could specify. Not the wrong color, not the wrong shape. Wrong the way a portrait is wrong when the painter has understood the features but not the person, technically accurate and fundamentally empty. Looking at me from behind the right face and not seeing me the way Garrett saw me, which was the way anyone who has worked beside you for 14 months and trusted you and been trusted by you in actual emergencies sees you. Whatever was looking at me from behind Garrett's face was looking at me the way a person looks at a lock they need to open. We should head back to the junction room, I said. Get consolidated before we call this in. Not Garrett agreed immediately. Too immediately. Agreed before I'd finished the sentence. Actually, a half-second overlap between my last word and his response that Garrett, who was a thoughtful and measured person who never cut anyone off mid-sentence, would not have produced. We moved back up the connection, heading toward the junction room, and as we walked I got my radio in my hand and kept my body between not Garrett and Carla, and kept my voice level and my movements deliberate. Because there was a set of protocol steps available to me for this situation, and I was working through them in sequence the way I work through everything when I'm scared. The junction room was bright, with our 3 headlamps spreading across it, the old collapsed timber crib in the corner, the mine map in my hand, the 1964 survey document, now more relevant as a wayfinding tool than a search aid. "I want to get eyes on the portal entrance," I said. "Make sure we haven't had any drift accumulation with this weather. A plausible reason to move toward the exit." Carla gave me a look that told me she had registered something, though I didn't know how much. Not Garrett said that was a good idea, in Garrett's voice, with Garrett's slight upward inflection on a statement of agreement. We walked the main entry, 220 feet of coal and shale floor, timber sets, rust-stained seep water on the left rib, the temperature rising by fractions as we approached the portal. I could feel the faint movement of cold air from outside, the fresh smell of freezing rain and creek mud reaching back into the mine. The portal rectangle was there, gray light, overcast sky, the sound of Marrowbone Creek audible even from this far in. 80 feet from the portal, not Garrett spoke. "We should go back," he said. "Check that eastern room again. I think I saw something." Still Garrett's voice. Still the right cadence. Still the inflection he uses when he's spotted a detail that needs a second look. I had heard that exact tone in his voice on a dozen call-outs, and I knew it. The way you know any voice you've worked beside in stressful conditions. "We'll clear the entrance first," I said, "then circle back. It'll only take a minute." Moving slightly to the right of the entry now, cutting a diagonal toward the west rib, the direction that would require Carla to adjust her path away from the direct line to the portal. "Carla, you see that back there?" "Portal first," I said, and I put my hand on Carla's shoulder and I walked forward and I did not look back. We hit the portal at a pace just under a run, through the concrete block frame, onto the thin skiff of ice on the approach apron, out into the gray March air and the freezing rain, and the sound, the real immediate surrounding sound, of Marrowbone Creek, running high and cold and opaque 20 feet to our left, the wooden bridge across the creek, a county-maintained pedestrian bridge, pressure-treated timber deck, 4x4 handrail posts, the same bridge the county had put in years back when they were still maintaining the access trail. It sat about 6 inches above the current water level, the creek having risen with the melt, the planks wet and dark. I put Carla on the bridge ahead of me, followed her across, and turned at the far railing to look back at the portal. Not Garrett was standing at the portal entrance, still wearing the orange-trimmed black jacket, still the same face, the same posture, the same height and build of the man who had been volunteering with our team for 14 months, standing perfectly still at the concrete block portal frame, not stepping onto the apron, not moving toward the bridge, looking at us across the 20 feet of creek bank and running water with Garrett's eyes that were not Garrett's eyes. It did not step onto the apron. It stood at the threshold of the mine entrance, and it looked at us across the bridge and across the creek, and the freezing rain came down around it and around us equally, and the water ran fast and cold under the bridge planks, and the thing wearing Garrett's face did not move and did not follow and did not cross. Carla was gripping the railing beside me. "That's not him," she said, very quietly, as if saying it quietly made it more manageable. "No," I said, "it's not. We called Sandra on the radio, told her we had a situation at the portal, told her we needed the real Garrett's location confirmed, which took 4 minutes, during which time I did not take my eyes off the thing at the portal entrance, and it did not take whatever was behind its eyes off us. Sandra came back. Garrett was at the staging area, had been there for the past 20 minutes, running the equipment log. He had stepped out of the mine ahead of us at some point in the middle of our sweep and had not mentioned it because he assumed we had seen him leave. We had not seen him leave. He had been standing beside me in the connection heading not 20 minutes before that, and then he was at the staging area, and what was at the portal entrance was not him and had never been him. And I still have no framework for when the exchange happened, or how, or what exactly we walked back through that mine with while we were trying to find a missing geology student. Andrew Pruitt was found 2 days later. He was at a hospital in Pikeville, admitted the afternoon of the day we searched, by a person no one at the hospital could clearly describe. The admitting nurse's written account said only that a tall individual had brought Andrew to the emergency entrance and left before anyone could get a name. The security camera covering the entrance had a 2-minute gap in its recording beginning at the exact moment Andrew was admitted. 2 minutes of black. No technical explanation was ever determined for the gap. Andrew himself had no memory of anything after parking his car on the Marrowbone Creek access road. No memory of the ridge, no memory of the outcrop he had been surveying, no memory of any period between parking and waking up in a hospital bed with mild hypothermia and a confusion that the attending physician documented as inconsistent with the degree of cold exposure. His GPS tracker was recovered from the junction room when a formal SAR specialist team did the full sweep 2 days after our entry. It was sitting in the center of the junction room floor, exactly where our headlamps had swept a dozen times without finding it. Andrew's field pack and equipment were found on the ridge above the mine site, at the seam outcrop he'd originally been heading to survey. He had never gone into the mine. His boot prints were not at the portal entrance. His prints were only on the ridge, at the outcrop, in the mud around the rock exposure he'd been sent to document. His tracker had gone in without him. Something had carried it. Something had carried it 240 feet into the primary panel and left it on the junction room floor, where it would read on our instruments and pull us in after it, into a mine where Andrew was not. Where the eastern rooms of the primary panel had floor disturbance in the thick silt that the specialist team's report described as inconsistent with structural settlement impressions that were not boot-shaped, that were larger than any boot print I had seen in 31 years of field work, laid down by something that had been moving through those rooms recently, regularly, comfortably, like something that kept that space as its own. The real Garrett was debriefed separately. He had no memory of leaving the mine ahead of us. His account of the timeline had him still in the mine when Sandra confirmed his presence at the staging area, which is a contradiction neither of us have ever resolved. He took a leave of absence from the team after the debrief that lasted about 3 months. He came back. We do not discuss what happened. The understanding between us is that some operational experiences require a compartment, and some compartments should stay closed. I have been underground 3 times since Marrowbone Creek, all of them in the first year after, before I finally acknowledged what the physical evidence of my own reluctance was telling me. I have not been underground since January of 2022. I have given this call-out as my reason on the 2 occasions since then that Sandra has asked me to take a mine area assignment, and Sandra, who has been doing this long enough to know what kinds of experiences redraw a person's operational parameters, has not pushed me on it. I am telling you this because the most important thing I learned in that mine is something that no formal training covers, something that is not in any SAR protocol document I have ever read. If a team member stops producing visible breath in cold air, you do not wait for additional confirmation. You do not run a second check. You do not give the situation the benefit of the doubt. You move your team toward the exit immediately. You get to running water. You do not engage. You do not interrogate. You do not allow it to direct your movement or split your team or put itself between you and the way out. You move. And you do not look back at the threshold until you are on the far bank and the water is between you and whatever is standing at the mine entrance watching you cross. It will not follow you across the water. It will stand at the boundary, and it will wear the right face, and it will look like the person you trust, and it will not cross. That is the only piece of information that matters. Get to the water, let it stand there. Let it stand there and cross without it, and don't look back more than once. Story 4. The logbook. The last entry in the mine foreman's logbook, dated August the 14th, 1952. Read only. It has learned all of our names. Do not enter level 3. Do not answer it. Below that, nothing. 70 years of nothing. Blank pages to the end of the book. My name is Warren Halsey. I was a field archivist and oral historian with the Appalachian Cultural Heritage Foundation, a non-profit organization based in Morgantown, West Virginia, that has spent the past 30 years documenting the material and social history of the coalfields. My work took me to old mines, old company towns, old church records, old cemeteries. I cataloged, I photographed, I filed. I built finding aids for collections that would otherwise have rotted into the hillsides and been forgotten entirely. It was careful, methodical, unglamorous work, and I was good at it, and I did it for 16 years without anything more alarming happening to me than a brown recluse spider in a records box outside of Welch. The Pocahontas No. 7 shaft is in McDowell County, West Virginia, in the narrow valley of a hollow that doesn't appear on most current road maps because the road that serviced it was decommissioned in the 1980s and has since been reclaimed by the vegetation of the surrounding ridgeline. The mine operated from 1929 through 1952, 23 years of continuous production, pulling high-quality bituminous coal from a deep seam that the Pocahontas Company's engineers had been optimistic about when they sank the shaft in the late 20s. The optimism proved justified through the mid-40s. By the early 50s, the recoverable seam had thinned to the point of marginal economics, and the company made the decision to abandon the works rather than invest in the extended development that might have recovered additional tonnage from adjacent formations. The mine was sealed in September of 1952. All surface infrastructure was demolished that fall. The shaft headframe was cut down and the collar capped with reinforced concrete. The horizontal drift levels, 3 of them, stacked at different elevations into the ridgeline, were gated with timber frameworks and backfilled at the portal with concrete block. The company records were transferred to their regional office in Bluefield and eventually, through a chain of corporate acquisitions and dissolutions, ended up in a collection that the West Virginia State Archives acquired in 1991. That collection is where I found the logbook. Not immediately. I had been working with the Pocahontas collection for about 3 months, processing a set of payroll records from the 1940s, when I found a reference in an administrative letter to a site operations log. Number 7, in custody of Foreman E. Bassett, to be transferred to regional upon closure. The transfer record in the regional file showed the log arriving in October of 1952. After that, nothing. The log itself was not in the regional collection where it should have been, and a search of the State Archives acquisition inventory showed it had never arrived with the broader collection in 91. Lost, presumably. Misfiled. These things happen in archives more often than archivists like to admit. I found it in 2019 in a box of miscellaneous materials at the bottom of a storage shelf in the McDowell County Courthouse records room, where it had apparently been sitting since sometime in the 50s without anyone cataloging or identifying it. The box was labeled MISC, Colco Records Pocahontas, in handwriting that could have been from any decade between the 40s and the 80s. Inside, a handful of production reports, some correspondence with the State Mine Safety Office, a company picnic photograph from 1947 that I still think about sometimes for reasons that have nothing to do with what happened later. Those men smiling, knowing what they knew by that point and smiling anyway in the log. Standard company issue field log, hardbound black cloth cover, 70-odd pages of lined paper. Foreman's name on the inside cover in neat printed letters, Eugene Bassett. Start date, January the 2nd, 1949. The log covered the final 3.5 years of the mine's operation, from the year the company first flagged the seam thinning to the month of the mine's closure. I photographed every page before I touched it properly, the way you do with fragile materials, and then I sat in the McDowell County Records room with a cup of courthouse vending machine coffee, gone cold at my elbow, and I read the whole thing. Most of it was standard foreman's documentation, production tonnage, shift records, equipment maintenance notes, personnel observations. Bassett was a competent writer, clear, economical, the kind of man who said what needed to be said and moved on. I have read hundreds of mine operational documents from this era, and they have a characteristic voice, a flatness of affect that reflects both the practical demands of the work and the cultural expectations of the men doing it. Bassett fit that profile precisely through the first 2/3 of the log. The change started in the entries from late 1951, not dramatic at first. A note in November of that year, Level 3 crew reporting sounds from the worked out eastern section. Possibly water movement. Will monitor. In December, sounds continuing in eastern section. No water source identified by maintenance crew. Possibly structural settling in the old gob material. In January of 1952, Harlan Roop refuses to run the Level 3 eastern heading. Reassigned to Level 2. Filed no formal complaint. Did not ask him to explain. A week later, 2 more men off Level 3. No formal complaints. Not pushing it. I want to be clear about what that last entry meant in context. Mine workers in the early 1950s were not people who walked off shifts without a documented reason, if they could help it. The economic consequences of being seen as difficult or unreliable were significant. For Foreman to note, without apparent alarm, that men were leaving an assignment without formal complaints and that he was not pushing it, that was extraordinary. That was a man who had decided the situation did not require formal documentation but did require accommodation. February of 1952. Something has been moving in the eastern section. Not an animal. Not settling. Moving. March. It spoke to Delbert Yancey through the ventilation connection. He said it used his wife's name. He is off the mine entirely. Will not return. April. It called to 3 men using the voices of their fathers. All 3 heard their dead fathers speaking to them from inside the sealed eastern gob. All 3 men are gone. I am not filing a formal safety report. I do not know what I would write. I sat in the McDowell County records room for a long time after I read that. May of 1952. It has learned the voices of everyone on this shift. It uses them to call to each other. Half the men won't go to Level 3. The other half say they can tell the difference between the real voice and the copy. I don't think they can. June. I can't tell the difference anymore. Not always. Yesterday, it called my name in my own wife's voice, and I answered before I realized I was at the portal entrance and the mine was empty and had been empty for 4 hours. Spoke to the state inspector when he visited. Told him the sounds were a water issue. He accepted it. I don't know what else I could have told him. And then August the 14th. The last day of entries 6 weeks before the company's announced closure date. It has learned all of our names. Do not enter Level 3. Do not answer it. Below that line, nothing. Blank pages to the end of the book. I photographed the full logbook that afternoon. I filed a preliminary catalog entry with the state archives. I drove home to Morgantown. And for 6 weeks I thought about what Eugene Bassett had written in that log, and about the things implied by the gaps in what he had written, and about the sealed Pocahontas No. 7 mine sitting in its unnamed hollow in McDowell County, with its 3 drift levels gated and backfilled since September of 1952, and about the fact that the closure had happened 6 weeks after Bassett wrote that final entry. Not because the seam had run out. I went back to the production records. The seam had thinned, yes, but it was still economically viable in the summer of '52. The company had accelerated the closure by at least 3 months from the original planned timeline. I have no documentation of why. The internal correspondence from that period is not in the collection I had access to. I applied for a site access permit through the McDowell County Historical Preservation Office in November of 2019. I received it in January of 2020. The permit authorized documentary access to the Level 1 and Level 2 drift portals, surface assessment only, no underground entry. The permit noted that the site had been assessed by the State Mine Safety Office in 2012 and determined to present no immediate surface hazard, but that underground entry was not authorized due to the age and unknown condition of the interior supports. I am telling you this so you understand that I had a legitimate permit, a specific scope of access, and a professional reason for being there. I am also telling you that I violated the scope of that permit, and I am not offering an excuse for that, only an explanation. I had read Eugene Bassett's logbook. I needed to see Level 3. I drove to McDowell County on the third Saturday of October, 2020. Clear, cold day, the hardwoods in full fall color on the ridges, the hollow floor deep in fallen leaves that the recent rain had matted into a rust-colored carpet over the old road surface. I had coordinated with the deputy sheriff in Welch, a man named Raymond, who had processed my access permit paperwork and knew my schedule and had instructions to check on me by radio at 2 p.m. and again at 4. If he didn't reach me by 4, he had the site coordinates and a standing instruction to send a welfare check. I had my full documentation kit, 2 cameras, a laptop for in-field review, archival quality evidence bags, a full lighting kit for photographing materials in poor light. I also had, because I was going into an old mine regardless of what my permit said, and I had spent enough time thinking about Eugene Bassett's log to have some awareness of what that might mean. 2 headlamps, a 4 gas monitor borrowed from a colleague in the geology department at WVU, and a canister of bear spray that I was carrying for reasons I did not examine too carefully. The Level 1 portal was exactly where the 1949 survey map placed it, at the base of the ridge, facing the hollow, the concrete block backfill still solid after 70 years. A county heritage marker on a steel post had been placed beside it sometime in the last decade, identifying the site in 3 lines of engraved text. I photographed it. I checked the condition of the backfill, noted 2 or 3 surface cracks that warranted monitoring but nothing structural, and made my catalog notes. The Level 2 portal was 30 feet higher on the ridge face, accessible by a cut bench in the slope, also backfilled, also solid. One corner of the block had been displaced, probably by freeze-thaw action over several winters, and the gap was about 4 inches wide, enough for small animals to enter, not enough for a person. I photographed it, noted the gap for my report, and sat on the bench for a few minutes eating a sandwich and looking out over the hollow below and thinking about whether I was going to do what I had already decided to do. Level 3 was at the top of the ridge bench, 80 feet higher than Level 2. The survey showed it as the deepest of the 3 levels, penetrating furthest into the ridgeline, accessing the lowest and presumably most worked out portion of the seam. The backfill on Level 3 was different. Someone had removed a section of it. Not recently, the exposed block edges had weathered to the same dull gray as the surrounding material, suggesting the removal had happened years ago, possibly decades. But a section approximately 2 feet wide and 5 feet tall in the center of the original backfill had been cleared, leaving a dark opening into the Level 3 drift. The removed blocks were stacked neatly to the right of the opening, against the ridge face. Neatly. Not tumbled out by freeze-thaw or collapse. Stacked deliberately, the way someone would stack them who wanted to keep the opening clear and accessible, from the outside. I stood at that opening for a long time. The air coming out of it was cold and damp and carried the mine smell, coal dust and old timber and mineral water, and underneath all of that, the same faint organic note that I would not have recognized if I hadn't spent the previous year reading everything I could find about large predatory animals and their territorial markings. A musk. Faint. Old. The smell of something that had been using this space for a very long time, and had left the biochemical record of its presence in the rock and timber the way all territorial animals do. Something was living in Level 3. My gas monitor read clean. I turned on both headlamps, took 3 long breaths of outside air, and went inside. The Level 3 drift was lower than I had expected, 5 feet even, which put the ceiling within inches of the top of my head at my full height and required me to move with my neck bent forward, a posture that makes the lower back ache within minutes and makes you acutely aware of your own vulnerability in a way that upright movement does not. The floor was compacted shale and coal fines, damp and firm. My headlamps, both clipped to my head brim, angled forward, gave me a good cone of light. I moved slowly, photographing as I went, trying to maintain the professional discipline of documentation, even in the space I was entering without authorization for reasons I was not entirely able to articulate to myself. The drift ran back into the ridge for approximately 120 feet before it opened into the first room of the Level 3 panel. Along those 120 feet, I photographed the timber sets in notably better condition than I would have expected for 70-year-old wood in a damp environment. The old electrical conduit along the ceiling and the floor. The floor was the first thing that told me something was wrong. Not boot prints this time, not the clean human impressions of a person walking purposefully into a sealed space. Something else. Impressions in the silt that ran along the center of the drift floor, broad, irregular, not boot-shaped. Wide at the front, narrowing toward the back, with a slight lateral spread that made them look less like footprints and more like the prints of something that carried its weight forward, that moved through this drift the way a large animal moves through a space built for humans. Too wide for a man's foot, too irregular, too many of them running in both directions, going in and going back out, in and out, over and over. The accumulated record of repeated transits through this drift over what the layering of the silt told me had to be a significant period of time. Something had been using level 3 as a thoroughfare for years. I kept moving. Into the first room. The first room of the level 3 panel was a standard room and pillar chamber, approximately 30 feet across and 8 feet high. My headlamp spread across it fully. The coal pillar faces around the perimeter were untouched, the old pick marks still sharp after 7 decades. Old timber cribs in 2 corners. One collapsed, one still solid and dry in a way that seemed impossible given the ambient moisture. The floor silt in the room was disturbed in a broad arc that suggested the space was used regularly by something that moved around its perimeter in a consistent pattern, a worn path, almost in the accumulated floor material. Not random disturbance, a route. At the back wall of the first room, mounted to the coal face on a cut timber bracket that was original to the mine's operating period. I know this because the bracket style and cut pattern matched the documentation in the company's construction records. Was a metal document box of the type the Pocahontas Company used for on-site records storage. Standard issue, 2 inches deep, 8 inches wide, 12 inches long. Padlocked with the original barrel lock. The lock was open, not forced. Open, the shackle hanging loose in the hasp. I opened the box with my gloved hands. Inside, a sheaf of papers, folded dry the box's gasket had kept the interior moisture-free. The papers were production reports for Level 3 from the final months of the mine's operation, summer of 1952. Tucked inside the papers, a separate folded sheet that was not a production report, handwritten in the same economical script as the logbook entries I had spent 3 months studying Eugene Bassett's hand. The note read, "If you have come this far, you have read the log." Good. There are things I could not write in the log that the company would see. This is what I know. It has been here since before the mine. The men who first opened Level 3 in 31 disturbed it, and it began watching us. By 49, it had learned enough to speak. By 52, it had learned enough to be dangerous. We are closing the mine because of it, not because of the seam, and the company does not know. That is why I recommended accelerated closure. Keep Level 3 sealed. If it has been opened, seal it again. Do not spend time inside. It remembers everyone who enters. I folded the note, put it back in the box, photographed the box, the bracket, the note, the production reports. My hands were steady. I am proud of that. Looking back, though I am not sure the steadiness was courage so much as a professional habit of documentation that is deep enough to run on automatic when the rest of my mind is doing other things. Then the scratching started behind the timber door. Level 3 had a ventilation stopping a timber-framed door set into the connection between the first room and the deeper workings, the section beyond that the survey had designated the eastern gob. The worked-out, fully extracted portion of the Level 3 panel where the coal had been completely removed and the void left to compress and settle under the weight of the overlying strata. The door was original, heavy plank timber set in a rough frame. the kind of construction you see in mines from this period. It was closed. A timber drop bar held it shut from the room side from my side. The scratching came from the other side of the door, low, rhythmic. Not frantic, not desperate, the patient, methodical scratching of something that has scratched at this surface many times before and has no particular urgency about the process. Running left to right, then right to left, the way you'd run a fingernail along a rough surface if you were exploring its texture, exploring the grain of the timber, learning it. I did not move. My headlamps were aimed at the door. The scratching continued for approximately 45 seconds, then stopped. Then my father's voice said my name from the other side of the door. My father has been dead since 2014. Pancreatic cancer, fast and final, 7 weeks from diagnosis to burial. He was 68 years old. He was a quiet man who chose his words with care and said my name, Warren, with a slight emphasis on the first syllable that was specific to him. A verbal fingerprint I had heard 10,000 times over 40 years, and had not heard since the last morning I sat with him in the hospital. Warren, that was all, just my name. From the other side of a timber door in a sealed coal mine in McDowell County, West Virginia, in a voice that was my father's voice, with his emphasis, his exact resonance, the slight roughness in the lower register that had come with age, and that I associated so specifically with the last years of his life that hearing it now in this place produced a physical response in my chest that I have no clinical vocabulary for. I did not answer. I want to be honest about how close I came to answering. I was standing 6 feet from that door with my father's voice on the other side of it, and the distance between not answering and answering was not as wide as I would like it to have been. It was Bassett's note that held me, specifically one line. It remembers everyone who enters. I had entered level 3. It had taken, at most, 15 minutes to learn my name, to find it somehow, from the air of the room or the sound of my movements, or some process I cannot explain and am not going to speculate about. 15 minutes. Eugene Bassett said it took from 1931 to 1949 to learn to speak, 18 years to learn language, 15 minutes to learn me specifically. 18 years was a long time, but that was before it had practice. Warren. Again. The same emphasis, the same resonance, and then, softer, with a quality in the voice that was unmistakably my father's particular way of addressing me when he wanted me to listen carefully to something he was about to say. Come here. I want to show you something. My father used to say that when I was a child. Come here. I want to show you something said exactly that way, with exactly that intonation. When he had found a bird's nest or an interesting rock or a piece of old machinery he thought I'd want to see. It was the most specific possible version of his voice, calibrated to exactly the register most likely to make me move toward the door rather than away from it. I moved away from it. I picked up my document box, sealed it, tucked it under my arm, and I walked backward, slowly, keeping my headlamps aimed at the door, until I reached the drift entrance. Then I turned and moved as fast as I could manage in a 5-foot heading with a full kit, which was not fast enough by my preference, but was fast enough by outcome. Behind me, from the first room of level 3, the drop bar lifting, a thick timber bar, seated in iron brackets, on my side of the door. Lifting, slowly, as though something with a very long reach and a great deal of patience had been working on the problem of the drop bar for some time, and had finally identified the solution. I was in the drift. I did not look back. The lift bar came free of one bracket with a sound I felt in my sternum, a low, resonant thud transmitted through the rock of the ridgeline itself, as if the mountain had cleared its throat. The door opened. I know it opened because the acoustics of the drift changed. The flat deadness of an enclosed space with a closed terminus changed to the deeper resonance of a space with an open connection to a larger void beyond. The quality of the dark behind me changed. I kept moving. I came out of the level 3 portal into the cold October afternoon, and I did not stop at the bench. I went straight down the ridge face. using handholds on the exposed rock, moving faster than I should have been, moving on a 40-degree slope with a full kit under one arm. I hit the level 2 bench and crossed it, down the second section of slope to the level 1 bench, off the bench onto the hollow floor, the old road surface under my boots, the valley floor, and the hollow ran north to south with a decommissioned access road along its western edge and a creek along its eastern edge, a small tributary of the Tug Fork, running clear and cold over flat shale and sandstone cobble, maybe 20 feet across, fast with the recent rain. I crossed it at a ford marked on my topographic map. The water cold enough through my boots to hurt, and I climbed the bank on the far side, and I turned and looked back at the ridge. Level 3's portal was barely visible from the valley floor, a dark gap in the gray and rust of the exposed rock face, 80 feet up the bench system, small at this distance. But something was standing at the opening, tall, standing in the portal gap, filling it nearly to the top of the opening. Still, the afternoon light was wrong for detail at that distance, but I did not need detail. I needed distance. I had distance. I had the creek between me and it, running over its cold stones, 20 feet of moving water and a gravel ford and the October air coming off it in a way you could feel on your face. It did not come down the ridge. It stood in the level 3 portal, and it looked at me from 80 feet up and across the creek, and I looked back at it, and after a time, not a long time, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3, it was simply not there anymore. Not retreating into the mine, not descending the bench. Gone, the way the entries in Eugene Bassett's log ended. Abruptly, completely, without a transition to explain the absence. Raymond, the deputy, reached me by radio at 2:07 p.m. I told him I was on the valley floor, assessment complete, heading back to my vehicle. He confirmed and signed off. I did not tell him about level 3. I did not tell him about the document box under my arm, or the note, or my father's voice through the timber door, or the thing I had seen standing in the portal opening on my way out. The document box and its contents are now in the Appalachian Cultural Heritage Foundation's collection, fully catalogued under accession number ACH-2020-447. The note from Eugene Bassett is item B in that accession. The logbook itself, which the State Archives formally transferred to us after I filed a discovery report, is item A. Both are available to researchers by appointment. My incident report to the McDowell County Historical Preservation Office documented the open portal on level 3, recommended immediate resealing, and noted the presence of what I described as significant evidence of recent large animal activity in the interior. The office issued a work order. The level 3 portal was resealed in the spring of 2021. The concrete blockwork contracted to a local masonry company, whose foreman told me, when I followed up with him afterward, that his crew had refused to go past the first room of the drift to do the backfill assessment and had completed the seal from the portal entrance without interior inspection. He did not offer an explanation for his crew's refusal. I did not ask for one. What I can offer you from everything I have just described is this. Old mines that have been sealed from the inside should be treated as sealed for a reason. The person who sealed them made a decision based on information they had and you do not, that the interior of that mine was not a place that should be accessible. Eugene Bassett made that decision in September of 1952, and it was the right decision, and it stood for nearly 70 years. If you find a sealed mine sealed with care, sealed deliberately, with evidence that the closure was intentional rather than structural, do not open it. Do not go in to satisfy a professional obligation or a personal curiosity or any other reason you can generate for yourself. And if you go in anyway, as I did, and you hear a voice you recognize from the wrong side of a closed door in a worked-out section of a coal mine that has been sealed since before you were born, do not answer it. Do not move toward it. Whatever it is using to call you, whatever specific memory of whatever specific person it has assembled from whatever it gathered in the few minutes since you entered it, is not that person. It has never been that person. It is something that has been practicing for a very long time in the dark, and it is very, very good at sounding like the thing you most want to hear. Get to the creek, get to the running water and the open air, and do not look back more than once. Once is enough. Story 5. Below the fan house. His hard hat was found 3 miles from the mine entrance. There is no trail, no road, and no passable terrain between those 2 points. Nobody has ever explained how it got there. The hard hat belonged to my survey partner, Pete Callahan. Pete was alive and well and sitting in our company truck eating a gas station sandwich when the hat was found. He was wearing a different hard hat. He had been at the truck for the better part of 3 hours by the time a Jefferson National Forest timber crew came across the first hat on a ridge trail and radioed it in. Pete had no memory of leaving his hat anywhere. As far as Pete was concerned, his hat was on his head, and the hat on his head was the hat he had driven to the site wearing that morning. There were 2 hard hats. Both had his name written on the interior brim in the same black permanent marker, in the same handwriting, in letters that the Virginia State Police evidence technician later confirmed were indistinguishable in weight, pressure, and ink saturation. Not a copy, not a forgery. 2 identical hard hats, both bearing Pete Callahan's name, one sitting on Pete Callahan's head and one sitting on a ridge trail 3 miles from where we had been working, in terrain that would have taken a fit person the better part of a day to cover on foot. I am a pipeline survey technician. I have been one for 14 years, working primarily in the central Appalachian region for a natural gas infrastructure company whose name I am not going to include here because this account is not cleared by their communications department, and I am telling it anyway. My job is to walk survey corridors, collect GPS waypoints at specified intervals, mark potential obstacle points for the engineering team, and document surface conditions along proposed pipeline routes. I work in all weather and all terrain. I work alone most days, or in 2-person teams when the terrain or safety requirements warrant it. I am comfortable in rough country. I am comfortable with isolation. I carry a radio, a GPS unit, a field tablet, and a first aid kit, and I have never in 14 years had a call-out day go wrong in any way that was not attributable to weather, equipment failure, or my own navigational decisions. February the 9th, 2023, was the exception. The survey corridor I was working that day ran through the southwestern portion of Buchanan County, Virginia, in a section of the Jefferson National Forest that sits along the ridge systems, separating the Virginia coal fields from the watershed draining into the Lavisa Fork of the Big Sandy River. It is remote country by any reasonable standard, ridge after ridge covered in second-growth oak and hickory and Virginia pine. The hollows between them narrow and choked with rhododendron thicket that makes off-trail movement genuinely miserable in any season and nearly impossible in February when the ground is frozen and the branches are rigid and the light comes down through the bare canopy in flat, directionless gray sheets that make depth perception unreliable. It is also historically coal country. The same geology that produced the McDowell and Mingo seams runs through these ridges, and the evidence of early and mid-century extraction is everywhere if you know what to look for. Old haul roads gone back to forest, the slumped depressions of old surface workings, occasionally a portal entrance cut into a ridge face that the vegetation has been quietly reclaiming for 50 or 60 years. Pete and I had driven up from our field office in Grundy at 7:15 that morning. The temperature at departure was 22 degrees, with a forecast high of 31 and a 20% chance of light snow in the afternoon. We were dressed appropriately, base layers, insulated work pants, field jackets, hard hats, gloves. The company truck had chains on the rear tires for the forest road sections where we'd be operating. We had our GPS unit synchronized, our radios on the company field channel, our field tablets loaded with the day's survey waypoints, standard setup for a February corridor day in rough terrain. We reached the staging area, a wide spot in the forest road, that the Forest Service used as an equipment turnaround at 8:50 a.m. The plan for the day was a split survey. Pete would work the southern section of the day's corridor, running waypoints along the lower bench of the ridge on the forest roadside, while I took the northern section, which climbed over the ridge spine and came down through a shallow hollow on the far side before turning back to connect with Pete's endpoint. We estimated the full corridor at about 7 hours of field time, which would put us back at the truck by 4 in the afternoon. We'd done dozens of days like this. The split corridor format was standard for terrain where two-person movement would be slower than independent parallel work. Pete started south, I started north. I noted our split time in my field log, 9:03 a.m., and moved into the trees. The northern section of the corridor took me up over the main ridge spine through a section of mixed hardwood forest that was open enough underfoot to make the climb manageable despite the frozen ground. The GPS unit was logging waypoints at 50-meter intervals automatically, and I was making manual notes on the field tablet at the flagged obstacle points, a section of exposed sandstone ledge that would require a trench bore rather than open cut, a patch of slope instability above a small drainage that needed an engineering note, the location of what appeared to be an old haul road crossing that would need permit coordination with the Forest Service. Standard work, methodical and familiar. It was on the descent into the hollow on the far side of the ridge, about 2 hours into my section, that I found the fan house. I almost missed it entirely. The structure had been fully reclaimed by the vegetation over what I estimated, looking at the tree growth through the foundation, had been at least 40 years, probably more. What stopped me was the sound. I had come down through a section of dense rhododendron and emerged onto a flat bench area where the hollow bottom widened slightly, and I noticed immediately that there was a low, rhythmic hum coming from somewhere ahead of me. Not mechanical in the way of modern machinery, not the frequency or the regularity of an engine or a pump. Something older, more organic in its rhythm. A slow pulse, maybe 40 cycles per minute, that I felt as much as heard, a low vibration that seemed to come from the ground itself. I followed the sound to its source. The fan house was a concrete block structure approximately 15 feet square, the walls still standing to their original 8-foot height, the roof long since collapsed inward and filled with accumulated organic debris, 40 or 50 years of fallen leaves and branches, and the remains of whatever roofing material had been used. Vegetation had established itself throughout the interior, growing up through the debris, and 2 medium-sized tulip poplars had rooted in the corners and were now 15 feet tall. The concrete block was stained dark with decades of moisture and covered in a thick growth of moss that softened every hard edge and gave the structure the appearance of something that had grown from the ground rather than been built on. It, on the south wall, at floor level, was a cast iron grate approximately 2 feet by 2 feet, a ventilation grate, original to the structure, the kind used to cover the shaft opening through which the fan drew air from the underground workings below, the kind that should have been rusted solid and inoperable in a structure that had been abandoned for 4 decades. The iron was old and dark, but the grate itself was not rusted shut. It was vibrating, gently, consistently, in the rhythm of the hum I had been following, because the hum was air. The hum was the ventilation shaft below the fan house, still drawing air, still pulling a current from somewhere deep in the ridge, still functioning in the mechanical sense even without the fan that had originally driven the airflow. In a mine that had been inactive since 1981, a mine whose surface infrastructure had been demolished or abandoned for 40-plus years, in a ventilation shaft that required a functioning underground airway maintained open, unobstructed to produce any airflow at all. Dead mines do not breathe. The airways collapse. The stoppings fail. The pressure equalizes, and the air stops moving. I had been on enough old mine sites to know this. I had walked past enough old fan house sites, collapsed and silent, to know that what I was standing next to should not have been producing any sound at all. I crouched at the grate and put my hand near the iron. Cold air, moving upward, steady. Not a draft from surface weather, the direction was wrong for that, coming from below ground level, rising through the shaft with a consistency that meant it was drawing from a substantial connected void somewhere beneath me. I checked my GPS position and made a field note. I photographed the grate from 3 angles, and then Because I have been doing this work long enough to know that an active airway in a dead mine is a safety and liability issue that needs to go into a report regardless of how it got there, I radioed Pete. Hey, you find anything on your section? Pete's voice came back on the radio with the slight compression of a forest transmission. He was far enough away that the signal was bouncing off the ridge between us. Negative. Standard corridor so far. You? I've got an old fan house on my section, active airway underneath it. A pause. Then active how? Drawing air, steady current coming up through the shaft grate. I'm going to document it and flag it for the engineering report. Give me 20 minutes. Copy. I'll check in if I don't hear from you. I spent about 15 minutes at the fan house, photographing, measuring, recording GPS coordinates, making notes for the engineering team about the need for a mine hazard assessment before the survey corridor could be finalized in this section. The hum of the airway was constant throughout. I got used to it, the way you get used to background sound when you're focused on work. It receded into the ambient environment. It stopped being notable. And then, from somewhere below the grate, a voice said my name. Not clearly, not the clean, close articulation of someone speaking in the same room. It came from distance and depth, and the filtering effect of however many feet of vertical shaft separated the fan house grate from whatever was producing it, attenuated, slightly smeared, the way a voice sounds when it has traveled a long way through a narrow passage. But it was my name, my full name, first and last, both syllables of both words, landing with the specific emphasis of someone who knows you rather than someone reading off a list. My radio was in my hand. I had been about to key it to tell Pete I was done at the fan house and moving on. I held it without keying it and I listened. Silence from below. The steady hum of moving air. Nothing else. I keyed the radio. Pete, go ahead. You call me on anything in the last 30 seconds. A pause. I could hear him moving on his end. The crunch of frozen leaf litter under his boots transmitted through the open channel. Negative. Radio's been off since your last transmission. Why? Heard something. Probably the shaft acoustics. I'm moving on. Check in 30. Copy. I stood up and moved away from the fan house, heading north along the bench to pick up my survey corridor on the far side of the hollow. The hum faded as I moved away from the grate. By the time I was 50 feet from the fan house structure, it was inaudible, absorbed into the general silence of the February forest. I checked my GPS, made my field notes, kept moving. The voice from the shaft spoke again when I was approximately 30 feet from the grate. This time it was not my name. This time it was Pete's voice unmistakably, with his specific flat southwestern Virginia accent and the slight downward inflection at the end of sentences that made everything he said sound vaguely like a conclusion, and it was saying something I couldn't quite make out. Through the distance and the grate filtering, a sentence, 2 or 3 words, the tone of someone describing something they were looking at, narrating an observation the way field workers do when they're working alone and the habit of radio communication bleeds into talking to themselves. I stopped. I turned back toward the fan house. Radio in hand. I keyed it. Pete! Immediate response, his voice coming through the speaker with a slight delay of transmission. Yeah. You talking to yourself over there? I mean, yeah. Probably. Why? What are you saying? A longer pause. The frozen forest around me was completely still. No wind, no bird sound. The only movement was my own breath fogging in the 28-degree air. From the direction of the fan house 40 feet away and partially screened by the rhododendron I had pushed through to reach it, the steady, low hum, unchanged, constant. I was talking about the terrain on my section, Pete said through the radio. The slope angle on the lower bench. Why? I can hear you, I said. I'm 40 feet from the fan house, and I can hear you through the shaft. A very long pause. Then, carefully, I'm not near any shaft. I'm on the forest road bench. What shaft? The airway below the fan house connected to the underground workings of the abandoned mine somewhere in the ridge system. The fan house was on my side of the ridge. Pete's survey section was on the far side, on the forest road bench. Between us was the main ridge spine, 300 feet of vertical elevation, solid rock and coal and sandstone. There was no reasonable acoustic path between Pete's location and the fan house grate. None. The ventilation shaft below me went down into the ridge and connected to underground workings, and those workings were on my side of the mountain. What I was hearing through the fan house grate was Pete's voice. What I was hearing through the fan house grate could not have been Pete's voice. I did not say any of that on the radio. I told Pete the shaft acoustics were playing tricks and I was moving on. He said copy and signed off. I stood at the edge of the rhododendron thicket for 20 additional seconds, looking at the fan house through the bare winter branches, listening to the hum of the airway. Nothing came up through the grate. No voice. No words. Just the steady, slow pulse of air from somewhere deep in the ridge. I turned north and resumed my survey line. I was 200 meters up the corridor, working through a section of the hollow that narrowed back to a tight rhododendron channel between the bench and the ridge face when I came around a bend in the hollow and stopped. Boot prints in the frozen mud at the hollow bottom. Fresh, the soil around the impressions had not refrozen, which in a February hollow that had been below freezing since sunrise meant these prints had been made within the last hour, maximum. Work boots, roughly Pete's size, with the same tread pattern as the boots Pete had been wearing when we split up at the truck that morning. Coming from the south, from the direction of Pete's survey section, on the other side of the ridge and leading north along the hollow bottom, the direction I had been walking. Leading into terrain Pete could not have reached without crossing the main ridge spine, which would have taken him off his survey section, off his GPS corridor, and over 300 feet of vertical elevation without any established trail. In frozen February conditions, without telling me on the radio. I checked my radio. No mistransmissions. The channel had been quiet since Pete's last check-in 8 minutes ago. I followed the tracks. They continued north, following the hollow bottom for about 60 feet, then turned east up the slope toward the ridge face. I followed them up the slope through a section of open timber where the frozen ground was firm enough to hold impressions clearly, and they led me to the fan house. The tracks led directly to the fan house entrance, the collapsed doorway in the south wall, where the roofless interior was visible, and then they continued inside, through the debris and the fallen roof material, to the ventilation grate in the south wall. They ended at the grate. Pete's boot prints ended at the ventilation shaft grate. I stood in the collapsed fan house interior with tulip poplars on either side of me, and 40 years of fallen leaves under my boots. And I looked at those prints, and at the grate they ended at, and I thought about Pete at the truck 8 minutes ago, by radio, on the far side of a mountain that these prints had come around without using any route I could account for. Then I looked more carefully at the prints I had followed up the slope, and I saw what I had not seen when I was following them, because you don't analyze prints, you are actively following you. Track, you don't study. And tracking and studying are different cognitive modes. The prints going up the slope toward the fan house were not quite right. I have been in the field for 14 years. I have walked in snow and mud and soft ground in every season, and I know how boot prints look when a person is going uphill. The toe digs in, the heel impression is lighter, the stride shortens slightly with the gradient. The whole pattern speaks to the body working against gravity, shifting weight forward, the mechanical signature of a human being climbing. These prints did not have that signature. The impression depth was consistent throughout, same pressure at toe and heel regardless of the slope gradient, as if whatever made them was not being affected by the grade. The stride length did not shorten. It stayed constant on the climb, through a section of slope steep enough that my own stride had shortened noticeably on the way up. And at the steepest point of the climb, where the slope angled sharply before easing onto the fan house bench, the prints did not show the lateral slip and recovery that human boots show on frozen slope. They were clean, precise, placed with an evenness of weight distribution that human bipedal locomotion does not produce on uneven terrain at grade. Something had walked uphill in Pete's boot prints without moving the way Pete moves. I got my radio out. Pete, his voice came back immediately. Yeah, where are you right now? Exactly. At the truck. A pause. Been here about 10 minutes. Section was shorter than the estimate. You still on your corridor? 10 minutes. He had been at the truck for 10 minutes, and his boot prints, or something wearing the shape of his boot prints, had led me from the hollow bottom to the fan house grate in terrain that placed those prints minutes old when I found them. Either Pete had moved from the truck back into the field in the past 8 minutes without telling me, crossed an impossible ridge, and ended up at a ventilation shaft grate where his prints stopped, or something else was walking the hollow in Pete's boot tread. I'm going to be another 40 minutes, I said. I'll radio before I start back. Copy. I've got the heat running. I ended the transmission, and I stood in the fan house, and I looked at the grate. The hum of the airway was close and constant, cold air rising from the shaft, steady, patient. I should not have opened the grate. I know I should not have opened the grate. What I am about to tell you, I am including only because it is what happened, and because I committed at the beginning of this account to telling you what happened, rather than the version of events that does not make me look like someone who opened a ventilation shaft grate in an abandoned coal mine after finding impossible boot prints that led to it. I opened the grate. It was not padlocked. The iron latch lifted freely. The hinge moved with a smoothness that suggested it had been moved recently, more recently than 40 years of abandonment should have allowed. I set the grate aside on the debris floor, and I pointed my headlamp down the shaft. The shaft was vertical, concrete-lined walls, approximately 4 feet in diameter, standard fan shaft construction for a mine this size. It dropped into darkness below the range of my headlamp. Maybe 30 feet visible, maybe more, the light losing definition against the cold concrete walls before the shaft curved or the depth defeated it. The air coming up was steady and cold, and on the concrete wall of the shaft, at the top of the visible section, where the shaft dropped away from the fan house floor, a ladder, iron rungs set into the concrete, original to the construction, running down the shaft wall. The ladder rungs were clean, not clean the way old iron is clean after maintenance or painting. Clean the way iron is clean when it is used regularly, worn smooth at the contact surfaces, the rust that should have covered every inch of 40-year-old exposed iron, worn away at the grip and foot contact points by repeated use. Something had been climbing this ladder up and down, regularly enough and recently enough that the rust had been physically abraded from the rungs at the points where hands and boots contacted them. I replaced the grate, latched it, stood up and stepped back, and from below the grate immediately, as if whatever was below had been waiting for exactly the moment of the latch engaging Pete's voice, came up through the iron slats. Hey, conversational, easy, no distance filtering this time, none of the attenuation I had heard earlier. Close, as if he were standing just below the grate rather than at the bottom of a vertical shaft. You should come down. I found something down here. You need to see this. Pete's voice. Pete's flat southwestern Virginia cadence. Pete's exact phrasing, you need to see this, which was genuinely his phrase. The specific words he uses when he spots something on a survey that he thinks is going to complicate the engineering report and wants a second set of eyes on it. The words and the voice and the cadence were all right. All exactly right. I did not say anything. I picked up my field pack, and I walked out of the fan house through the collapsed doorway, and I moved north along the bench without stopping. Behind me, muffled now by the concrete walls and the distance I was putting between myself and the grate, Pete's voice continued. Still easy, still conversational, still using his phrasing, his words, his specific way of talking to me after 14 years of working the same corridors, asking me to come back, telling me I was going the wrong direction, telling me he'd found something important below the fan house that was going to matter for the report, that the engineering team needed to know about it, that it would only take a minute. The voice faded as I moved away from the fan house, dropped below the threshold of clarity at about 60 feet, became indistinguishable from the low hum of the airway at 100, and was gone by the time I reached the northern end of my survey corridor and turned back toward the ridge crossing. I crossed back over the main ridge spine on a direct bearing, moving fast, and came down the south side to the forest road bench on Pete's section. I hit the road at 3:14 p.m., moving at a pace that had my field jacket open despite the 31-degree temperature. The truck was visible from the road junction. Pete was in the passenger seat, reclined slightly, hard hat on the dashboard, the window fogged from the heater. I got in the driver's side. Pete straightened up and looked at me and said, "You look like you've been running." I told him about the fan house. I told him about the voice from the shaft. I told him about the boot prints and what was wrong with them. Pete listened the way Pete listens to everything, without interrupting, without changing his expression much, with a particular quality of attention that makes him a good field partner. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he reached up and touched the brim of his hard hat, the one on the dashboard, the one he had been wearing all day. "That's the hat from this morning," he said. It was, his name on the inside brim in black permanent marker, the same hat he had worn from the truck to his survey section and back. He was certain. He had not removed it during the day, had not set it down anywhere, had not been near the fan house or the ridge on my side of the mountain. The Forest Service timber crew found the second hat the following morning, 3 miles northeast of the fan house, on a ridge trail that runs along the spine of the upper drainage divide. Pete Callahan's name on the inside brim, identical to the hat on Pete's head in every measurable respect. The Virginia State Police evidence technician confirmed it in the formal report. Same marker, same handwriting, same pressure and saturation profile. 2 identical objects, one of which had been somewhere neither Pete nor I could account for. The Virginia Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy conducted a formal inspection of the abandoned mine site in April of 2023, prompted by our survey team's report of an active airway in a decommissioned workings. The inspection team found the fan house, confirmed the active ventilation current in the shaft, and descended the shaft on the original ladder to assess the connected underground workings. The report noted that the underground workings were in better condition than expected given the abandonment date, that the airways were largely intact and unobstructed, and that there was evidence of recent large-scale disturbance of the floor material in the main working level, consistent with ongoing animal habitation. They also noted in a supplemental finding that was attached to the report without comment or elaboration that the boot prints found in the floor silt of the main working level did not match any of the inspection team's footwear. They predated the inspection team's visit. There were many of them. They ran the full length of the accessible workings in both directions, and they did not match any human foot proportions in the team's reference literature. The supplemental finding recommended further investigation. The further investigation has not, as of the time I am making this account, been initiated. Pete Callahan still works corridor survey with me on most days. He does not discuss the February 9th call-out. The hat is in an evidence bag in a state police property room in Grundy. Pete's hat, the one on his head, is hanging on a hook in our field office with all the other hats and is not distinguishable from any other hat on that row. And I notice sometimes that I check the brim when I walk past it, looking for the marker inscription, checking that it is still the one I expect it to be. It always is, but I always check. Here is the only piece of advice I can extract from what happened on that February ridge in Buchanan County, and I give it knowing that it sounds simple in a way that does not do justice to how hard it is to follow when you are standing at a ventilation shaft in a dead mine and hearing a voice you have worked beside for 14 years coming from 30 feet underground asking you to come down. If a mine is drawing air, if the ventilation system is still moving in workings that have been closed for decades, do not treat it as a maintenance issue. Do not document it and move on. Do not open the shaft to look. The airway is intact because something has been keeping it intact. The ladder rungs are clean because something has been using them. The voice coming up through the grate knows your name. and your partner's voice, and the exact phrasing most likely to make you climb down into the dark rather than walk away. Stay on the forest road. Keep to the open ground. When you hear a familiar voice from below the earth, let it speak to the empty air and keep walking, and do not look back until you reach the tree-line edge where the gravel road begins. It will not follow you to the road. Whatever it is, whatever has been maintaining those airways and climbing those ladders in the dark since 1981, it stays below. It watches from the tree line. It does not cross to the road. Get to the road. Get in the truck. Drive. That's the last story from the deep places of the Appalachian coalfields for this compilation. If these accounts found you in the dark, if you've been listening with the lights off and you're not sure that was the right decision, subscribe to Dark Horror Narrations. We'll be back. Stay on open ground. I spent 4 hours calling Ray's name into that hollow before I found him. He was alive. He was fine. The problem is he'd been unconscious since 2 in the afternoon. Whatever I'd been talking to out there in the dark for 4 hours wasn't Ray. I've been a volunteer trail crew member with the Glenwood and Newcastle Ranger District for 12 years. That covers a stretch of the Appalachian Trail through the Jefferson National Forest in southwest Virginia, roughly 90 miles of trail between the Tennessee state line and the James River corridor. I go out 6, sometimes 7 times a year, weekend trips mostly, occasionally a full week in May or September when I can arrange the time away from work. The job is physical and unglamorous. Chainsaws, loppers, rock bars, drain dips, log water bars, shelter maintenance. You go in, the trail is eroded and overgrown and the shelter roof is leaking. You come out, it isn't. That's the whole transaction, and for 12 years, it's been enough for me. Ray Holt has been my regular crew partner for 8 of those 12 years. We met through the volunteer coordination system and fell into a working rhythm the way 2 people do when their pace and their tolerance for discomfort align without discussion. Ray is 54, retired after 31 years with a regional telephone company, built like someone who spent those 3 decades climbing poles and pulling cable in all weather. He is methodical in a way that goes beyond habit. It's closer to philosophy. He checks everything twice. He carries the same tools in the same pockets on every trip so that his hand finds what he needs without looking. He has developed opinions about knot types and drainage slopes and rock bar leverage angles that he will explain at length if you give him the opening. He is not a dramatic person. He does not exaggerate. He does not panic. 8 years working beside Ray in weather that ranges from pleasant to genuinely dangerous, I have never once seen him rattled. That's not a small thing. Some people stay calm by not processing what they're seeing. Ray stays calm because he processes it fully and decides the most useful next action. There's a difference, and you learn to tell it after long enough. The trip in late October of 2022 was our 4th winterization run at the shelter. I'm going to call the Laurel Creek Shelter. That's not its formal name. I'm going to leave the formal name out of this because the shelter is still an active structure and still sees regular hiker traffic, and I'm not interested in directing the wrong kind of attention toward it. What I can tell you is that it sits in the Jefferson at an elevation of roughly 3,200 feet on a ridge that forms the eastern wall of a narrow hollow. The hollow drops steeply below the shelter, 200 yards of slope from the flat shelf where the structure sits down to Laurel Creek, which runs along the hollow bottom year-round over sandstone bedrock. The shelter is a standard 3-sided Appalachian trail design, stone walls on 3 sides, log and metal roof, sleeping platform sized for 4 to 5 hikers, open front facing south, across a small clearing. The clearing holds a fire ring, a bear box bolted to a hemlock, and the trailhead of a narrow-use trail that switchbacks down the hollow wall to the water source. The hollow below the shelter has a particular acoustic quality that I noticed the first time we worked this site. The walls of it focus sound upward. A voice at the creek level carries clearly to the shelter platform, sometimes more clearly than you'd expect given the distance and the slope. I had attributed it to the topography, narrow, hollow, hard stone walls, the particular angle of the slopes, and thought nothing more about it. That understanding would cost me later. We drove Ray's truck up the Forest Service access road to the gate, parked, and hiked the 1.25 miles of approach trail to the shelter. We were in by noon. The weather was what late October gives you in the Virginia mountains, when the front has already come through and left the sky clear but cold upper 30s. A light northwest wind working through the bare hardwood canopy, the kind of dry cold that makes your breath visible and your fingers stiff in the first hour. The leaves were down in the upper hollow. The forest was open and gray, every branch and rock and slope visible through the bare canopy in a way that summer growth never allows. I like the October forest for that reason. It's honest. It shows you the land's actual structure without any decorative concealment. We dropped packs on the shelter platform and checked the register before starting work. The register is a standard composition notebook in a gallon Ziploc, hung from a nail on the interior wall. We check it on every crew visit. It tells us what conditions hikers have been finding, what maintenance issues have come up, what the water source is doing. It's the shelter's institutional memory, written in the handwriting of everyone who has spent a night under that roof and taken the time to document it. The last crew entry was 6 weeks prior, from a 2-person team who had done a blowdown clearing on the approach trail and noted the shelter was in good structural condition. After that, 7 weeks of hiker entries. I flipped through them in reverse chronological order, starting from the most recent. The first unusual entry was 4 weeks back. Blue ink, clear block lettering, the handwriting of someone who wanted legibility. It said, "Water source good, filtered without issue. Do not go to the creek after dark. Heard something calling my name from the hollow last night. Voice sounded exactly like my hiking partner. He was asleep next to me the whole time. Did not respond to it. Kept watching the open front of the shelter until light." I read it twice. Set it in the back of my mind with the category label of things that might become relevant later. Not alarmed, not dismissive, just noted. 3 days after that entry, a different writer. Looser handwriting. The slightly cramped script of someone who writes fast. Something in this hollow at night. Heard what I can only describe as a full conversation between 2 people below the shelter starting around midnight. No other hikers present. Voices kept using my name and my partner Gabe's name specifically. Gabe was beside me the whole time. We did not respond and did not sleep. Left at first light. I do not know what is down there. I do not want to know. A week after that, a third entry, this one longer, written in the measured prose of someone who had thought carefully about what they wanted to document. It said, "This is my 3rd visit to this shelter over the past 5 weeks, all solo trips. On each visit I have heard the voice from the hollow. It has learned more each time. First visit, it called generic sounds something like a person in distress in distinct words. Second visit, it used my first name. Third visit, last night, it used my full name, first and last, correctly pronounced. I have not written my name in full in any trail register on this trail. I do not know how it has access to this information. Do not engage with voices from the hollow. Do not respond. Do not go down." The remaining entries were variations shorter, more urgent, all carrying the same essential warning. One hiker wrote only 4 words, "It knows your name." Another wrote, "Left at 3 in the morning, could not wait for dawn, recommend skipping this shelter entirely." I showed all of them to Ray. He read each one, returned the register to me, and said what he always says when something doesn't slot neatly into an existing category. "Huh." Then he picked up his rock bar and went to assess the drainage ditch behind the shelter. "That is Ray." "Huh." And back to work. I followed his lead. We worked through the afternoon in the way we always do, methodical, sequential, one task completed before the next one starts. Platform board inspection. 2 boards on the south end were showing rot and needed sistering with new stock. Drainage ditch behind the shelter, partially silted in, needed clearing for about 15 feet. Interior wall assessment. 2 stones loose in the east wall's second course, needed repointing. Privy, roof intact, seat cracked, needed replacement. Bare box, hinges functional, latch stiff, needed greasing. We worked through the list with the efficiency of people who have done this specific work at this specific shelter before and who know where the problems tend to accumulate. The light in the hollow was already going at 3 in the afternoon. That's the thing about a narrow hollow facing east. You lose direct sun early, sometimes hours before actual sunset, and the temperature drops fast once that happens. I had noted it on previous trips, and we'd planned accordingly, expecting to have the critical work done by 3:30 and the camp established before 4. Around 2 in the afternoon, Ray said he was going down to check the water source. Standard part of the winterization assessment, we log the creek flow rate, test for turbidity, check the use trail for erosion, and clear any debris that's blocking the natural drainage. He took the water testing kit out of his pack, clipped his headlamp to his hat brim even though it was still light enough not to need it, grabbed his trekking poles, and started down the switchback use trail. I watched him for about 30 seconds until the slope swallowed him and the trail turned and he was gone into the hollow. I went back to the platform boards, got the first replacement board cut, and sistered in, started on the second. The sounds of the hollow were the sounds I knew from previous trips, the distant, constant murmur of Laurel Creek at the bottom, the wind working through the upper canopy above the hollow walls, the occasional knock of a dead branch, normal sounds, background sounds, the kind that become invisible after 30 minutes. Then Ray called up from the hollow. His voice carried the way I knew it would. Focused up the hollow walls, arriving at the shelter level with more clarity than you'd expect from 200 yards of slope. He shouted that he'd left the secondary filter housing in the truck center console and asked if I'd brought the spare from my pack. I told him I hadn't, that mine was in my pack at home. I'd meant to grab it and forgotten. He said no problem, the primary was working fine, the flow looked good, he'd finish up the turbidity check and the use trail assessment and be back up. That was Ray. That was completely, unremarkably Ray. I went back to the platform boards. 20 minutes passed. Then another 20. I finished the platform boards and moved to the drainage ditch and worked through it and finished that too. And by then the light in the hollow had moved from gray to the particular flat darkness of a clouded over late afternoon in a forested depression. The sky above the ridge line, still showing some luminance, but none of it reaching the hollow floor. Ray called up again. He said he was seeing significant erosion on the lower 2 switchbacks of the use trail, worse than last year, he thought, maybe a foot of tread loss in one section. Asked if I could bring down the extra drainage rake so he could flag the worst spots with some stick markers for the report. The rake was leaning against the shelter's east wall. I picked it up, got to the top of the use trail, and stopped. I don't know exactly what stopped me. It wasn't a specific thought. It was something more physical than that, a kind of resistance, like a hand on my chest, that my body produced before my brain had finished reviewing whatever my brain was reviewing. I stood at the top of the switchback with the rake in my hand and the hollow yawning below me, and I called down instead. I asked him how cold the water was testing. A pause. 3 seconds, maybe 4. Long for Ray, who answers simple questions without any lag. Then, cold, real cold, like always. Correct answer. The creek runs consistently cold at that elevation, year-round, typically between 36 and 42 degrees. He'd said the right thing. But the pause was wrong. Ray doesn't pause on simple questions. Ray processes and responds. The hesitation didn't fit the person I'd been working beside for 8 years. I called down again. I asked him what the flow rate was looking like, above normal, below, about right for October. This pause was longer. 5 seconds, maybe 6. Then, it's good. Come on down and I'll show you on the test kit. Better if you see it. Come on down. He says that phrase often enough that I can hear it in his particular rhythm even without sound. The slight drop on down, the mild impatience and better if you see it. This had that rhythm. It sounded like him. But it had told me to come look rather than giving me a number, and Ray gives numbers. Ray says the flow rate is running high, maybe 30% above the October average from the look of the rocks. Ray doesn't say, come see. I set the rake against the shelter wall. I walked to the clearing edge and called his name at full voice, projecting clearly down into the hollow. Not a shout, a carrying call. The kind you use when you want to be sure someone at a distance has actually heard you. No response for about 15 seconds. Then from below, from further left than before, further toward the creek bend, his voice, "Stop calling, I can hear you fine." I said, "I am almost done." Stop calling. Ray has never said that to me in 8 years. Ray has never once told me to stop anything in a way that didn't have a specific operational reason attached to it. Stop calling, I can hear you fine, is the answer of something that doesn't want to keep responding to its name. That's the answer of something that's been performing and is tiring of the performance or doesn't understand why I keep triggering it. I stood at the clearing edge and I thought carefully about what to do next. The rational part of my mind was still running the normal explanations. The hollow distorts sound. Ray is frustrated, he's cold and tired, and wants to finish the assessment without interruptions. Those explanations were available, and they were not nothing. But they were fighting against the sum of what I'd been accumulating. The pause on the temperature question, the come see it instead of a number, the stop calling, and now the shift in position. He had been below the shelter when I last heard him, directly below, and now the voice was coming from much further left, near the creek bend, which was at least another 60 yards from the primary water source where he would have been working. I asked him one more question. I called down and asked him which section of the use trail was showing the worst erosion, the upper switchbacks or the lower section near the creek. The pause this time was longer than any of the others. 7 seconds, maybe 8. Long enough that I had started to believe there would be no answer. Then, lower section, near the water. Come on down, I'll show you. Ray told me on the drive-in that the upper switchbacks were the section he'd been worried about from last year's assessment. He'd specifically said, while we were still in the truck on the access road, that he expected to find significant tread loss on the upper portion where the slope angle was steepest. He had not mentioned the lower section, and whatever was in that hollow had guessed wrong. It was done performing. I was done pretending I didn't know. I walked to the clearing edge and called his name at full voice, projecting clearly down into the hollow. Not a shout, a carrying call. The kind you use when you want to be sure someone at a distance has actually heard you. The light was almost gone from the hollow by then. The sky above the ridgeline had dropped to a deep gray purple, and below the shelter shelf the hollow was already fully dark, the hemlock on the lower slopes absorbing the last of the ambient light. Ray had been down there since 2. It was now approaching 4:30, closing on 5. I got my headlamp, I got my bear spray, I got the emergency blanket from the bottom of my pack and put it in my jacket pocket, and I went down. The used trail switchbacks were steep and rocky in the upper section, and I took them carefully, 1 foot at a time, my headlamp throwing good light, but the angle of the slope creating shadows that shifted with each step. The hollow walls rose on both sides as I descended, the hardwood canopy giving way to hemlock as the trail leveled toward the bottom, the air temperature dropping noticeably with every 20 feet of elevation I lost. Cold air drains into hollow bottoms and pools there, and by the time I reached the lower section of the trail, I could feel it on my face and hands like cold water. The smell changed too, as I got lower from the dry leaf and cold stone smell of the upper slope to something wetter and more organic. The smell of creek mud and wet hemlock root, and the particular mineral dampness of water-carved sandstone, a normal hollow smell, the smell I remembered from the 3 previous trips down this trail. I noted it because noting normal things was useful. It helped me hold the framework of ordinary experience against whatever was happening around me. I was smelling a normal Appalachian hollow in October. That was something. What had changed was the acoustic environment. The hollow had gone quiet in a way I hadn't registered until I was most of the way down. The creek sound was still there, the constant rush of water over stone, but the background sounds of the forest had stopped. No wind in the upper canopy, no small animals in the leaf litter, no birds from the ridge line. The hollow had gone to that particular silence the woods produce, when everything that was making sound has decided at once to stop making it. I have heard that silence before on other trips in other terrain, usually before weather, sometimes for no reason I can identify. It always makes the skin on the back of my neck do something involuntary. It did it now. The voice called 3 times during my descent. Once from below, ahead of me, the direction. I was already moving Ray's voice. asking what was taking so long. Once from behind me and above, back up the slope, asking me to come back up and get the rake after all. The third time from directly to my right, from the hollow wall, not from the trail at all, from a position that would have required someone to be standing on a 40-degree slope in the dark for no reason. I did not answer any of them. I kept moving toward the creek. I found Ray 8 feet from the water's edge, lying on his left side in the leaf litter and moss of the creek bank, his trekking poles still in his hands, both straps around his wrists, his headlamp still on his head and still burning, the beam pointing sideways into the face of a creek boulder, at a downward angle that suggested he'd been lying here long enough for the lamp to have shifted from wherever it had been pointing when he went down. His filter setup was assembled on the flat rock nearest the water intake tube submerged. Body assembled, output tube in his water bottle, but the bottle cap was off and the filter hadn't been run. He'd started the setup and then he'd gone down, and nothing had been touched since. His breathing was steady when I got my hand to his neck. Pulse was present, slightly slow. Skin on his face and hands was cold in a way that had nothing to do with the ambient temperature. It was the deep cold of someone who has been in contact with cold ground for an extended period, the body having already allocated heat away from the extremities to protect the core. His lips were not blue, which I took as a meaningful sign, but he was out completely, no response to my voice, no response to my hand on his shoulder. Just the slow, slightly ragged breathing of a man in a light hypothermic state on a cold creek bank. I got the emergency blanket out of my pocket, unfolded it, and got it around him. Got my pack off and used it to elevate his feet slightly, the way the wilderness first aid course teaches. Talked to him steadily, his name, my name, where we were, that I had him, that we were going to move soon. The voice, the way a familiar presence is a voice, not because he could process the words, but because the sound of someone who knows you is a physiological signal, and the body responds to it even when the brain is offline. It took about 4 minutes before his eyes opened, another 2 before they started tracking. He looked at me the way people look when they're coming up from unconsciousness in a cold and dark place, with a particular blankness of a mind that hasn't yet assembled a timeline. He said my name as a question. I said, "Yeah, I'm here. We're going up." He said, "Why are we down here?" I told him he'd come down to check the water source. He said it was dark. I said yes. He said he didn't remember it getting dark. I said, "I know." I got him sitting, then standing, the emergency blanket still around his shoulders. He was unsteady, but he was on his feet, and he was talking, and he was present. We left his gear at the creek filter, kit, poles, all of it. I'd come back for it in daylight. The only priority was getting him up that slope and away from the hollow bottom. That was when the voice started from above us. From the upper hollow wall, somewhere in the hemlock canopy above where the used trail cut down, my name called in Ray's voice. The exact register, the exact inflection, the exact way he has said my name probably 10,000 times over 8 years of working together, asking what was taking so long, asking me to come back up. Ray was standing next to me with my hand under his arm. He was looking in the direction the voice was coming from with an expression I have never seen on his face before and have not seen since, not fear exactly, but the look of a man encountering something that violates a deeply held understanding of how the world is organized. He said, very quietly, "That's not me." I said, "I know." I said, "Let's move." We went up the trail slowly. Ray managed his own feet, but needed the contact of my arm the entire way. The voice called 4 more times during the ascent, twice from above us, once from directly to our left on the hollow wall, once from below, back where we'd come from. Each call used my name, or Ray's name, or both, asked us to come back, said it was almost done, said just a minute more. Patient, not frantic. Patient the way something is patient when it has been waiting in the same hollow for longer than we would want to imagine, and when 2 people failing to come to it is not a failure but a delay. We cleared the top of the used trail and came back onto the shelter shelf. I got the stove going and got Ray sitting on the platform with his back against the wall and hot water going into him. I gave it 8 minutes, enough to get something warm into his core, not enough to let the dark settle any further around us. Then I broke camp. Everything into packs in under 12 minutes. Headlamps on, we moved. The approach trail back to the trailhead was 1.25 miles of easy grade, and we did it without stopping. Ray's legs came back under him fully by the half-mile mark. We didn't talk much. The forest on both sides was October night, quiet bare trees, cold air, the sound of our boots on the trail. At the footbridge over the tributary creek, 1/4 mile from the shelter, I stopped. I don't know why I stopped. I turned around and put my headlamp back down the trail. Empty. Dark trees, dark ground, the beam cutting out to maybe 40 yards. From back in that darkness, past the edge of the light, my name. Once. Ray's voice. Then nothing. We crossed the bridge. I did not stop. Again. Ray spent 2 nights at Carillion New River Valley Medical Center in Christiansburg. The diagnosis was mild hypothermia and a vasovagal syncopal episode. The attending physician's working theory was that Ray had been crouched over the filter setup in cold temperatures, had gotten his core temperature down further than he'd realized, had stood up too fast, and had fainted. The body sometimes just does that when you've been cold enough for long enough. His blood work came back clean. His imaging came back clean. He went home on the 3rd day and was back to normal within a week. He has not talked to me directly about what he heard on the hollow wall that night. Not in any specific way. He mentioned it once, about 2 months later, as we were driving to a different crew site on the Northern District entirely without preamble, staring at the road, his hands in the same position on the wheel they're always in. He said he didn't think the explanation they gave at the hospital was right, and then he didn't say anything else and I didn't push it. That's the only time. We have worked 11 crew trips since. He is the same Ray he has always been. Methodical, twice checking, tying knots correctly, clearing the drain dip to the full specified depth. He just doesn't talk about the hollow. Neither do I. We have, without discussing it, agreed that the box it lives in is closed, and that we can still do the work without opening it. That is enough for both of us. I filed the incident under Jefferson National Forest District Maintenance Report, JNF-1782, dated November of 2022. The report described a volunteer crew member medical event at the water source resulting in a welfare check and early extraction. The unusual auditory phenomena received 2 sentences and were attributed to unknown cause, possible acoustic distortion produced by the hollow's topography. The district ranger called me the following week. I gave her the longer version. She listened and was quiet for a moment and said she'd pull the register for review. She did not tell me what the review found. The shelter remains in service. I have winterized 7 other shelters since. I will keep going. The work is worth doing, and this trail needs people willing to do it. But I carry the rule with me on every trip now, and I'm putting it here for anyone who does this kind of work or hikes solo in hollow terrain in the Jefferson or anywhere like it. But I do it with a rule now that I did not have before, and I'm passing it to anyone who uses these shelters or does this kind of crew work in hollow terrain. The rule is simple. If your partner goes to the water source alone and you lose visual contact, you give them 20 minutes, not 30, 20. If they're not back up that slope in 20 minutes, you go after them immediately, in whatever light remains, before the hollow goes dark. You do not wait for them to call you. You do not wait to see if they come back on their own. You go. And if you hear their voice calling from somewhere they shouldn't be able to call from the wrong side of the slope, from further than they've had time to travel, from the hollow wall rather than the trail, you do not answer. You do not call back. You do not go toward it. You get to high ground. You cross running water if there's running water between you and it, and you wait for morning. Whatever is in that hollow knows your partner's voice. It has had a long time to practice, and it will keep you talking long enough to forget to check whether the person talking back is the one who went down in the first place. I pulled Ricky out of that drainage by her wrists. Whatever had her ankles let go. I don't know why it let go. I think about that every single day. I've been a volunteer with Blount County Mountain Rescue for 8 years. Based out of Maryville, Tennessee, we cover the southern flank of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, a territory that includes some of the most trafficked and some of the most technical terrain on the eastern seaboard. In 8 years, I've worked close to 90 callouts. Day hiker medical evacs, technical rope rescues off the cliff bands above Alum Cave, lost child searches in the Chimney Tops area, recovery operations on the Ramsey Cascades Trail. I've done the work in rain and in snow and in the August heat that the deep hollows of the Smokies hold like a wet fist. I've found people alive, and I've found people not alive, and I've found gear belonging to people who were never found at all. The Smokies are unlike any other terrain I've worked. The park sits at the convergence of weather systems from the Gulf and the Atlantic, which means the weather can shift from passable to dangerous in the span of a radio check-in cycle. The forest below 4,000 feet is some of the densest in the eastern United States, rhododendron and hemlock, so thick in the drainage systems that visibility drops to 10 feet and navigation requires a compass and count pacing because landmarks disappear inside the vegetation. The park receives more visitors than any other national park in the country, which means a steady supply of people who underestimate what they're walking into, who overestimate their fitness, who lose the trail in a fog that descends in 20 minutes from a clear sky, who follow drainages downhill because that feels logical and end up in terrain they cannot climb out of. The work is real, and it matters, and it requires people who understand the difference between what they think they know and what the mountain is actually showing them. I'm telling you this so you understand what I mean when I say that what happened in the Haw Branch drainage on the third day of the Lily Crow search is something I've processed through every framework I have, and that none of them close the file. Lily Crow was 9 years old. She disappeared on a Saturday morning in late October during a family hike on the Alum Cave Trail, which runs from the Newfound Gap Road trailhead up to the Alum Cave Bluffs and beyond. The Crow family, father, mother, Lily, and a 7-year-old brother had started the hike at 9 in the morning under overcast skies. At some point between the Arch Rock Formation and the Alum Cave Bluffs, the family stopped to rest at a creek crossing. When the father looked up from the map, Lily was not there. He searched the immediate area for 20 minutes before calling the Park Service. By the time the initial search team reached the trailhead, 1.5 hours had passed since last contact. I was called in on day 2. By then, the search had expanded from the primary trail corridor to the surrounding terrain, divided into grid sectors that Search Command was assigning in priority order based on probability of location modeling and terrain analysis. I was paired with Ricky Bowen, who has been on the rescue team 3 years and who I've worked with on 4 previous searches. Ricky is thorough and physically capable on steep terrain, and she communicates clearly under pressure. In a grid search, those are the qualities that matter. Our sector on day 2 was the ridgeline above the primary trail, east-facing slopes between 2,800 and 3,400 feet elevation. We covered our grid and found nothing relevant. Some deer sign, an old fire ring from before the park's camping restrictions, one boot print in a muddy drainage that the dog team subsequently determined was at least 4 days old and not a match for Lily's shoe size. We checked in at Search Command at 6 in the evening with a negative report and drove back to Maryville. Day 3, our sector shifted. Search Command had received a field recommendation from one of the dog teams suggesting the drainage system below the primary trail might warrant further attention. The dogs had shown interest in the top of the Haw Branch drainage, a steep, hemlock-choked gully that ran down the mountain's south face below the Arch Rock section of the trail. The Haw Branch drainage is not a maintained trail and is not a route that hikers use. It's a rugged, heavily vegetated drainage that drops sharply off the trail corridor and runs down through hemlock and rhododendron for almost a mile before it flattens out near a forest road at the mountain's base. It is exactly the kind of terrain a disoriented child might have stumbled into, and exactly the kind of terrain that would have made it difficult for that child to find their way back out. We were at the sector boundary by 7:30 in the morning. The weather had gone from overcast to active, a cold rain moving in from the northwest, temperatures in the mid-30s, the kind of weather that the search management team would have preferred to keep searchers out of but couldn't justify given the time elapsed since Lily's disappearance. Hypothermia was a genuine operational concern by day 3. A 9-year-old, 3 nights, temperatures in the 30s, we all understood what the math looked like. We rigged for the terrain, technical packs, rope gear, helmets, crampons in case the trail iced up, radios on and checked before we stepped off the maintained trail. Ricky took point going into the drainage. I had the radio and the paper map and a full first aid kit, in addition to the standard SAR load. We ate breakfast in the truck before we stepped off. That sounds incidental, but it matters in the account because it was the last completely normal thing that happened. Ricky had a thermos of coffee. I had a gas station sandwich that I didn't finish. We went over the sector map one more time and confirmed our radio check-in schedule every 30 minutes on the hour and half hour, regardless of contact status, with a mandatory voice confirmation rather than a squelch break, so Search Command could assess our condition from the audio. Standard protocol for drainage work. When you're below grade in a hemlock drainage in the Smokies, your radio signal degrades and your ability to self-rescue if something goes wrong degrades with it. The check-in schedule is the rope that keeps you connected to the operation. The Haw Branch drainage entered steeply from the first step off the maintained trail. The hemlock on the upper walls was dense enough that it reduced the gray morning to a kind of permanent twilight even at 8 in the morning. The canopy knitting together overhead into a ceiling that the rain penetrated only in individual drops through the gaps. The ground was wet shale and root networks and moss-covered sandstone, the kind of footing that demands full attention on every step. The grade dropped maybe 400 feet in the first quarter mile, steep enough that you go down sideways, putting weight on the uphill foot with each step. We worked down in stages, calling Lily's name at standard search volume loud enough to carry but controlled enough to preserve voice. Standard protocol. Between calls we listened. The drainage returned the sound of moving water from somewhere below and the particular muffled quality of rain on hemlock needles, nothing else. We were about 20 minutes into the drainage when Ricky stopped and put her fist up, the hand signal for halt. I stopped. We both listened. From below, further down the drainage, past the point where the hemlock canopy thickened and the gully narrowed, maybe 60 or 70 yards ahead and below us a child's voice. High-pitched, thin, wavering in the way a cold child's voice wavers. "Help me. I'm down here. Help me, please." My radio was in my hand in 3 seconds. I keyed the transmitter and reported possible auditory contact with subject in Haw Branch drainage, sector 7-9er, approximately 60 yards below the sector 3 boundary, and requested confirmation of any other team in the area. Search Command confirmed no other teams in our drainage sector. We were alone in the gully. The voice called again. "I'm Lily. Please. I'm cold." Correct name. That was my first coherent thought, correct name, which is not remarkable in itself. She knows her own name. But then the second thought arrived right behind it. We had not broadcast the subject's name on any open radio channel since the search began. That's standard protocol on child searches. You don't put the name out on open frequencies because it creates false contact situations and because it can alarm family members monitoring scanner frequencies. Lily's name had been distributed on paper briefing sheets to team leaders and had been communicated verbally in in-person briefings. It had not gone out over the radio. The surrounding terrain, the drainage walls, the hemlock, the mountain itself, held no one who should have known that name except members of our team. Ricky was already moving, controlled descent, angling toward the sound. I was right behind her. The voice kept calling at intervals of about 30 seconds. We were closing the distance, 50 yards now, 40. I was running the math on the terrain below us as I descended. The drainage got significantly steeper and narrower about 30 yards down, transitioning into what the topo map showed as a near vertical section before it opened again. A 9-year-old alone could not have gotten below that constriction without significant injury. I was already recalculating what we were going to find. Then the voice said Ricky's name. Not, "Help me," or "I'm cold," or "I'm Lily." Ricky, her name, From 60 yards away in a drainage where she had not told anyone her name and where no radio traffic had carried it and where the only person who knew it was standing 2 feet above her on the slope. Ricky stopped, turned, and looked at me. I could see in her face that she'd heard it too, that she was running the same math I was running. The voice said her name again, then mine. Both of our names, one after the other, the way a child repeats things when they're frightened and have found something that works. Except the voice wasn't frightened. That was the thing I was only now fully noticing. It had the right pitch for frightened, the right wavering quality, the right breathiness, but the pacing was wrong. A genuinely frightened lost child calls for help in irregular bursts, loud and ragged and uncontrolled. This was regular. 30-second intervals, consistent volume, consistent pitch, patient, metronomic in a way that no cold, frightened 9-year-old is metronomic. I told Ricky to hold position. I got back on the radio. I gave Search Command our exact GPS coordinates and told them we had auditory contact that we could not confirm as the subject, and requested a secondary team to our location before we proceeded further into the drainage. The voice continued while we waited. It cycled through what it knew. Lily's name, our names, help me, I'm cold, please. The same phrases, in slightly varying orders, with the 30-second spacing that never changed. Once it said, I fell near the Alum Cave Junction. The Alum Cave Junction was 2 miles behind us on the primary trail. A child starting from the Alum Cave Junction could not have traveled into this drainage. The geography didn't work. The secondary team was 12 minutes away. We held our position on the drainage wall, both of us braced against the slope, listening. At some point during those 12 minutes, the voice stopped using Lily's name and started using only ours. Just our names, alternating, at the same 30-second spacing, not asking for anything, not adding anything new, just cycling our names in that patient, uninflected voice in the dark of the drainage below us. Those 12 minutes on the drainage wall are the part I remember most precisely, more precisely than anything that came after. The rain on the hemlock above us, the cold seeping through my boots from the wet shale. Ricky braced 2 feet to my left, her hand on a rhododendron stem, her headlamp pointed down into the drainage. Both of us, not moving and not speaking and listening to something that knew our names, used them at 30-second intervals in a child's voice from somewhere below in the dark. The experience of knowing something is wrong and choosing to wait anyway because the protocol says to wait, and the protocol exists for exactly this kind of situation where your instinct is pulling you in 2 directions at once. Ricky said, very quietly, That's not a kid. I said, I know. The voice said her name again. Then it said mine. Then the sound changed. Not the voice, the environmental sound. The rain on the hemlock above us, which had been a constant background patter, went silent. Not because the rain stopped, I could still feel it on my jacket and my helmet. The sound stopped. The acoustic signature of the drainage changed the way a room's acoustics change when something large enters it and absorbs the sound that had been bouncing off empty walls. The drainage had been reverberating. Now it was damping. Something below us had moved closer. I had one hand on my radio, and I was about to key it again when Ricky's foot went out. The shale on the drainage wall was wet, and she'd been braced on a section that had been slowly becoming a problem for the 12 minutes we'd been standing on it. The undercut gave way, and she went down the slope. Not a full, uncontrolled fall. She got a hand on a root and arrested most of it, but she went over a small shelf in the drainage wall and ended up with her upper body above the shelf, hanging by the root with her legs dangling below. I was down to her in 3 seconds. Got both hands on her wrists. She was telling me she was okay. She had the root. She could get back up, and then she stopped talking. Her face did something that I have never seen on Ricky's face in 3 years of working beside her in bad terrain and worse situations. It went blank, not frightened blank. The expression of someone whose nervous system has just received information that is outside its processing capacity. She said, Something has my feet. I pulled. The route she had was good, and I had good footing above the shelf, and I committed everything I had to vertical movement. Whatever was below her in the drainage was pulling in the other direction. I could feel it in the load, not Ricky's weight, which I know, which I've assisted on rope rescues and steep terrain enough times to know how a person's weight transfers into a hold, something more than her weight, something pulling downward with a steady, patient pressure that was not struggling and was not straining. It was just holding. I want to be precise about what I felt through my hands and arms in those seconds, because I've had people ask me whether it could have been the shale shifting under her or a root snagged around her boot. I've thought about both of those explanations carefully, and the answer is no. The load was directional. It was pulling straight down and slightly toward the drainage wall, the way something pulling from below and slightly behind her would pull. It was constant. It had weight behind it, and it adjusted twice while I was pulling. I felt the load increase, not by much, but by enough that I noticed it the way you notice when something on the other end of a rope takes up more tension. Whatever had her was not passive. It was active. It was holding her, and it was trying to keep her. I pulled harder. I planted both boots against the shelf edge and drove with my legs and kept my grip on her wrists locked. And then the load released. Not gradually. Released. The pressure from below cut off completely, and Ricky came up and over the shelf, and we both went backward onto the upper slope in a heap. I had a headlamp on, and I swung it down toward the shelf immediately. The drainage below the shelf was dark and narrow and full of hemlock roots and shadow. My headlamp reached about 15 feet down. In those 15 feet there was nothing visible. Below 15 feet the angle and the canopy ate the light completely. But I had the light at the right moment, the exact right moment, and in the 2 seconds before the drainage below the shelf went completely dark at the edge of my beam, I saw something down there redistribute its weight. Not move away, redistribute the way something large shifts when it goes from pulling to releasing, the adjustment of mass and balance in a body that has done one thing and is now deciding on the next thing. The shift was smooth and slow and completely controlled. Whatever released her did it deliberately and then resettled itself in the dark below the shelf with the patience of something that was not leaving, just waiting. Wrong proportions. That's what I carry from those 2 seconds more than anything else. The thing in the drainage below was too long. The limbs were too long relative to the mass. The geometry of how it resettled didn't correspond to any configuration of animal I've encountered in 8 years of working mountain terrain. Ricky was on her feet and moving up the slope before I had finished registering what I'd seen. I was right behind her, and I did not look down again. We hit the maintained trail at a run, and we didn't stop running until we'd covered 200 yards on paved trail surface toward the primary trailhead. Then we stopped, both of us breathing hard, and I got on the radio and reported our status and our position and told Search Command we were pulling out of Sector 79er and needed to be met at the Arch Rock Junction. The secondary team met us there. I told the team leader what had happened, all of it, in order, without editorializing. He listened with the particular expression of an experienced searcher receiving information that he doesn't know where to file. He did not dismiss it. He pulled the team from the Haw Branch drainage sector and redirected them to the primary trail corridor. At 14 minutes past 11 that morning, a ranger on the Gregory Bald Trail found Lily Crow alive. She was 3 miles from where we'd heard the voice, on the opposite side of the mountain, sheltering in a rock alcove on the Gregory Bald Ridge, under a space blanket she'd found in a day hiker's abandoned pack. She had been there since the first night. She was cold and dehydrated and frightened and not seriously injured. She could not have been in the Haw Branch drainage when we heard that voice. The distance and the terrain made it physically impossible. She confirmed to the NPS rangers who interviewed her that she had not left the Gregory Bald area since the first evening. She'd found the rock alcove and stayed in it because she'd been told in a school program that staying put was the right thing to do when you were lost. She was right. She did the right thing. She stayed put, and she was found. Whatever was in the Haw Branch drainage using her name was not Lily Crow. I filed my portion of the incident through the Blount County Mountain Rescue Documentation System as BCMR-2311, dated October of that year. The unusual contact in the drainage is documented in the field notes under the heading Auditory Anomaly, Possible Wildlife Source, Not Confirmed. That's the box it lives in officially. Possible Wildlife Source. Ricky's boots had marks on the ankle sections when we got back to the trailhead. Not claw marks exactly. The leather was compressed in a pattern of 4 points on each ankle, evenly spaced. The kind of indentation that happens when something grips with consistent pressure over a sustained period rather than impact damage. Grip marks. Each set of 4 spaced at roughly equal intervals around the circumference of the boot shaft, the way a hand grips a cylindrical object. She showed them to the team leader and to the incident commander. Both of them looked at the boots for a long time without saying anything. The incident commander, who has been coordinating searches in the Smokies for over 20 years, picked one boot up and held it under the tailgate light and turned it slowly. He set it back down and said the investigation would note the finding. Nobody said what they thought had made those marks. Nobody needed to. She still has those boots. She told me she keeps them because she wants to be able to look at them on the days when she starts to second guess what happened, the days when the rational explanations start to feel more credible in the distance of time than they felt in that drainage. The boots don't let her second guess it. The marks are still there, 4 points on each ankle, pressed into the leather by something that held on until it chose not to. She told me something else when we spoke about it a few months after. She said that in the moment it had her feet before she said anything to me. In the 3 or 4 seconds between feeling it and speaking, she looked down. She couldn't see anything. The shelf blocked her sightline, but she could feel it, she said, and she could feel that whatever was holding her was not holding her the way something holds prey. It wasn't squeezing. It wasn't pulling hard. It was holding gently, almost carefully, the way you hold something you don't want to damage. She said that was the part that scared her more than the grip itself, that it was careful with her, that it was being careful. I've thought about that a great deal in the years since, what it means when something in a drainage in the Smokies is careful with the person it's pulling toward it, what that carefulness suggests about purpose. I don't have conclusions. I have the question, and I carry it. She's probably right that the 2 seconds of warning mattered. I've thought about those 2 seconds a lot, too. I've done 22 call-outs since the Lily Crow search. I'll keep doing the work. Children go missing in these mountains, and the work of finding them is worth doing, and I am not going to stop because of one October morning in one drainage. The Smokies will keep taking people who aren't prepared for them. That means the work continues, and I intend to keep doing it. But I run the search differently now, and if you're a volunteer or a ranger or anyone who does grid work in mountain terrain, I'm asking you to do the same. The protocol I follow now is simple, and it adds almost nothing to search time. Before you enter any drainage sector on a child search, you establish a voice baseline with your partner. You each say your own name, clearly on the radio, on record, once. So search command has your voice in the log. You establish a check word, one word that means abort and return to maintain trail immediately, something that wouldn't come up naturally in search communication. Ours is cardinal, redbird. If either of us says cardinal on the radio, both of us move to the nearest maintained trail without discussion and without waiting. The check word protocol costs nothing. On most searches, it is never used. On the kind of search where it matters, it might be the only thing that brings both of you back. If you're working a grid and you hear a voice that knows the subject's name, stop moving. That's expected, and it's not unusual. But if you hear a voice that knows your name, your actual name, and you have not told it your name, you are not in contact with the subject, radio your position, say your check word. Get to the maintained trail surface, and do not leave it until your team leader gives the all clear and accounts for your sector personally. Do not go into the drainage after the voice. Whatever is in those drainages has learned what you need to hear. It knows the name of the person you're looking for. It knows your name. It knows your partner's name. It knows what a lost child sounds like when they're cold and frightened and need someone to come toward them in the dark. And when you get close enough, it stops asking and it starts pulling. The maintained trail is the boundary. It stops at the maintained trail surface. I don't know why. I don't know what the pavement or the poured gravel represents to something that lives in a drainage in the Smokies. I just know it stopped there. I know it had Ricky and it let go and it did not follow us to the trail. Get to the trail. Stay on it. Trust the part of your brain that says that's not a child before your partner has to say it out loud. Lily Crow is 15 years old now, from what her mother posted in the family advocacy group that formed after the search. She goes to school in Maryville. She doesn't remember most of the night she spent on the Gregory Bald Ridge. She says the thing she remembers most clearly is that she stayed put because she'd been taught to, and that staying put meant she went home. That's the right lesson for her. It is the correct lesson, and I'm glad she learned it, and I'm glad it brought her home safely. For the rest of us, the ones who go into the drainages looking, the lesson is different and harder. The voice that knew our names was in that drainage before we stepped off the maintained trail. It was waiting. It heard us coming long before we heard it, and it chose its words carefully, and it used exactly the right name at exactly the right moment to keep us moving toward it. It knew the name of the girl we were looking for. It knew our names. It knew Ricky's daughter's name from one mention in a briefing room weeks before. I have no framework for that accumulation of knowledge that I'm satisfied with, and I've been looking for one for 3 years. What I know is what I felt through my hands and my arms in those seconds on the shelf. That load, that deliberate, patient, downward pressure that was not panicking and was not straining and held steady until it decided to let go. Whatever made that choice to hold longer, to release, made it deliberately. It had a reason for each decision. I don't know what those reasons were. I think about it on hard nights, and I don't arrive at anything I can write down. I don't know why it let go every day for going on 3 years, and I don't have that answer. What I know is that we were on the maintained trail surface less than a minute after it released her, and that the thing in that drainage did not follow us to the pavement. Stay on the trail. Establish your check word before you enter the drainage. Trust the voice in your gut before you trust the voice in the dark. And if your partner says that's not a child, believe them immediately. Say your check word and move. You can always search the drainage in daylight with a full team and the right equipment and proper lighting. You cannot undo what happens if something in the dark below a drainage shelf gets a second grip before you can pull back. My partner Tommy hasn't been back in the field since last August. He won't talk about what walked out of the cut line at dusk. I will. I've worked right-of-way vegetation management for 8 years. That's the technical name for what most people would call clearing brush under power lines, a job that is simultaneously more technical and more physically demanding than it sounds. And that takes you into terrain that most people never set foot in, because power line corridors don't follow roads or trails. They follow the shortest practical path between transmission structures, which means they cut straight through ridges and hollows and creek drainages and forested slopes that have seen no human traffic except the crew that cleared them last and the crew that cleared them before that. In eastern Kentucky, where the terrain is Appalachian ridge and hollow topography and the forest is dense second-growth hardwood recovering from a century of coal and timber extraction, that means the right-of-way takes you into places that are genuinely remote. Places where the nearest road is a 30-minute walk through dense forest in any direction and where your radio is the only connection to anything. I'm based out of a regional utility contractor's office in Hazard, Kentucky. Our service area covers a significant portion of the Kentucky power transmission network in the eastern coal fields, Leslie County, Perry County, Knott County, into the edge of the Daniel Boone National Forest, where the federal land abuts the private mineral rights that the utility has easements across. The work runs from spring through fall, with some winter work on emergency restoration after ice storms. We run two-man crews on most jobs. You need one person operating the equipment and one person watching terrain, watching overhead lines, watching the edge of the cut for the wildlife that comes into right-of-ways. in every season. Tommy Breck has been my assigned partner for 4 years. He's from Harlan County originally, which means he grew up in terrain like this, which means he has the particular orientation that people from eastern Kentucky have toward the mountains, a practical familiarity that doesn't romanticize the land, but doesn't underestimate it either. He knows what eastern Kentucky black bears look like, what they do when they come into a cut, how to read their sign. He knows the difference between a coyote track and a domestic dog track. He knows the sound a timber rattler makes before it decides you're not worth the energy. He knows how to work in 100-degree heat index without complaining, and how to run a chainsaw on a 40-degree slope without cutting himself, and how to read a topographic map fast enough that we're never standing still, with a piece of paper trying to figure out where we are. He is not a man who gets rattled by the things the woods normally put in front of you. In 4 years, we have run into every category of wildlife that eastern Kentucky produces. Bears twice, once at close range, once at distance. Coyotes regularly, copperheads and timber rattlers enough times that we don't stop work for them anymore, just give them space and wait for them to move off. We had a feral hog situation on a Knott County corridor 2 summers back that was genuinely unpleasant for about 20 minutes. We have never in 4 years had a situation where Tommy Breck ran. I want to establish that clearly before I tell you what Tommy Breck did when what came out of the cut line at dusk on the second day came out. He ran. He ran the way people run when the thing running them has bypassed every rational calculation. Their brain usually performs and gone straight to the part that is older and more honest, and that says the time for thinking is finished and the only correct action is distance. I need to back up. The job site was a transmission line right-of-way in the Daniel Boone National Forest, a corridor that runs roughly northeast-southwest through a section of the Redbird District, crossing 2 ridge lines and the drainage between them. The line had last been cleared 4 years prior and was significantly overgrown, young hardwood, tulip, poplar, and red maple mostly, with an understory of greenbrier and wild grapevine that had knit itself into a wall of vegetation across most of the corridor width. Our scope was mechanical clearing with a forestry mulcher mounted on a track carrier, supplemented by hand clearing with chainsaw and brush saw in the sections where the terrain was too steep for the machine. 2 days of work estimated for the corridor section in our assigned segment. We parked at the gravel access pad at the south end of the corridor segment on a Tuesday morning in late August of last year. The weather was what August in eastern Kentucky delivers: high 80s, saturated humidity, the air thick and still in the hollow below the ridge where the access pad sat. The kind of heat that makes work feel twice as hard and that makes you drink twice the water you plan to carry. We suited up in chainsaw chaps and hard hats and hearing protection and ground truth the paper map against the actual terrain, which in right-of-way work is always a necessary step because the paper shows you the line and the terrain but not the combination of slope angle and vegetation density and substrate that determines how you're actually going to move through it. The first day was routine. We worked from the south end northward, the forestry mulcher opening the corridor width ahead of us, while Tommy and I worked the edges with handsaws on the steeper sections where the machine couldn't get traction. The cut opened up ahead of us in the slow, methodical way that heavy equipment work proceeds, not fast, not satisfying in any immediate sense, but producing the clear documented progress that this kind of contract work runs on. By end of day 1, we'd covered roughly 40% of the assigned segment. We documented the day's work, secured the equipment, and drove back to the motel in Hyden that the company had us in. The first thing I noticed on day 2 was the bark. 3 trees on the western edge of the cut, just inside the tree line, had been stripped. Not the clean peel of a bear marking, I know what that looks like, and this wasn't it. Bear marking is deliberate and specific. The animal stands on its hind legs and uses its claws and sometimes its teeth to create a mark at a particular height for a particular communicative purpose. The stripping on these trees was not that. It was higher than a bear mark. The lowest strip section was at least 7 feet off the ground, and the damage ran upward another 2 feet above that. And it wasn't claw-width strips, it was sheet damage, large sections of bark removed in irregular patches, the cambium beneath showing pale and wet in the morning light. Something had been working on these trees in a way I couldn't match to any animal behavior I know, at a height that required either extreme size or the use of a tool. Tommy walked the base of all 3 trees and photographed them with his phone. He said he didn't know what had done it. I said the same. We noted it in the daily log and kept working. The second thing was the track. We found it in the creek mud at the drainage crossing in the middle of the corridor segment, where a small tributary crossed the right-of-way through a concrete culvert, and the banks on both sides held soft substrate. 1 track. Single impression. Bipedal, the geometry was clear. There was no possibility of misreading it as a 4-legged animal's print. The weight had settled into the mud with enough pressure to give us clear depth and edge definition. The foot was large, significantly larger than a man's foot. I wear a size 11, and my boot next to that print was meaningfully smaller. 5 toe impressions, roughly human spacing, no claw marks. The arch was deep. The whole print had the configuration of a large human foot, but at a scale that didn't correspond to any human being. Tommy crouched over it for a long time. He put his own boot alongside it, sole to sole, and looked at the comparison the way you look at something when you're trying to find an alternative explanation for what you're seeing. He said, "Bear." He said it the way you say something when you know it isn't right, but you want to put the word out there and see if it holds. A black bear standing upright can leave a print that resembles a human foot, the hind foot especially, when the animal stands fully erect, produces an impression that generations of people have mistaken for evidence of something bipedal. I know that. Tommy knows that. But a bear's hind foot has claw impressions, and the toe spacing is different, and the overall shape doesn't have the arch depth that this print had. Tommy looked at it for another 30 seconds, and then he stood up, and he didn't say bear again. Tommy took photographs. Neither of us said what we were each thinking. We kept working. The sound started around 3 in the afternoon. We were working the northern section of the segment, the section that crossed the second ridge and dropped into the hollow on the far side. The forestry mulcher was running significant mechanical noise, the kind that fills the corridor with sound and narrows your ability to hear anything outside the immediate work zone. But I had stepped back from the machine to check the corridor width against the easement stakes, and in that moment of standing still and relative quiet, I heard something in the tree line to the west. Not a distinct sound, a continuous low disturbance in the vegetation. The sound of something moving through dense second-growth hardwood parallel to the cut, at a pace that matched my walking speed when I moved to reposition myself, and that stopped when I stopped. I called to Tommy over the machine noise. He shut it down and came to where I was standing. We both stood still and listened. The sound moved when I moved. It stopped when I stopped. It was in the tree line, consistent distance, maybe 30 yards into the forest from the cut edge. Not crashing, not blundering, moving through dense hardwood vegetation with a control that kept it from breaking branches. The sustained rustle of something large and deliberate moving through a space not designed for large things to move through quietly. Tommy called into the tree line once, the general hey you use to announce yourself to a bear that might not know you're there. No change. He picked up a chunk of blasted shale from the cut surface and threw it into the tree line, a crack of impact, leaves showering down. The sound in the tree line continued at the same distance and the same pace. It had not reacted. That was the detail that settled it for both of us without needing to be discussed. Normal forest animals react to unexpected impacts near them. The lack of reaction was its own information. We worked the rest of the afternoon with that sound in the western tree line. It followed the cut northward as we moved northward. When the machine was running, it was masked. In the pauses between equipment operation, it was there, sustained, parallel, patient. After an hour, I had almost normalized it, which I recognize now as a failure of attention. The constancy of a stimulus that isn't escalating will normalize itself to the brain if you let it, and I was letting it. I was focused on the work, and on the daily progress targets, and on the mechanical condition of the mulcher head, which had been throwing heat warnings since mid-morning, and I was letting the thing in the tree line become background noise. That was wrong. At 4:30, I shut the machine down for the day. We were 45 minutes from end of shift. the light in the hollow already going to the flat gray of late afternoon under dense canopy. Tommy was breaking down the hand tool setup on the carrier's platform. I was logging the day's progress on the work tablet. The sound of the tree line stopped. It had been continuous for 90 minutes, and it stopped with the abruptness of something that had reached a decision. Then Tommy said my name. Not a call, not raised voice, my name, in a particular register that I have never heard from Tommy Breck in 4 years, and that I hope never to hear again. Flat, controlled. The register of a man whose brain has received something that every trained behavior he has is working to contain. I looked up from the tablet at the north end of the cut, where the cleared corridor met the uncut forest at the edge of our segment boundary. Something was standing in the cut line. It was standing on 2 legs, upright. It was at a distance I estimated at around 80 yards, which meant I could see its shape clearly against the tree line, but not its detail. The shape was wrong. Too tall. I am 6 feet, and the carrier I was standing next to tops out at just over 8 feet at the cab roof, and the figure at the end of the cut was taller than the carrier. Long arms, hanging well below where arms should hang on a body that size. Still. Completely still. It wasn't moving, and it wasn't shifting its weight, and it wasn't doing any of the things a living body does when it's been standing in one position, the micro adjustments, the weight transfers, the slight postural movements that are so automatic we don't think of them as movement until we see something that doesn't do them. It was standing at the end of the cut, the way a post stands, with no investment in the standing at all, except it was watching us. I knew it was watching us, the way you know something is watching you, from a distance, not from any specific detail. I could resolve at 80 yards, but from the particular quality of the attention, the weight of it. The way the air between you and a watching thing has a different quality than the air between you and an empty space. It had been in the western tree line for 90 minutes, and now it had come out of the trees, and it was standing in the cut in the last of the afternoon light, and it had made a decision about that. It used Tommy's voice. From 80 yards, clearly, at a volume that said this was not meant to carry 80 yards, but was pitched for conversation, for close range, for the voice of someone standing nearby. Tommy's voice saying my name. His specific inflection, the way he says my name when he is about to hand something off, the slight upward note at the end, the tone of a man who has my attention and is about to give me information I need. My name in Tommy's voice from something at the end of the cut that was not Tommy, because Tommy was standing 6 feet to my left, with both hands on the carrier's safety rail, and his face pointed at the north end of the cut, and no expression at all on it. The thing at the end of the cut said my name again. Same inflection, same volume. Patient. The way something is patient when it has learned that a specific sound produces a specific response and is waiting for the response to occur. It was testing a key in a lock, and the key was a voice it had spent the afternoon collecting from 30 yards inside the tree line while we worked without knowing we were being listened to. Tommy ran. He ran south, back down the cut toward the access pad, the direction we come from, and he ran the way I described earlier, not tactically, not with any plan, with the total commitment of a man whose body had made the decision before his mind finished processing the input. His hard hat came off at the first stride, and he didn't stop for it. He was 40 yards down the cut before I had finished registering what I was seeing at the north end. I ran too. I am not embarrassed to say that. I turned south, and I ran, and I did not look back at the north end of the cut, and I did not look back at the tree line, and I ran, and the gravel access pad was 160 yards, and the truck was on the access pad, and I covered that distance as fast as I have ever covered any distance in my life. The thing called my name twice more while I was running. From behind me, from the north end of the cut, same volume, same inflection, and then from the tree line to the west, at a distance that had reduced from 30 yards to something much closer. Closer than 30 yards. Closer than I wanted to hear Tommy's voice coming from something that was not Tommy. I did not count paces. I ran. He had his hand on the door handle from the inside. I got in, got the key in, got the engine over on the first try, and I pulled out of that access pad and onto the forest road with a speed that was not compatible with the road's surface quality, and that I don't regret. We drove in silence. The forest road to the state road was 4 miles. Neither of us spoke for those 4 miles. On the state road, headed back toward Hyden, Tommy said, "I'm not going back." I said, "Okay." He said, "I'm not calling it in." I said, "I'll handle it." He said nothing else for the rest of the drive. I called the crew supervisor that night and told him Tommy had a family situation and would be off the rest of the contract. I documented the tree damage and the track in the log as wildlife sign of undetermined origin. I went back to the site the next morning alone, with the truck parked at the access pad with the engine running, and I completed the remaining segment from the south end northward, and I did not cross the drainage crossing, and I did not approach the northern segment boundary, and I finished what I could finish and documented the rest as requiring a follow-up crew, and I drove out. Going back alone the next morning was one of the harder things I've done in 8 years of field work. Not because of what I expected to find, but because of what I didn't know I'd find, and because the access pad and the first 100 yards of the cut were still familiar daytime terrain, and everything beyond the drainage crossing was a question I wasn't going to answer alone. I kept the engine running on the truck the entire time I was on site. I worked fast. I checked the tree line every 2 minutes. The cut was quiet and empty, and nothing moved in the western tree line, and I found no additional tracks, and the bark damage on the 3 trees at the cut edge was the same as I'd photographed the day before. Everything was exactly as it should be, and that normalcy felt less reassuring than it should have, because the thing that had been there was still something that had been there, and the absence of it in daylight was not the same as it being gone. The company sent a 2-person crew to complete the northern segment the following week. They had no reported incidents. The crew lead told me afterward that he'd seen a large black bear in the cut on the second day of their work, which he'd noted in the daily log. I read the log entry. Black bear, estimated weight 250, exited cut line at north boundary moving west. I did not say anything about the distinction between a black bear and what Tommy and I had seen at the north boundary. The crew lead had his explanation, and it was a workable explanation, and it let him do his job without carrying what I was carrying, and I decided that was fine. Tommy filed a medical leave through the company HR system. The reason listed is a personal matter. He has not returned to field work. I saw him once, in November, at a gas station in Hazard, and we talked for about 3 minutes about nothing in particular. He looked fine. He looked like Tommy. He was wearing his Harlan County Fair sweatshirt that he's worn every fall for as long as I've known him, and he had a large coffee, and he asked how the Knott County contracts were going, and I told him fine, and he nodded, and we said goodbye. He looked like a man who had made a decision and was at peace with it. He looked like a Tommy who had decided that the version of his life that included going back into that forest was a version he was done with, and that the version of his life that didn't include it was preferable in every way that mattered to him now. I can't argue with that. I understand it completely from the inside. What I can explain is the part I haven't told you yet. The part that I didn't put in the work log, and that I didn't tell the crew supervisor, and that I've only told my wife, who listened, and then asked one question: "Are you going to keep doing this job?" and accepted my yes without further discussion. That acceptance is something I don't take lightly. At the access pad, when I was getting into the truck behind Tommy, I was the last one there. I was the last one at the cut. I looked back. I don't know why. My body turned before I had finished forming the thought. My eyes went back to the cut on their own. The figure was gone from where it had been standing. The north end of the cut was empty. The tree line there, the same wall of second-growth hardwood it had always been. The corridor of cleared vegetation running up the ridge in the evening light, with nothing at the top of it. It was in the cut, 30 yards from the truck door. It had covered the 80 yards between the north end and the access pad while we were running, and it had done it silently, and it was standing still in the corridor watching me with the same absolute stillness it had shown at the north end of the cut, the stillness that had no investment in itself, the stillness of something that can wait. I held whatever passed for eye contact at 30 yards. in that light for 2 seconds. Then I got in the truck. I did not look in the mirrors pulling out. The forest road hit the paved state road 4 miles later, and I drove until my hand stopped shaking on the wheel, which took longer than those 4 miles. Whatever comes to the edge of that corridor at dusk has been listening all day from 30 yards inside the tree line. It knows your name from hearing your partner say it over the noise of the equipment. It knows your partner's voice from the same source. At dusk it comes out of the trees, and it uses what it has collected, your name and your partner's voice, from the direction your partner is not standing, because that combination is the one most likely to make you turn and walk toward it without thinking. If you work a cut in eastern Kentucky or anywhere in this range of terrain, here is what you do when the machine goes down at end of shift and the sound in the tree line stops and your partner's voice comes from the wrong direction. You do not respond. You do not look toward the sound. You get in the vehicle and you start the engine and you drive to the paved road without stopping. The asphalt is the line. It will not cross the asphalt. Do not look back on the way out. Not at the cut. Not in the mirrors. You know it's standing there watching you go. You don't need to see it to know that. Keep your eyes on the road. It ends at the pavement. Get to the pavement and keep driving, and don't stop until the county road puts at least 3 miles between you and that hollow. Tommy made the right call. His body knew before his mind did. That's the thing I keep coming back to. 8 years of field work, feral hogs at close range, timber rattlers, 2 bear encounters, and his body knew immediately and completely, and ran before his mind had assembled a single rational sentence about what it was seeing. Trust that part of yourself. Whatever it is that bypasses the calculation, trust it. When it says run, you run. You can figure out what you saw later from the paved road, with the engine running and the distance growing. That's the only rule that matters out there. On the first night, it circled the base of the tower. On the second night, it tested each leg. On the third night, I heard the first rung of the access ladder bend under something that weighed more than any man. I was in my second season as a seasonal fire lookout with the Pisgah National Forest, contracted through the Forest Service on a solo posting at a tower in the Pisgah district of western North Carolina. I'm not going to name the tower, and I'm not going to name the exact ridge it sits on, because the tower is still staffed during fire season, and I'm not interested in adding to the workload of whoever is posted there by sending people out to the access road to look for something they should hope they don't find. What I can tell you is that it sits at just over 4,000 feet on a north-south ridge in the Pisgah, the cab visible from 3 counties on a clear day. The surrounding terrain, a mix of mature hardwood forest on the lower slopes and the dense laurel and rhododendron thicket that the Pisgah produces at elevation. The tower is a standard Forest Service design, 4 steel legs, cross-braced with angle iron, access ladder running up the south face to a catwalk that wraps the perimeter of the cab itself. A 7x7 room of glass and timber with a 180-degree view in every direction. You live in that cab during your posting. You sleep there, eat there, run your weather observations there, track smoke signatures there. In a tower with no road access closer than a 3/4-mile trail hike, the cab is the entire world for the duration of your shift. Some people find that confinement oppressive. I found it clarifying in a way that I hadn't anticipated and couldn't fully explain until later, the reduction of everything to the immediate, the visible, the measurable. You know exactly where you are. You can see everything around you for miles in daylight. There are very few surprises in a fire lookout cab and good visibility. What people don't always account for is the night. In daylight, at 4,000 feet in the Pisgah, with clear air, your sight lines extend to the horizon in every direction, and nothing can approach the tower without you seeing it for a long time before it arrives. At night, it's the reverse. The cab sits at the top of a steel column in a forest you cannot see into. The darkness around the tower is complete in a way that lower elevations aren't. The ridge blocks the ambient glow from the valley towns, and the forest canopy blocks the sky on 3 sides, and what remains is the dome of stars overhead and nothing else. You know exactly where you are, and you cannot see anything below the catwalk railing. The ladder is the only way in or out, and you are alone. That isolation in daylight is clarifying. That isolation at night is something else entirely, and if you have not sat in a fire lookout cab at 3 in the morning on a moonless night in the Pisgah listening to what is in the forest below you, you do not have an accurate picture of what the job actually is. I had been in contact with the lookout at the nearest neighboring tower, a woman named Jess, who was in her 3rd season, and who I had met during the pre-season training in Brevard. We communicated daily on the Forest Service radio frequency, the standard check-ins that the district requires, and the non-essential conversation that long solo postings generate between people who are glad to have someone to talk to. She was good at the work, precise in her smoke reports, reliable on her weather observations, and she had the particular dry wit that people develop when they spend a lot of time alone with their thoughts in a small room above the tree line. We had fallen into a rhythm of a morning check-in, a midday weather exchange, and an evening sign-off, the kind of daily contact that keeps the isolation from becoming oppressive. On a Tuesday night in late September, she radioed me at 11 at night, which was unusual. Check-ins are at set intervals during the day, and general quiet is expected after 9. The transmission was clear, but she was speaking at a lower volume than normal, the quality of someone who doesn't want to make noise in their environment. She said something was circling the base of her tower. She described it carefully, the way she did everything, not with alarm, but with the same methodical precision she used in smoke reports. She said it had been moving in the laurel and rhododendron thicket around the tower base for about 45 minutes. The sound was consistent and bipedal, she used that word specifically, bipedal, moving at a steady pace in a wide circuit around the perimeter of the base. The circuit took approximately 3 minutes to complete, and it had done it at least 15 times by the time she called me. She said she'd put her spotlight on it twice. The light hit the thicket and showed her nothing. The sound stopped each time the beam swung toward it and resumed each time she moved the light away. She said the thing that bothered her most wasn't the circling. It was the way it responded to the spotlight. It understood the relationship between the light and being seen. That level of awareness was not consistent with any wildlife behavior she'd encountered in 3 seasons on that tower. Bears investigate light sources. Deer freeze and stare at them. Neither circles a structure at a consistent distance and then stops moving specifically when a spotlight enters its vicinity and resumes specifically when it leaves. That's not instinct, that's calculation. I told her to stay in the cab and keep the light handy and radio the district if it escalated. She said okay. She sounded controlled. She said goodnight and signed off. 2 hours later, at 1 in the morning, she transmitted again. Same low volume, tighter this time, the vocal quality of someone who has been sitting very still in a small room for 2 hours and does not want to move suddenly. She said it had stopped circling about 20 minutes ago, and she couldn't hear anything from below anymore. She said the silence was worse than the circling had been. When it was circling, she knew where it was. The silence meant she didn't know where it was. She said she was going to try to sleep and that she'd call me in the morning. I acknowledged and signed off, and then I sat in the chair in my own cab, and I did not tell her what I had been hearing around the base of my tower since approximately 10:30 that night. The same sound, identical to what she'd described. Bipedal, consistent distance from the tower base, circling, stopping when the spotlight hit the thicket below, resuming when the light moved. I had been sitting with it for 90 minutes by the time she first called me, and I had not reached for the radio because I was still in the portion of the experience where I was building explanations, working through the list of what it could be before I accepted what it probably was. By the time she called at 1 in the morning and signed off, my list of alternative explanations was empty, and I was sitting in the chair with the spotlight in my lap and watching the trapdoor in the floor and the 4 walls of glass and not sleeping. I want to describe what that first night was like because the experience of sitting in a fire lookout cab at 4,000 feet listening to something circle the base of your tower for 90 minutes is not something that translates cleanly into summary. The cab is 7 by 7 feet of glass and timber. In daylight it feels like an observation platform, a perch, an advantaged position. At night, with something in the thicket below making a sound that you cannot see the source of, it feels like what it actually is, a box. A small elevated box with one exit point and one access ladder and no secondary route out. The glass that gives you sight lines in daylight becomes, at night, with the thicket invisible below the catwalk railing, just walls. Transparent walls that show you only what the darkness allows, which is nothing. I put the spotlight on the thicket 4 times during those 90 minutes. Each time the sound stopped at the instant the beam swept toward the area the sound was coming from, not after the light reached it. At the instant the light began to move in that direction. Each time I held the beam on the thicket and found nothing visible. Each time I moved the light away, and the circling resumed within 10 seconds. The precision of that response was what I couldn't explain away. A bear reacts to a light source when the light reaches it. This was reacting to the movement of the light source before the beam arrived. It was tracking the spotlight's direction from inside the thicket and ceasing movement in anticipation of the beam. That requires knowing where the light is, where it is pointed, and where it is about to go. That requires attention directed at the light source. That is not animal behavior. That is the behavior of something that is watching you while you watch for it. The second night my tower went quiet after 3 circuits, and I slept in the lookout chair with my back against the Osborne firefinder and the spotlight across my thighs. I want to be precise about that. I slept in the chair, not on the cot. The cot would have put my back to the glass on the north wall and my face away from the trapdoor in the floor. The chair in the center of the cab gave me sight lines to all 4 walls of glass and direct line of sight to the trapdoor hardware. I could see the latch from the chair without turning my head. I positioned it that way, deliberately. That is how I slept for the remainder of that posting. 4 hours at a stretch, in the chair, back to the firefinder, spotlight within reach. I told myself the first night I did it that I would go back to the cot once I had a baseline of normal nights, 2 or 3 nights of nothing, and then the cot. That baseline never came. I slept in the chair for the rest of the contract. The cot stayed made. I never felt the urge to use it again. On the second night, before it went quiet, I heard something I hadn't heard the first night. In between the circuits, in the pauses when the circling stopped, I heard something moving from leg to leg around the base of the tower. The angle iron cross bracing of a fire lookout tower makes a distinctive sound when weight is applied to it, a low metallic resonance, more felt than heard, that the structure carries upward through the legs to the cab floor. You learn the structure's sounds during a posting. You learn how it talks in the wind, how the thermal expansion of the steel sounds in the afternoon heat, how the guy wire tension changes with temperature. After 2 seasons, I knew every sound that tower made under every condition I'd put it through. The sound it made that second night was not a sound I'd heard before. 4 legs, cross-braced at multiple intervals. The resonance moved from the southeast leg to the southwest leg to the northwest leg to the northeast leg in sequence, the progression of something working methodically around the structure, applying weight to the bracing at each leg and then releasing it and moving to the next position, the sequence repeated 3 times. I sat in the center of the cab with my hand flat on the floor between repetitions, feeling the vibration the structure was carrying and trying to convince myself I was misinterpreting it and failing. Testing. The word arrived in my mind with the precision of a correct answer. It was testing the legs, assessing the structure, working out the engineering. Something that had been circling the base for 2 nights had moved to the next phase of whatever it was working out, and the next phase was determining whether the structure was sound enough to bear its weight. I had the radio in one hand and the spotlight in the other, and I was watching the trapdoor in the floor with the undivided focus of someone who has calculated that the access ladder below it is the only point of entry, and that the trapdoor hardware is the only physical barrier between them and whatever is below. On the 3rd night, it used the ladder, not all the way up, not to the catwalk. It put its weight on the first rung at the base of the ladder, and the steel flexed under it with a resonance I had never felt in 2 seasons on that tower, heavier than any flex I'd experienced, heavier than any person I'd ever had on that structure, a deep low vibration that came up through the ladder frame and through the floor and into the soles of my boots as I stood at the trapdoor with the spotlight in my hand. The weight was wrong. Too much of it. Applied to one rung in a way that said, whatever was on that rung was not a person. One rung, then silence, then the second rung flexed under it. I was standing at the trapdoor with the spotlight when the trapdoor latch moved. Not violently, not an impact, a pressure of the steel hook shifting in its eye a fraction of an inch, the way a latch shifts when something is pushing on the door it's securing from the underside. Something below had placed its weight, or its hand, on the bottom of the trapdoor and was pressing upward, not hard enough to overcome the latch, just enough to test it. The same methodology as the legs, now applied to the final barrier. The hook and eye hardware on a Forest Service lookout trapdoor is designed to keep the hatch from blowing open in high wind. It is not designed for what I was looking at. I had both hands on the spotlight and my feet planted on either side of the trapdoor frame, and there was nothing between whatever was on the second rung below me and the inside of the cab except 4 inches of plank timber and a hook and eye latch I could have opened with one finger. I opened the south window. I swung the spotlight down and turned it on at full power. The pressure on the trapdoor released immediately. The latch settled back into its natural position. The rung below ceased flexing. The weight transferred off the structure all at once. I felt the tower go still under my feet, the way a rope goes slack when the load on the other end releases. Whatever had been on that ladder stepped off it, back onto the ground in a single motion, and then there was nothing on the ladder and nothing pressing on the trapdoor, and the spotlight beam was flooding the south face of the tower in white light and showing me nothing. I held the spotlight on the ladder and the tower base for 40 minutes. I counted the minutes on my watch. The thicket around the base was visible in the spillover light from the beam, and it showed me vegetation and compressed shadows and nothing that moved or had mass. I heard nothing from below. I did not hear it leave. I did not hear it circle again. I held the light until I was certain the 40 minutes were real, and then I retracted the spotlight and closed and latched the south window, and I sat in the chair with the spotlight across my thighs, and I watched the trapdoor latch for the rest of the night without sleeping. Nothing came to the ladder again that night. The latch did not move again. The structure did not flex. The tower held its silence until the pre-dawn light came through the east glass and the forest below became visible again, and I could confirm with my eyes what my ears had been telling me for the last 3 hours, that there was nothing there. I did my morning weather observation and logged it. I made coffee and I ate, and I did the job. That is what you do. Nothing came to the ladder again that night. I radioed Jess at 6 in the morning and I told her what had happened. All of it, in order, no omissions. The circling on the first night that I hadn't told her about. The leg testing on the second night. The weight on the first rung, and then the second rung, and then the spotlight and the silence. I told her about the 40 minutes I'd held the light on the ladder base before I retracted it. I told her about sleeping in the chair with the spotlight in my lap for the rest of the posting. I did not editorialize or apologize for not calling her sooner. I just gave her the account in sequence and let her process it. She was quiet for most of it. When I finished, she said she'd heard the leg testing on her tower on the second night as well, the weight moving from leg to leg in sequence, the same pattern I described, the same metallic resonance transmitted upward through the structure. She'd put the spotlight on the base and heard the sound cease, and had not heard it return that night. She said she had also been sleeping in the chair for the duration of the posting. She said she was glad I'd told her. She said she wished I'd told her sooner, and I said I understood, and I was sorry, and she said no, she understood why I hadn't, and we left it there. We spent another hour on the radio working through what we knew. 2 towers on the same ridge system. Identical behavior sequence on the same night, circling first, leg testing second, ladder approach third. Both towers coordinated or independent, we couldn't determine. The light response was the same at both locations. Behavior ceased when the spotlight made contact and resumed when it withdrew. That consistency across 2 separate locations on the same ridge suggested it was a consistent property of whatever had been there, not a coincidence or a misread. She said something during that conversation that I've thought about a lot since. She said the circling felt like reconnaissance. 3 nights of escalating approach, circling the perimeter, then testing the structure, then attempting the access point that's not the behavior of an animal investigating a novel stimulus. That's a methodology. Something that circles a structure for a full night before touching it, and then spends a second night testing the structural integrity before attempting to climb on the third, is working through a problem in sequence. It has a goal, and it is working toward the goal systematically, and it is calibrating its approach based on what it learns at each stage. That framing the thing as a problem solver, not an animal, is the one that stays with me, because it explains the light response. A problem solver that encounters a countermeasure modifies its approach. The spotlight was a countermeasure. The perimeter floods were a stronger countermeasure. It assessed both and decided the equation had changed, and it went somewhere else. Not because it was frightened, because it was calculating. The Forest Service towers are equipped with perimeter flood lamps for exactly this kind of situation. Wildlife deterrence, the spec sheet says, and it's not wrong. I turned the perimeter floods on that night and ran them from dusk to dawn. The floods throw light in a full circle around the base of the tower at ground level, eliminating the shadow that the tower legs and the thicket create in the spotlight's beam. Full perimeter illumination, no shadow coverage at the base. Nothing circled that night. Nothing tested the legs. Nothing came to the ladder. I ran the floods every night for the rest of the posting. The generator fuel consumption went up, which I documented in my end-of-season report as wildlife deterrence operations, which is an accepted fuel expenditure line and which the district approved without comment. Jess ran her floods too. Same result. Nothing on the ladder for the rest of her posting. She and I have talked about it several times since the season ended. Neither of us has a clean explanation. We have the shared facts. The identical experience at two towers on the same ridge system, the light sensitivity, the methodical quality of the behavior, the circling, the leg testing, the sequential ladder approach, all of it suggesting something that was assessing the structures deliberately and systematically, working through the problem of how to access something at the top of a steel column on a forested ridge at night. Whatever it was, it understood that light meant risk. It modified its behavior in direct response to the presence of light. That's the thing I sit with most. A thing that changes its behavior based on what it perceives you can do to it is a thing that is thinking about you. It is running calculations. It decided the spotlight changed the equation and it backed off. It decided the perimeter floods changed the equation further and it went somewhere else. What I don't know is where somewhere else is, whether it went to another tower on another ridge, whether there are lookouts sitting in their cabs right now in some other district of the Pisgah or the Nantahala who are hearing something in the thicket below them and have not yet reached for the spotlight, whether the thing working its patient way up the problem of a fire lookout tower at night is still out there on the same ridge or has moved on to terrain I'm not aware of. What I know is that my posting ended without incident after I deployed the perimeter floods. What I know is that Jess's posting ended the same way. What I know is that whatever spent 3 nights working through the problem of my tower decided the problem had become unsolvable with the lights running and went somewhere else to work on a different problem. That's a real thing that happened, and the documentation is in my end-of-season report under fuel expenditure and in Jess's report under the same heading, and neither of those reports says what it's actually about, but both of them tell the same story if you read them alongside each other. If you are posted in a fire lookout tower anywhere in the Pisgah or the Nantahala or the Uwharrie, anywhere in the southern Appalachian highlands, here's what I am asking you to do. Run your perimeter floods every night from dusk to dawn, every night of your posting, not just the nights when you hear something circling. The floods are there. The generator fuel is authorized. There is no good reason not to run them, and there is at least one very good reason to run them that I cannot put in an official report, but that I can put here. If you hear the ladder flex under a weight that is not yours, turn on every light you have. The spotlight, the floods, the interior lights, every source. Do it immediately. Do not wait to hear the second rung. The light is the boundary. Everything I observed across 3 nights and 2 towers told me the same thing. It will not come into the light. I don't know why. I don't know what about artificial light at full power changes the calculation for something that is otherwise methodical and patient and willing to spend 3 nights working its way up to a ladder. I just know it does. Turn on the lights. Stay in the cab. Keep the trapdoor latched. And if you hear something on that ladder that is heavier than you do, not wait every light you have all at once. That is the rule. It has kept me here to tell you about it. Darnell made it to the truck. I didn't see how. By the time I got there, he was sitting in the passenger seat with his hands in his lap, staring straight ahead, and he hasn't said a single word to another human being in 4 months. I've been a licensed land surveyor for 12 years, the last 9 of them working federal contracts in the Mid-Atlantic region boundary surveys for the Forest Service, right-of-way establishment for federal easements, cadastral work on public land parcels in Virginia, West Virginia, and Western Maryland. It is precise work that attracts precise people. You are working with legal documents, property records, and physical monuments that define boundaries that have existed in some cases for over a century, and the accuracy of your work determines whether those boundaries are legally defensible or not. There is no margin for creative interpretation. You measure, you record, you verify. The instrument tells you what is there, and you document what the instrument tells you. I tell you this because what happened in the Monongahela National Forest in the Cheat Mountain District of West Virginia in September of last year is something I have been unable to reconcile with 12 years of instrumentation-based field practice. And the failure of reconciliation is not for lack of trying. I have been over the data from that day, the field notes, the instrument logs, the GPS track, the photographs, dozens of times. The data is consistent. The data is internally coherent. The data describes something that should not have been there. Darnell Weiss has been my survey technician for 6 years. He is 29 years old, trained at Fairmont State University in surveying technology, and he has the particular calm precision that this work requires. He can hold a rod plumb in wind and read a vernier to 3 seconds of arc, and he catches my arithmetic errors before I finish writing them. He is not prone to anxiety, and he is not prone to drama, and he does not exaggerate what the instrument shows him. He reads the instrument and he records what it says, and in 6 years I have never had to question his readings. He grew up in Upshur County. He knows Cheat Mountain terrain the way people who grow up in a landscape know it, not from maps and contour lines, but from the particular feel of the ground under a boot and the way the air moves differently in a north-facing hollow versus an east-facing slope, and the sound a creek makes when you are still too far away to see it. In 6 years of working steep terrain together, I had come to rely on his situational awareness as a second set of eyes and ears that process the environment in ways that supplement what the instrument tells me. He was good at the work. He was very good at the work. He has not spoken since September 15th of last year. Not to me, not to his family, from what I understand through his mother, who called me in November. Not to anyone. He goes through his days. He is living with his parents in Buchanan now. He has not been back to his apartment in Elkins, and he is physically present, and he responds to direct questions with gestures, and he eats and he sleeps. He has been evaluated. His cognition is intact, according to the assessment. He simply does not speak. His doctors are calling it a trauma-induced selective mutism, which is a clinical way of saying that something happened and his nervous system has decided that speaking is a risk it is not going to take until it decides otherwise. I was the one who called his mother the evening of September 15th. I told her there had been an incident in the field, that Darnell was physically uninjured, and that I was bringing him to the hospital in Elkins to be evaluated. I did not tell her what the incident was. I told the evaluating physician there had been a wildlife encounter that had been frightening and disorienting. That is the closest to accurate I could get within the language available to me at the time. We set up at the southwest corner of the parcel at 7:30 in the morning and ran the first leg of the boundary northward. The weather was what September gives you in the Monongahela, when the summer heat has broken and the overnight temperatures have started dropping into the 50s, clear sky, cool air with enough bite in it to make you glad for the base layer, the hardwood canopy still fully leafed but just beginning, and the color turn that would peak in 3 weeks. Good surveying weather, The kind of day where the air is dry enough that the instrument's optics are clear and the footing is firm enough that you can move between setups without burning half your energy managing the terrain. The monuments were where the record said they'd be: iron pins at the corners, the concrete reference monuments in good condition, the boundary trees blaze marked with the Forest Service axe blaze on the appropriate faces. The southwest corner pin was tight in the ground and showed no frost heave. The northwest corner was the same. The western boundary line between them ran straight and clean, the instrument angles closing within acceptable tolerance on both ends. 2 hours of work that went exactly as it should, producing exactly the data the contract required, building the confidence that comes from confirmed field conditions. Good work. The parcel was going to be straightforward. We broke for lunch at the northwest corner, sitting on a down log, eating from our packs and going over the afternoon plan on the paper map. The northeast quadrant was the terrain I had been watching on the topo steepest slope, densest canopy, furthest from the road. I told Darnell we'd take it slow up there, shorter setups, more check-ins. He said fine. He ate his sandwich. He looked at the map. That was the last normal conversation I had with him. The anomaly started in the northeast quadrant of the parcel, on the upper slope approaching the north boundary line. This section of the parcel was the most remote, furthest from the forest road, steepest terrain, the densest canopy cover of any part of the parcel. The kind of ground where you move slowly and you watch your footing and you don't assume anything about what's under the leaf litter. The hardwood up there was old growth in patches, the canopy overhead high and dense enough that the forest floor was dim even at midday, the light filtered to a flat gray-green by the foliage above. Sound traveled differently up there too. The dense canopy absorbed it rather than reflecting it, and the ambient noise of the forest was muffled in a way that made the slope feel quieter than it should have been. Not silent, quieter, the particular quiet of a place that is absorbing sound rather than producing it. I noticed that quality when we moved into the northeast quadrant around 11 in the morning. I noted it without assigning it any significance because the acoustic character of a forest changes with canopy density and species composition and a dozen other variables that I track as ambient data and file in the background. It didn't mean anything. It was just quieter. Darnell was holding the rod at the next monument position, roughly 60 yards ahead of me on the slope, while I was running the total station from a setup point. On a level bench about 15 yards back from the slope break, he was standing still, rod plumb, waiting for me to confirm the reading. I was reading through the instrument, bringing the crosshairs onto the prism he was holding, when the instrument flagged an obstruction. The total station has an obstruction detection system. When something enters the measurement path between the instrument and the prism, it flags the reading as potentially compromised and stores the obstruction data alongside the measurement. The system is designed to catch things like brush and branches that enter the measurement path during a reading. When it flags, you look up, identify the obstruction, clear it if you can, and reread. I looked up from the eyepiece to identify what had crossed the path. The slope between me and Darnell was clear. Open hardwood, widely spaced trunks, the understory thin enough that I could see Darnell plainly at 60 yards, the orange of his vest visible between the gray-brown trunks. Nothing was between us. No branch had swung into the measurement path. No animal had crossed the slope. The terrain between my instrument and his rod position was as clear to my eyes as it had been when I'd set up the reading. I looked back through the instrument. The obstruction flag was still active. The instrument was still detecting mass in the measurement path. Mass with a reflectivity signature. The return beam analysis was reporting a partial obstruction with reflectivity values consistent with biological material. A surface that absorbs and reflects the instrument beam the way organic tissue does, differently from rock, differently from wood, differently from the glass of the reflector prism. The instrument was seeing something biological in the measurement path, something I could not see. I spent a moment with the alternative explanations. The instrument has a fault mode where signal interference from multiple reflective surfaces can produce false obstruction flags, a wet tree trunk at a certain angle, a standing puddle, occasionally a smooth rock face. I knew the fault mode and I knew its signature, and this was not it. The obstruction data was clean and consistent, not the erratic scatter of a false positive. It had the profile of a real target. I moved the instrument horizontally, sweeping the angle slowly across the measurement path, reading the obstruction data as I swept. The mass had a position. It was standing approximately 30 yards from my setup point, roughly centered on the line between me and Darnell. Its width, based on the angle sweep, was consistent with something between 2 and 3 feet across at the widest point. Its height from the ground level return to the point where the beam cleared the obstruction and went on to find Darnell's prism was consistent with something between 8 and 9 feet tall. I swept the full angular range twice to confirm the readings. Both sweeps returned the same position, the same dimensions, the same reflectivity signature. The instrument was not wavering. It was not producing scatter. It was telling me, with the precision that 12 years of field practice has taught me to trust, that something 8 to 9 feet tall was standing 30 yards from me on that slope. I called to Darnell. I asked him if he could see anything between us on the slope. He scanned the terrain between his position and mine and said no, the slope was clear. I told him the instrument was flagging an obstruction at roughly the midpoint. He looked directly at the area the instrument was pointed at, directly at the position the data indicated, and he said the slope looked clear to him. I moved the instrument to a new setup angle, trying to triangulate from a second position. I carried the instrument 15 yards laterally along the bench, set up again, and ran the obstruction sweep. The second setup confirmed the first. The same mass, the same position in relation to the slope features, the same height and width profile. From 2 different instrument positions, the data described the same thing standing in the same place. It had been there for at least 20 minutes by the time I made the second confirmation. 20 minutes of standing still in the measurement path between my instrument and Darnell's rod position, not moving, not shifting, the stillness of something that was choosing to stand still rather than the stillness of something inanimate. I know that distinction is one I can't prove from instrument data alone, but I had been watching the readings for 20 minutes, and nothing inanimate holds a position with that precision on a forested slope for that duration without any variation at all. The instrument data showed no micro movement, no postural drift. Whatever was there was holding itself completely still. And then the data changed. The obstruction shifted. In the space of 2 seconds between readings, the angular position of the mass changed by approximately 15 degrees from my second setup point. At 30 yards of distance, 15 degrees of angular change corresponds to roughly 8 feet of lateral movement. 8 feet of lateral travel in 2 seconds on a forested slope, moving east, away from the direct line between me and Darnell and toward the eastern edge of the parcel where Darnell's position was now closest. It had moved from between me and Darnell to a position between Darnell and the forest edge. I called to Darnell again, and I told him to come back to me directly. Come down the slope now. Straight line. Don't stop. He started moving toward me. Immediately he'd heard something in my voice that he'd recognized as serious, because Darnell knows my field voice, and he knew it was different. He took 10 steps, and he stopped. I was watching him through the instrument eyepiece when it happened. His face was visible at that distance, in the way faces are visible at 60 yards. Not in detail, but in expression. The gross features of expression, readable even without fine resolution. His face went through the sequence I described before. Recognition, the specific expression of a person confirming something real, and then blank. Not frightened, not exactly. Blank. The expression of a nervous system that has received something it cannot process into any category it currently holds. He stood still for 3 seconds. Then he turned east and ran. I called his name. He didn't stop. He went into the forest at the eastern edge of the parcel, between the trunks, and was gone from my sight line in 4 seconds. I was 15 yards from my instrument case on a steep slope, and I had to get to the case before I moved because I was not leaving a $12,000 total station on a forested slope in the Monongahela, and by the time I had the case in my hand and was moving the direction he'd gone, He was already through the tree line, and there was nothing ahead of me but hardwood forest and the dim light of the northeast quadrant and silence. I packed the instrument in 30 seconds, which is fast for a total station in a hard case with the tripod still set, and I moved east into the forest in the direction he'd gone. I was calling his name. I was tracking by sound as much as by sight the specific sound of a person moving fast through hardwood understory is distinct enough to follow when the forest is otherwise quiet. The crack of branches and the thud of footfalls on leaf litter and the pattern of sound that a person in motion produces. I tracked that pattern for maybe 100 yards before it stopped. Not gradually stopped abruptly, the way a sound stops when the person making it has also stopped. I called his name into the silence and got nothing back. I stood in the northeast quadrant with the instrument case in my hand and listened, and the forest around me was quiet in the way it had been quiet all afternoon. The muffled quality of the dense canopy absorbing rather than reflecting, and there was no sound of Darnell anywhere I could locate. I made a decision in about 10 seconds. I was alone on a steep northeast-facing slope in the Monongahela with a total station that had just documented a 9-foot invisible mass 50 yards from me. And the person who had been with me had run and gone silent, and I was holding a $12,000 instrument case, and I was not going deeper into the northeast quadrant to look for him. I turned south and I moved toward the skid road. I moved as fast as the terrain allowed, which was not fast. The slope was steep, and the leaf litter was deep, and I had the instrument case in one hand and my GPS unit in the other, and I was watching the skid road waypoint on the GPS display, and I was not looking back. I can tell you that clearly I did not look back once between the northeast quadrant and the skid road. Whatever the instrument had documented was behind me, and I had made a decision that I was going to arrive at the truck before I assessed any further decisions. The skid road was 200 yards and a ridge contour away. I covered it in about 6 minutes, which is fast for that terrain with a load, and when I came out of the forest onto the graded surface of the road, I stood still for a moment and breathed and listened. The road stretched south toward the truck. The forest on both sides was quiet. I walked south on the road. Fast walk, not a run, the kind of pace that covers ground without making noise. I needed to hear. The truck was at the far end of the skid road, where we'd parked it at the Forest Road junction, 400 yards. I covered it in under 5 minutes. Darnell was in the passenger seat. He was sitting upright, hands on his thighs, eyes forward. His door was unlocked and closed. The truck was locked from the inside with the key fob, which was in his vest pocket, which meant he had reached the truck first, unlocked it, gotten in, and locked it again. He was sitting in the exact posture he'd been in when I found him, hands on thighs, eyes forward, completely still, and he was not responding to his name through the window glass. I knocked on the window. He did not look at me. I used the spare key I carry in my pack to unlock the driver's side, and I got in, and I put my hand on his shoulder, and I said his name, and his name, and his name. He did not respond. His eyes were open, and his breathing was normal, and his color was normal, and he was as unreachable as if he were behind a wall rather than beside me in a truck cab. I drove to the hospital in Elkins, 62 miles on mountain roads. He did not speak, and he did not look at me, and he did not make any movement the entire drive. When I parked at the emergency entrance and got out and opened his door, he got out on his own and he walked with me into the building. He has been walking on his own and moving through the world on his own since that day. He simply does not speak. I filed the field notes and instrument log from that day in the contract folder and submitted the survey as incomplete due to a field incident, which I documented as a medical emergency affecting the survey technician. The district surveyor called me to follow up, and I told him Darnell had experienced a medical episode on the slope that required immediate evacuation and that I had been unable to complete the northeast quadrant. He said understood and arranged a follow-up crew. He did not ask what kind of medical episode. I did not explain. I still have the instrument log file from that day on the survey computer in my office. I have not submitted it with the survey record, and I have not deleted it. What it contains is the obstruction data from the northeast quadrant sweep angular position, height estimate, reflectivity signature, movement record. All of it documented in the instrument's own precise and unemotional language. I have reviewed it dozens of times. It says the same thing every time. Something stood at 30 yards on that slope for at least 20 minutes, visible to a precision survey instrument and invisible to two experienced field workers at distances of 30 and 60 yards respectively in clear daytime conditions. The instrument documented its dimensions 8 to 9 feet tall, 2 to 3 feet across. It documented its behavior stationary for 20 minutes, then 8 feet of lateral movement in 2 seconds. It documented the direction of movement east toward Darnell's position. That is what the data shows. That is what the instrument recorded. I do not have a framework within 12 years of field practice that accommodates it, and I have looked for one. Darnell's mother called me in December. She said he had started writing, not speaking writing. She said she wanted me to hear it because she thought I might be the only person who would understand what it meant. She read it to me slowly over the phone, pausing between sentences the way you pause when you are not sure if the words make sense to the person you are reading them to. He had written, "I saw it. It was looking at me. It knew I could see it. I don't think that's why I can't talk. I think I can't talk because of what it looked like when it knew." She asked me if I understood what he meant. I thought about the instrument data. I thought about the 5 minutes the total station spent sweeping across a 9-foot mass that stood 30 yards from me on an open slope in full daylight and registered as invisible to my eyes and to Darnell's. I thought about the moment the mass shifted east, moved in 2 seconds, from the line between me and Darnell to a position between Darnell and the eastern forest edge. I thought about what that shift meant in terms of intent. It had been standing between us, in the line of my instrument, perhaps because the measurement beam was the first indication it had received that it was being observed. When it understood, it had been detected not by eyes, which had failed to see it, but by the instrument it moved. It moved away from my instrument and toward Darnell, toward the person whose eyes were the threat. It had known Darnell could see it from the moment it repositioned, and Darnell had seen it from the moment it repositioned. And whatever he saw on that slope in those few seconds between the repositioning and his run, whatever a 9-foot invisible thing looks like up close when it turns and faces the person whose eyes have found it, is what he has not been able to speak from since. I told his mother yes. I told her I understood what he meant. I told her the instrument had also seen it, and that his account was consistent with what the data recorded. She was quiet for a long time, and then she thanked me. Then she said goodbye. I still have the instrument log file on the survey computer in my office. I have not deleted it, and I have not submitted it with the survey record. What is in that file would not be understood by the Forest Service district staff who would receive it, and would not help Darnell, and would not explain itself to any regulatory body in any terms they have language for. So it sits on the survey computer in a folder labeled September 15 field data, and when I open the folder I can see the obstruction log file, and I do not open it unless I need to confirm that what I remember is what the instrument recorded. It always is. The data does not change. The position, the dimensions, the movement record, all of it consistent across every review. The instrument saw it. The instrument documented it. 12 years of field practice and $12,000 of precision optics, and it documented something that stood on a forested slope in West Virginia in September and was visible to a total station and invisible to the human eye, and that knew the difference. The Cheat Mountain District is still there. The parcel boundary is on record. The forest road is still in use. Other surveyors have worked that district since and will continue to work it. If you survey in the Monongahela or in similar forested terrain in the mid-Appalachian highlands, I am asking you to implement a protocol that I now use on every job, without exception, regardless of terrain or assignment type. Establish a 5-minute verbal check-in with your rod person when they are more than 40 yards up a slope from your instrument position, not 10 minutes. 5. If you miss a check-in for any reason, call them back to your position immediately. Do not wait for the next interval. If your instrument flags an obstruction and you look up and the measurement path appears visually clear, take the instrument reading anyway, run the obstruction sweep, and document the result before you do anything else. Then call your rod person back to you. Do not send them further up the slope while the instrument is showing you something in the path that your eyes cannot confirm. Whatever the instrument sees that your eyes don't is still there. It did not leave because your eyes failed to find it. It is standing in the path, and it is standing still, and it is waiting for your rod person to get close enough that its position no longer matters. Get your technician back to your setup position, get to the forest road, drive out. The survey can be completed on another day by a different crew, with more people and better equipment, and someone who has read this and knows what the obstruction flag means when the slope looks clear. Some surveys have to wait. Darnell's silence is what happens when they don't. I saved a man's life on October 12th because a piece of paper in a filing cabinet told me he was going to die. I found that paper a week early. Wrong handwriting, wrong date, right about everything else. I got to him before the mountain got to him, and I walked him out alive. Felt like I'd beaten something. Then I opened the drawer the next morning and found a fresh report. Same day, same hour, different person. A woman I had never heard of died in a ravine 6 miles from where I had been hauling a stranger to safety. The mountain didn't lose a body that night. It just swapped one for another. And I'm the one who made the trade. I need to tell you how I got there. Not because it makes it better. It doesn't. But because if you're ever standing in a ranger station at 3 a.m. holding a piece of paper that knows things it shouldn't, you need to understand what you're dealing with before you try to be a hero. I didn't understand. And someone died for it. My name is Caleb Morin. I'm 34. I spent 6 seasons fighting wildfire out west, 2 on hotshot crews in Montana, and 4 on engine teams bouncing between Idaho and eastern Oregon. I was good at it. Not brave, not reckless, just good at reading fire and staying calm when the line moved wrong. But fire seasons kept getting longer, and the off seasons kept getting shorter. And somewhere around year 5, I stopped sleeping through the night. I'd wake up tasting smoke that wasn't there. I'd hear the pop of pitch pines in the walls of whatever motel room I was staying in between deployments. My hands started shaking during briefings. Not a lot. Just enough that I noticed, and once you notice something like that, you can't stop noticing. I put in for a transfer to the Eastern region in the spring of 2022. Backcountry ranger position, quiet posting, Pisgah National Forest in western North Carolina, deep in the Blue Ridge. The assignment was Elk Creek Station, a one-man outpost 12 miles up a Forest Service road in the Shining Rock Wilderness. My job was trail maintenance, backcountry patrols, visitor contacts, and wildlife monitoring. Year-round posting. Solo assignment. The kind of job they give to people who need a long stretch of quiet, which I did. The district ranger who processed my paperwork was a woman named Denise Farrow, mid-50s, been with the Forest Service since the Reagan years, had that particular steadiness you see in people who've spent their whole career in the same mountains. She walked me through the logistics in her office at the Pisgah District headquarters in Brevard, radio check-ins, twice daily, morning and evening. Supply runs every 2 weeks. Down the mountain to the district office for mail, groceries, propane, and fuel. A maintenance tech named Travis Beckley would drive up every other Thursday to service the generator, check the water system, and handle anything structural I couldn't fix myself. I asked about the previous ranger, the one whose posting I was filling. Denise paused at that. Not a long pause, not dramatic, just the kind of half-second hesitation that tells you someone is choosing their words. Reed Sutherland, she said. Good ranger. Solid field skills. He left mid-rotation in August. Personal reasons. I asked if he'd given notice. He drove down on a Tuesday morning, turned in his keys and his radio, and said he couldn't stay at that station anymore. Didn't elaborate. Didn't file a formal complaint. Just said the posting wasn't a good fit. I asked if his personal effects were still up there. Another pause. Shorter this time. Some. We boxed what we could. There might be a few things still in the bunk room. If you find anything, just bring it down on your next supply run. That should have been the first thing I paid attention to. A competent ranger walking off a posting mid-rotation without explanation, leaving his belongings behind. In fire, we had a term for the moment a situation shifts from manageable to dangerous. We called it the trigger point. The moment the conditions change and the whole thing moves in a direction you can't pull back from. That conversation was my trigger point. I just didn't know it yet. I drove up to Elk Creek on September 27th. The Forest Service road was gravel for the first 8 miles, then packed dirt for the last 4, climbing through switchbacks thick with rhododendron and Fraser fir. The road was in decent shape but narrow, 1 lane in most places, with occasional pullouts where you could squeeze past an oncoming vehicle, though I didn't pass anyone the whole way up. The higher I climbed, the quieter it got. Not just fewer cars, fewer birds, fewer insects. The forest thickened until the canopy closed over the road and the light went gray-green, even though it was midday. Elk Creek Station sat in a small clearing at the end of the road, backed up against a stand of old-growth hemlock. It was a timber frame building, single-story, maybe 900 square feet. Green metal roof, stone chimney, a covered porch running the length of the front wall, with a plain wooden bench and a steel fire ring in the yard. Beside the station was a small utility shed housing the generator, a propane tank on a concrete pad, and a gravel parking area big enough for 2 trucks. The whole setup looked like it had been built in the 1960s and maintained by people who cared about function and nothing else. I parked my truck and sat for a minute with the engine off, listened. The creek the station was named for ran about 40 yards behind the building, and I could hear it moving over rocks, wind in the hemlocks. Nothing else. No traffic noise, no aircraft, no voices, just the water and the trees. I remember thinking that this was exactly what I needed. The front door was unlocked. Denise had told me it would be. The interior was simple. 1 main room that served as office and living space, with a desk, a wood stove, a small kitchen area along the back wall, a table with 2 chairs, and built-in shelving stacked with field guides, topo maps, and radio equipment. To the right of the main room was a short hallway with 2 doors. One opened to a small bathroom with a composting toilet and a shower fed by the gravity flow water system. The other opened to the bunk room, which had a single bed, a footlocker, and a wall-mounted shelf. Reed Sutherland had left more than a few things. There was a flannel shirt hanging on a hook behind the bunk room door, a pair of reading glasses on the shelf, a coffee mug on the desk in the main room with a brown ring dried inside it, a paperback copy of Blood Meridian on the nightstand, with a receipt from a Brevard bookshop marking his page. He'd made it about 2/3 of the way through. I moved his things into a cardboard box and set it by the front door to bring down on my first supply run. The mug I washed and put back in the cabinet. I didn't need to keep looking at it. The filing cabinet was against the wall behind the desk. Standard government issue, 4-drawer, gunmetal gray, the kind you see in every Forest Service office in America. The top 3 drawers were organized neatly. Trail condition reports, wildlife observation logs, weather data, visitor contact forms, radio maintenance records, all filed by date with color-coded tabs. Whoever had set up this system, whether it was Reed or someone before him, was meticulous about it. Every document in the right folder. Every folder in the right order. Nothing misfiled, nothing loose, nothing out of place. The bottom drawer was different. The bottom drawer had a hanging folder in the back, behind the current year's incident reports, that was unlabeled. No tab, no date range. Just a plain manila folder with maybe 15 sheets of paper inside. I pulled it out and sat at the desk. They were incident reports. Standard Forest Service form. The ones we use to document anything from a sprained ankle on a trail to a bear encounter to a missing hiker. I'd filled out hundreds of them over the years. I knew what they looked like. These looked right. The formatting was correct, the fields were filled in properly, and the handwriting was neat, careful, the kind of penmanship you see from people who learned to write before computers took over. But the dates were wrong. The first report was dated October 3rd. I was reading it on September 27th. The second was October 7th. The third, October 9th. They went out about 6 weeks. The last one dated sometime in the second week of November, and they weren't blank templates. They were filled in, completed reports describing specific incidents, specific people, specific locations, specific injuries and outcomes. I read the first one. It described a solo hiker on the Art Loeb Trail, male, early 50s, gray beard, blue osprey pack, Salomon boots, falling on a section of exposed rock near the Tennant Mountain summit. Left ankle fracture. The report gave GPS coordinates for the fall location, the weather conditions at the time, and the name of the hiker, Gerald Pemberton. The time of the incident was listed as 2:15 in the afternoon. I read it twice. Then I put it down and looked at the date again. October 3rd. I told myself it was a typo. Someone had written 2022 when they meant 2021, or 2020 when they meant 2019. It happens. People write the wrong year on checks for the first 3 months of January. Same principle. I told myself that. I put the folder back in the drawer and closed it. But I didn't throw the reports away. I don't know why. Something about the handwriting, maybe. It was too careful, too deliberate. Every letter formed with intention, every number precise. It wasn't the handwriting of someone making a mistake. It was the handwriting of someone who knew exactly what they were putting on paper. I spent the rest of that day settling in, tested the radio and made my first check-in with dispatch, got the generator running, stocked the kitchen with the groceries I'd brought up, split some wood for the stove, walked the first mile of the nearest trailhead to get my bearings. By the time the sun dropped behind the ridgeline around 6:30, I had the wood stove going and a pot of coffee on, and the station felt like mine, or close to mine. Close enough. That night I lay in the bunk room listening to the creak and the occasional creak of the building settling in the cold. The temperature had dropped into the low 40s. The station smelled like wood smoke and old paper, and something else underneath, something faintly metallic, like a filing cabinet that had been closed too long. I told myself that was exactly what it was, and went to sleep. I woke up at 4 in the morning, not from a nightmare, not from a sound. I just opened my eyes and I was completely awake, the way you come alert and fire when conditions shift, heart rate up, breathing shallow, every sense pulling information from the dark. The station was quiet. The creek was running. The stove had burned down to coals. Nothing was wrong, except the light was on in the main room. I hadn't left the light on. I was certain of that. I had turned everything off before bed because the generator ran on propane, and propane meant supply runs, and I was 12 miles from the nearest fill station. I did not leave lights on. I got up and walked into the main room. The desk lamp was on. The filing cabinet's bottom drawer was open about 3 inches. Not all the way, just cracked, the way a drawer sits when someone has closed it but the track didn't catch. I pushed the drawer shut. I turned off the lamp. I checked the front door, which was still locked. I checked the windows, which were all latched. I looked out every window and saw nothing but black trees and the faint silver line of the creek in the moonlight. I went back to bed and lay there for a long time. The metallic smell was stronger now, or I was imagining that it was. I thought about Reed Sutherland leaving his coffee mug and his book and his reading glasses and driving down the mountain without looking back. I thought about Denise Farrow choosing her words. I told myself that old buildings have old wiring and drawers settle on their tracks, and none of this meant anything. I slept, eventually. When I woke up at 7, the lamp was off and the drawer was closed. I checked. It was closed tight. I pulled it open and looked at the unlabeled folder. The reports were still there. I counted them. 15, same as before. I closed the drawer and made coffee and did my morning radio check-in and started my first full day at Elk Creek Station. I had trails to walk and campsites to inspect and register boxes to check. I had real work to do. I did not need to think about incident reports dated in the future, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, sitting in a filing cabinet that opened itself at 4 in the morning. So I didn't think about it. For 6 days, I didn't think about it. October 3rd changed that. I was on the Art Loeb Trail that morning, doing a routine patrol between the Shining Rock trailhead and the Tennant Mountain Junction. Clear day, temperature in the mid-50s. Leaves were turning hard, the whole canopy going orange and red and a yellow so bright it almost hurt to look at. Good hiking weather. I'd been out since 8, and I'd already logged 4 visitor contacts, all of them day hikers, all of them in good shape, all of them unremarkable. Around noon, I stopped at a rock outcrop near the Tennant summit to eat lunch. I sat on the exposed granite and looked out over the ridgeline and ate a peanut butter sandwich and drank water from my bottle. The valley below was full of color. I could see the Blue Ridge Parkway snaking along the far ridge like a gray thread. A red-tailed hawk was circling a thermal a few hundred feet below me. I remember thinking that this was the first time in months my hands weren't shaking. Then I saw the hiker. He was coming up the trail from the south, moving at a steady pace. Male, early 50s, gray beard, blue pack. I could see the Osprey logo from 60 yards away. His boots were Salomons, the trail running style with the quick lace system. He was alone. He was heading toward the exposed rock section where the trail narrows along the summit ridge. Every detail matched, every single one. The peanut butter went dry in my mouth. I put down my sandwich and pulled out the notebook I carry in my chest pocket, where I'd written down the key details from that first report the morning after I found it. I don't know why I'd written them down. The same instinct that kept me from throwing the reports away, maybe. Some part of my brain was already running calculations my conscious mind hadn't authorized. Blue Osprey pack, gray beard, Solomons, solo, Art Loeb Trail, Tennant Mountain. The time on the report was 2:15 p.m. It was 12:20. I watched the hiker approach. He waved when he saw me, and I waved back, and he stopped to chat. His name was Gerald Pemberton. He told me that himself, offered it up the way hikers do when they meet a ranger on the trail, because they think it's polite or because they want someone to know where they are. He was from Asheville, retired teacher. Been hiking the Art Loeb sections over the past year, finishing what he'd started. Gerald Pemberton. Same name as the report. My mouth opened, and I almost told him. I almost said something about the exposed rock section ahead, the section where the trail narrows and the granite gets slick even in dry weather. I wanted to tell him to be careful. I wanted to tell him to watch his left ankle. But what was I supposed to say? I read a report about your future, and you're going to fall at 2:15 this afternoon? He'd think I was insane. I'd think I was insane. Instead, I told him the trail was in good condition, but to watch his footing on the exposed sections near the summit, standard ranger advisory, the kind of thing I'd say to any hiker on any day. He thanked me and moved on. I sat on that rock for another 10 minutes, chewing on the inside of my cheek and telling myself I was making connections that didn't exist. Coincidence. A common name, a common pack brand, a common boot brand. The Art Loeb is one of the most popular trails in western North Carolina. Of course, someone matching a generic description would show up on it. This was nothing. I went back to my patrol. I checked trail markers. I cleaned out a fire ring at a backcountry site. I logged 2 more visitor contacts. I did my job. And the whole time, the clock in my head was ticking toward 2:15. At 1:45, I was on my way back toward the Tennant Junction when I heard the whistle. 3 short blasts, the universal signal for distress. It came from the direction of the exposed rock section, about a quarter mile ahead of me. I ran. I found Gerald Pemberton sitting on the trail with his left leg extended in front of him and his face the color of wet concrete. He'd slipped on a section of smooth granite where the trail crosses an exposed slab. His left ankle was already swelling through his boot. He was conscious, alert, and in a lot of pain. He told me he'd heard something behind him on the trail, turned to look, and lost his footing. I splinted his ankle with a SAM splint from my first aid kit and helped him hobble down to a point where the trail met a fire road. I called it in on the radio, and a crew from the district office drove up with a litter. They transported Gerald to the hospital in Brevard, left ankle fracture, just like the report said. I checked my watch when the crew arrived, 2:23 p.m. The incident had occurred approximately 8 minutes before I reached him. If the report's timestamp of 2:15 was the moment of the fall, it was accurate to within a few minutes. That evening I sat at the desk in the station with the bottom drawer open and the folder spread out in front of me. I read every report, all 15. I read them slowly, carefully, the way you read a fire behavior forecast when your crew's position depends on getting it right. I noted the dates, the names, the locations, the incident types. I looked for a pattern in the handwriting. It was consistent throughout. Same pen pressure, same letter formation, same careful, deliberate style. Not my handwriting. Not Reed Sutherland's, unless he'd changed his hand completely between filling out the other reports in the cabinet and writing these. I went to the top drawer and pulled a report I knew Reed had written. A trail condition assessment from June, signed at the bottom with his name and badge number. His handwriting was loose, slightly sloppy, the kind of script you develop when you're filling out paperwork in the field with cold hands or bad light. Nothing like the handwriting in the undated folder. Not even close. So someone else had written these. Someone with access to the station, access to the filing cabinet, access to incident report forms, and knowledge of events that hadn't happened yet. Someone who had been right about Gerald Pemberton down to the color of his pack and the brand of his boots and the bone he'd break and the approximate minute he'd break it. I closed the folder. I put it back in the drawer. I sat at the desk with my hands flat on the surface and stared at the wall. The metallic smell was back. Faint, but there, like the air inside the cabinet was leaking into the room. My next radio check-in was at 8 p.m. I called dispatch, gave them the incident report on Gerald Pemberton, and signed off. Then I switched to the district admin channel and called Denise directly. She picked up on the second call. I could hear the quiet of her office behind her voice, the hum of a building after hours. Caleb, what's going on? The filing cabinet in this station. Bottom drawer. There's an unlabeled folder with incident reports in it. Did Reed leave those? Silence. Not the half-second pause from her office. Longer, 5 seconds, 8. Caleb, yeah, don't read those. I already read them. Another silence. Then, we'll talk about it on your next supply run. Don't read any more of them, and don't do anything based on what's in them. One of them came true today, Denise. I know. That's why I'm telling you not to read the rest. She signed off. I set the handset down. The drawer was closed. I hadn't closed it. I didn't sleep much that night. I lay in the bunk room and listened to the building and the creek and the wind, and around 2 a.m. I heard something I hadn't heard before. A sound from the main room, soft, rhythmic, paper, the sound of someone turning pages, slow, deliberate, 1 page at a time. I did not get up. I did not go check. I lay in the dark with my eyes open and my hands flat on my chest, and I listened to whatever was in my station going through its files. After maybe 20 minutes, the sound stopped. Then the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet closed with a soft metallic click. Then silence. In the morning, I opened the drawer. The unlabeled folder now held 18 reports, 3 new ones. They hadn't been there the night before. I knew because I'd counted. 15, now 18. The first new report was dated October 12th. A day hiker with a cardiac event on the Mountains to Sea Trail, 4 miles from the nearest road. The report included his physical description, the make of his car parked at the trailhead, and the precise time his heart would stop. I stared at it for a long time. Then I picked up the radio and canceled my morning patrol. I told dispatch I was staying close to the station for maintenance. Then I sat down at the desk and read all 18 reports again, start to finish, and I started mapping them. Dates, locations, severity. I spread a topographic map of the district across the table and marked each incident with a red pen. The pattern was clear. They radiated outward from the station like spokes on a wheel, each one on a different trail, each one within a day's hike of Elk Creek. Whatever was writing these reports knew the district the way I knew fire. It knew the terrain and the weather and the people who would walk through it and exactly what would happen to them and when. It knew things no person could know. And it had been putting that knowledge on paper and filing it in a government-issue cabinet in a ranger station in the middle of nowhere, and it had been doing it long enough to have a system. I should have driven down the mountain that day. I should have turned in my keys and my radio just like Reed Sutherland and told Denise the posting wasn't a good fit and never looked back. That would have been the smart thing, the safe thing. But Gerald Pemberton was alive because I had read a report. He had a broken ankle. He didn't have a broken neck. He didn't bleed out alone on an exposed ridge because no one knew he was there. He was alive and in a hospital bed, going home to Asheville because I'd read a piece of paper that told me where he'd be and what would happen to him, and I got there in time. The next report was dated October 12th. A man was going to have a heart attack on a trail 4 miles from the nearest road, and I had 9 days to figure out how to be in the right place at the right time. I told myself I was helping people. I told myself this was the reason I'd been put at this station. I told myself a lot of things that October, while the leaves turned and fell and the reports kept appearing in the drawer, I was wrong about all of it. But I didn't know that yet. Travis Beckley came up on October 5th, right on schedule, every other Thursday like Denise had said. He drove a white Forest Service pickup with a toolbox in the bed and a magnetic door sign that read USDA Forest Service Facilities Maintenance. He was about 40, wiry, with a sun-worn face and a North Carolina accent so thick you could have spread it on toast. He'd been servicing backcountry stations in the Pisgah for 12 years. He knew every building, every generator, every water line in the district. He also didn't talk much, which I appreciated. He spent the first 2 hours checking the generator, changing the oil, testing the battery bank, and replacing a worn belt on the water pump. I helped where I could and stayed out of his way where I couldn't. Around noon, we sat on the porch and ate lunch. He had a thermos of coffee and a ham sandwich. I had leftover rice and beans from the night before. We sat in silence for a while. Then Travis said, "Reed left in a hurry. That's what I heard. I was up here the Thursday before he quit. He was different, jumpy, kept looking at the filing cabinet like it owed him money." I set my fork down. "You notice anything weird about that cabinet?" Travis chewed his sandwich and looked out at the tree line. "I noticed that every ranger who works this station longer than a month starts asking me that question." "How many rangers have worked this station?" "Since I've been doing maintenance?" 8, counting you. "How long does the average one last?" 2 quit before Christmas. 3 made it to spring. 1 lasted almost 2 years. Reed was about average, 7 months. The one who lasted 2 years. What happened to him? Travis finished his sandwich and folded the wax paper into a neat square. "Virgil Pruitt, retired, lives down in Waynesville now. You should talk to him." "What would he tell me?" "That the cabinet's been doing what it does since before I was born, and that the best thing you can do is either leave or learn the rules." "What rules?" Travis stood up and brushed the crumbs off his jeans. "That's Virgil's conversation, not mine. I fix generators. I don't fix whatever's going on in there." He nodded toward the station door. "I just know that every ranger who tries to use those reports to play hero ends up in the drawer himself eventually." He said it the way you'd say, "The sky is blue," or "The creek runs downhill." Just a fact. No drama, no warning, no emphasis. Then he went back to work on the water pump, and we didn't talk about it again. But the words stayed with me. Drawer. Not ends up in the reports, ends up in the drawer. Like the cabinet was a mouth, and the reports were teeth, and the people in them were food. I should tell you about the days between October 5th and October 12th, because that's when I started to lose the boundary between being a ranger and being whatever the station wanted me to be. The reports kept coming. I'd wake up in the morning and there would be new ones in the folder, never more than 2 or 3 at a time, always in the same handwriting, always dated between 2 and 14 days in the future, and they were always right. October 8th, the reports said a section of the Ivester Gap Trail would be blocked by a fallen hemlock at a specific location. I hiked out there the day before. The tree was standing, healthy. No visible damage, no lean, no root rot. The next morning I heard it come down from a mile away, a sound like a slow crack of thunder rolling through the valley. I hiked back out. It had fallen across the trail at exactly the spot the report described, blocking the path between two rock outcrops so completely that a hiker would have to climb over or go around through thick rhododendron. October 10th, a report described two hikers, a married couple from Charlotte, getting separated in fog on the Black Balsam Knob. The report gave their names, their car's make and license plate, and the ravine where the husband would end up after losing the trail in zero visibility. I checked the weather forecast. Clear skies for the next 3 days. No fog. But on the morning of the 10th, a cloud bank rolled up from the valley so thick I couldn't see the porch railing from the front door. It came in fast, faster than any fog I'd ever seen, even in the mountains where weather builds in minutes. I drove to the Black Balsam parking area and found the car, a silver Honda with Charlotte plates. The plate number matched the report. I intercepted the couple at the trailhead before they started hiking, told them the trail was closed due to conditions. They were annoyed but compliant. They drove away alive and together. I checked the report that evening. The text hadn't changed. It still described the husband falling into the ravine. The outcome it predicted simply hadn't happened because I'd gotten in the way. That felt good. I won't pretend it didn't. I felt like I was doing something that mattered. Not just filing paperwork or counting hikers or checking fire rings. I was pulling people out of the path of things they couldn't see coming. I was using information that no one else had to keep people alive. And every morning, the cabinet gave me more. I stopped questioning where the reports came from. I stopped lying awake listening for the sound of pages turning. I started treating the cabinet the way I'd treated a fire weather forecast, as data. Reliable, actionable, impersonal data. The source didn't matter. The accuracy did. And the accuracy was perfect. I was sleeping better than I had in years. Travis came back on October 19th, 2 weeks since his last visit. He did his maintenance checks and then sat on the porch with his coffee and looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You look rested," he said. "I am. You've been reading the reports every morning, and you've been acting on them. I've prevented 4 incidents in the past 2 weeks, 2 injuries, a lost hiker, and a potential hypothermia case, all from information in those reports." Travis sipped his coffee. He didn't say anything for a long time. Then he said, "You know what a snare looks like, Caleb? A snare. A trap. For animals. You bait them with something they want. Food, usually. And the thing about a good snare is the animal doesn't know it's caught until it tries to leave. You're saying the reports are bait. I'm saying you look rested and you feel useful, and the cabinet keeps giving you more, and none of that worries you. And it should." I didn't have an answer for that. Travis finished his coffee and went to check the generator, and we didn't talk about it anymore. That night, I sat at the desk and opened the bottom drawer and counted the reports. 26. There had been 18 when Travis was last here. 8 new ones in 14 days. And the dates were reaching further into the future now. The most recent one was dated November 15th, almost a month out. I pulled it and read it. It was different from the others, not in format. Same form, same handwriting, same precise detail. But the incident it described wasn't an accident. It wasn't a fall or a weather event or a medical emergency. It described a hiker going missing. A specific hiker, male, 28, from Knoxville, solo, with a red Gregory pack and a blue rain shell. The report said he would enter the Shining Rock Wilderness on November 15th via the Big East Fork trailhead and would not come out. No body recovered. Case status, open. At the bottom of the report, in the same careful handwriting, was a line I hadn't seen on any of the others. It read, "No intervention recommended." I stared at that line for a long time. Every other report had been neutral. Facts and outcomes, nothing more. No instructions, no suggestions, no editorial. This was the first time the reports had told me what to do. Or rather, what not to do. I put the report back in the folder. I closed the drawer. The metallic smell was strong enough now that I could taste it in the back of my throat, like licking a penny. I looked at the cabinet, and for the first time since Gerald Pemberton, I felt afraid. Not afraid of what was in the reports. Afraid of what the reports were making me into. A man who sat at a desk every morning and read the future and decided who to save. A man who was starting to think of it as his job, his purpose, his reason for being at this station. Travis was right. I didn't feel caught. And that was exactly how you know you are. The October 12th report was the one about the cardiac event. Male, 61, retired electrical contractor from Greenville, South Carolina. Name, Wayne Jessup. The report said he would be hiking the Mountains to Sea Trail, a moderate section that follows the parkway for about 6 miles before dropping into a drainage. At approximately 1:40 in the afternoon, his heart would stop. The report listed contributing factors the way a medical examiner would: undiagnosed coronary artery disease, exertion at elevation, insufficient hydration. It listed his time of death as 1:53 p.m. 13 minutes between cardiac arrest and brain death, alone on a trail with no cell service and no other hikers within earshot. I had the report on October 5th, 7 days. I thought about what Travis said about snares, about bait, and then I thought about a 61-year-old man dying alone on a trail because I was too careful to walk out there and stop it, and I couldn't make those two thoughts exist in the same room. So I started planning. The Mountains to Sea section the report described was about 8 miles from Elk Creek by trail, or 12 by road if I drove to the nearest parkway access point and hiked in from there. Either way, I needed to be in position before 1:40. I figured I'd drive to the access point on the morning of the 12th, hike in, and find a reason to be on that section of trail at the right time. Routine patrol. Visitor contacts. The kind of thing a ranger does every day. Except this time I'd know exactly who I was looking for and exactly what was about to happen to him. On October 11th, I packed my field kit: first aid, SAM splint, radio, 2 liters of water, my chest pack with notebook and pen. I also packed the portable AED from the station's emergency supplies. It was a life pack unit, bulky. Added maybe 4 pounds to my load. I'd been trained on it during my wildland fire certification. I had used one once, on a hotshot who collapsed during a burnout operation in Idaho. That time it hadn't worked. The man died. His name was Pete Sorrell, and he was 29, and he had a daughter who had just turned 2. I packed the AED anyway. The morning of October 12th was cold and clear. I drove to the parkway access point, parked at an overlook, and hiked in along the Mountains to Sea Trail heading east. The forest was quiet. The leaves had mostly turned by now, and the understory was thinning, opening up sightlines through the trees that had been closed by foliage a few weeks earlier. I could see further in every direction, which should have been comforting. It wasn't. The openness felt like exposure, like whatever was writing those reports could see me coming. I reached the section described in the report around 11:30 and found a spot where I could sit and wait without looking like I was waiting. A rock ledge beside the trail with a view of the valley. I ate lunch. I watched the trail. I checked my watch. I tried not to think about the fact that I was sitting on a mountain waiting for a stranger's heart to stop. Wayne Jessup came up the trail at 12:50, right on time. He was tall, thick through the middle, with white hair under a brown cap and a day pack that looked like it had been through a few seasons. He was breathing harder than the grade warranted. His face was red. He stopped when he saw me and smiled and asked if the trail got any steeper ahead. I said it leveled out in about a mile. I asked how he was feeling. Good, he said. Winded. Probably should have trained more before this trip. I told him there was no shame in taking breaks. Told him to drink water. Told him the standard things. He thanked me and kept hiking. I waited 2 minutes and then followed. I kept him in sight for the next 45 minutes, hanging back far enough that he wouldn't feel watched, but close enough that I could reach him in a sprint. The trail wound through a mixed hardwood section, gently climbing, then dropped into a drainage where a small creek crossed the path over exposed rock. Wayne stopped at the creek to drink water and splash his face. He looked tired but steady. At 1:37 he was on a section of trail that climbed a short, steep grade between two laurel thickets. He was moving slowly. His breathing was audible from 50 yards back. At 1:41 he stopped walking. He stood still for a moment, one hand on his chest, his face shifting from red to gray in a way that I recognized, because I'd seen it once before on a mountainside in Idaho. I was running before he hit the ground. He went down on his right side. By the time I reached him, maybe 15 seconds later, he was unconscious, no pulse. I rolled him onto his back, started chest compressions, and got the AED out of my pack. The pads went on his chest. The machine analyzed his rhythm and advised a shock. I cleared and pressed the button, and his body jerked, and the machine told me to continue CPR. I did compressions for another 2 minutes. The AED analyzed again. Another shock. More compressions. Somewhere in the third cycle, Wayne Jessup's heart started beating on its own. He gasped. His eyes opened. He looked at me with the confusion of a man who'd been somewhere else entirely and wasn't sure how he'd gotten back. I radioed for medical evacuation. A Parkway ranger met us with an ATV about 40 minutes later, and they transported Wayne to the hospital in Asheville. He survived. Full recovery. The doctors told him he had a 90% blockage in his left anterior descending artery that nobody had caught. If he'd been alone on that trail, he would have been dead in 15 minutes. The report had said 13. I drove back to Elk Creek that evening feeling like a man who'd done something real. Something that mattered more than fire lines and paperwork and all the other ways I'd spent my career trying to keep people alive. I'd read a piece of paper, and a man was breathing because of it. Whatever the cabinet was, whatever wrote those reports, it had given me the ability to be in the right place at the right time with the right equipment, and I had used that gift and it had worked. I took a shower. I made dinner. I sat on the porch in the dark and drank coffee and listened to the creek and felt, for the first time in a long time, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Then I went inside and opened the filing cabinet. There was a new report in the folder. The paper was warm, not room temperature, warm, like it had been sitting in a beam of sunlight or held in someone's hands. The ink was fresh enough to smell. I hadn't been gone more than 9 hours, and in that time something had opened the drawer, placed a new report inside, and closed it again. The station had been locked. I checked the windows when I walked in. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was out of place. But the report was there, and it hadn't been there where I left. I read it standing at the cabinet, with the drawer open, and the smell of ink and metal filling my lungs. Same date, October 12th, same time, 1:53 p.m., the time the original report had listed as Wayne Jessup's time of death. Different name, Catherine Marsh, female, 34, school teacher from Hendersonville, hiking alone on the Graveyard Fields Trail, a popular loop about 6 miles south of the Mountains to Sea section where I'd been crouching over Wayne's chest doing compressions. She had slipped on wet rock at a waterfall overlook and fallen approximately 40 feet into the drainage below. The report described her injuries. I won't repeat them. It described the time she was found by another hiker approximately 4 hours after the fall. It described the fact that she was still conscious when the hiker reached her, and that she died during the helicopter evacuation. The time of her fall was listed as 1:53 p.m., the same minute, the exact same minute that Wayne Jessup would have died if I hadn't been there with an AED and 12 years of field medicine training. I put the report down on the desk. I sat in the chair. I looked at it. 1:53 p.m. I'd been kneeling on a trail 8 miles north, listening to an AED charge for a second shock, while a woman I'd never heard of stepped onto wet rock and fell 40 feet into a creek bed. While I was pulling Wayne Jessup back from wherever he'd gone, Catherine Marsh was lying in a ravine with injuries I won't describe, alone, waiting for someone to find her. She waited 4 hours. She died in a helicopter. The original report had predicted Wayne Jessup's death at 1:53 p.m. on October 12th. I had prevented it, and at 1:53 p.m. on October 12th, someone else had died instead. Same time, same minute, Same mountain range. Different trail, different name, different cause, but the same outcome. One body, one death. The ledger balanced. I didn't choose Catherine Marsh. I want you to know that. I didn't know her name until I read that new report standing at the cabinet at 9:30 at night. I didn't know she existed. I didn't know she was on a trail 6 miles south of me while I was saving a stranger's life. I didn't make a conscious decision to let her die, but the cabinet made that decision for me. Or it let me make it without knowing I was making it, which is worse when I think about it. At least a conscious choice means you understood the stakes. I didn't understand anything, I just thought I was helping. I sat at the desk for a long time that night. The metallic smell was so strong it felt like the air had weight to it, pressing against my skin, filling the room with something that wasn't quite a presence and wasn't quite a smell and wasn't quite a sound, but was all three of those things layered on top of each other. The filing cabinet sat against the wall and did nothing. It didn't open. It didn't make sounds. It just sat there, the way it had sat there for decades, holding its reports and waiting for someone to read them and act on them and learn, eventually, what acting on them cost. I thought about calling Denise. I picked up the radio handset twice and put it back down both times. What would I say? I saved a man today and a woman died, and I think the mountain traded one for the other, and I think the filing cabinet knew it would happen. She'd pull me off the posting, she'd send someone to evaluate me. She might be right, too. I thought about driving down the mountain, getting in my truck and taking the 12 miles of gravel and dirt back to the paved world and never coming back. Reed Sutherland had done it. 7 other rangers before me had done it, or close to it. Nobody would blame me. Nobody would even be surprised. But I kept thinking about Wayne Jessup's eyes opening. That gasp. That confused look of a man returning from a place he shouldn't have gone yet. I had done that. I had brought him back. And the fact that the mountain had charged a price for it didn't change the fact that he was alive and breathing and going home to Greenville. Did it. I went to bed. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark and listened to the creek and thought about Catherine Marsh and whether she had been afraid and whether she had known that no one was coming for 4 hours and whether she had thought about her students while she waited in that ravine. Around 2 a.m, I heard the pages again. Slow, deliberate, one at a time. Something in the main room, going through its files. I got up. I walked into the main room in my socks and my thermal shirt, and I stood in the doorway and looked at the filing cabinet. The bottom drawer was open, about 6 inches. The desk lamp was off. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the wood stove coals coming through the damper vents. I couldn't see anything at the desk, couldn't see anyone. But I could hear the pages, and I could smell the metal, and I could feel something in the room the way you feel someone standing behind you in a line. Not sight, not sound, pressure. I know you're there, I said. The page turning stopped. The drawer closed. Slow, smooth. The way a drawer closes when someone eases it shut with their fingertips. Not a slam. A whisper of metal on metal. Then nothing. The room was empty. The pressure was gone. The metallic smell faded over the next few minutes until it was just the normal station smells of wood smoke and old paper and cold air. I walked to the cabinet and opened the bottom drawer. 2 new reports. I picked them up. My hands were steady, which surprised me. I'd expected them to shake. They didn't. Some part of me had moved past shaking. I was in the place you get to in a fire when the conditions are bad enough that fear becomes a waste of energy and you just start working the problem. The first new report was dated October 21st. A tree falling on a tent at a backcountry campsite. 2 hikers. The report described their injuries but also described them surviving, being airlifted out, spending weeks in the hospital, but living. A survivable incident if response was timely. The second report was dated October 23rd. A solo hiker going off trail and falling into an abandoned mine shaft on the edge of the wilderness boundary. The report described the fall. It described the hiker, lying at the bottom of a 30-foot vertical shaft with a broken back, unable to move, unable to call for help. It described her dying of exposure over 2 days. At the bottom of the second report, in the same careful handwriting, was a line I'd seen once before. No intervention recommended. I put the reports back. I closed the drawer. I went back to bed. But I didn't stop reading them, and I didn't stop acting on them. Because here's the thing about the cabinet that I didn't understand until much later. Until after everything happened and I was sitting in a motel room in Brevard with the heat on and the door locked and my hands finally shaking the way they should have been shaking all along. The cabinet doesn't force you to do anything. It doesn't make you read the reports. It doesn't make you act on them. It just puts them in the drawer and waits. And the waiting is the trap. Because once you know that a man is going to have a heart attack on a trail on a specific day at a specific time, you can't unknow it. The knowledge sits in your head like a splinter. You can ignore it, technically. You can leave the report in the drawer and go about your day and let the thing happen. But you won't. Not if you're the kind of person who became a ranger in the first place. Not if you spent 6 seasons running toward fire instead of away from it. Not if you carry an AED up a mountain on the off chance that today is the day someone needs it. The cabinet knows what kind of person gets assigned to Elk Creek. It knows because it's been watching rangers come and go for 60 years. It knows that the people who end up at remote backcountry stations are the ones who care enough to be there and the ones who are just damaged enough to think they can handle being alone with something they don't understand. It picks its keepers the way a snare picks its prey, not by chasing them, by being exactly the kind of thing they can't walk away from. I couldn't walk away from it. Not yet. Not after Wayne Jessup. The weeks between October 12th and October 30th were the most focused I'd been since my first fire season. I had a system. Every morning I checked the drawer. Every morning there were new reports, sometimes 1, sometimes 3, never more than 4 at a time. I read them, mapped them, sorted them by date and severity. I created a triage protocol in my head, the same way I'd prioritize fire assignments, life-threatening incidents first, injury incidents second, property or wildlife incidents last. I started positioning myself on the trails before incidents were scheduled to happen. I became the most active backcountry ranger in the Pisgah district, logging more trail miles in October than most rangers log in a quarter. Denise noticed. She called me on the radio one afternoon and asked if everything was all right. Fine, I said. Just trying to be thorough. You're logging 20-mile days, Caleb. That's not thorough, that's something else. The trails are busy. Fall color season. The trails are always busy in October. You don't need to walk all of them every day. I told her I'd scale back. I didn't scale back. I kept reading. I kept moving. I kept getting there first. And it worked. I prevented a fatal hypothermia exposure on October 15th by redirecting a pair of underprepared hikers before a temperature drop. The forecast hadn't predicted, but the cabinet had. The report had listed both as fatalities, found frozen in their sleeping bags at a campsite with no insulation and no fire. I prevented a fall on October 19th by closing a section of trail that the report said would be undermined by a groundwater seep that hadn't surfaced yet. When I checked the trail on the 18th, the ground was stable. On the morning of the 19th, a 6-foot section of trail had collapsed into a drainage, exactly where the report said it would. If I hadn't put the closure signs up, someone would have been standing on that section when it went. Every intervention felt like proof. Proof that the cabinet was a tool, not a trap. Proof that I could use it and stay in control. Proof that I was doing good. The reports I didn't act on bothered me, but I found ways to file that feeling away. The ones marked "No intervention recommended" were rare. 2 in October. I told myself they were the exceptions. The cases where the variables were too complex or the outcome too uncertain for intervention to work. I told myself the cabinet was giving me honest information about its own limitations. I told myself a lot of things. October 21st came. The tree on tent report. I had been camped near the backcountry site since the previous evening, waiting. At 4:12 a.m., a dead hemlock let go in a wind gust and dropped across a 2-person tent with 2 hikers inside. I was there in 90 seconds. I got them out. One had a fractured collarbone. The other had lacerations from the branches, but nothing critical. I splinted the collarbone, treated the cuts, and radioed for evacuation. By dawn, they were in an ambulance heading for Mission Hospital in Asheville. I hiked back to the station that afternoon and opened the drawer. New report. Dated October 21st. Same time as the tree incident. 4:12 a.m. Different location, different person. A hunter on private land adjacent to the wilderness boundary, 2 miles from the campsite where I'd pulled hikers out of a crushed tent. The report said a dead hemlock fell on him while he was walking to his tree stand in the dark. Killed instantly. Same minute, same type of tree, same cause, same mountain, different person. I sat at the desk and read the report 3 times, and then I folded my arms on the desk and put my forehead down on them and stayed like that for a while. The metallic smell pressed against the back of my neck like a cold hand. The mountain wasn't losing anyone. It was collecting a specific number at a specific time. If I pulled someone out of the path, someone else stepped into it. Not by coincidence, by design. The reports weren't predictions, they were invoices. And when I voided one, the mountain issued a replacement. I looked up Catherine Marsh that afternoon, drove down to Brevard on my next supply run, and used the library computer to search local news archives. I found her obituary. 34. Elementary school teacher at a school in Hendersonville, survived by her parents and a younger brother. The article about her death described it as a hiking accident. A slip on wet rock at a waterfall overlook in the Graveyard Fields area. She was alone. She was found by another hiker approximately 4 hours after the fall. She died during helicopter evacuation. Every detail matched the report. I sat in the library for a long time. An older woman at the computer next to me was looking up recipes. A kid across the table was doing homework. Normal people doing normal things in a normal building with fluorescent lights and carpet and no filing cabinets full of futures. I looked up the hunter, found a brief news item in the Transylvania County paper. His name was Dale Redding, 57, retired, found by his hunting partner at dawn, dead hemlock. The tree had been standing dead for at least 3 years, according to the report. Could have fallen any time. It fell at 4:12 a.m. on October 21st, the same minute I was pulling 2 strangers out of a crushed tent 2 miles away. Dale Redding had a wife and 3 grown children. I read that line twice and then closed the browser window and drove back up the mountain. That evening I sat on the porch in the dark and tried to think clearly. The cold air helped. It was late October now, and the nights were dropping into the high 20s. The creek had a skin of ice on the edges where the water pooled behind rocks. The stars were bright and hard, and the Milky Way stretched across the gap between the ridgelines like a smear of chalk on a blackboard. I laid out what I knew. The filing cabinet produced reports describing future incidents. The reports were accurate in every verifiable detail. When an incident was allowed to occur as described, the report remained the only record. When I intervened and prevented the described outcome, a new report appeared describing a different incident with the same outcome at the same time, 1 for 1, death for death. I had saved 3 people. Wayne Jessup, the 2 hikers in the tent. 3 people had died instead. Catherine Marsh, Dale Redding, and whoever the third was. I went inside and checked the folder. The new report from the tent incident described a death, not the hunter. A different person. A third death. An elderly man who had fallen on a wet porch step at a cabin 3 miles from the campsite. Same time, same morning, same mountain. I hadn't saved 3 people. I'd killed 3 others. Or the mountain had killed them. Or we'd done it together. The distinction felt thin as tissue paper. I opened the drawer again. There were 29 reports in the folder now. I started reading the ones I hadn't acted on, the ones marked "No intervention recommended." They were different from the others. They described deaths that were complete, contained, self-enclosing, A hiker with terminal cancer taking a last walk and sitting down under a tree and not getting up. An elderly couple whose car went off a curve on the parkway in a rainstorm. The reports described these as settled, final. The cabinet wasn't asking me to do anything because there was nothing to trade. These deaths belonged to the people who died. They weren't currency. The others were. The falls, the heart attacks, the hypothermia cases, the drownings, those were open ledger items, transferable. The cabinet was showing me the ones I could move, the ones I could redirect, the ones where the mountain would accept a substitute if I provided one by intervening. I understood the system now. I wished I didn't. New reports began appearing on October 28th. 3 of them on that first morning, dated the 29th, the 30th, and the 31st. 2 were injury incidents. 1 was a fatality. I read them all. I mapped them. I put the folder back in the drawer and closed it. I did not act on the October 29th report. It described a hiker spraining a knee on a descent. Painful, not life-threatening. He'd limp out on his own and be sore for a month. I left it. I did not act on the October 30th report. It described a tent being flooded at a backcountry site during a heavy rain. 2 hikers, wet and cold but uninjured, would pack out the next morning. I left it. I did not act on the October 31st report. It described a man dying of a heart attack on the Avester Gap Trail at 6:14 in the morning. I left it. And that night, for the first time since my second week at the station, I heard something other than pages turning. I heard a sound from the main room that I can only describe as disappointment. Not a voice. Not a word. A feeling that entered the room through the walls and the floor and the air itself, like the barometric pressure dropping before a storm front. The station was unhappy with me. The bottom drawer opened on its own. I heard it from the bunk room. The metal slide of the track, the clunk of the stops. Then silence. Then, after maybe 30 seconds, the drawer closed. In the morning, there were 4 new reports. The dates were close. November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. All injuries. All preventable. And at the bottom of each one, a new line I hadn't seen before. Recommended action. Intervene. The cabinet was done being patient with me. I didn't act on those either. I did my patrols. I did my radio check-ins. I filed real reports about real trail conditions and real visitor contacts. I tried to be a normal ranger at a normal station doing normal work. On October 31st, a man named Arthur Poole had a heart attack on the Avester Gap Trail at approximately 6:14 in the morning. He was alone. He died before anyone found him. His body was discovered by a pair of hikers around noon. I know this because I listened to it on the radio. The call came in to dispatch while I was sitting at the desk in the station, and I heard every word of it and I did nothing. I knew his name before the call came in. I knew the time and the place and the cause, and I let it happen because I had learned what it cost to stop it. Arthur Poole was 63, retired post office worker from Charlotte. I looked him up later. He had a wife and 2 daughters and 4 grandchildren and a dog named Biscuit. I know that because his obituary mentioned the dog. His wife wrote it. You could tell because it read the way a person writes when they're trying to compress a whole life into 4 paragraphs and they can't decide what matters enough to include and what doesn't. So they put everything in, including the dog, because the dog mattered to him and she wanted people to know that. I could have saved him. I had the report. I knew the trail, the time, the condition. I could have been there with the AED at 6:10 and waited 4 minutes and brought him back the way I brought Wayne Jessup back. And somewhere on the mountain, within the same hour, someone else would have died in his place. Someone I'd never know. Someone whose wife would write an obituary that mentioned the things that mattered. And none of those things would include the fact that a ranger in a station 12 miles away had read a piece of paper and decided their life was the price of someone else's. That's the part I need you to understand. I'm telling you this because you need to know what happens when you start reading. You don't stop because the reports stop being accurate. They don't Every single one I verified was correct to the smallest detail. You stop because you realize that the accuracy is the point. The cabinet gives you perfect information, so you'll act on it. And it gives you the consequence of acting, so you'll understand that you didn't save anyone, you just moved the pin on the map. And the map doesn't have any edges. I want to tell you about the 3 days between October 12th and October 15th, because those are the days I almost drove off the mountain. Not because of fear, because of something worse than fear, because of the math. I sat at the desk that first night after finding Catherine Marsh's report, and I started keeping a ledger, not in the filing cabinet, in my own notebook, the one in my chest pocket, the one I'd written Gerald Pemberton's details in 3 weeks earlier when I still thought I was being careful instead of being used. I drew a line down the center of a blank page. On the left side, I wrote the names of the people I'd saved. On the right side, I wrote the names of the people who had died in their place. Gerald Pemberton on the left, nobody on the right, because Gerald's incident was a broken ankle, not a fatality. The substitution, if there was one, hadn't been a death. It might have been another injury somewhere else, a twisted knee or a sprained wrist that I'd never know about because it wasn't severe enough to make the news. The cabinet traded in kind, injuries for injuries, deaths for deaths. The currency had to match. Wayne Jessup on the left, Catherine Marsh on the right, the two hikers in the crushed tent on the left, Dale Redding, and the man on the porch on the right. 3 saved, 3 dead, the ledger balanced. I looked at that page for a long time. Then I tore it out and burned it in the wood stove because putting it on paper made it real in a way I couldn't carry. But the burning didn't help because the math was still in my head even after the paper was ash. And the math said something I didn't want to hear. It said that every act of intervention was neutral. Not good, not evil, neutral. A lateral transfer, a redirect. I hadn't added any life to the mountain's total. I'd just moved it around. Like rearranging furniture in a burning building. The fire doesn't care which room the couch is in. The night of October 13th, I couldn't sleep at all. I lay in the bunk room and stared at the ceiling and ran the numbers. If the cabinet gave me a report about a man who was going to die on a trail, and I saved that man, and another person died at the same time on a different trail, had I done anything, the net outcome was the same. 1 death. Same number as if I'd never read the report. Same number as if the cabinet had never existed. But it wasn't the same to Wayne Jessup. That's the thought I kept coming back to. It wasn't the same to Wayne Jessup's wife when he came home from the hospital instead of coming home in a box. It wasn't the same to his kids and his grandkids and whatever future he had left. To Wayne Jessup, the intervention was everything. It was the difference between existing and not existing. And the fact that Catherine Marsh paid for it with her life didn't change the value of Wayne Jessup's life. It just changed the cost. But then I think about Catherine Marsh's students, about the classroom that didn't have a teacher on Monday morning, about the parents who had to explain to their children why Miss Marsh wasn't coming back. And the math would collapse again because Catherine Marsh's life had the same value as Wayne Jessup's life, and the trade hadn't created any net good. It had just selected a winner and a loser, and I was the one holding the selection form. That's what the cabinet does. It makes you the mechanism. Not the hero, the mechanism, the sorting function in an equation that was going to resolve itself one way or another. The mountain was going to take its 1 death at 1:53 p.m. on October 12th, no matter what. The only variable I controlled was which name went on the report. On October 14th, I drove to the overlook on the Blue Ridge Parkway where you can see the whole Shining Rock wilderness laid out below you, the ridgelines falling away in layers like the folds of a quilt. I sat on the stone wall and looked at the mountain and tried to think about it the way a fire investigator thinks about a fire. Not the emotion, the mechanics, the cause and effect, the chain of events that led to the outcome. The mountain needed a specific number of incidents in a specific time frame. I didn't know how the number was determined. I didn't know if it was fixed or variable, seasonal or cyclical, based on visitor volume or lunar phase or something I didn't have a name for. But the number was real. The cabinet tracked it, and when I interfered with one incident, the number didn't change. The mountain just found another way to fill the slot, which meant The cabinet wasn't giving me the power to save lives. It was giving me the power to choose which lives ended. And it was calling that power a gift. I thought about what Virgil had said about stage 3, about the cabinet starting to give instructions. No intervention recommended on some reports. Recommended action, intervene on others. I'd assumed those instructions were about the cabinet's limitations. Some incidents could be redirected, others couldn't. The cabinet was being honest about which was which. But sitting on that wall, looking at the mountain, I saw it differently. The instructions weren't about limitations. They were about training. The cabinet was teaching me to sort, teaching me to read a report and decide, based on its notation, whether to act or not, teaching me to defer to its judgment about which deaths were movable and which were fixed, training me to be a better mechanism, a more efficient sorting function, a keeper who didn't waste energy on the cases that couldn't be traded and focused instead on the ones that could. And the cases marked recommended action. Intervene weren't the ones where intervention would save the most lives. They were the ones where intervention would generate the most engagement, the most emotional investment, the most attachment to the system. Save a man from a heart attack. Feel the power. Lose a woman in a ravine. Feel the cost. Keep reading. Keep sorting. Keep choosing. Stay at the station. Stay in the drawer. I drove back to Elk Creek that afternoon and sat on the porch and drank coffee that had gone cold while I was on the parkway, and I made a decision. I would stop reading the reports. Not because I was afraid, because I had finally understood that the reports weren't information, they were a user interface, and I was the user being used. The decision lasted 36 hours. On the morning of October 16th, I walked into the main room, and the bottom drawer was open, and there was a report on the desk, and I read it before I could stop myself. The way you read a text on your phone before your brain catches up with your thumb. Automatic, reflexive, the behavior of a man who has been trained. It described a child, 7 years old, a boy on a family hike, wandering off the trail at a creek crossing while his parents stopped to take photographs. The report said the boy would fall into the creek, which was running high from recent rain, and be carried downstream into a section of rocky rapids. The outcome was listed as drowning. The time was October 28th, 12 days away. I put the report down. I closed the drawer. I went outside and walked to the edge of the clearing and stood in the cold air and told myself I would not go to that creek on October 28th. I would not intervene. I would let the system run its equation without my input, and whatever happened would happen without my fingerprints on it. And then I thought about a 7-year-old boy in a creek, in cold water, in rapids, unable to breathe, and his parents standing on the bank screaming. And I knew that I would be at that creek on October 28th with a throw rope and a flotation device, and I would pull that child out of the water and I would save his life, and someone else's child somewhere else on the mountain would pay for it. The cabinet knew it too. That's why I put the report on the desk instead of in the drawer. That's why it described a child instead of an adult. That's why it gave me 12 days to think about it instead of 2. It was calibrating, learning what motivated me, testing which scenarios produced action and which produced paralysis, building a profile of my decision-making so it could optimize its inputs for maximum engagement. I was being profiled by a filing cabinet, and the profile was accurate. On October 28th, I was at the creek. I had the throw rope. I had the flotation device. The family arrived at the crossing around 2 in the afternoon, a man and a woman and a boy in a red jacket. The boy's name was Noah. He was 7. He was throwing rocks into the creek while his parents took pictures of the waterfall upstream. I intercepted them before the boy could reach the water's edge, told them the creek was running dangerously high, showed them my badge, redirected them to a different trail. The family thanked me and hiked out. Noah waved at me from 20 yards down the trail, a big, full-armed wave, the kind of wave only a kid under 10 gives because they haven't learned to be self-conscious about enthusiasm yet. I waved back. I didn't check the cabinet that night. I didn't check it the next morning. I didn't need to. I knew what was in there. A new report. Same time. Same outcome. Different child. I checked it on October 30th because I'm the kind of person who checks. The kind of person who needs to know the cost even when knowing it is the thing that's killing him. The report was there. A 4-year-old girl. A different creek. A different drainage. Same mountain. Same time. Drowning. Her name was Lily. I want you to sit with that for a second. Not the horror of it. The mechanics. A filing cabinet in a ranger station traded a 7-year-old boy named Noah for a 4-year-old girl named Lily, and I was the one who authorized the transaction by pulling a family off a creek crossing. The cabinet didn't kill Lily. The creek killed Lily. The conditions killed Lily. The same conditions that would have killed Noah if I hadn't been standing there with a throw rope. But the cabinet knew about both children. It knew about both creeks. And it gave me one name so I would save one child so the mountain could take the other. I sat at the desk and cried. First time since I could remember. The tears came up from somewhere below my stomach, from a place I didn't know I still had, and they came in waves that shook my whole body. I put my head down on the desk and I cried until I couldn't breathe, and then I breathed and I cried some more. The station was silent around me. The cabinet was closed. The creek was running outside the window. The mountain was watching. When I stopped crying, I washed my face and looked in the bathroom mirror and saw a man who looked like he'd aged 10 years and 6 weeks. Red eyes, gray skin, a thinness around the mouth that hadn't been there in September. The mountain was eating me from the inside, one decision at a time, and the filing cabinet was the table setting. That was stage 3. That was the moment the cabinet's instructions stopped being suggestions and started being commands, not because the words on the page changed, but because my ability to refuse them had been ground down to nothing. I would read, I would act, I would carry the cost, and I would keep doing it because the alternative was knowing that a child had drowned while I sat on a porch with my hands in my pockets and a report in a drawer that told me exactly where and when to be. The cabinet had found my price. Everybody has one. For some people it's a spouse, or a parent, or a friend. For me it was a kid in a red jacket throwing rocks into a creek, waving goodbye with both arms. The cabinet tested different scenarios until it found the one I couldn't refuse, and then it filed that information in whatever system it uses to track the keepers it keeps. I was stage 3, and the drawer was already preparing stage 4. Travis came on November 2nd. Right on schedule, every other Thursday, but something about the way he drove in told me this wasn't a routine visit. He just showed up at the station around 10 in the morning, driving fast enough on that dirt road that I heard the gravel pinging off his undercarriage before I saw the truck through the trees. He parked and sat in the cab for a minute. I was on the porch with coffee. He got out and walked up the steps and looked at me the way you look at someone who's been in a fight. "You look like hell," he said. "I haven't been sleeping much." I heard about the Jessup save and the Treon tent pole. Districts talking about putting you in for a commendation. I don't want a commendation. Travis leaned against the porch railing and crossed his arms. "You been reading the reports?" It wasn't a question. I didn't answer it like one. "How much do you know?" I asked. "I know what I told you. Every ranger asks about the cabinet. Most of them start reading. Some of them start acting on what they read, and every single one who acts on them eventually figures out what you figured out. That it trades. That it trades. Yeah, and you didn't tell me that part. Would you have believed me? No, I wouldn't have. I knew that. If Travis had sat on this porch 6 weeks ago and told me that a filing cabinet in a ranger station could predict deaths and that preventing one death caused another, I would have filed him in the same category as the guys in fire camp who claimed to have seen Bigfoot or heard ghost voices on their radios in the mountains. The kind of story you nod at politely and then forget. "I need to talk to Virgil Pruitt," I said. "I know. That's why I'm here early. I'll drive you down." Waynesville was about an hour and a half from the station, down the mountain and west along the interstate toward the Tennessee border. A small town in a valley with a brick downtown and mountains on every side. Travis drove. We didn't talk much on the way down, which was fine. I had gotten used to Travis's brand of silence, the kind that comes from a man who has opinions but understands that some things need to be said by specific people at specific times, and this wasn't his time. Virgil Pruitt lived in a ranch-style house on a dead-end road on the north side of town. The yard was neat. The house was painted yellow with white trim. There was a vegetable garden on the south side that had been put to bed for the winter, the rows covered with straw mulch, the tomato cages stacked against the fence. A Ford pickup sat in the driveway with a Forest Service retirement sticker on the back window. Travis knocked. A dog barked inside. Then the door opened, and I was looking at a man in his mid-70s who had the same look in his eyes that I saw in my mirror every morning since October 12th. Tired. Knowing. The look of someone carrying something they've been carrying too long. "This is Caleb," Travis said. "He's at Elk Creek." Virgil looked at me for a long moment. Then he stepped aside and waved us in. The house was warm and smelled like coffee and wood polish. The dog was a beagle mix, old, mostly deaf, who sniffed my boots and then went back to a dog bed in the corner. Virgil led us to the kitchen, where a pot of coffee was already on. 3 mugs were set out on the counter. "Travis called ahead," Virgil said, catching my look at the mugs. "I've been expecting this visit since August. Figured whoever they put in after Reed would come find me by October. You lasted a bit longer than most." We sat at the kitchen table. Virgil poured coffee. His hands shook slightly, the way old hands do, but his eyes were steady and clear. He looked at me the way a doctor looks at a patient who's described symptoms that confirm a diagnosis. "Tell me what you've seen," he said. I told him. Everything. The reports in the drawer. Gerald Pemberton. The lamp and the drawer opening at night. Wayne Jessup and the AED. Catherine Marsh. The tree. And Dale Redding. The sound of pages turning at 2 in the morning. The metallic smell. The new reports marked "No intervention recommended," and the ones marked "Recommended action, intervene." The feeling of disappointment when I stopped acting on them. Arthur Poole dying on the Ivester Gap Trail, 'cause I chose not to go. Virgil listened to all of it without interrupting. He didn't nod. He didn't react. He just listened, the way people listen when they're hearing their own story told back to them by someone who doesn't know it's the same story. When I finished, he took a slow drink of his coffee and set the mug down. "When did the station start giving you instructions?" he asked. "End of October." The new report started, including lines at the bottom. "No intervention recommended. Then recommended action, intervene, like it's telling me what to do." Virgil nodded. "That's stage 3. There are 5. 5 stages of what? 5 stages of what happens to the keeper of that station. Every ranger who works Elk Creek long enough goes through them. I went through them. Reed went through them. The 7 or 8 before me went through them." He held up one finger. "Stage 1. You find the reports. You think they're misfiled or somebody's playing a joke. You dismiss them." Second finger. "Stage 2. A report comes true. You can't dismiss it anymore. You start reading every one. You start acting on them. You feel powerful. You feel useful. You feel like you found a purpose." Third finger. "Stage 3. You figure out the trade, one for one. Every save has a cost. You either stop acting and live with the guilt, or you keep acting and live with the knowledge that you're choosing who dies. Either way, the cabinet starts talking to you. Instructions in the reports. New ones appearing faster. The station starts making it clear that it has expectations." Fourth finger. Stage 4. The cabinet writes a report about you. He paused. "What's stage 5? I asked. "Stage 5 is what happens if you're still there when the date on your report comes due." "What happens?" Virgil looked at his coffee. "I don't know. Nobody who reached stage 5 came back to tell me." The kitchen was quiet. The beagle snored in its bed. Travis sat with his arms crossed, looking at the floor. "How long were you at Elk Creek?" I asked. 22 months. Longest of anyone." "How did you get out?" I stopped reading. Cold. Closed the drawer and didn't open it for 3 weeks. Stayed in the field as much as possible. Slept in my truck some nights instead of the station. Stopped engaging with it entirely. And After about 2 weeks of that, the reports stopped appearing. They stopped? They stopped for me. My replacement found them on his first day. Same handwriting, same accuracy, same everything. The cabinet doesn't stop. It just finds a new reader. You said it wrote a report about you. Virgil got up from the table and walked to a cabinet in the hallway. Not a filing cabinet. A wooden china cabinet with glass doors, the kind your grandmother keeps dishes in. He opened the bottom door and pulled out a manila folder, old, yellowed at the edges, soft from handling. He brought it back to the table and set it in front of me. Inside was a single incident report, standard Forest Service form, handwriting that matched what I'd been reading at Elk Creek exactly. Same pen pressure, same letter formation, same careful, deliberate style. The report was dated blank, no month, no day, no year, just empty space where the date should be. It described the death of Virgil Allen Pruitt, male, 6 feet tall, 172 pounds. The location was the Elk Creek Ranger Station. The cause of death was listed as voluntary entry into the Shining Rock Wilderness, nighttime no return. The time was listed as pending. I've had this for 40 years, Virgil said. Found it in my jacket pocket the day I drove off that mountain. Wasn't there when I put the jacket on that morning. I've checked it every year on the anniversary. The date is still blank. What does that mean? It means I'm not done yet. It means the station filed a report on me and the report is still open, pending, waiting for the date to fill itself in. When does it fill in? Virgil looked at me with those steady, tired eyes. When I go back, that's what I believe anyway. The report stays open as long as I stay away from that mountain. The minute I set foot on that property again, the date fills in and the report closes. That's the deal. That's how you get out. You leave and you never go back. And you live the rest of your life knowing that somewhere in a filing cabinet in an empty ranger station there's a piece of paper with your name on it and a blank space where the date of your death should be. And the station just lets you go? The station doesn't let you do anything. It doesn't force you to stay. It doesn't force you to read. It doesn't force you to act. It just writes reports and puts them in the drawer and waits. If you stop reading, it finds someone else. If you leave, it waits for your replacement. It's been doing this longer than the Forest Service has been managing that land. Longer than the government has existed, probably. What is it? Virgil shook his head. I spent 20 years asking that question. Read everything I could find about the Shining Rock area. Cherokee history, settler records, geological surveys, all of it. I can tell you what it isn't. It isn't a ghost. It isn't a demon. It isn't a curse, or a haunting, or anything with a name you'd find in a book. The best I can figure, it's something that was already in that ground before anyone built on it. Something that keeps a record of everything that happens on that mountain, every death, every injury, every loss, going back to before there were records. And when someone builds a structure on its ground and fills it with paperwork, it learns to use the paperwork. It learns to communicate in the language of the thing it's living inside. Filing cabinets, incident reports, government forms, the bureaucracy of death. It adopted our system because our system was there, and now it uses it better than we do. Travis spoke for the first time since we had sat down. Tell him about 1982. Virgil's face changed. The steadiness was still there, but underneath it something moved, something old and heavy. In 1982, he said, I found a report in the drawer that described a group of Boy Scouts getting caught in a flash flood on the East Fork Trail. 8 kids, 2 leaders. The report said the water would rise at 3:45 p.m. on July 14th. It described the specific section of trail where the group would be when the water hit. It described 8 fatalities. He stopped, took a breath. I went. Of course I went. I hiked out there the day before and camped near the trail junction. The next morning I intercepted the group and told them the trail was closed for maintenance. Showed them my badge, my radio, the whole thing. The scoutmaster argued with me for 10 minutes, but eventually he turned the group around and took them on a different trail. And at 3:45 p.m., the flash flood hit that section of trail exactly as described. I was on a ridge above it when it came through. The water was brown and fast and full of debris, trees and rocks and mud, moving at 20 or 30 miles an hour through a channel that had been a calm creek 2 minutes before. If those kids had been on that trail, they would have been dead. All of them. You saved 8 kids. I saved 8 kids. And the next morning, there was a report in the cabinet describing a church van from Greenville rolling off the Blue Ridge Parkway at mile marker 411 at 3:45 p.m. on July 14th. 11 passengers, 8 children, 3 adults, all fatalities. The kitchen went very quiet. 8 children, I said. 8 children, same number, different kids, different families, different van, same time, same mountain, same number. Virgil picked up his coffee mug and held it with both hands, the way you hold something when you need something to hold. I drove to mile marker 411 that afternoon. The guardrail was torn through. The van was at the bottom of a 200-foot embankment. They'd already pulled the bodies out by the time I got there. State police had the road closed. I stood on the shoulder and looked at the hole in the guardrail, and I knew that those 8 children were in that van because 8 other children weren't in that creek. And I knew because the cabinet told me, and I knew because I was the one who put the trade in motion. He set the mug down. That was my last month at Elk Creek. I closed the drawer. I stopped reading. I drove off the mountain in August, and I never went back. 40 years ago. Virgil got up from the table and refilled our coffee. While he was standing at the counter, I noticed something about his kitchen I hadn't seen when we walked in. Above the window, mounted on a small shelf, was a line of objects. Small things. A silver compass with a cracked crystal, a folded bandana, sun-bleached to near white. A fishing lure, the kind you'd use for trout in a mountain stream. A single bootlace, knotted at both ends. A Park Service badge, the enamel worn smooth. What are those? I asked. Virgil set the coffee pot down. He looked at the shelf the way you look at a gravesite, with distance and weight. Those belonged to people who didn't come back, not from Elk Creek specifically, from the mountain. People I knew, or knew of, who went into the Shining Rock and never came out. Their families donated them to the district office over the years, and when the office cleaned house, these got thrown in a box for disposal. I pulled them out. Why? Because someone should remember that these were people, not incident numbers, not case files, not entries in a ledger. People with pockets full of things that mattered to them. A compass that pointed north, a lure that caught fish, a bandana that kept the sun off their neck. The mountain took them, but it didn't take these, and as long as these are on my shelf, those people are more than a report in a drawer. He sat back down and wrapped his hands around his mug. That's the thing about the cabinet that nobody tells you, Caleb. It reduces people to data, names, descriptions, incident types, outcomes. The same way you'd catalog inventory or track shipments. The cabinet doesn't know those people. It doesn't know their names mean anything beyond identification codes. It doesn't know that Gerald Pemberton was someone's father, or that Catherine Marsh was someone's teacher, or that the 8 children in that van were someone's entire world. It just processes them, files them, balances the ledger, and we're the ones who add the meaning. We're the ones who suffer because of the meaning. The cabinet doesn't suffer. It doesn't feel guilt or grief or the 3 a.m. paralysis of knowing you chose one name over another. It just files. And that's why it needs keepers. Because filing isn't enough. The system needs someone who cares enough to engage with it, to read the reports, and feel the weight and make the choices. The suffering is the fuel. Without it, the reports are just paper. He looked at the shelf again. I keep those things up there because they remind me that the people in the reports were real. Not data, not variables, not entries in a column. Real. And the day I stop feeling that, the day those objects become just objects, is the day the blank fills in. I looked at the compass, the bandana, the lure, the bootlace, the badge. 5 objects from 5 people who walked into a wilderness and didn't walk out. I tried to imagine the hands that held them. The pockets they sat in, the moments when those objects were the last connection between a person and the world they were leaving. Does it help? I asked. Keeping them? It helps me remember why I left, and it helps me remember why I can't go back, because if I go back, I become another object on someone's shelf, and I owe those people more than that. Travis had been quiet through most of the conversation, but he spoke then, looking at Virgil, not at me. Virgil, tell him about the letters. Virgil shook his head slightly. He needs to know, Travis said. Virgil set down his mug. He went back to the china cabinet and pulled out a second folder, thinner than the first, held together with a rubber band. He set it on the table. After I left Elk Creek in '82, I started getting letters. Not email, not phone calls. Physical letters, mailed to my home address. No return address, no postmark. They just appeared in my mailbox. He opened the folder. Inside were maybe a dozen envelopes, all of them plain white, standard business size, the kind you'd use for utility bills or government correspondence. He pulled one out and slid it across the table to me. I opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, standard letter paper. The handwriting was the same pen pressure, the same letter formation, the same careful, deliberate hand that had filled every incident report in the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet at Elk Creek Station. The letter was short. Virgil, we note your continued absence. Your file remains open. The position has been filled. Your replacement is performing well. We hope you are enjoying your retirement. Please consider returning at your earliest convenience. The drawer is always open. Regards. No signature. No name. No identification of any kind. Just the handwriting and the message and the same faint metallic smell that I could detect even through the envelope. How often? I asked. Once a year. Every year. 40 letters. The wording changes slightly. Sometimes it mentions a new replacement by description. Sometimes it asks about my health. Sometimes it's just one line. Your file remains open. But it comes every year, usually in September, just before the fall posting season starts. It knows your address. It knows everything. It always has. It knew the hiker's name before he arrived on the trail. It knew the weather before the forecast did. It knew the exact minute a man's heart would stop. Why wouldn't it know my address? I put the letter back in the envelope. The metallic smell clung to my fingers. Will I get letters? Probably. Or something else. The cabinet adapts to whatever system is available. Virgil Pruitt gets letters because Virgil Pruitt lives in a house with a mailbox. If you live somewhere without a mailbox, it might use email or texts or something I can't predict. The medium changes. The message doesn't. Your file remains open. Your file remains open. That's all it ever really says. Everything else is dressing. The core message is always the same. We know where you are. We know you're alive. Your report is pending. Come back and close it. I drove back to the station that evening with this sitting in my chest like a stone. The cabinet didn't just keep records of the living. It maintained relationships with them. It wrote letters. It kept track. It waited. And I thought about something Virgil had said that I hadn't processed at the time because there was too much else to process. He'd said his replacement was performing well. The cabinet had mentioned a replacement in one of its letters, which meant the cabinet was evaluating its keepers, rating them, comparing their performance, deciding which ones were performing well and which ones weren't, which meant the cabinet had preferences, it had standards, it had expectations. It wasn't just a record-keeping system, it was a management system, and the keepers weren't users, they were employees. Evaluated, tracked, and replaced when they stopped performing. The filing cabinet was running a department, and we were the staff, 76 now, healthy enough, got a good garden, got the dog, got a life that's small and quiet and mine. And every single morning when I wake up, the first thing I think about is those 8 children in that van. Every morning. 40 years, we sat in that kitchen for another hour. Virgil told me about the other rangers, the ones who had found the reports before him. He'd tracked some of them down over the years, the way I was tracking him down now. Most of them had stories that followed the same pattern. Find the reports. Start reading. Start acting. Learn the cost. Stop or don't. Leave or don't. Two of them didn't leave. One was a ranger named Franklin Boggs who worked Elk Creek in 1974. He reached stage 4. The cabinet wrote his report. His date was not blank, it was specific. November 3rd, 1974. The report said he would walk into the Shining Rock Wilderness at 11 p.m. and would not return. On November 3rd, 1974, Franklin Boggs walked into the Shining Rock Wilderness at 11 p.m. and did not return. Search and rescue never found him. No body, no pack, no trace. Just a empty station with a filing cabinet and a closed report with his name on it. Case status, closed. The other was a ranger named Cora Whitfield, who worked the station in 1988. Same pattern, same stages. Her report was dated March 9th, 1989. Same description. Voluntary entry into the wilderness. Nighttime, no return. On March 9th, 1989, Cora Whitfield walked off the porch of Elk Creek Station at 10:45 p.m. and walked into the trees. The maintenance tech at the time, a man named Gerald who had Travis's job before Travis, found the station empty the next morning. Her coffee was still warm on the desk. The filing cabinet was closed. Her report was inside, dated and completed. Case status, closed. Voluntary, I said. The reports say voluntary. They do. As in, they chose to walk into the woods. That's what the reports say. I've thought about it for 40 years. Whether Franklin and Cora were compelled, whether the station made them do it, or tricked them into it, or whether they actually walked out there on their own because they wanted to. Because by that point they were so deep into the system that leaving felt like dying and staying felt like drowning, and the only option that made any kind of sense was walking into the dark and letting whatever was out there close the file. You think they chose it? I think by stage 5 the difference between choosing and being chosen doesn't exist anymore. We left Waynesville around 3 in the afternoon. Travis drove me back up the mountain. We pulled into the Elk Creek clearing. Just as the last light was draining out of the sky, the ridge line going black against the sky the color of a bruise. Travis killed the engine and looked at the station. Too dark to drive back down on that road, he said. I'll sleep on your floor tonight and head out in the morning. I didn't argue. Part of me was relieved. The idea of being alone in the station that night, after everything Virgil had told us, sat in my stomach like a cold stone. We went inside together. The desk lamp was on. The bottom drawer of the filing cabinet was open about 6 inches. Waiting. Travis stopped in the doorway. He looked at the lamp. He looked at the drawer. He looked at me. Did you leave those on? No. He walked to the cabinet and crouched down so he was eye level with the open drawer. He didn't touch it. He just looked. Then he stood up and pushed the drawer shut with his boot. I've been servicing this station for 12 years, he said. I've never stayed overnight. There's a reason for that. We made dinner. We kept the lights on. Travis laid his sleeping bag on the main room floor near the wood stove, and I went to the bunk room. Around midnight I heard Travis sit up. Then I heard why. The bottom drawer was sliding open, metal on metal, slow and deliberate, the sound of a drawer being eased open by someone who didn't want to wake the house. Then the pages, that same slow, careful shuffling, one page at a time. I got up and stood in the bunk room doorway. Travis was sitting on his sleeping bag, flashlight in his hand, beam pointed at the cabinet. The bottom drawer was open. The pages were moving inside it. Not blowing, not shifting from vibration or airflow, moving with intent, the way pages move when someone is going through them. There was nobody at the cabinet. The room was empty except for us. Travis watched it for a full minute without blinking. The pages turned. The metallic smell filled the room, thick enough to taste. Then the pages stopped. The drawer slid closed on its own, smooth and final. The room went quiet. Travis turned off his flashlight. He lay back down. Neither of us spoke, but I could hear him breathing in the dark, and I knew he was awake for the rest of the night. In the morning he packed his gear in silence. At the door he stopped and looked at me. "I saw it," he said. "I don't know what it was, but I saw it, and I'll be back on the 5th with a plan to get you out of here." Then he drove down the mountain, and I was alone. There was a new report on the desk. Not in the drawer. On the desk. Centered. Placed deliberately, the way you'd leave a note for someone you expected to come home. The paper was warm. The ink was fresh. I picked it up and read it. It was my report. Caleb James Moran, male, 34, 6 feet 1 inch, 185 pounds. Scar on right forearm from a burn sustained during wildland fire suppression, 2018. Assigned to Elk Creek Ranger Station, September 27, current year. The incident description read, "Subject will enter the Shining Rock Wilderness on foot via the Elk Creek trailhead at approximately 11 p.m. Subject will proceed northwest along the drainage for approximately 2.3 miles to the confluence with the Upper Fork. Subject will not return. No recovery attempted. Station reassigned." The date was November 9th. I was holding the report on November 3rd. That gave me 6 days. At the bottom of the report, in the same handwriting that had been filling my filing cabinet for 6 weeks, was a line that none of the other reports had ever included. "Keeper rotation complete. Thank you for your service." I put the report down on the desk. I walked to the filing cabinet and opened the bottom drawer. The unlabeled folder was full. I pulled it out and flipped through the pages. There were over 40 reports now, covering dates through the end of November, future incidents, future injuries, future deaths, all mapped, all detailed, all waiting for someone to read them and decide. And underneath the folder, at the very bottom of the drawer, pressed flat against the metal, was another stack of papers, old ones, yellowed. The handwriting was the same, but the ink was faded with age. I pulled them out carefully, the way you handle something fragile, and I began to read. They were reports going back decades, 1968, 1970, 1973, each one in the same handwriting, each one describing an incident that had already occurred. Confirmed, dated, completed. And at the bottom of each completed report was a name. Not the name of the person in the incident, the name of the ranger who had been at the station when the report was filed. The keeper. The one who read it and chose. I found Franklin Boggs's name at the bottom of 11 reports from 1974. Completed. Closed. I found Cora Whitfield's name at the bottom of 14 reports from 1988 and 89. Completed. Closed. I found Virgil Pruitt's name at the bottom of 23 reports spanning 1980 through 82. Some completed, some marked intervention by keeper, substitute filed. The Boy Scout report was there, so was the church van report. Both completed, both with Virgil's name at the bottom. And I found my name at the bottom of 7 reports, the ones I had acted on. Wayne Jessup, the 2 hikers in the tent, the couple on Black Balsam, the hypothermia pair. Noah at the creek crossing. My name was on each one, followed by a notation. Intervention by keeper, substitute filed. My name was on 7 reports, and 7 people had died because I'd intervened. Catherine Marsh. Dale Redding, the man on the porch. Lily. And 3 others whose reports I hadn't even checked because I'd been too busy feeling like a hero to count the cost. I put the papers back. I closed the drawer. I sat at the desk and looked at my own report, centered on the surface like a place setting, and I understood what Virgil had meant about stage 5. About the difference between choosing and being chosen, ceasing to exist. Because part of me wanted to walk into those woods. Not because the station was compelling me, not because I heard a voice or felt a pull or saw something beckoning me from the tree line, but because after 6 weeks of reading those reports and acting on them and learning what they cost and choosing not to act and learning what that cost too, the idea of walking into the dark and letting the file close felt like the only clean exit from a system that didn't have any clean exits. Franklin Boggs and Cora Whitfield hadn't been tricked. They'd been exhausted. Ground down by the mathematics of it, until walking into the woods felt less like dying and more like clocking out at the end of a shift that had gone on too long. I understood that now, and understanding it was the most dangerous thing that had happened to me since I arrived at Elk Creek, because understanding is the last step before acceptance, and acceptance is the last step before you put your boots on at 11 p.m. and walk out the door. November 9th was 6 days away. I had 6 days to decide whether I was Franklin Boggs or Virgil Pruitt. I tried the radio on November 3rd, after the truck failed. It worked, technically. I could transmit. Dispatch could hear me. But every time I tried to request an emergency pickup, the signal degraded. Not static. Not interference. The words themselves seemed to lose their edges, becoming soft and blurred, the way sound goes underwater. Dispatch would ask me to repeat. I'd repeat. They'd say they couldn't copy. I'd try again. The cycle would go on until one of us gave up. I tried my cell phone. No service, which was normal for Elk Creek. But I had gotten a bar or two at certain spots on the trail before, up on the ridgeline where the terrain opened toward the south. I hiked to every one of those spots. No signal at any of them. The phone showed full battery but 0 bars, as if the mountain had pulled a curtain over every cell tower within range. I tried leaving on foot. 12 miles to the nearest paved road. I'd hiked it in 5 hours during my first week at the station, but that was downhill in good weather in September. This was November. The trail was slick, with frozen leaves, the temperature was in the 20s, and the trail kept doing something I couldn't explain. I'd hike for an hour, following the Forest Service road, keeping to the gravel, maintaining my direction by compass, and then I'd come around a curve, and the station would be there, not ahead of me, behind me. I'd been walking away from it for an hour, and it was behind me, which meant I'd turned around at some point without noticing, except I hadn't turned around. My compass confirmed my heading. The gravel road doesn't curve back on itself. There are no loops. It's a straight line with switchbacks, heading downhill for 12 miles. You can't accidentally reverse direction on a switchback road and not notice it. I tried 3 times on November 3rd. Each time, after about an hour of hiking, I'd find myself back at the clearing, looking at the station from the parking area, my boots wet and my breath fogging, and the filing cabinet visible through the front window like a face in a frame. The 3rd time I stopped and stood in the parking area and stared at the station and said, out loud, to the building, to the ground, to whatever was listening, let me go. The forest was quiet. The creek ran. A crow called from somewhere on the ridge, a single harsh note that echoed off the rocks and came back sounding like something else, something lower, something that might have been a word. I went back inside. The drawer was open. There were 3 new reports on the desk, not in the folder, laid out side by side like cards in a game I didn't know the rules for. I didn't read them. I swept them off the desk with my forearm, and they scattered across the floor, and I kicked them toward the wall and sat in the chair and put my hands over my face. The reports were back on the desk in the morning, centered, neat, in the same order. On November 4th, I tried something different. I didn't try to leave. Instead, I tried to destroy the cabinet. I went to the utility shed and got the splitting maul. 8 pounds hickory handle, sharp enough to split red oak in one swing. I walked into the station, and I stood in front of the filing cabinet, and I swung the maul at the top drawer. The maul bounced off. Not deflected, not blocked, bounced the way a ball bounces off a wall. The impact traveled up the handle and into my shoulders, and I staggered back and looked at the cabinet. There was no dent, no scratch, no mark of any kind. The gray metal was smooth and unmarked, as if I'd hit nothing. I swung again. Same result. The maul hit the surface and rebounded with a force that almost tore it from my hands. The cabinet didn't move, didn't shift, didn't scratch. I tried the drawers. I pulled them all the way out and slammed them on the floor. They hit the ground and the reports scattered, and I stomped on them and tore them and crumpled them into balls and threw them into the wood stove. The paper wouldn't burn. The stove was hot, coals glowing, draft pulling. I threw the reports in, and they sat on the coals like leaves on water. Untouched, unburned, the ink still legible, the handwriting still precise, After 10 minutes, I pulled them out with the fire tongs. They were warm but undamaged, not even singed. I tried tearing them. The paper tore easily enough. I ripped a report into pieces, confetti-sized, and threw the pieces in the trash can. In the morning, the report was on the desk, whole, unripped, the handwriting uninterrupted. I tried taking them outside. I gathered every report from the drawer and the desk and carried them to the edge of the clearing and threw them into the creek. The current took them. I watched them float downstream, pages spinning in the water, disappearing around the bend. I went back inside. The reports were in the drawer. Every one, dry, in order, filed. On the afternoon of November 4th, I sat on the porch with the splitting maul across my knees and watched the tree line and tried to think of something I hadn't tried. The station was quiet behind me. The cabinet was patient. It had been patient since 1965. It could be patient for 5 more days. Then I thought about Travis. Travis was coming on November 5th. Travis had a truck. Travis's truck had started that morning, or so I assumed, because Travis had driven it to his other stations before mine. If the mountain was blocking my truck and my radio and my trails, maybe it couldn't block something that hadn't been on the mountain long enough to be claimed. I went inside and picked up the radio. Pisgah, Base, Elk Creek, morning check-in, vehicle still inoperative, requesting maintenance visit from Travis Beckley at earliest availability. And the radio worked. Clear signal. No degradation. As if the mountain had been waiting for me to ask for help instead of trying to leave on my own. As if it wanted Travis to come. That thought kept me up most of the night. Was I summoning Travis into a trap? Was the mountain allowing the radio to work because it wanted another person on its ground? Was the report about the vehicle accident on the Forest Service road, the one I hadn't read yet because it hadn't been written yet, already forming in whatever space the reports came from before they appeared on paper? But the alternative was staying alone. And I knew what 6 days alone with the cabinet would do. It would grind me down the way it had ground down Franklin Boggs and Cora Whitfield and whoever came before them. He would fill the drawer with reports, and the reports with names, and the names with faces, until the only face left was mine. And then it would open the door at 11 p.m., and the door would be the only thing that wasn't locked, and the trail would be the only trail that didn't loop back, and the wilderness would be the only direction that moved forward. I needed Travis. Even if bringing him here was exactly what the cabinet wanted. So I called for him. And he came. I tried to leave on November 3rd. I woke up at 5 a.m., packed my bag with everything I needed and nothing I didn't, and walked out to my truck. The morning was cold. Frost on the windshield, my breath visible in the headlamp beam. I scraped the ice off the glass with the edge of my sleeve, because I hadn't thought to bring a scraper. The little things fall away when you're trying to outrun something that isn't chasing you. I put the key in the ignition and turned it. Nothing. The engine didn't turn over, didn't click, didn't make a sound. Dead. Not the slow death of a dying battery, where the starter grinds and the engine almost catches. Total silence. As if the truck had never been a machine at all, but was just a shape made of metal sitting in a clearing, pretending to be something that could take me away from here. I popped the hood. Everything looked normal. Battery terminals were clean. Cables were connected. I checked the fuses. All intact. I checked the fuel line, the starter relay, the alternator belt. Everything was where it should be. The truck was mechanically sound. It just wouldn't start. I tried for an hour. Then I sat on the bumper and looked at the station and thought about Virgil telling me that the station doesn't force you to do anything. And I thought about how the distance between doesn't force and doesn't allow is exactly the width of a dead ignition switch. I went back inside. The filing cabinet was closed. The desk was clear. My report was gone from where I'd left it the night before. I opened the bottom drawer. It was there in the folder, filed neatly with the others in chronological order. November 9th, my date. I picked up the radio. Morning check-in. Dispatch answered. Pisgah Base, Elk Creek. Morning check-in. I need to report a vehicle issue. My truck won't start. Copy Elk Creek. What's the problem? Engine won't turn over. No click, no crank, nothing. I've checked the obvious things. Might need a jump or a tow. We can send Travis up. He's not due for maintenance until the 9th, but we can move him up. That would be great. The sooner the better. I'll check his schedule and get back to you. They got back to me an hour later. Travis was booked through the 4th. Waterline break at the Cold Mountain Lookout and a generator failure at the Davidson River Station. He couldn't get to me any earlier than the 5th, which was already the plan. 2 days. I had to wait 2 days. I spent those 2 days doing things I didn't need to do, because doing nothing would have meant sitting in the station with the cabinet and thinking about November 9th. I split firewood until the pile was stacked higher than the porch railing. I cleaned the station from floor to ceiling. I scrubbed the bathroom. I reorganized the top 3 drawers of the filing cabinet, the ones with the real reports, the ones that had normal dates and normal handwriting and normal outcomes. I hiked the near trails, the ones within a mile of the station, staying close enough to keep the building in sight through the trees. I did not open the bottom drawer. I heard it open on its own 3 times during those 2 days. Twice at night, once in the middle of the afternoon, while I was sitting on the porch. The sound was unmistakable. Metal on metal, the slide of the drawer on its tracks, then silence, then the slow shuffle of paper, then the drawer closing again. On the first night, I heard something new. Not pages, not the drawer, a voice. So faint that I wasn't sure it was a voice at all, and not just the creak or the wind finding a frequency that my tired brain interpreted as speech. But it came from the direction of the main room, from the direction of the cabinet, and it said something that might have been a name. Not my name, someone else's. A name I didn't recognize, spoken in a register so low it was more vibration than sound, like a bass note played on a string too thick to vibrate properly. I stayed in the bunk room. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child, which is exactly what I was in that moment. A child hiding from the dark and telling himself that if he couldn't see it, it couldn't see him. The second night was worse. I was lying in the bunk room with my eyes open, listening. The station was quiet. The creek was running. The wind was still. Then I heard footsteps. Not inside the station. Outside. On the porch. Slow, deliberate steps moving from one end of the porch to the other. The boards creaked under the weight. Something was walking back and forth in front of the building, 5 steps one direction, pause, 5 steps back, pacing. I got up and went to the window. Moonlight was bright enough to see the clearing, the truck, the edge of the tree line. The porch was directly below the bunk room window. I couldn't see what was on it without going to the main room and looking out the front windows. I didn't go to the main room. The pacing continued for maybe 20 minutes. Then it stopped. Then I heard the front door. Not opening, not closing. Something touching the front door. The sound of fingertips or knuckles or something I don't want to think about pressing against the wood, testing it, feeling the surface the way you'd feel a wall in the dark to find a doorway. A slow, exploratory touch that moved across the surface of the door from one side to the other, top to bottom, as if whatever was out there was reading the door like Braille. Then the doorknob rattled. Once, gently, not trying to force it, checking to see if it would turn. It was locked. I'd locked it. The rattling stopped. The pacing started again, slower now, one end of the porch to the other. Then it moved off the porch. I heard the footsteps on the gravel of the parking area, moving toward the tree line. Then they stopped. I looked out the bunk room window. Something was standing at the edge of the clearing where the gravel met the trees. It was tall, not unusually tall, not monstrously tall, just taller than a person should be by a few inches, the way a coat on a hook looks taller than the person who wore it because the proportions are wrong. It was dark, or it was wearing dark clothes, or it was made of dark. I couldn't tell where the shape ended and the shadow began. It was facing the station, facing my window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I watched it for as long as I could stand to watch it, which was about 30 seconds, and then I stepped back from the window and sat on the bed, with my hands on my knees and my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my teeth. When I looked again, it was gone. The clearing was empty. The tree line was just trees. In the morning, I checked the porch. There were no footprints, no marks on the door, no evidence that anything had been there. The gravel in the parking area was undisturbed. I even checked the frost pattern on the porch boards, because the temperature had been below freezing, and anything walking on frosted wood would have left prints in the ice crystals. The frost was unbroken, perfectly uniform, as if nothing had touched the porch all night. Either I'd imagined it, or whatever had been pacing out there didn't weigh enough to break frost. Travis arrived on November 5th around noon. He pulled into the clearing and got out and went straight to my truck without saying hello. He was all business. Popped the hood, checked the battery, checked the cables, checked the starter. He spent about 45 minutes under the hood and then came to find me on the porch. "There's nothing wrong with your truck," he said. "It won't start." "I know. But there's nothing wrong with it. Everything's connected. Everything's charged. The fuel pump has pressure. The ignition circuit tests clean. It should start. But it doesn't. It doesn't. And mine almost didn't this morning. Engine cranked for a long time before it caught. Never done that before." We looked at each other. "I need to get off this mountain, Travis." "I know you do. Today. I'll drive you. But my truck stays running. I'm not killing the engine until we're on pavement." We went inside so I could grab my bag. I'd already packed it. I just needed to pick it up off the bunk and walk out the door. The filing cabinet was open. The bottom drawer was all the way out, pulled to its full extension on the tracks. The folder was standing upright in the drawer, fanned open, the reports visible. And on top of the reports, laid across them like a bookmark, was a new piece of paper. I should have walked past it. I should have picked up my bag and walked out the door and gotten in Travis's truck and driven down the mountain and never looked back. That's what Virgil would have told me to do. That's what every ranger who ever worked this station and survived would have told me to do. I read it. It was a report dated November 5th, today's date. The incident it described was a vehicle accident on the Forest Service road between Elk Creek Station and the Blue Ridge Parkway. A white Forest Service pickup traveling downhill on the gravel switchbacks would lose traction on a curve at mile marker 7 and roll off the embankment. 2 occupants. The driver would be killed on impact. The passenger would survive with serious injuries, but would be unable to reach help due to the remote location and absence of cell service. Time of incident, 2:37 p.m. It was 12:15. We had 2 hours and 22 minutes. I looked at Travis. "What?" he said. He hadn't seen the report. He was standing by the front door with his keys in his hand, waiting for me. I held up the paper. "It's a report, dated today. It describes your truck going off the road on the way down. You die. I survive, but I'm stuck." Travis's face didn't change. He walked over and took the report from my hand and read it. He read it slowly, moving his lips slightly, the way some people do when they're concentrating. Then he set it back on top of the folder. 2:37, he said. "Yeah, the curve at mile 7. That's the sharp left above the rock cut. That's the one." Travis looked at the cabinet. Then he looked at me. "This is what it does, Caleb. You know that. It gives you information you can act on so you'll stay. If you ignore this and get in my truck, we either die on that curve or we don't, and either way the cabinet wins because you spent 15 minutes deciding instead of walking out the door. Or it's telling the truth and you die on that curve in 2 hours. Then we leave now and we drive slow, and we don't hit that curve at 2:37. We hit it at 2:15 or 2:10 or whenever we get there, and we take it at 5 miles an hour. And if the curve gets us at 2:10 instead of 2:37, what if the time doesn't matter? What if the road itself is the trap?" Travis stood very still for a moment. Then he said something that I think about all the time. "Caleb, if the road is the trap, then staying here is the trap, and the trail is the trap, and there's no way off this mountain that isn't a trap. And if that's true, then I'd rather die in my truck on a road I've driven 1,000 times than stand in this station waiting for November 9th. Wouldn't you?" I picked up my bag. We walked out the door. Travis's truck was running, idling in the clearing, exhaust curling in the cold air. We got in. Travis drove. He took the gravel road slowly, 10 miles an hour through the switchbacks, braking early, keeping the tires on solid ground. The road was in decent condition for November, a little soft in the shaded sections where frost hadn't burned off, but not icy, not muddy, not dangerous by any reasonable standard. We came around curves that I'd driven 50 times without thinking, curves that were just curves, gravel and dirt, and the mountain holding the road up the way it had for decades. We reached mile marker 7 at 1:52 p.m. The sharp left above the rock cut. Travis slowed to a crawl. The curve was tight but not treacherous. The gravel was firm. The embankment on the right dropped maybe 60 feet into a rocky drainage, choked with rhododendron. There was no guardrail. There had never been a guardrail on Forest Service roads in backcountry. You were expected to know how to drive. Travis eased around the curve at maybe 3 miles an hour. The tires held. The truck didn't slip. We cleared the curve and kept going. Mile marker 6, 5, 4. The road gradually improved as we descended, wider, better maintained, fewer switchbacks. At mile marker 2, the gravel gave way to pavement. The Forest Service road connected with a county road that connected with the Blue Ridge Parkway entrance ramp. The moment the tires hit asphalt, the sound changed. That's what I noticed first. The crunch and pop of gravel under rubber replaced by the smooth hiss of tread on blacktop, and with that single shift in frequency, everything else released. The weight lifted. The heaviness I'd been carrying since October, the feeling of being watched, the metallic taste, the constant low-frequency pressure against my eardrums, all of it broke like a fever breaking. My ears popped, my jaw unclenched. The air tasted like air again, not pennies. I took a breath that went all the way to the bottom of my lungs for the first time in weeks. The mountain had stopped at the pavement line. Whatever held that territory, whatever lived in the ground under Elk Creek, and wrote in filing cabinets and turned pages at 2 a.m, it ended where the asphalt began. The boundary was that clean. Gravel on one side, pavement on the other, and a wall between them that I couldn't see but felt in every bone in my body when we crossed it. I looked at Travis. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands, white-knuckled, staring straight ahead. "You feel that?" I asked. "Yeah." "It stopped." "Yeah." He drove in silence for another mile. Then he pulled into a parkway overlook and put the truck in park and sat there with the engine running and his hands still on the wheel. "I've been driving that road for 12 years, he said. "Every 2 weeks, up and down, summer and winter, rain and snow. 12 years. I've never once been afraid of that road." He looked at me. I was afraid of it today. The whole way down. Not because of the report, because of the way the road felt. Like it was thinking about it, like it was deciding whether to let us through. We sat in the overlook for 10 minutes. The parkway stretched north and south along the ridgeline, smooth and gray and ordinary. Cars passed in both directions. A family was parked at the far end of the overlook, taking photos of the view. A man in a fleece jacket was eating a sandwich behind the wheel of a Subaru. Normal people in a normal world doing normal things. "What now?" Travis asked. "I need to go to the district office. I need to talk to Denise." "And tell her what?" "That I'm done. That the posting isn't a good fit." Travis almost smiled. That's what Reed said. Reed was right. Travis put the truck in gear and pulled onto the parkway heading south toward Brevard. We'd gone about 2 miles when I remembered the report on the desk. The one dated November 5th. The one describing Travis's truck going off the road at mile marker 7 at 2:37 p.m. I checked the time. 2:41 p.m. We'd cleared the curve at 1:52. 49 minutes before the report said we'd crash. We'd driven slow and careful, and we'd made it. The report had been wrong. Or we'd changed the outcome by leaving early. Or the mountain had let us go. And then the thought I didn't want to have, the one that had been following me since October 12th, like a footstep matching mine. If the report was an invoice, and we'd voided it by not being on that road at 2:37, was there a substitute? Was there another vehicle on that road right now, coming up or going down, about to hit that curve at the wrong speed? Had the mountain issued a replacement? I looked at Travis. He was watching the road with the focus of a man who was trying very hard not to think about the same thing I was thinking about. We didn't talk about it. We drove to Brevard. We didn't check the news later. We didn't call the district to ask if anyone had reported an accident on the Elk Creek Road. We didn't look, 'cause looking would mean knowing, and knowing was the thing the cabinet fed on. Sometimes not knowing is the only power you have left. The district office was a single-story building on a side street in Brevard, shared with the Ranger District administrative staff and a few seasonal employees who were wrapping up fall projects. It smelled like carpet and coffee and photocopier toner, normal office smells. I sat in a chair across from Denise Farrow's desk and told her I was leaving the posting. She didn't look surprised. She looked tired. How far did it get? She asked. Stage 4. She closed her eyes. Did it give you a date? November 9th. 4 days from now. 3 if you don't count today. She opened her eyes and looked at me with an expression I hadn't seen from her before. Not pity. Not concern. Something closer to grief. The way you look at someone who's been through something you know about but couldn't prevent. Reed left at stage 3, she said. He never got to 4. He found the reports, he read them, he figured out the trade, and he left. He was smart about it. You weren't. I saved people. You move people. There's a difference. I didn't argue. She was right. The station needs to be decommissioned, I said. It's been decommissioned 3 times, 1983, 1990, and 2009. Each time the cabinet is empty when the crew arrives. No reports, no folder. Nothing unusual. The building gets boarded up or torn down, and within 5 years, something gets built on the same spot. A new station or a trail shelter or a storage building. And the cabinet ends up inside it. Not the same cabinet, a different one, but the same system, same drawer, same reports, same handwriting. You've known about this the whole time. I've known about it for 20 years, since I took over this district. The previous district ranger told me he'd known since the 70s. There's an informal file in the regional office. Unofficial. No incident number, no case number, just a folder with notes from every district ranger who's managed Pisgah since 1968. It's passed from one to the next when they retire or transfer. Off the books. And you keep sending people up there. The Forest Service requires a ranger presence in the Shining Rock Wilderness during the operational season. I can't close a station without a reason I can put in a report. And I can't put this in a report. 2 people have died up there that you know of. 2 rangers have walked into the wilderness and not returned. Dozens of others have left the posting with stories I can't verify and experiences I can't explain. And every single substitute death described in those reports matches a real fatality in the public record. Everyone. I've checked. She pulled open her desk drawer and took out a folder. Not a manila government folder. A plain blue folder. The kind you buy at an office supply store. She set it on the desk between us. This is the informal file. Everything we know. Notes from 6 district rangers going back to 1968. If you want to read it, you can. If you don't, I understand. I took the folder. I put it in my bag. You're off the posting as of today, Denise said. I'll send a crew up to collect your personal effects and secure the station. Nobody goes inside. They pack what's on the porch and in the shed and they leave. I'll process your transfer to another district. The cabinet will be empty when they get there. I know. And you'll post someone else next fall. She didn't answer that. She just looked at me with that tired, grieving expression and said, Go get some sleep, Caleb. You look like you haven't slept in a week. She was right about that, too. I checked into a motel on the edge of Brevard. A day's inn with a parking lot and a vending machine and thin walls and the most beautiful, ordinary, mundane interior I'd ever seen in my life. I sat on the bed with my boots on and my bag beside me and I breathed. Just breathed. The air smelled like laundry detergent and carpet shampoo and nothing else. No metal, no old paper, no cold air from a station that had been holding something for 60 years. I showered. I ate a gas station sandwich. I lay on the bed with the television on, not watching it, just letting the noise fill the room the way noise fills a room when there's nothing hiding inside it. Sports highlights, a car commercial, the weather forecast for western North Carolina, clear skies through the weekend, cold overnight lows, a nice week ahead. I should have slept. I didn't. I opened the blue folder. The notes inside spanned decades. Handwritten, typed, printed. Some were formal, written in the careful language of government employees covering themselves. Others were raw, scribbled, the kind of thing you write at 3 in the morning when you need to put something on paper before it eats you alive. The earliest note was from 1968, a district ranger named Harold Wentz, writing about a conversation with the first ranger assigned to Elk Creek after the station was built in 1965. The ranger had reported finding predated incident forms in the filing cabinet that corresponded with subsequent events. Wentz had investigated, found no evidence of fraud or fabrication, and noted the situation as unexplained but not actionable. The 1972 entry was from a ranger named Douglas Kidd who had replaced Wentz. Kidd's note was longer and more agitated. He described visiting Elk Creek after 2 consecutive rangers had left mid-posting with psychological complaints and finding the filing cabinet in question. He opened the bottom drawer and found it empty. He wrote, "The cabinet was cold to the touch, despite the station being heated. The interior of the bottom drawer smelled strongly of metal and old paper. I found nothing inside. However, upon returning to my vehicle, I discovered a single incident report form on the passenger seat of my truck. The form was blank, except for the date field, which read pending. I destroyed the form." The 1974 entry described Franklin Boggs's disappearance. Dry, factual, almost clinical. Missing person report filed. Search conducted. No recovery. Station secured. Filing cabinet inspected and found empty. A handwritten note at the bottom, not part of the official entry, read, "The cabinet was not empty when I checked it on Tuesday. It was empty when the search team arrived on Thursday, 2 days. Something moved those files between Tuesday and Thursday. I don't know what, and I'm not going to speculate in writing." I read the whole folder. 2 hours. The pattern repeated with the regularity of a heartbeat. New ranger. Reports appear. Ranger reads. Ranger acts. Ranger learns. Ranger leaves. Or doesn't. New ranger. The cycle was mechanical. Reliable. Patient. Whatever occupied Elk Creek Station had been running the system for at least 60 years, and based on Virgil's research into the area's history, probably much longer. The filing cabinet was just the most recent interface. Before that, it might have been something else. Ledger books, census rolls, Cherokee record-keeping systems that the colonists never understood. The thing in the ground adapted to whatever record-keeping technology was present. It learned the language of whoever built on its territory, and it used that language to do what it had always done, keep count. I closed the folder around midnight and set it on the nightstand. I turned off the television. I lay in the dark in a motel room 30 miles from the mountain and listened to the ice machine humming in the hallway and a couple arguing 2 rooms over and the highway traffic on the bypass outside the window. Human sounds, ugly, ordinary, beautiful human sounds. And beneath them, so faint I might have been imagining it, so quiet it might have been the blood in my own ears, or the air conditioner cycling, or the last residual vibration of a nervous system that had been running on adrenaline for 6 weeks. I heard paper. 1 page turning, then another, not in the room, not close, far away and getting farther, like a radio signal fading as you drive out of range. I pulled the blankets up and closed my eyes. That first night in the motel I dreamed about the station, not a nightmare, something worse, a calm dream, a quiet dream. I was sitting at the desk at Elk Creek with the wood stove going and the coffee on and the bottom drawer open, and I was reading reports. In the dream, the reading felt normal, routine, the way brushing your teeth feels routine. I'd pull a report, read it, file it, pull another. The handwriting was familiar. The format was familiar. Everything was in order. Everything was where it should be. And in the dream I was happy. Not excited. not thrilled, not the adrenaline rush of pulling someone off a ridge before the report came true, just happy content. The deep, settled contentment of a person doing exactly what they were made to do. I was the keeper of the station. The station was the keeper of the records. The records were the keeper of the mountain. And the mountain was old and vast and patient, and it held everything that had ever walked on its slopes in a ledger that would never be lost. I woke from that dream at 4 a.m, and I sat on the edge of the motel bed with my heart hammering, and I understood the last thing Virgil had tried to tell me, the thing he'd called nostalgia. It wasn't nostalgia for the power, it wasn't nostalgia for the knowledge, it was nostalgia for belonging, for being part of a system that was older and larger and more permanent than anything else I would ever be part of. The Forest Service was 100 years old. The military was 250. The mountain was eternal. And the filing cabinet was the mountain's interface with the world, and I had been its operator. And for 6 weeks, I had mattered to something that would still be keeping records long after the government collapsed and the trails grew over, and the last human being walked off the last ridge for the last time. The cabinet offered permanence. That's the bait at the center of the snare. Not information, not power, permanence. The chance to be part of something that never ends. And the price of permanence is walking into the woods at 11 p.m. and becoming a line item in a report that will be filed and kept and maintained forever. Your name in a drawer, your data in a column, your life reduced to an incident number written entirely in words. But kept, recorded, permanent. That's why Franklin Boggs walked. That's why Cora Whitfield walked. That's why I suspect Denise Farrow walked. Not because the cabinet made them. Because the cabinet offered them the one thing that no person, no institution, no system in the human world can offer. It offered them a place in the record that would never be erased. And some nights, lying in a motel room in Brevard or an apartment on the Outer Banks or wherever I end up next, I understand the appeal. I understand it the way an addict understands the appeal of the substance they've quit, not with desire, with recognition. The knowledge that the thing that nearly destroyed you is the thing you understood best, and that understanding it is the thread that connects you to it, and that the thread can be followed in either direction, toward the coast or toward the mountain. I've been following it toward the coast for 10 months. The thread gets thinner with distance and time and salt air and the sound of waves that have nothing to do with mountains or filing cabinets or incident reports. But it doesn't break. I don't think it can break. I think it's made of the same material as the paper in my pocket, which is itself made of the same material as the mountain, which has been keeping records since before paper existed. The thread is permanent, and so is the report. My file remains open. In the morning I check my bag. I checked every pocket, every fold, every compartment where a piece of paper could be tucked or folded or slipped without me noticing. I found it in the inside pocket of my jacket, the one I had been wearing when I left the station. Folded once, creased sharp, tucked against the lining. My report. Same form, same handwriting, same details. Caleb James Moran. The Shining Rock Wilderness. No return. But the date had changed. It no longer said November 9th. The date field was blank, empty, just like Virgil's. I sat on the edge of the motel bed and held the report, and I understood. The station had let me go. Not because I'd earned it or beaten it or outsmarted it, because I'd stopped reading. I'd walked away from the drawer, and when I walked away, the station did what it always does. It filed my report as pending and started looking for the next keeper. The date was blank because I wasn't at the station anymore. As long as I stayed away, the date would stay blank. The report would stay open, pending, unresolved. A file that could never be closed as long as I never went back. But it would be there, in a cabinet, in a station that might be torn down and rebuilt and torn down again, in whatever form the thing in the ground chose to keep its records. My name, my description, my incident, pending, waiting for the day I was stupid enough, or tired enough, or broken enough to drive up that gravel road and walk through that door and open that drawer. Then the date would fill in, and the file would close. I stayed in Brevard for 3 days. Denise processed my transfer papers and told me there was an opening at a coastal station in the Outer Banks, Cape Hatteras National Seashore, which was about as far from the Blue Ridge as you could get without leaving North Carolina. Flat ground, salt air, sand, no mountains, no filing cabinets and backcountry stations, no hemlock forests that held things in their root systems like teeth holding a nerve. I said yes. Before I left, I drove to Waynesville one more time. I owed Virgil that much. He answered the door before I knocked, which I'd stopped finding strange. The beagle was at his feet. The coffee was already on. We sat at the kitchen table and I told him everything. The reports I'd acted on, the substitutions, the porch, the thing at the tree line, the truck that wouldn't start, the escape with Travis, the report in my jacket, the blank date. Virgil listened the way he always listened, patient, still. When I finished, he got up and went to the china cabinet and brought back his own report. He unfolded it on the table next to mine. Same form. Same handwriting. Same blank date field. 2 open files. 2 pending cases. 2 men sitting in a kitchen in Waynesville drinking coffee and carrying pieces of paper that described their deaths in terms that were complete in every detail except the one that mattered. Does it get easier? I asked. No. Does it fade? The feeling fades. The knowledge doesn't. I wake up every morning and the first thing I think about is that cabinet. Then I think about the van. Then I think about the 8 kids who lived because of me and the 8 who died because of me. And I try to figure out whether the math adds up to 0 or to something worse than 0, and I never get an answer. What do you do with that? Virgil looked out the window. His garden was bare. The mountains behind it were brown and gray, stripped by November, holding nothing but their own bones. I grow tomatoes, he said. I walk the dog. I keep my hands busy and I don't go near that mountain and I don't read anything I haven't written myself. And every night before I go to sleep, I check my jacket pockets because sometimes I think the report has changed. It hasn't, but I check anyway. He paused. You'll do the same thing. Whatever your version of tomatoes is. You'll find something to fill the space where the reports used to be. And you'll hold on to it because it's the only thing that keeps the space from filling with something else. I asked him if he'd ever considered going back, not to the station, just to the mountain, to the Shining Rock Wilderness, to the trails he'd walked when he was a young ranger who thought the cabinet was a tool and not a trap. He shook his head once, slowly, the way you shake your head when the answer costs something to say. Every day. That's the part nobody tells you. The part that's worse than the guilt and the nightmares and the weight of the paper in your pocket. The part that's worse than all of it is that you miss it. You miss the knowing. You miss opening the drawer and having the next 2 weeks laid out in front of you, every incident, every outcome, every life hanging in the balance. You miss the feeling of being the only person who knows what's coming. You miss the power of it even after you've seen what it costs, especially after you've seen what it costs. Because the cost is what makes it feel real. He looked at me. That's what the station banks on. Not fear, not compulsion, nostalgia. The day you start missing the cabinet is the day you start driving toward the mountain. And the day you reach the station is the day the blank fills in. I left Waynesville that afternoon. I shook Virgil's hand at the door, and the beagle licked my boot, and I drove east toward the coast with my windows down, even though it was 40 degrees, because I needed to feel the air change. I needed to feel the mountains flatten out, and the humidity rise, and the salt start to edge into the wind. By the time I reached the Outer Banks, 11 hours later, the air tasted like ocean. I pulled into the Cape Hatteras Ranger Station parking lot at 2 a.m. and sat in my truck and listened to the surf. Waves breaking on sand, no creek, no hemlock, no metal. I slept for 11 hours, the longest I'd slept since September. That should be where the story ends. I know that's where you want it to end. The ranger drives away. He takes a coastal posting. He leaves the mountain behind. The filing cabinet sits in an empty station and waits for the next keeper, and the whole cycle starts over, but not with him. He's out. He got away. He's the one who drove down the gravel road and lived to talk about it. But I need to tell you what happened next, because it's the part that matters. Denise sent a 4-person crew up to Elk Creek on November 6th, the day after Travis and I left. Their job was simple: retrieve my personal effects from the station, secure the building, lock the doors, board the windows, post-closure notices at the trailheads, standard decommission protocol. They called Denise from the station at 10 in the morning. Everything was normal. The station was clean. My personal effects were boxed and ready to load. There was no unusual smell, no unusual sounds, no unusual anything. One of the crew members, a seasonal named Kyle Fenton, opened the filing cabinet to check for any documents that needed to be archived. The top 3 drawers were full of standard reports: trail conditions, wildlife observations, weather data, visitor contacts, everything in order, everything normal. The bottom drawer was empty. Kyle reported this to the crew leader, who reported it to Denise. Denise told them to close the drawer, lock the cabinet, and leave. They did. They loaded my boxes onto a truck, boarded the windows, locked the doors, and drove down the mountain. Total time on site, 90 minutes. No incidents. Denise called me at the Outer Banks station that evening. The cabinet was empty, she said. Bottom drawer, clean. No folder, no reports, nothing. Of course it was. Kyle said the drawer was cold, said it felt like opening a freezer. Did he read anything? There was nothing to read. The drawer was empty. Good. Tell him to forget about it. Tell all of them to forget about it. I will. But Caleb, there's something else. Kyle said that when he closed the drawer, he heard something inside the cabinet, like paper settling, but the drawer was empty. He opened it again. Still empty. But the sound continued for a few seconds after he opened it, like pages being shuffled somewhere deeper inside the cabinet than the drawer should go. I didn't say anything. I'm decommissioning the station, Denise said. Full demolition. I'll file it as structural deterioration. The roof trusses are old enough to justify it. It won't matter. I know. But I have to do something. I can't keep sending people up there. You'll send someone. Or your replacement will. The Forest Service requires a presence in the wilderness. You said that yourself. She was quiet for a long time. I could hear her office, the hum of the copier, someone laughing in the hallway, a phone ringing in another room. What are we supposed to do, Caleb? There's something in the ground on that mountain that's been keeping records since before we got here. It uses whatever we build. It adapts to whatever system we bring. If we tear down the station and build a trail shelter, it'll use the shelter. If we put up a kiosk with a comments box, it'll use the comments box. It doesn't need a filing cabinet. It just needs paper and a drawer and someone willing to read. Then don't build anything. There are 40 miles of trail in that wilderness. Hikers use them year-round. Someone has to maintain them. Someone has to patrol them. Someone has to be there when a man has a heart attack on a ridge or a woman falls into a ravine. That's the job. That's what we do. I heard it in her voice. The same thing Virgil had described, the pull. Not toward the cabinet specifically, but toward the purpose it provided. The feeling that the work mattered more because of the knowledge. That being a ranger in a wilderness where something kept count was more meaningful than being a ranger in a wilderness where things just happened at random. Denise. What? You've been reading the informal file for 20 years. Silence. Have you ever been to the station? A longer silence. Once. In 2009. During the last decommission, I went up with the crew. I opened the cabinet myself. Was it empty? The bottom drawer was empty. But there was a report on the desk. Centered. Like someone had left it there for me to find. What did it say? It had my name on it. My description. My incident. What was the date? Blank. I closed my eyes. You took it with you, I said. It was in my coat pocket when I got back to Brevard. I didn't put it there. Where is it now? In the blue folder, at the bottom, under all the other notes. The blue folder I'd read in the motel, the one I had spent 2 hours going through page by page. I hadn't found her report, but I also hadn't checked the very bottom of the folder, underneath the last page. I'd read the notes and closed the folder and set it on the nightstand. How many open files are there, Denise? I don't know. Virgil has one. You have one. I have one. Reed probably has one, wherever he is. Every ranger who lasted long enough to reach stage 4 and walked away has one. And every single one of them is blank, pending, waiting. For what? For us to go back. I sat with that for a while. On the other end of the line, Denise sat with it too. Two people connected by a phone line in a mountain and a filing cabinet, and the knowledge that somewhere on that mountain, in a building that might be standing or might be torn down or might be rebuilt, there was a drawer with their names in it. Open cases, pending, patient. Destroy the station, I said. Tear it down, burn the lumber, pour concrete over the foundation. It won't stop it, but it'll slow it down, make it harder. Make it have to start over with whatever gets built next. I will. And Denise? Yeah? Don't go up there yourself. Send the crew. Stay in Brevard. Stay on this side of the pavement. She didn't answer. She just said goodnight and hung up. I worked the Outer Banks posting for 7 months. It was everything Elk Creek wasn't. Flat, open, bright. The biggest danger was rip currents and sunburn, and the occasional nor'easter that blew sand across the highway. I walked the beach. I checked turtle nesting sites. I talked to fishermen and surfers and families on vacation, and I slept through the night most nights, and when I didn't, it was because of the wind, not because of paper. I didn't open the filing cabinets at Cape Hatteras. There were several, in the ranger station and in the maintenance building and in the visitor center. Standard government issue. Gray metal. 4 drawers. I walked past them every day and I never opened a single one. I kept my report in a lockbox in my truck. I checked it every Sunday morning, the way Virgil checked his. The date was always blank. The handwriting never changed. The paper never aged. In June, I heard from Travis. He called me on a Saturday afternoon from his truck, parked at an overlook on the Blue Ridge Parkway. They tore down the station, he said. Crew came up last week, demolished the building, hauled the lumber out, poured a concrete cap over the foundation. Took them 2 days. The cabinet? The cabinet was gone when they got there. The building was empty. They'd locked it and boarded it in November, and when they pulled the boards off, everything was gone. Not just the cabinet. The desk, the chairs, the shelving, the stove, the bunk, everything. Just an empty shell. Where did it go? Nobody knows. The locks were intact, the boards were in place, no signs of entry, but the building was stripped clean like a bone in the desert. I thought about that for a while. A building stripped of its contents between November and June. 6 months. Locked and boarded with no signs of forced entry. Everything gone, including a 4-drawer filing cabinet made of steel that weighed at least 100 pounds empty. Travis? Yeah? Has anyone built anything on that site since the demolition? A pause. There's been talk about putting a trail shelter at the Elk Creek trailhead. The wilderness plan calls for a new facility to replace the station. It's in the capital budget for next year. A shelter. Yeah. Open air. 3 walls and a roof, like the AT shelters. Will it have a register box? All the wilderness shelters have register boxes. Trail register. Sign in, sign out, standard paper log. I didn't need to say what we were both thinking. A register box is a box with paper in it, a place where people write things down. A record-keeping system in a structure built on the same ground where a filing cabinet spent 60 years writing the future in neat, careful handwriting. Travis, don't let them build it. I'm a maintenance tech, Caleb. I don't make planning decisions. Then tell Denise. Tell her what it means. Denise retired. I felt the floor shift. Not literally, but the sensation of something settling into place, the way a trap settles when the weight triggers it. When? 2 weeks ago. New district ranger starts in July. Name's Holloway. From the regional office. Never worked Pisgah before. Does Holloway know about the informal file? I don't know. Denise was supposed to brief him. I don't know if she did. Where's Denise now? I heard she's traveling. Said she needed to get away for a while. Left her house keys with a neighbor and said she'd be back by fall. I thanked Travis and hung up. I sat in my truck in the Cape Hatteras parking lot and listened to the waves and thought about Denise Farrow, who had been carrying a blank report in a blue folder for 14 years, and who had just retired and driven away from her desk for the last time, and who was now traveling somewhere I didn't know. I thought about Virgil's words. The day you start missing the cabinet is the day you start driving toward the mountain. I called Virgil. He answered on the third ring. Caleb, have you heard from Denise Farrow? A pause. No. Why? She retired. She's traveling. Nobody knows where. Another pause. Longer. When did she retire? 2 weeks ago. Has anyone checked the mountain? I felt cold. Not the ocean cold of the Outer Banks wind. A different cold. The cold of a filing cabinet drawer that's been closed too long. I'll call the district, I said. Don't go up there yourself. I know. Caleb, I mean it. Don't go up there. I know, Virgil. I called the Pisgah district office and asked for the new district ranger. Holloway wasn't in yet. He started in 2 weeks. I asked for Travis. Travis was in the field. I left a message. Travis called me back that evening. I need you to drive up to the Elk Creek site, I said. Not inside the foundation. Not on the concrete. Just close enough to see if anything's changed. Caleb, just look, Travis, from the road. You don't have to get out of the truck. He went the next morning. He called me from the overlook on the parkway, the same overlook where he'd parked after we escaped in November. The concrete cap is intact, he said. No new construction. The clearing is growing in. Grass and weeds in the parking area. The creek's still running. Is there anything on the concrete? Silence. Travis, there's a chair. A desk chair. The kind you'd find in a ranger station. It's sitting on the concrete pad centered facing the clearing, and there's something on the seat. What is it? Paper. A stack of paper. I can see it from the road. Looks like about 20 or 30 sheets. They're held down by a rock. Can you read them from the road? Not from here. I'd have to walk up. Don't walk up. I wasn't going to. Travis, does the chair look like the one from Elk Creek? It looks exactly like the one from Elk Creek. Is there anything else? A cabinet? Anything metal? No. Just the chair and the paper and the rock. I told Travis to leave. He left. I sat in my truck with the phone in my lap and thought about 20 or 30 sheets of paper sitting on a desk chair, on a concrete pad in a clearing in the mountains, held down by a rock, waiting for someone to walk up and read them. That was 10 months ago. I'm still at Cape Hatteras. Virgil is still in Waynesville. Travis is still running his maintenance route, but he doesn't service anything at Elk Creek because there's nothing at Elk Creek to service anymore. Just a concrete pad and a chair and a stack of paper that I assume is still there, getting rained on and dried out and rained on again, unless someone has read them by now. I haven't heard from Denise. I've checked. Her house in Brevard is still empty. Her neighbor says she hasn't called. Her retirement paperwork lists no forwarding address. Her personnel file shows her last known vehicle as a green Subaru Outback. Nobody has reported it seen. I checked the missing persons reports for the western North Carolina region for the past 6 months. I don't know why I checked. I knew what I'd find. I found it. In June, a woman matching Denise's general description was reported missing by a hiking partner who said they'd been doing a day hike near Shining Rock. The partner said the woman had walked ahead on the trail and never come back. The partner described the woman as calm, focused, like she knew where she was going. Search and rescue covered the area for 4 days. They found a green Subaru Outback parked at the trailhead. They found a day pack hanging from a tree branch near the Elk Creek drainage. They found footprints leading from the old station site into the wilderness, heading northwest along the drainage toward the upper fork. The footprints ended at the confluence, about 2 1/3 miles from the concrete pad, at the exact coordinates listed on my report and, I assume, on hers. They didn't find her. I checked my report that night. pulled it out of the lockbox with hands that shook for the first time since I'd left the mountain. I unfolded it and read the date field. Blank, still pending, still waiting. I folded it and put it back. I locked the box. I went inside the Cape Hatteras station and made coffee and sat at a desk that held nothing more dangerous than a laptop and a mug and a phone charger. The new district ranger, Holloway, posted the ranger position for the Shining Rock Wilderness in September. The listing described a solo backcountry posting at a newly constructed trail shelter in the Elk Creek area. Winter season, October through March. The position included a small field office with standard filing and communication equipment. Standard filing equipment, a desk and a chair and a cabinet. I called Holloway. He didn't know about the informal file. Denise hadn't briefed him. She'd retired before the transition. I tried to explain what was up there, what the station did, what the cabinet was. He was polite, professional. He thanked me for my concern and said he'd look into the history of the posting and get back to me. He didn't get back to me. Someone applied for the position. Someone always applies. The Forest Service doesn't have trouble filling backcountry postings. There's always a person out there who wants to be alone in the mountains for 6 months, who thinks the quiet will fix whatever's broken in them, who sees a remote posting as a fresh start. That's the profile. That's always the profile. That's who the mountain picks. I don't know who the new ranger is. I don't know if they've found the reports yet. I don't know if the cabinet is in the new shelter or if it's something else now, a register box, a field desk, a footlocker. I don't know if the handwriting is the same or if it's adapted to a new form. I don't know if the new ranger is at stage 1 or stage 2 or further, and I don't know if anyone has told them what's coming. But I know the system is running. I know because I check my report every Sunday, and 3 weeks ago, for the first time since I left the mountain, something had changed. Not the date. The date was still blank, but at the bottom of the report, below the line that read, "Keeper rotation complete. Thank you for your service," there was a new line. Same handwriting, fresh ink, position filled, new keeper assigned. Your file remains open. The cabinet knows I'm still alive. It knows where I am, not because it can see me or track me or reach me, but because the report exists, and the report is a connection, a thread between me and the ground I stood on, and as long as the paper holds together, the thread holds. I can feel it sometimes. Not the pull Virgil described, not the nostalgia or the longing, something quieter, a low hum in the back of my skull when I'm falling asleep, like a radio signal from very far away, carrying information I can't quite decode. I don't try to decode it. I don't lean into it. I let it pass through me the way wind passes through a screen, carrying whatever it carries without catching. But it's there. And some nights, when the ocean is quiet, and the station is dark, and the only sound is the lighthouse beam sweeping the dunes every 14 seconds, I think about a chair on a concrete pad in a clearing in the mountains, and a stack of paper held down by a rock, and I wonder if the pages are blank now or full. I wonder if the new keeper has opened the drawer yet. I wonder if they've saved anyone. I wonder if someone else has died because of it. I wonder if I'll wake up one morning and the date on my report won't be blank anymore. I'm telling you this because Virgil told me, and Denise told Virgil, and the ranger before her told her, and the chain goes back 60 years, probably longer. Probably back to before there were rangers and filing cabinets and incident report forms, back to when the keeping of records was done in ways we don't have words for anymore. The mountain keeps count. It always has. It tracks every life that enters its territory and every death that occurs on its ground, and it writes it all down in whatever system is available. And it has been doing this with a patience and a precision that makes our best record keeping look like crayon on a napkin. And it uses people, not violently, not forcefully. It uses them the way you use a tool you need but don't respect. It gives them knowledge and watches what they do with it. It lets them feel powerful and purposeful and essential, and then it shows them the cost, and it waits to see if the cost makes them stop or makes them stay. Most of them stop. Most of them drive down the mountain and take a coastal posting and check their pockets every Sunday and live the rest of their lives carrying a piece of paper with a blank date on it. Some of them don't stop. Some of them reach stage 5. Some of them walk into the wilderness at 11 p.m. and don't come back. I don't know what's out there. I don't know what lives in the ground under the Elk Creek drainage, or what it looks like, or what it wants. I don't know if it's alive in any way we'd recognize, or if it's something older than alive, something that existed before the concept of alive had meaning. I don't know if the reports are genuine warnings from something that cares about the people on its mountain, or bait from something that feeds on the decisions they make, or both, or neither, or something I don't have the framework to understand. I know it keeps records. I know the records are accurate. I know that every death on that mountain is accounted for, and balanced, and filed, and that the filing system has been running longer than any government, or religion, or language that currently exists on this planet. And I know that somewhere in the Shining Rock Wilderness tonight, there's a ranger sitting in a station that was built on the same ground as the one before it, and the one before that, and the one before that. And there is a filing cabinet behind the desk, and the bottom drawer holds a folder with no label and no date range. And inside the folder are incident reports dated in the future, written in handwriting that doesn't belong to anyone alive, describing things that haven't happened yet with an accuracy that makes your chest hurt. And the ranger is reading them, and the cabinet is waiting. The crew from the Pisgah District Office filed an administrative closure for Elk Creek Station under incident number Alpha Foxtrot 7724, Pisgah National Forest, Resource Management Division. The official cause was listed as structural deterioration of the original facility. No mention of the filing cabinet, no mention of the reports, no mention of the 7 rangers who left, or the 2 who didn't, or the 1 district ranger who walked into the wilderness in June and never came back. The informal file has been passed to someone. I don't know who. The chain continues. My report is in a lockbox in my truck. Virgil's is in a china cabinet in his kitchen. Denise's is wherever Denise is. The dates are blank for now. If you work for the Forest Service, or if you're thinking about working for the Forest Service, or if you ever take a backcountry posting at a station you've never heard of in a district nobody talks about, check the filing cabinet before you unpack your bag. Open every drawer, read every document, and if you find a folder in the bottom drawer with no label and no date range, and the reports inside have dates that haven't happened yet, in handwriting you don't recognize, describing people you haven't met, doing things they haven't done, close the drawer, lock it if you can, walk out the door, get in your vehicle, drive to the nearest paved road, and keep driving until the mountains are behind you and the air doesn't taste like metal anymore. Don't read them. Don't act on them. Don't try to help, because the thing on the ground doesn't need your help. It needs your name at the bottom of a report. And once it has that, it has the rest of you. The only question is whether you walk out on your own terms, or whether the blank fills in and you walk into the trees at 11 p.m. and the file closes behind you like a drawer on a track, smooth and final, and nobody ever finds you because there's nothing left to find. The mountain keeps count. Don't let it count you. Thanks for watching, and thanks for spending your evening with me. If this one kept you up a little later than you planned, you're in good company. I want to hear from you tonight. If you found a filing cabinet with reports from the future, would you read them? Would you act on what they said? Or would you close the drawer and walk away? Drop your answer in the comments. And if you're new here, welcome to Dark Horror Narrations. We do this every week. Subscribe so you don't miss the next one. I'll see you in the dark. Story 1. The voice calling my name was mine. The voice calling my name through the trees sounded exactly like me, and I hadn't made a sound in over an hour. I want to be clear about something before I get into this. I am not the kind of person who tells stories like this. I'm a land surveyor. I've spent the better part of 15 years measuring property lines and elevation data in some of the most remote terrain in the mid-Atlantic region. I carry a Brunton compass and a paper topo map on every trip, regardless of whether I have a GPS unit. I have read every trail register and every shelter box I have passed through on the Appalachian Trail across 4 states. I believe in what I can measure. I believe in elevation gain, in compass bearing, in the weight of a pack, and the number of calories burned per mile on grade. I don't believe in things I can't account for. After the weekend of October 14th, 2023, there is one thing I cannot account for, and I've spent the better part of a year trying. My name is Garrett Hale. I am 31 years old. I live in Easton, Pennsylvania, and what I'm about to tell you happened on a 14-mile stretch of the Appalachian Trail running through Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area in the Ridge Country northwest of the Delaware River. I've hiked that section 4 times in my life. I know every shelter box, every reliable water source, every rock scramble on Kittatinny Ridge. I know where the trail crosses the power line cut. I know where it drops into the rhododendron tunnels near Sunfish Pond. I know the smell of that particular stretch of hardwood forest on a cold October morning, dried oak leaves and cold granite and the faint mineral sharpness of pond water. That trail is not abstract to me. It is a place I have moved through with my body and my instruments and my attention, and I believed I understood it. I was wrong about that. I was wrong in a way that has not stopped bothering me since the moment I walked out of those woods. The plan was simple. My buddy Nate was supposed to join me for the weekend. We had done this loop 3 times before, parking at the Dunfield Creek trailhead on Route 80, hiking north along the ridge to camp near Catfish Fire Tower Road, then looping back south along the river trail on Sunday morning. It's a route we both knew cold. 14 miles round trip, moderate terrain, 2 nights, nothing technical. But Nate's wife went into labor 6 weeks early on the Thursday before the trip, and he texted me that morning with a photo of a tiny wrinkled face and an apology that I immediately told him to throw away. I told him I'd do the loop solo and buy him a beer when his kid was old enough to drink, so I adjusted the plan. 14 miles north to camp solo at the backpacker site near Catfish Fire Tower Road, then back south Sunday. I checked the weather forecast through 2 different apps, partly cloudy, lows in the low 40s Fahrenheit, no precipitation in the forecast for either day, wind from the northwest at around 10 miles per hour on the ridge. I packed accordingly. Wool base layer, Patagonia down jacket, rain shell cinched to the outside of the pack just in case, darn tough wool socks, trail runners with Vibram soles, my worn-in Osprey 40-liter with about 22 pounds loaded, 2 nights of food, a Sawyer squeeze filter, a jet boil stove with 2 fuel canisters, a headlamp with fresh lithium batteries, and a backup headlamp, a paper topo of the water gap section, printed at a useful scale, a Brunton compass, a small first aid kit, an emergency bivvy rated to -10 Fahrenheit, a full battery pack for my phone, bear spray on my left hip strap. This is not negotiable for me in any black bear country, and a small fixed blade knife on my right hip. I signed the trailhead register at 7:40 in the morning on Saturday, October 14th. I wrote my name, my planned route, my expected return date and time, and my emergency contact. The first 6 miles were exactly what they always are. The climb out of the gap is steep. In the first mile, 900 feet of gain, red clay, soil, and root steps, and loose shale that gets slick in wet weather. But the air was dry and cold, and the footing was solid, and I found my pace quickly. There's a section just past the first half mile where the trail runs close to Dunfield Creek, and you can hear the water moving over rocks below you before the trail angles upward and leaves it behind. I always pause there for 30 seconds because the sound of it is one of my favorite sounds in any forest. I paused that morning. I listened to the creek. Then I kept climbing. By the time I crested onto the ridge and came out beside Sunfish Pond, a glacial lake and a bowl of tumbled granite up on the spine of the ridge, perfectly flat and dark and cold in October, the sky was that particular shade of cold blue you only get in the Northeast in autumn, and the oak and hickory leaves along the ridgeline had gone copper and gold and burnt amber. I ate a snack bar on a boulder at the pond's edge and filtered a liter of water. A pair of common mergansers worked the far end of the pond, diving and surfacing, completely unbothered by me. I watched them for a minute and then kept moving. The next 2 miles were uneventful. Good trail, good footing, mixed hardwood and open rock shelves, views east toward the Delaware River Valley when the ridge allowed. I passed one other hiker heading south, a woman in her 50s with trekking poles and an enormous pack, the kind of hiker who has clearly been doing this for decades. We exchanged the standard trail greeting, which is mostly just a nod and a half smile. She had the look experienced solo hikers develop, a calm, inhabited alertness, like a person who has been paying attention to their surroundings for a long time. I remember thinking she looked good out there. I remember that specifically. Then, around mile 8, I noticed the boot prints. I was moving through mixed hardwood, big oak, and shagbark hickory, the canopy already thinning with autumn, sightlines into the woods cut to maybe 30 or 40 feet by the remaining leaves. The trail runs along the side of the ridge with a moderate slope falling left toward a seasonal creek drainage. I had been paying attention to the trail surface the way I always do, a surveyor's habit. Reading ground and the soil in this section is a mix of mineral earth and decomposed leaf matter, damp enough from the previous week's rain to hold impressions well. What I saw stopped me mid-stride. Boot prints in the soft soil at the edge of the trail, appearing in the middle of a bare patch of mineral earth, heading north ahead of me, with no preceding prints behind them. I mean that precisely. Clear, deep, fresh prints, left boot and right boot, in a normal walking gait, approximately a 32-inch stride beginning in the middle of an open patch of bare soil with no approach, as though someone had simply stepped down from above and begun walking north. No jumping impression, no side approach, no scuff of a slip or landing, just nothing, and then footprints. I crouched and spent 2 solid minutes examining them. Size 11 boot, aggressive lug sole, relatively new tread. Edges still sharp and wet, meaning they'd been made within the last hour, probably less. I looked up the trail. It curved right about 60 yards ahead and disappeared behind oak, no one visible. I looked behind me. Empty trail. I looked at the forest floor on either side, checking for a rock, a log, any elevated feature from which someone might have stepped down and left only a landing print. I was thorough. I'm trained to find things in terrain that other people miss. There was nothing, just open forest floor, and then prints beginning from nothing. I noted them. I told myself there was an explanation I wasn't seeing, and I kept moving north. My pace had picked up without my deciding to pick it up. The prints stayed ahead of me for the next half mile. Same stride, same depth, same boot. Perfectly consistent, as though made by someone moving at an exact metronomic pace. And despite my increased speed, I never closed the gap. I never caught a glimpse of anyone through the trees. The trail opened on a long, straight stretch, 150 yards of clear sightline, and there was no one on it. The prints were there, and the trail ahead of them was empty. They disappeared at a flat granite shelf crossing the trail, where no impressions would hold, and I didn't see them again. By 3:15 in the afternoon, I'd reached my campsite, a flat shelf in the leaves about 40 yards east of the trail, sheltered from the northwest wind by a granite outcropping and a stand of mature hemlock. I'd camped there once before with Nate. I knew the ground. I set up my tent, anchoring the guy lines to root masses because the hemlock canopy made staking difficult. I cooked instant mashed potatoes with a foil packet of chicken mixed in, more satisfying than it sounds after 7 miles of ridge hiking. I hung my food bag on a bare line between 2 hemlocks, about 15 feet up and 8 feet from the trunk. I was in my sleeping bag by 8:30, reading on my phone until the battery anxiety won, and then I lay in the dark listening to the forest settle. Wind in the hemlock crowns above me, steady and high, the faint creak of a tree trunk on the slope, the distant sound of the creek drainage below, low and continuous. An owl, great-horned, by the depth of it calling twice from the west slope and then going quiet, normal forest sounds. I fell asleep around 9:30. I awoke at 11:40 p.m. to silence. That's the thing I want you to understand about waking in the forest at night. You don't always know immediately why you're awake, but your body knows, even before your brain does, when the thing that woke you is the absence of sound rather than its presence. The silence at 11:40 was total. No wind, no creek sound, no owl, no leaf rustle, no branch creak, no small mammal in the understory. The hemlock crowns that had been moving steadily all evening were completely still. The silence was so complete it registered as physical pressure, like the held moment before a storm front breaks. I lay still for 60 seconds, just listening. Nothing. I reached for my headlamp and clicked it on inside the tent. Everything looked normal. The fabric was tight and dry. I had not moved in my sleep. Garrett, my voice. Not a voice similar to mine. Not a voice in the same general range. My exact voice. My pitch. My Pennsylvania vowels. The particular flat quality of how I say my own name. It came from the northeast, off trail, 60 or 70 yards into the dark, and I had not made a sound since I'd gone to sleep 3 hours before. I did not move. I sat in my sleeping bag, and I breathed through my nose, and I waited, and I did not make a sound. Garrett. Again. Same direction. A slight upward lilt this time. The inflection you use when you're calling to someone you expect to answer. The way you say a name when you think the person is just out of sight and about to appear. I did not answer. That instruction came from somewhere below rational thought, not fear exactly, more like the recognition of a rule I hadn't known before but understood immediately upon hearing it. Whatever was out there was asking a question. Answering it felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate then and still struggle to articulate now. I got my boots on inside the tent without making noise. I got my bear spray in my right hand. I moved to the tent door but did not unzip it. The sound would carry in that silence for 50 yards in any direction. I sat with my hand on the zipper pull and I listened. For 3 minutes, the silence held. Then, slowly, the force came back. Wind in the hemlocks first, just a breath of it, then building, then the creek sound rising from below, as though a valve had opened, then the owl, far south now, calling once, the forest filling back in like water returning to a vessel. Whatever had hollowed out all that sound had either left or stopped its effort, and I sat with bear spray in my hand and ran the time to 20 minutes with no further sound from the northeast. I lay back down. I did not sleep again until nearly 3 a.m. And when I did, it was the kind of sleep that does nothing for you. That surface drift where you're aware of the tent fabric above you and the cold under your sleeping pad and the sounds outside simultaneously, never fully releasing into unconsciousness. I know, because I kept checking my watch. 12:40, 1:15, 1:52. Each time the same cold dark and the same forest sounds and nothing wrong. And each time I lay back thinking maybe I'd actually go under this time. At 2:17 a.m. I heard something moving through the leaf litter about 20 feet from the tent, not close to the food bag, away from it, on the downslope side, moving parallel to the tent and then stopping. I held very still and listened. The movement stopped after about 8 or 10 footfalls and didn't resume. I don't know what it was. It might have been a deer. It might have been a raccoon circling the camp perimeter. I told myself it was a deer, and eventually, sometime after 2:30, I went under properly. I was packed and moving south by 6:20 a.m. I did not make coffee. The morning was clear and bitter cold. 27 degrees Fahrenheit. On my pack strap thermometer, colder than forecast, the leaf litter locked in hard frost. My breath came in steady white plumes. I moved fast from the first step, trying to generate warmth, and the first mile went normally enough. Cold air, good footing, the trail empty in both directions. Daylight helped. It always helps. Then I saw the figure on the ridge, 300 yards ahead of me, through a gap in the oaks, where the trail crests a small rise before dropping into a hollow. A person in a dark jacket, standing at the edge of the trail, facing away from me. completely still. I stopped and watched for 30 full seconds. They did not move, not a weight shift, not a head turn, not the small involuntary movement that a living person makes even when trying to hold still. I called out, "Hey, you okay up there?" Nothing. No response, no movement. I kept moving toward them, slowing my pace. At 200 yards, I started reading details. Dark jacket, hood drawn close. Jeans wrong for 27-degree ridgeline hiking, badly wrong. No pack, no poles. And from this distance, the boots looked dry. The frost had been heavy enough that morning that anyone who had been outside for 10 minutes would have wet boot leather. These looked clean. At 150 yards, the figure turned its head, only the head. The body stayed squared, feet planted, facing the hollow below. The head rotated left slowly, all the way to a lateral angle that a human neck can technically achieve, but that people don't actually use in natural movement. A pure lateral swivel, completely isolated from the shoulders and spine, like a camera pan on a fixed mount. No torso adjustment, no shoulder engagement, no shift of weight. Just the head rotating to a wrong angle and stopping. I stopped walking. I stood on that trail for 4 seconds. Then I left it. I am a field surveyor. I navigate unmaintained terrain by instrument as a matter of routine. I had a compass bearing and a topo, and full knowledge of the drainage system between my position and the river approach. I angled south and east off the ridge, dropping into the hollow, moving through open hardwood, with good footing and reasonable sightlines. I kept the ridge to my right and the drainage sound ahead and left. My plan was to loop south through the hollow, use the creek drainage as a navigation handrail, and rejoin the AT well south of wherever that figure was standing. For 20 minutes, this plan worked. Big oak and ash, open understory, leaf litter to the soil. I moved quickly. I checked behind me every 60 seconds. Then the terrain shifted. The ground got wet subsurface drainage seeping up through soft black muck between root masses, standing water in low spots. I angled east to avoid the worst of it, and the ridgeline disappeared behind dense scrub. The open hardwood gave way to rhododendron, the tunneling kind, head height and stem dense, branches interlocked like mesh. I had to follow a natural gap that curved northeast. Not the direction I wanted, but the walls on either side were impassable. The gap opened into a small clearing where a blowdown had let in a patch of sky. I came out of the rhododendron and stopped. The boot prints were there. Size 11, aggressive lug sole. The same prints from the trail the day before. They crossed the clearing west to east, heading deeper into the drainage. They were fresh enough that the frost crystals around their edges hadn't dried yet. Made within the last 30 minutes, which meant whatever had made them had moved through this terrain while I was inside the rhododendron gap on a parallel course, faster than me, in complete silence, arriving ahead of me. I turned south, hard south. I set my compass on 180 degrees, and I walked the bearing. I did not follow terrain features or look for easy ground. I walked the line. I pushed through scrub. I stepped into the muck and soaked my right boot, through to the wool sock, and kept moving. I went over a blowdown on hands and knees. I came through the far side of the rhododendron into open hardwood and kept moving south. I want to be specific about what it felt like to move through that terrain, because it's relevant to understanding how certain I was that something was accompanying me. I've worked in unmaintained backcountry for 15 years. I've navigated through dense scrub on slope bearings in the dark with equipment failures. I know what it feels like to be alone in difficult terrain, the particular quality of that aloneness, the way your own sounds are the only sounds that carry any intentionality. There is a texture to genuine solitude in the woods that I am very familiar with. This was not that texture. Whatever was accompanying me had a quality of awareness to it that I could feel the same way you can feel a person standing very close behind you in a dark room, even before they make a sound or touch you. That awareness was directional behind me and slightly right, maintaining what felt like a consistent distance despite my changes in pace and bearing. When I speeded up, it didn't close. When I slowed to step over a root mass, it didn't close. It was holding the distance deliberately. It was choosing to hold the distance deliberately, which is a worse thing by far than if it had simply been following. I heard my name twice more in the next 40 minutes. The first time was from behind me, maybe 70 yards back, from the rhododendron tangle. My voice, unhurried, almost conversational. The same quality as midnight, but slightly off. Slightly flatter in the inflection, the way a very good recording sounds when played back on slightly wrong equipment. The second time was from my right, from inside a stand of young ash saplings about 40 yards away. That one was close enough to right that for 1/2 second my own throat started to form the beginning of a response, that deep reflex of answering your own name, embedded below conscious thought. I clamped my jaw shut. I kept moving. I did not look at the ash saplings. I heard the creek before I saw it, the sound of fast water over flat shale, low and constant and carrying through the cold air. I moved toward it and came out on a red clay bank, the water running clear over shale, cold and quick. The creek was maybe 12 feet across and knee-deep at the center, faster than it looked, the surface textured with the small standing waves that form over submerged rock. The far bank was flat red clay and open hardwood, the trees spaced wide enough to see a good distance south and east. I didn't hesitate at the bank. I stepped into the water. The cold was immediate and severe, that particular cold of a mountain-fed creek in October that sends a shock straight up through the knee and into the hip. I was across in 4 steps, water to my calves on the deep step, and I came up on the far bank and turned around in a single movement. The north bank was empty. The hardwood behind it was still. The ash saplings on the slope to the right were motionless in the windless hollow air. I stood on the south bank and watched the north bank for 2 full minutes, breathing hard from the cold and the pace I'd been keeping, and nothing moved to the water's edge. The pressure I had been feeling, that quality of attention from behind, of being accompanied without consent, was gone, not reduced, gone, complete cessation, like a signal cut. One moment it was there, and then the water was between us and it wasn't. The forest on the far bank sounded normal, a woodpecker somewhere on the slope above, wind returning to the treetops, the creek over its rocks. Everything ordinary. I stood there for a moment longer than I needed to, just to be certain, and then I turned south and kept moving. I reached the Dunfield Creek trailhead parking lot at 11:15 a.m. My car was the only vehicle in the lot. I sat in the driver's seat for 10 minutes before starting the engine, watching the trailhead in my rearview mirror. The trail opening was quiet. A gray squirrel crossed the lot and disappeared under a log. Normal. I went to the Kittatinny Point Visitor Center before leaving the park. Nate had told me to write it down, and he was right. The ranger at the front desk, Vasquez, NPS uniform, late 40s, the patient attention of someone who has been listening to people come out of the woods for a long time, heard my full account without interrupting. I kept it factual. Compass bearings, mileage, elapsed time, the prints, the voice, the figure, the head rotation, the prints appearing ahead of me in the clearing, the second and third instances of the voice, the creek, and what stopped there. When I finished, she went into the back office and came out with a green binder, a 2-inch binder, the kind built for long-term accumulation. She opened it to a tab section and turned it toward me. 14 incident reports. Going back to 2009, hikers hearing their own voices in that backcountry, a figure on the ridgeline that anticipated movement, boot prints appearing without origin. A report from 2017 using the exact phrase camera pan to describe a head rotation. A report from 2021 describing the entity stopping at the creek drainage with the same clean, complete cessation I'd experienced. The hiker had noted that the moment they crossed the water, the sense of pursuit ended entirely. Ranger Vasquez told me she could not explain the incidents in that binder. She said the NPS had an internal notation on that terrain. She mentioned the Delaware Nation's Cultural Preservation Office and informal consultation, without elaborating on what had been discussed or what the consultation had concluded. She told me the concentration of reports was highest in roughly a 1-mile radius centered on the ridge section near the hollow, which is the area I'd encountered the figure. She told me the oldest report in that section dated to 2009, but that she had reason to believe incidents in the area predated the park's record-keeping by a significant margin. She didn't elaborate on that either. Some things, I got the sense, she had decided not to put into words, unnecessarily. She filed my report incident number 2477-23 and gave me a copy of the first page. She did not tell me not to come back to the park. She did not tell me the trail was dangerous or that I should warn other hikers. She was measured and professional and listened with the particular quality of attention that tells you someone has heard versions of this before and is still trying to understand what they're hearing. I appreciated that she didn't pretend to have answers she didn't have. I drove home on Route 80 in the early afternoon with a copy of my incident report on the passenger seat and my wet right boot on the floor mat and the heater running full, and I thought about the boot prints that started from nothing, and about the voice that sounded exactly like mine, coming from 60 yards in the dark, and about the figure whose head had turned on a pivot that no neck moves on, and about the prints that had appeared ahead of me in terrain I'd chosen spontaneously, meaning something had moved faster than me through woods it couldn't have predicted I'd enter. And I thought about all of that for the 40 minutes it took to get home, and I still don't have a framework that accounts for all of it simultaneously. What I do have is the photographs of the tent panel. I've looked at them more times than I can count. The mud is black and specific. The shape of each mark is distinct. I've shown them to two people, Nate, once he was out of the hospital with his daughter stable and healthy, and a colleague at my surveying firm who does field work in remote terrain and who I trust to be level-headed about difficult information. Both of them looked at the photographs for a long time without saying anything. Nate eventually said he was glad I crossed the creek when I did. My colleague said she was adding a rule to her own field protocols about staying on the south bank of any drainage in unfamiliar terrain. Neither of them had a better explanation than I did. One more thing, and I've gone back and forth about including it. When I got home that evening and unpacked my gear, I found mud on the rear panel of my tent, the side that had faced away from the trail when I had pitched it at the Ridgeline campsite. Dark, black clay mud, not the reddish mineral soil of the ridge, but the specific black clay from the seep zones and the hollow drainage, the muck that had soaked my boot that morning. That mud had no business on that panel. The tent had been fully packed inside my pack since I'd broken camp. I hadn't touched that panel since I'd pitched the tent the night before, in a site with no black clay soil anywhere nearby. The mud was in two places. Two distinct marks, each roughly the shape of the outer edge of a hand pressed flat against the nylon. Not gripping, pressed. The marks were clear enough that I photographed them before I touched them, and I've looked at those photographs many times since then. I have no explanation for how that mud got there. I've tried every route of normal deposition I can construct. None of them produced those marks in that location from that soil type. Whatever came to my campsite the night before I left, whatever pressed its hands flat against the rear panel of my tent while I lay inside it, at midnight it had already been in the hollow drainage before I went off trail. The next morning, it had already been in the seep zones. It had been waiting in the terrain I thought I had chosen to avoid on my own. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know why it stopped at the creek, but it stopped there, completely and immediately, the moment I crossed. That's the one fact I hold on to. It has limits. It has terrain it will not cross. Finding that terrain before it finishes with you is the only practical advice I have. If you hike the Delaware Water Gap section of the Appalachian Trail north out of Dunfield Creek, pay attention to the soil on the ridge. If boot prints appear without origin, don't follow them. If you hear your own voice from somewhere you haven't been, don't answer it. Find running water and cross it. Get both feet on the far bank and wait. File a report if you come out. Go to Kittatinny Point Visitor Center. Ask for Ranger Vasquez. Tell her what you saw in the order you saw it. She has a binder behind that desk and she will believe you, because she's been collecting this information for a long time and she is still trying to understand what she's collecting. Stay on open ground. Cross the water. Don't answer your own name. Story 2. Search and rescue found my campsite. They won't say what was in it. The search and rescue report lists what they found at my campsite. Page 3 is still redacted. I've submitted 2 public records requests to Olympic National Park through the Washington State Disclosure Portal. The first came back with page 3 blacked out in its entirety. The second came back the same way, with a supplemental note from the park's legal office stating that the redacted material fell under Exemption 6, personal privacy, which makes no sense because my brother was the one who went missing. I am his next of kin, and I was the one who filed the report. I've had an attorney look at the response. She agrees the exemption doesn't hold. She's filed a formal challenge. That was 4 months ago. In the meantime, I'm telling this the way I lived it, in the order I lived it, because the parts I know are strange enough on their own without the part I'm still waiting to find out. My name is Owen Pratt. I'm 28 years old, and I work as an electrician out of Aberdeen, Washington. My brother Caleb is 32, unmarried, a high school biology teacher in Olympia, and one of the most methodical people I have ever known. He plans trips on graph paper. He has a weather app he's been using for 8 years because he calibrated it against his own observational records and trusts it more than any other source. When Caleb says he has a plan for something, he means that he has a plan, a backup plan, a contingency for each, and a written list of gear checked off against a master inventory he's kept updated since 2015. I say all of that because I want you to understand who went missing in the Hoh rainforest for 11 hours in July of 2022, and why his explanation of what happened, which was that he didn't know, that he had no memory of moving, that he woke up 3 miles from camp in terrain he'd never visited, doesn't fit the person I know. Caleb doesn't get lost. Caleb doesn't wake up in the wrong place. Caleb does not lose 11 hours of his life to a gap he cannot account for. We planned the trip together over about 3 weeks in June, 4 days in the Hoh Rainforest backcountry, starting from the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center trailhead on the Hoh River Trail, pushing about 12 miles into a backcountry site on the river's north bank that Caleb had camped at twice before. The Hoh is temperate rainforest, genuinely one of the wettest places in the continental United States, averaging around 140 inches of rain per year. And in July, the trail is a corridor of old-growth Sitka spruce and western red cedar, draped in club moss and sword fern, the canopy so dense and layered that full sunlight barely reaches the trail floor, even on a clear day. The river runs to your right for the first section, jade green and fast over a gravel bed, and the air smells permanently of wet wood and soil and the particular rich earthiness of deep moss. It's the kind of forest that feels older than most things you can name. We drove up from Aberdeen on a Wednesday morning, stopped for gas and coffee in Amanda Park, and parked at the Visitor Center lot shortly after 9. Caleb checked us in at the ranger station backcountry permit required in the Hoh, which he'd reserved 6 weeks in advance, and we hit the trail by 9:15 a.m. I remember the ranger at the desk, a young man named Whitfield, looking at Caleb's permit and then at the site location and then back at us, and I thought at the time he was going to say something. He didn't. He stamped the permit and handed it back and told us the river was running higher than usual for July due to snowpack melt and to be careful near the banks. Day 1 went exactly as planned. 12 miles on a well-maintained gravel trail, mostly flat with some gentle grade change in the upper section, arriving at the backcountry site by late afternoon with our legs tired and our spirits good. The Hoh River Trail is one of the most beautiful stretches of trail I have ever walked. That's not hyperbole. The old growth on either side is staggering. The Sitka spruce go up 150 feet or more, trunks wider than a car, and the club moss drapes every horizontal surface in thick curtains of green that move in the river wind like something breathing. The trail floor is perpetually damp, the soil dark and soft underfoot, and the light that reaches it has been filtered through so many layers of canopy that it arrives diffuse and even shadowless, the kind of light that makes everything look slightly unreal. The campsite was a good one. Flat ground in a stand of old-growth red cedar about 40 feet back from the river's north bank, a fire ring of river stones already established, a bare wire strung between two trees by previous campers at the correct height and distance. We set up our tents, Caleb's 3-season MSR, and my old 2-person Big Agnes that I've been using for a decade, and cooked a real meal over the camp stove. Caleb had marinated chicken thighs and vacuum sealed them for the trip, which is exactly the kind of thing Caleb does. We ate with the sound of the river behind us and the cedar canopy settling into the low evening light above us, and neither of us said anything because there wasn't anything worth saying that the forest wasn't already saying better. We were asleep before 10. Days 2 and 3 were the kind of hiking days you remember for years. We pushed further into the upper Hoh on day 2, exploring a side drainage that Caleb had found on a topo during his pre-trip planning, a tributary valley where the old growth thickened even further, and elk trails ran through the understory like unmarked roads. The Roosevelt elk of the Hoh are enormous. The bulls go over 1,000 pounds, and the cows are no small thing either, and the forest in that drainage was so dense with fern and wood sorrel that the trail disappeared completely. And we were navigating by compass bearing along the creek, which we stayed close to. The smell in there was extraordinary. Wet cedar and old moss and the sweet fermented smell of elk scat drying in the rare patches of sun. Evidence of large animals everywhere, just no sight of them. We saw the elk on the morning of day 2 in a meadow clearing about a quarter-mile off the main trail. A cow with 2 calves browsing at the far edge, close enough that we could hear them pulling at the grass. We crouched behind a cedar trunk and watched them for almost 20 minutes without them catching our scent. Caleb filmed it on his phone, narrating quietly under his breath the way he does for his biology classes. The calves were still spotted, late in the season for spots, and one of them kept bumping the cow's flank with its head in that way young animals do when they want reassurance. After a while, the cow lifted her head, turned, and looked directly at us, not alarmed, not aggressive, just aware, and then she moved her calves into the forest on the far side of the clearing, and they were gone. Caleb had a habit of documenting his hikes in short video clips that he used for his classes. By the end of day 3, he'd taken probably 40 or 50 of them, tree bark, texture, mushroom varieties along a down log, the river surface in different light, the canopy from below, elk prints in river mud. He used a small action camera he could clip to the brim of his hat, which freed up his hands for the kind of close-up filming that was hard to do holding a phone. He'd been using it for 2 seasons, and the footage from it was good, steady, wide angle, the headlamp built into the clip illuminating whatever was in frame after dark. It was on the evening of day 3 that I noticed the headlamp footage issue. Caleb had been recording a short clip of the canopy in the evening light, the way the filtered late sun moved through the curtains of club moss when a breeze came off the river, which was genuinely beautiful, the kind of image his students would remember. And after dinner he was reviewing the day's footage on his phone, while I was at the river bank rinsing the cook pot. The river was running fast and gray-green with glacial silt in the evening, cold enough that it numbed my hands through the pot handle. I came back to camp, and Caleb was sitting on the log we'd been using as a bench, the phone in both hands, completely still. I know that stillness. I've known it since we were kids. It's the particular quality of Caleb's attention when something in front of him has failed to resolve the way his mind expected it to. His whole body goes quiet, and he stops blinking at full frequency, and he stays with the thing until he understands it, or until he accepts that he doesn't. I asked him what he was looking at. He said he wasn't sure. He held the phone out to me without taking his eyes off it. The clip was from the hat brim camera, 12 seconds long. In it, the camera was pointed at the tree line at the back of camp, the dense cedar and Sitka spruce on the north side, away from the river, where the forest floor was a foot deep in sword fern and wood sorrel. The headlamp beam swept the tree line in a slow, casual pan. The kind of scan you do when you're just looking at your surroundings, not searching, not alarmed, just the idle visual sweep of a person sitting outside after dinner. In the tree line, standing between 2 cedar trunks about 30 feet back from the edge of camp, there was a shape. I watched the clip through, twice, before I spoke. The beam caught it on the pan and held it for approximately 4 seconds in the middle of the 12-second clip, the camera angle steady because the clip mount kept it level. And then the beam moved on to the right, and the rest of the clip was open dark forest, and rain beginning to haze the air between the trees. It was not a bear. I know black bear silhouettes. This was bipedal and upright, the weight distributed on 2 legs, the shoulders horizontal. Tall, I did a rough height estimate using the cedar trunks as reference, knowing the approximate diameter of old-growth red cedar in that section. The top of the shape reached a branch fork that I could match against the trunk proportions, and that fork was approximately 9 feet off the ground. 9 feet. Standing upright, arms hanging at its sides facing the camp. Not moving. Not reacting to the headlamp beam that was washing over it. Standing in the cedars 30 feet from where we'd been eating dinner. Completely still. For the entire time the camera was panned away from it, and for the 4 seconds the beam was directly on it, and showing no acknowledgement of the light at all. We watched the clip 6 times. We tried every explanation we could think of. A trick of the shadows creating a false bipedal profile, an elk on a slope that made it appear upright, a dead snag at an unusual angle. Each time we watched, we found the same shape. We went to the tree line with our headlamps and stood in the spot. The fern and wood sorrel between the 2 cedars was undisturbed, no compression, no soil scuffing, no broken fronds, no animal prints of any kind in the soft, dark moss. Nothing had been standing there recently enough to leave a mark, and yet the camera had filmed it standing there less than an hour before. We decided not to discuss it further that night. This was a mutual unspoken agreement, the kind of decision 2 people make simultaneously without needing to say it out loud. We checked the food hang, added a secondary guy line to each of our tents, and went to our separate tents without talking about what we were doing or why we were doing it more carefully than usual. I lay in mine and listened. The rain had begun in earnest, tapping on the fly in that particular percussion that cedar canopy produces, the drops hitting the broad leaves above and then falling in larger drops to the layer below. A layered rhythm, almost musical. The river was a constant behind it. I heard no sound from the tree line. I listened specifically for something in the cedars on the north side and heard nothing that didn't belong. An owl, briefly, maybe a quarter-mile upriver. Rain. The tent fabric moving in a small breeze. I went to sleep before midnight. I woke at 6:40 a.m. to Caleb's tent standing open and empty. That's the sentence I've said out loud more times than any other in the past 2 years, and it still does what it did the first time, which is to make everything inside my chest go tight and cold simultaneously. His tent door was unzipped and folded back, the way it folds when you pull it deliberately to the side, rather than pushing through it in the dark. His sleeping bag was in a pile near the door, half inside and half draped over the threshold, the way a bag ends up when someone has pushed out of it quickly without fully unzipping it. His boots were still inside the tent. That's the detail I came back to immediately and kept coming back to. His boots, his well-worn Salomon low tops that he'd broken in over 3 seasons, were in the back corner of his tent, exactly where he'd left them before getting into his bag. His headlamp was on the ground just outside the tent door, switched on, the beam washing into the sword fern at about ankle height, the battery still good. His phone was on the sleeping bag. His pack was at the back of the tent, the hip belt unclipped but otherwise untouched. I called his name in every direction, starting quiet and escalating to a volume that carried across the river gravel and back, as a faint echo off the tree trunks on the far bank. No answer. I walked the camp perimeter, maybe 80 yards in each direction, pushing into the fern on the north side far enough that the camp light was behind me, calling and listening and getting nothing. I checked the latrine spur, a social trail about 60 feet northeast of camp, and it was empty. I stood in the center of camp, with the rain still falling lightly, and looked at his boots in his empty tent, and I ran the options quickly. He had gone somewhere barefoot, in a temperate rainforest in the dark. He had gone without his headlamp, which was on the ground outside. He had gone without his phone. He had gone without telling me. None of those things were Caleb. I activated my personal locator beacon at 7:05 a.m. The PLB is a Reese-Q-Link unit that I have carried on every backcountry trip for 6 years and never activated. I did not hesitate. The beacon sends a distress signal through the NOAA satellite network, includes GPS coordinates, and triggers a response from the nearest SAR coordination center within minutes. You press the button and you commit, Because the response a PLB generates is not trivial, it mobilizes rangers, volunteers, search teams, and you don't activate it for a feeling. You activate it for a set of facts that, assembled, means someone is in danger. I had those facts. The beacon confirmed acquisition in 4 minutes. The rain was picking up again off the river, the surface of it dimpling with the first heavy drops coming off the canopy in waves. 2 NPS rangers, a man named Hendricks and a woman named Solis, both in their 30s, arrived at the campsite via trail at 9:40 a.m. They had covered 12 miles from the visitor center in under 2.5 hours, which is not a casual pace on any terrain. They were not breathing hard when they arrived. They dropped their packs at the edge of camp and moved immediately toward Caleb's tent with the compact efficiency of people who know exactly what they're doing and have done similar things before. Hendricks asked me to wait at the riverbank, about 100 feet away, while they assessed the campsite. He was polite about it and entirely firm about it, and there was no version of the request that included me staying in camp. I went to the riverbank. I stood on the gravel at the water's edge and watched them work from 100 feet away. Hendricks photographed everything with a proper mirrorless camera, not a phone. A dedicated field documentation camera moving around both tents and the full camp perimeter in a pattern that looked procedural rather than exploratory, systematic. The pattern of someone who is checking for specific things in a specific order rather than trying to build a picture from scratch. Solis wrote in a small spiral notebook, not a standard NPS incident pad. Her own personal notebook, the kind a person carries for things they intend to accumulate across time. At one point, both of them were crouched near the threshold of Caleb's tent, heads close together, looking at something on the ground in the 3 feet between the tent door and the outer fly. They stayed in that position for somewhere between 90 seconds and 2 full minutes. I counted, the way I do when I'm trying to stay calm by measuring things. Whatever was on the ground in that threshold area held their attention for a long time. Then Hendricks stood up and looked at the cedar stand on the north side of camp. He looked at it deliberately, in the scanning way of a person who is looking for something specific rather than just looking. He stood there for maybe 30 seconds. Then he made a radio call on his NPS handset and turned away from the tree line. Solis came to the riverbank and asked for my account of the previous evening. I gave it to her. I told her about the headlamp footage and showed her the clip on my phone. She watched it through twice, then held the phone still on the 4-second section where the beam crossed the tree line shape, studying it without expression. She handed the phone back and said she needed to retain it for documentation. I asked for a copy of the clip first. She waited while I pushed it to iCloud and then took the phone without further comment. They found Caleb at 11:17 a.m. He was located 3.2 miles north-northwest of the campsite, in terrain that is not on the Hoh River Trail and is not accessible by any social trail I know of. He was sitting on a log in a small spruce clearing with his bare feet in the wet moss and his hands in his lap, awake and physically uninjured. A SAR volunteer named Terrence found him first and radioed his position. When Hendricks reached him, and I was brought up to the clearing, a 40-minute hike through unmarked terrain that the rangers navigated without hesitation, which suggested they knew this ground Caleb was calm. He said he was fine. He said he didn't know how he'd gotten there. He did not know how he had gotten there. He had a full memory of going to sleep in his tent on the night of day 3. He remembered hearing rain on the cedar canopy. He remembered adjusting a sleeping bag. His next memory was sitting on the log in the spruce clearing with full daylight around him, aware that he was cold and that his feet were wet and that something was wrong, but without any sense of elapsed time or movement. No dream fragments, no partial memories of walking, no explanation for the 3.2 miles of unmaintained terrain between his sleeping bag and that log. 11 hours, gone. I watched Hendricks listen to this, and I watched his face while he listened, and he had the expression of someone hearing confirmation of something rather than someone hearing something new. That's a specific expression. It's the expression of a person who is cross-referencing incoming information against a file they already have open in their head. On the walk back to the trailhead, all 4 days of camp packed out in one move, the rangers had advised us strongly to leave that day. I walked beside Solis for a stretch, and I asked her directly whether this had happened before. She was quiet for a long moment, and then she said that the park had documentation of several incidents in the upper Hoh backcountry involving hikers who were displaced overnight and had no memory of movement. She used the word displaced. I've thought about that word a great deal since. She said the incidents were concentrated in a specific area of the upper backcountry, that the NPS was aware of it, and that she couldn't tell me more than that. She did not tell me it was safe to go back. She also did not tell me it was unsafe. She said to make sure Caleb spoke to a doctor, which we did. He was cleared medically at the Forks Community Hospital that same evening with no neurological indicators of seizure, no signs of sleepwalking disorder, no physiological explanation for the memory gap. Caleb is not the same since. That's not a dramatic statement. I don't mean he's broken or traumatized in a visible way. He teaches, he plans his trips on graph paper, he still has the weather app, but he doesn't talk about the Hoh. He doesn't watch the headlamp footage. He transferred the clip to a backup drive and hasn't opened the folder since. He told me, about 6 months after it happened, that the thing that bothers him most isn't the missing hours themselves. It's the feeling he has when he tries to remember, which is not blankness. It's the feeling of a door, something on the other side of that 11-hour gap, pressing against it, and the absolute certainty that he does not want to open it. I've tried to understand what was at that campsite. I've gone back through the headlamp footage 100 times. I've read everything publicly available about incidents in the Hoh backcountry. I filed the public records request, and what I can tell you with certainty is this. Something 9 feet tall was standing in the cedar stand 30 feet from our camp while we ate dinner and did not make a sound for hours. Something moved my brother 3 miles through unmaintained terrain in a temperate rainforest at night without leaving a mark on his body. Page 3 of the search and rescue report describes what Hendricks and Solis found at that campsite after they asked me to wait at the riverbank, and the state of Washington has decided twice that I don't have the right to read it. I requested a second copy of Caleb's headlamp footage from the backup drive 3 months ago and watched it again on my laptop, frame by frame, through the section where the beam crosses the cedars. I had not looked at it at full resolution before. On my laptop screen, at full resolution, the shape in the tree line has more detail than I'd seen on a phone screen. The arms are longer than they should be. The way the shape is standing, the particular angle of the shoulders, the distribution of how the weight appears to be carried on the legs, is not how a person stands. It's almost right. It's the approximation of how a person stands when viewed from a distance, like someone performing the posture rather than inhabiting it. And the head, I can see on the full resolution frame, is slightly tilted, downward and to the right, oriented toward the camp, toward us, specifically, in the way a predator orients when it has located something it hasn't decided what to do with yet. Whatever was making that decision, it made a different one with Caleb than it made with me. I've never been able to stop thinking about what that difference was. The last thing I want to say is about the footprints. Ranger Hendricks told me, before we left the campsite, that they had found no tracks in the soft soil around Caleb's tent or in the fern bed between the tent and the tree line. No boot prints, no bare footprints from Caleb going north, no prints at all. In a temperate rainforest with consistent rainfall and perpetually soft soil, someone walked or was carried 3 miles and left nothing behind. No compression in the moss, no scuff on a root, no mud transfer on the river gravel near the bank. The ground recorded nothing. As though whatever moved my brother through those woods between midnight and 7 a.m. did it without touching the ground at all. Caleb is not the same since, and I want to be precise about what I mean when I say that, because it matters. It's not that he's broken, or afraid of the woods, or visibly altered in ways other people would notice. He teaches his classes. He plans his trips on graph paper. He still has the weather app. He is, by every external measure, the same person. But he doesn't talk about the Hoh. He doesn't watch the footage. He told me once, about 6 months after it happened, that what bothers him most isn't the missing hours themselves. It's the feeling he has when he tries to reach back toward that gap in his memory. Not blankness, he said. A door. Something on the other side of it, present and aware, pressing gently against it from the other side. And the absolute certainty Not fear exactly, more like information that he does not want to open it. I believe him. I've stopped asking him about it. The spruce clearing where Terrence found Caleb, I looked it up on a topo after we got home. It's in a section of the upper Ho drainage that is not on any maintained trail and not on any social trail I can find referenced in any trail guide or NPS publication. It sits in old-growth interior that the park does not actively discourage access to, but does not encourage. It is the kind of place that exists because the forest is old enough and dense enough that it has simply never needed to be described or cataloged by anyone. When I overlaid Caleb's found position onto the topo against our campsite coordinates, the line between the 2 points crosses 2 river tributaries. Running water, both of them tributary drainages of the Ho that run fast and cold year-round from snowpack fed by the Olympics above. The route, if you call it that, crossed running water twice to get from our camp to that clearing. 3.2 miles, 2 water crossings, no tracks. Whatever carried my brother through those woods was either willing to cross running water or immune to whatever stops other things at the bank. And I've thought about which of those possibilities is worse, and I honestly can't decide. Caleb had his phone back within a week. The NPS returned it after copying the footage, official documentation, they said, for the incident file. The headlamp clip was still on it. He has not watched it since. I have. I've watched it on my laptop at full resolution, frame by frame, through the 4 seconds where the beam crosses the tree-line shape between those 2 cedar trunks. At phone screen resolution, in the woods on the night we watched it, the shape was a tall dark form in the trees. At laptop resolution, zoomed to 200%, it has more detail than that. The arms are too long. Not dramatically, not a cartoon wrongness, just slightly longer, from shoulder to elbow and elbow to wrist, than the proportional math of a human body produces. And the head, which I could not fully read at phone resolution, is angled down and to the right, tilted toward the camp, toward the 2 tents, and the cook fire, and the 2 humans eating chicken thighs and talking about elk and not knowing, oriented the way a predator orients when it has found something it is deciding about. I spent 2 years trying to understand what it decided about my brother that night, why him and not me, why it returned him, whether whatever is on page 3 of that report would help me understand the difference, or whether it would just be one more thing I can't account for filed alongside all the others. I'll find out eventually. The attorney's challenge is still active. These things take time. If you hike the Ho River Trail into the upper backcountry, and it is genuinely one of the most beautiful places I have ever been, and I say that without reservation, bring a headlamp camera. Clip it to your hat brim or your pack strap and set it running before you eat dinner. Scan the tree line at every campsite in every direction before you close your tent. Watch the footage the same night, not in the morning. That night, before you sleep. What you don't catch with your eyes in the moment you might catch on a screen later. And it is significantly better to know that something is standing 30 feet from your camp than to find your brother's empty tent at first light. File a full incident report before you leave the park. Push for documentation. Get every page before you walk out of that visitor center. Page 3 matters, even if you don't know yet what's on it. Story 3. I followed someone out of the Ozarks. I shouldn't have. She said she was a ranger. But the ranger station told me no one had been assigned to that trail in 2 weeks. I've gone back and forth about telling this story for almost 3 years. Not because I'm embarrassed by it, or because I think people won't believe me I'm past caring about either of those things, but because the end of it requires me to describe something I saw on a highway bridge in the dark, and every time I've tried to say it out loud, the words come out wrong. Too small for what I actually saw. Too thin. But I've been carrying this by myself for long enough, and I'd rather have the words be imperfect than keep them locked up any further. My name is Reed Calloway. I'm 34 years old, and I work as a wildfire mitigation consultant out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, which means I spend a significant portion of my professional life walking through backcountry terrain and assessing fuel load and fire behavior in forested areas. I know how to read a landscape. I know how to move through remote terrain in bad weather and keep my head clear. I have been in situations in the field that required calm decision-making under genuine physical pressure, and I have always managed to come through them with my judgment intact. I am telling you this because I want you to understand that what happened to me in the Buffalo National River backcountry in April of 2022 was not a product of panic or inexperience or the specific kind of fear. That comes from being a city person, alone in the woods for the first time. It was a product of a situation that I believe was designed, deliberately, to be survived only barely. The trip was a solo 3-day section hike on the Buffalo River Trail, which runs east-west through the Ozark backcountry along the Buffalo National River in north-central Arkansas. The BRT is a 95-mile trail total, but I was doing a section of about 32 miles, entering at the Steel Creek Trailhead off Highway 74 and exiting at the Pruitt Trailhead near Jasper, Arkansas. I had done this particular section twice before in previous years, once with a friend and once solo. I knew the terrain. I knew where the reliable water sources were, where the bluff shelters were located for emergency cover, where the trail got technical near the river crossings. I had a paper copy of the MPS trail map, a Garmin InReach mini satellite communicator in addition to my phone, a full kit including shelter, water treatment, first aid, and 3 days of food. I signed the register at Steel Creek at 7:20 a.m. on a Thursday morning in early April. The first day went well. The BRT in that section is one of the finer trail corridors in the Mid-South. It runs through mixed hardwood and shortleaf pine, dropping into the Buffalo River Valley for long stretches before climbing back up onto the bluff country where the white dolomite and limestone outcrops jut 40 and 50 feet over the river below. April in the Ozarks carries a particular quality I haven't found anywhere else. The redbud trees were still holding their bloom in the valley sections, that specific pink lavender color against pale gray limestone and dark wet soil, and the river was running full and strong from weeks of spring rain, a deep jade green in the pools and white fast over the gravel shallows. The sound of it carries up the bluffs when the trail climbs, and it makes the whole ridge feel alive with something that predates any name you could give it. I covered 15 miles through good terrain and made camp at a flat site near Cave Creek, a reliable tributary I had used as a water source on both previous trips. I filtered 2 liters, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and sat outside for a while watching the last light go out of the sky above the bluff line to the west. The temperature dropped faster than I'd expected, upper 30s Fahrenheit by 9 p.m., but I had a 15-degree down bag and slept warm and well. Day 2 was where things started to shift. The rain moved in overnight, not forecast, or at least not forecast as heavily as it arrived. I woke at 4:40 a.m. to the sound of serious precipitation on my shelter, a harder and more sustained rain than the overnight drizzle I had been expecting. The kind of rain that doesn't announce itself as a system until you're already inside it. By the time I broke camp at 7, the trail was running with surface water in the low sections. The clay soil turned to the particular orange-red Arkansas mud that coats everything and adds weight to your boots inside of 100 yards. Distinctive mud, almost crimson when it's freshly wet, drying to a rust orange on fabric that takes multiple washes to shift. I was wearing gaiters, and they were orange to the knee by the time I'd cleared the first valley section. I kept moving. Rain is a normal operating condition in Ozark backcountry in April, and I had planned for it. Marmot, shell jacket, rain pants with reinforced knees. My boots were Oba's Sawtooth Third, had proven waterproof through the first mile, and would start admitting water through the seams, somewhere around mile 4, in sustained heavy rain. This I knew. I had dry socks in a waterproof bag in my pack, which is the most important thing. The problem came at the first major river ford of the day. The Buffalo River has several trail crossings in this section that are rock hops or ankle-deep wades in normal late-season conditions, but become genuine decisions after significant rainfall. The ford at the Lost Valley Junction, about 10 miles into my Day 2 route, was running fast and thigh-deep when I reached it, considerably above anything I'd seen there on either previous trip. The current was pushing hard against the upstream side of the crossing line, the surface broken and white in the center channel, and the bottom was a mix of rounded gravel and flat shale shelf that I could see clearly through the water. The Buffalo runs clean even in rain, but couldn't fully read in terms of depth variation. I stood on the bank for a solid 8 minutes running the crossing math. Water temperature in the high 40s Fahrenheit, thigh depth at the visible center. Current strong enough to shift my footing if I hit a depth change wrong. The downstream hazard was a gravel bar and then a straightening of the river, nothing catastrophic if I went in. My poles were full extended and I had them in both hands as a downstream brace. I found the shallowest visual line angling slightly downstream to use the current rather than fight it, and I committed. 40 seconds of concentrated, careful movement. I came out on the far bank dripping from the hip down, breathing harder than the crossing distance warranted, which is what adrenaline does to your respiratory rate. I sat on a log and wrung out my wool socks, changed to the dry pair from the waterproof bag, ate a snack bar, and checked my Garmin. Weather radar showed the system moving through with clearing expected mid-afternoon, 7 miles to my planned camp. I put the wet socks in a mesh side pocket, pulled my gaiters back up, and kept moving. By mile 6 of that day, in rain that had been falling for 10 hours and showed no sign of thinning, I realized I was turned around. I don't use that phrase lightly. I am a field professional. I read terrain for a living, and I navigate by multiple redundant methods. But the BRT in the section north of the Lost Valley Ford runs through a series of drainage hollows where the trail markers are older, some of them wooden posts that have weathered to the same gray-brown as the forest floor, and in the rain. And low visibility, I had walked approximately a third of a mile on a drainage social trail that paralleled the actual BRT before I recognized the discrepancy in my compass bearing. I had the Garmin. I knew my coordinates. I was not in danger of being genuinely lost in the search and rescue sense, but I was off trail in terrain that was going to get more technical if I tried to bushwhack directly back, and the rain was intensifying again, and the light was already going gray and flat in the way it does when low cloud cover compresses it. I stopped to recalibrate and figure out the most efficient line back to the BRT. That is, when I heard footsteps on the slope above me. Footsteps on wet leaf litter are distinctive, that compressed, slightly sucking sound of a boot sole pressing through soaked leaves to the soil below. I heard them coming from the northeast, on the slope above the drainage I was standing in, moving at a steady pace in my direction. I looked up the slope and waited, and after maybe 30 seconds a figure appeared through the rain and the trees. A woman, tall, maybe 5 to 10, slender build, late 30s or early 40s. She was wearing what I registered immediately as a National Park Service uniform, the sage green pants, the tan shirt under an olive shell jacket with an NPS patch on the left shoulder. She had a broad-brimmed hat that was doing a reasonable job of shedding rain. She was carrying no pack, just a small hip pouch on her right side. She moved down the slope toward me with the confident step of someone who knows this terrain well, and she smiled when she saw me, a genuine-looking, easy smile, the kind of smile park rangers develop after years of meeting hikers who need minor assistance. "You look a little turned around," she said. I told her I was. I explained I had walked a drainage trail by mistake and was trying to find the best line back to the BRT. She nodded like this was a thing she'd heard before and said she could walk me out to the main trail. Her voice was level and easy and unhurried, with that particular Arkansas cadence that drops the ends of sentences. She gestured upslope to the northeast and started moving. I followed her, and here is where I want to be careful about the sequence of things I noticed, because the sequence matters. I am a field professional. The way I process information in terrain is to note discrepancies as they arise and hold them alongside the working model, the way a structural engineer notes a measurement that doesn't fit the load calculation and sets it aside to come back to rather than dismissing it. I noticed 3 things about the woman in the NPS uniform before I decided to stop following her, and I noticed them in order, each one harder than the last. The first thing I noticed, maybe 3 minutes into following her up the slope, was that her boots were dry. Not just cleaner than mine, dry. Visibly, completely dry. In 3 minutes of walking through the same saturated terrain I was walking through, any boot would have acquired mud on the sole and at least the lower quarter of the upper. The trail was shedding water from every angle. The leaf litter was a wet compress. My own boots, which had been dry when I had changed socks 45 minutes before the ford, were already carrying orange-red clay above the gaiters. Her boots, I could see them clearly when she stepped up onto a root mass ahead of me, looked like they had come out of a box that morning. Tan leather, clean sole, no clay transfer anywhere. The math didn't hold. I filed it. The second thing I noticed 2 or 3 minutes after that was the radio, or rather its absence. NPS rangers doing active backcountry trail duty carry a radio. This is not policy preference, it is a safety non-negotiable, especially in terrain without cell coverage, and especially in a weather event. The standard NPS backcountry radio is a Motorola APX, or similar, bulky enough that it's worn on the shoulder or belt in a specific holster. The hip pouch on her right side was a small zippered nylon thing, maybe 6 inches across, enough for a multi-tool and a snack bar and nothing else. There was no radio on her shoulder, no radio on her belt, no handset, no antenna visible anywhere on her person. I looked carefully and I kept looking as we climbed and I found nothing. A ranger doing solo backcountry patrol in rain and reduced visibility in a section that was apparently understaffed because understaffing was the reason she hadn't been in contact with a dispatcher who knew where she was without a radio. The absence was a fact. I held it alongside the boots. The third thing was smaller but felt qualitatively worse than the other two. She knew my name, not asked for it, not introduced herself and created a natural exchange where I'd offer mine. She knew it the way you know a detail you were briefed on before arriving somewhere. We'd been walking for maybe 4 minutes, moving through the wet hardwood with the rain picking up again, and she said something like, and I'm reconstructing from a memory that has been turned over many times, "You've done this section before, haven't you, Reed? The ford at Lost Valley was running high when you came through it." She said it conversationally, easily, the way you'd reference something you already knew about a person. My name is not on my pack. It is not on my jacket. I did not introduce myself. The register at Steel Creek was 12 miles away through terrain that was not passable quickly. I had not told her my name, and she knew it. I kept moving. I kept my face neutral and my pace steady, and I let her lead me northeast while I ran the 3 facts alongside each other, boots, radio, name, and tried to build a framework that held all 3 and still produced a rational person in an NPS uniform. I could not do it. Individually, each one had a possible explanation. Dry boots. She'd come from a sheltered approach. No radio. Equipment failure. Name. Coincidence or assumption. But together, in sequence, they accumulated into a weight I couldn't dismiss. I watched her move while I worked through this, and that was the most disorienting part of the next 20 minutes. Her movement was correct. Stride length, arm swing, weight transfer through the ankle, the way she stepped around a root mass without breaking stride or looking down. She moved like a person who had spent thousands of hours on foot in rough terrain. She moved like me, like the hikers I knew, like every experienced field person I had ever worked beside. Whatever I was looking for in her gait, I didn't find it. What I found instead was the direction. I had my Garmin and my compass both running. The BRT from my off-trail position was west-southwest. I had confirmed this carefully before she arrived, checked it twice in the 10 minutes I'd been standing in that drainage hollow. She was leading me northeast, away from the BRT, away from my planned camp, deeper into the drainage complex, toward a section of the topo I had studied before the trip, terrain that got progressively more technical before it opened into a remote interior section of the park that I had not planned to enter and that had no marked exit trail accessible before dark. Not by chance. Not by a degree or two of drift that might happen if she was genuinely navigating by memory. Northeast, consistently, on a bearing that was exactly wrong for the trail she had told me she was guiding me to. I stopped walking. She took 2 steps before she stopped. I counted them. That two-step lag, the small, specific delay of a reaction that had to be processed rather than felt, was the clearest wrong thing I had seen. A person who stops walking because the person behind them stops walking does it in one step or less, the reflexive adjustment of someone moving in company. She took 2 full steps on her own momentum before she became aware that I had stopped, as though my stopping had to travel through some external channel before it reached her. She turned and looked back at me. The smile was still arranged correctly. Everything on her face was in the right place, the mild, patient expression of a ranger used to dealing with hikers who needed reassurance, the slight tilt of the head that suggests attentiveness. But in that moment, standing still in the rain with her face pointed at me, there was a quality to her stillness that I can only describe as performed. The way a very good actor inhabits a pause present in every surface detail, and somehow absent in the thing underneath. I said I thought the trail was the other way. She said it had been rerouted, washed out last season. The new alignment ran northeast before it cut back west to the main corridor. Easy to miss if you were working from an older map. I looked at the Garmin. The Garmin trail data is pulled from the official NPS-GIS database and updated quarterly. The trail on the Garmin was not northeast. The trail on the Garmin was where it had always been. A reroute significant enough to change the direction of travel for a full section would have appeared in the quarterly data update. It was not there. I asked for her name. The pause before she answered lasted approximately a second and a half. I am precise about this because I have replayed it many times. A person who has a name and is asked for it does not require a second and a half to produce it. Even a person caught off guard by a sudden question produces their name faster than that. That pause was not processing, it was retrieval. The specific quality of a pause that happens when information has to be located rather than simply accessed. She gave me a name, a badge number, the name of her district supervisor. All of it smooth and complete in the window after the pause, delivered in the same easy Arkansas cadence. She offered to radio dispatch to verify, and I noticed again that she had no radio and made no move toward any part of her person as she said it. I said I was going to take my own bearing back to the trail. I kept my voice level and my face neutral. I watched her while I said it. She nodded, completely unbothered. She said she understood. Some hikers like to navigate themselves. She'd be in this section another hour if I changed my mind. She gave me the smile one more time. Then she turned and walked north up the slope, and the rain and the trees took her within 15 seconds, and she was gone. I moved southwest immediately. I did not look behind me. I checked the Garmin every 2 minutes and held my compass bearing, and I found the BRT in 25 minutes, rejoining it at a weathered marker post on the valley lip, and I turned south, and I walked hard. I did not make my plan to camp. I kept moving through deteriorating conditions. The rain intensified again in the late afternoon, and the light went flat and gray by 5 p.m., compressing the forest down to about 40 feet of visibility in the heavier showers. I ate while moving, didn't stop except to check my Garmin, and covered the remaining miles to the Pruitt trailhead through the last of the dusk and the first of the dark. My headlamp was on from about 7:30 p.m. The trail I knew, I told myself. The trail I knew. I came out at the Pruitt trailhead on Highway 7 at 8:40 p.m., 4 hours ahead of my planned schedule and wetter than I had been since a controlled burn got rained out on me in a drainage cut 3 years ago. My truck was in the small gravel lot at the trailhead's edge, the only vehicle there. I could hear the river from the lot, the buffalo running loud and fast off to my left, swollen with the day's rain, the sound of it filling the whole river corridor. The trailhead parking at Pruitt is accessed by crossing the Buffalo River on a short concrete bridge on Highway 7. Single lane, low concrete rail on both sides, maybe 100 feet of span. The river below it was running high enough that I could see the water surface in my headlamp beam from the bridge approach, white and fast, within a few feet of the bridge deck on the upstream side. I started across, picking up my pace toward the parking lot on the far bank. I was about 2/3 across when I felt it. That's the only way I've ever been able to describe the initial sensation, felt it, rather than heard or saw it. A change in the quality of the air behind me, a heaviness. the specific feeling of being watched from close range by something with weight and intention. Every hair on my forearms went up inside my jacket sleeves simultaneously. My body knew before my brain did. I turned around. She was at the near end of the bridge, standing on the road surface exactly at the point where the concrete bridge deck began at the threshold, precisely where the road surface crossed over the water below. Standing completely still, the way she had stood on the slope in the rain, with that same composed and upright quality. My headlamp beam reached her from 2/3 of the bridge length. In the beam, I could see her face well enough to read that the ranger uniform was still there, still correct in every detail. What was not correct was the way she was standing at that threshold. She was not going to cross it. I knew that with the same animal certainty that told me to stop following her in the drainage hollow. Not hesitating before crossing, she was at the limit of where she was going to go, and she was standing at it the way a person stands when they have come to the end of their range. A deliberate stop. A chosen stop. The river was below her. Below the bridge deck, 5 or 6 feet, the buffalo running fast and full in the dark, running water on both sides of the span. She was standing at the threshold of crossing running water, and she was not crossing it. I looked at her for 4 seconds. I counted. Then I turned and walked, not ran, walked the rest of the bridge to the gravel lot. I unlocked my truck, got in, started the engine. I did not look in the rearview mirror until I was on the highway and moving, and when I did, the bridge was behind me and the near end of it was empty. I drove to the ranger station in Jasper in the morning because I needed to say it out loud to someone official before I decided what to do with it, and because Ranger Garrett, 20-plus years with the NPS, the kind of quiet competence that long-tenure field people develop, deserved to hear it directly. He pulled up the scheduling system. He looked at the personnel list. He turned the screen toward me. No ranger had been assigned to that trail district in 2 weeks. The badge number was not in the system. The name was not in the system. No reroute had been recorded in that section. The paper trail ends there, because the district office lost my report somewhere between my first and second call, and I have been unable to get a follow-up since. There is one more detail, and it came to me about 6 weeks after I got home. I was looking through the Arkansas Missing Persons database for an unrelated project, and I found a bulletin for a woman from Harrison who had gone missing in the Buffalo River backcountry 18 months before my trip. The bulletin included a photograph and a physical description. I am not going to say it was her, because I cannot verify it, and because the photograph was several years old. What I will say is that the physical description, height, build, approximate age, coloring matched the woman. I followed up that slope closely enough that I stayed with the bulletin on my screen for a long time before I could close the browser. She had been reported missing while hiking alone in the northeast quadrant of the backcountry. The section I was in, she was never found. I don't know what to do with that information. I have thought about calling the Harrison County Sheriff's Office more than once, and I have not done it, because I don't know what I would say that would help anyone waiting for an answer about her. What I know is that whatever was walking ahead of me in that forest had found something in her appearance that it considered useful, and had been carrying it for 18 months. And I am grateful, in a way I don't have adequate words for, that I stopped following it when the compass told me to. I have my register sign-in from Steel Creek. I have my Garmin track, which shows my off-trail position in the drainage hollow and my southwest bearing back to the BRT. I have the 2.5 hours between my off-trail position and the trailhead that are not fully accounted for by my walking pace, and the trail distance remaining a gap of approximately 40 minutes that I have tried to reconstruct many times and cannot close. I was moving as fast as the terrain and visibility allowed. The 40 minutes are not there. I have decided to leave them where they are and not pull that thread any further than I already have. The bridge is over running water. That's the thing I keep returning to, and I think the precision of it matters more than I initially understood. Not the bridge itself. The bridge is concrete and steel, and it doesn't do anything. The protection was the river below it, the buffalo running fast and cold and rain-swollen between its banks, 16 feet below the deck, moving at the speed and depth it moves at after a full day of Ozark rain. She followed me 2 miles through forest and deteriorating weather to the edge of that water. She stopped exactly at the threshold of crossing it, not close to it, not testing it, exactly at the line, with the specific quality of a thing that already knows where its limit is. Whatever she was, whatever had been walking ahead of me through that drainage hollow in an NPS uniform with dry boots and a borrowed name, the river below that bridge was the end of its range, and it knew that before it arrived at the threshold. I still drive Highway 7 for work sometimes, crossing that bridge going east into the river country. Every time I cross it, I look at the near end, the threshold, where she was standing in the headlamp beam, in the dark. It is always empty. The river is always below it. I am always on the far side, in my truck, moving away from it. I am going to leave that gap in my Garmin track where I was, and stay where I am, and I am going to keep crossing that river every time the work takes me east. 3 years of thinking about what happened in that drainage hollow on a wet April afternoon has produced one piece of advice I'm confident in, and I am going to give it to you as directly as I can because I think directness is the most useful thing I have to offer. Know your trail alignment before you walk it. Use a GPS source with current trail data, not just a paper map. If someone appears in backcountry terrain and offers to lead you out, especially when you're turned around, especially in reduced visibility, especially in terrain you don't know well verify the direction they're walking, against your own compass bearing before you take a single step after them. If the direction they're walking contradicts your instruments, stop following them immediately. Do not let the social mechanics of the situation, their confidence, their uniform, their ease, their knowledge of your name override the information your compass is giving you. The compass doesn't have an agenda. The compass doesn't need a second and a half to remember its own name. Use it. And if something follows you to a bridge at night and stops at the water, don't look at it for longer than you need to confirm it stopped. Turn around, walk, get in your vehicle. If you've hiked the BRT and something felt wrong in the northeast quadrant drainage country, if someone appeared when you were turned around and offered to walk you out and the direction was wrong, file a report with the Buffalo National River District office in Jasper before you leave the area. Give them the bearing you were being led on. Give them the GPS coordinates of where you turned back. That information matters even if the report goes nowhere. It matters because someday someone is going to piece those coordinates together and see a pattern, and that pattern is going to be useful to somebody who knows what to do with it. The river is the line. Stay on the other side of it. Stroy 4. At mile marker 19, everything stopped making sound. At exactly 3:14 in the afternoon, the forest went completely silent. By 3:17, I knew something was already behind me. I need to start by telling you something about my son, because this story only makes sense if you understand who was with me and what was at stake. Kieran is 14 years old now, going on 15, and he has been hiking with me since he was 6. He grew up on trail the way some kids grow up in backyards. Comfortable with the vocabulary of it, the weight of a pack on his shoulders, the reading of topographic maps, the discipline of moving steadily through terrain that discourages casual visitors. He's not a child who panics in the backcountry. He's not a child who needs to be carried or coaxed or reassured when the weather turns or the trail gets technical. By the time we went into the Shoshone National Forest in late August of 2023, he had logged more backcountry miles than most adults I know. I say this because when Kieran told me at 3:17 in the afternoon on the second day of our trip, in a voice that was entirely level, that he thought something was following us, he was not saying it from fear. He was saying it the way he'd say that the creek crossing ahead looked higher than the map suggested, or that the weather to the northwest looked like it was building into something serious. As an observation, as a thing he had noted and was reporting because it was relevant information. He was right, and what followed in the next 18 hours is something I have not been able to set down fully until now. My name is Alan Presser. I'm 47 years old, and I live in Cody, Wyoming. which puts me about an hour from the east gate of Yellowstone and adjacent to some of the most spectacular and legitimately remote backcountry in the lower 48 states. I work as a structural engineer for a firm based out of Billings, and I take my son on a backcountry trip every August as a tradition we established when he turned 10. 3 days, 2 nights, a new section each year, something we've done 5 times now. He knows how I think out there, and I know how he thinks, and that mutual fluency is probably the reason we came out of the Shoshone when we did. The plan for this particular trip was a 3-day loop in the Washakie Wilderness section of the Shoshone, entering at the Ishawua trailhead off Highway 20, pushing north on the Ishawua Creek Trail toward the Thorofar Wilderness boundary, camping 2 nights at a dispersed site near the creek's upper drainage, and looping back out via the South Fork Trail on day 3. About 31 miles total, with around 4,000 feet of cumulative elevation gain. Serious terrain, the kind of country that demands attention and rewards it. The Shoshone sits east of Yellowstone and shares its ecology, which means grizzly bear habitat. This is not something you negotiate with or take informally. I have carried bear spray in the Shoshone since the first time I walked it 15 years ago. And I have a Garmin InReach on every trip with a check-in protocol that involves my wife Donna back in Cody receiving a daily GPS ping before 8 p.m. If she doesn't receive it, she calls the Shoshone National Forest Clark's Fork Ranger District directly. I am telling you the full weight of our preparation because I want you to understand that what happened to us was not a result of being unprepared or careless. We had 2 canisters of counter-assault bear spray, a noisemaker, full navigation kit, a satellite communicator, grizzly-aware food storage, a detailed paper topo, and a check-in system with a reliable person at home. We had done everything correctly. It made a certain amount of difference and not a certain other amount. We signed the Ishawua Trailhead Register at 7:50 a.m. on a Wednesday morning in late August. I wrote our full route, expected campsites, and return date. The register had 4 previous entries that week, 2 hunting parties scouting elk terrain and 2 other hikers who had gone in for a single overnight. Normal traffic for a Wednesday on a wilderness trail in late summer. Day 1 was exactly what the Shoshone should be. The Ishawua Creek Trail runs through sagebrush meadow in its lower section, the kind of wide-open country where you can see the ridgeline ahead for miles, and the sky is enormous, and the grass runs silver in the August wind. Then it climbs into the timber lodgepole pine, transitioning to Engelmann spruce and subalpine fir as the elevation increases and the forest changes character, becomes denser and quieter and cooler. The canopy closing enough that the light arrives through it in moving columns when the breeze shifts the crowns above. The creek runs alongside the trail for most of the lower section, clear and cold over round gravel, and you can hear it for long stretches before you lose it to the terrain and find it again around a bend. We made camp at a flat clearing beside a spruce stand, about 18 miles in at 5:30 in the afternoon. The site had been used before a ring of stones for a fire, compression in the grass where tents had been pitched. We set up our tents, hung our food and scented items from a bear line 12 feet up and 4 feet from the trunk, cooked dinner well away from the sleeping area as grizzly protocol requires, and washed up in the creek. Kieran found a horned toad in the grass near the water and spent 20 minutes filming it with his phone before it walked away on its own schedule. I watched him film the toad and thought that this was the whole point of bringing him out here, and that thought felt simple and correct in the way that only a few thoughts in a lifetime do. We were in our tents by 9. The sky was clear, and the temperature dropped to around 38 degrees Fahrenheit overnight, cold enough to make the sleeping bags earn their rating. Day 2 started well. We ate breakfast, broke camp efficiently. Kieran is faster at packing his tent than I am, which I've accepted, and we're on trail by 7:40 a.m. The upper drainage section of the Ishawua Trail is the most beautiful stretch of it, where the creek narrows and the spruce comes in close on both sides and the trail becomes more a suggestion than a corridor, and the ridgelines to the north and west come into full view, snow still visible on the highest peaks in late August. We were moving well and talking intermittently, the way you talk with someone you've hiked with for years, not continuously, not forced, just the conversation that surfaces when both people are in the same rhythm and the terrain doesn't demand all of their attention. We stopped for lunch at a flat rock shelf above the creek at 12:40 p.m., filtered water, ate our food, rested for 20 minutes. Kieran was reading a paperback he'd carried in. He always carries a paperback, considers it essential gear, and I was looking at the topo, planning the afternoon section. The day was clear, temperature in the low 60s Fahrenheit, light wind from the west. Good hiking conditions by any measure. We started moving again at 1:15. The afternoon section ran through denser timber, the trail climbing gradually toward a saddle that would give us a view north into the thoroughfare country before we looped south and west toward our second campsite. It was good. Demanding terrain, short-leaf fir tight to the trail on both sides, the path itself a narrow corridor of packed mineral soil with exposed root systems that required attention to footing, the grade increasing as we climbed. The creek was below us and to the left, audible through the trees, a constant low register that you stopped consciously hearing and simply carried as background after a while. Elevation somewhere around 9,000 feet at that point. The air thin enough that our pace was a notch slower than the lower trail, our breathing slightly more deliberate. We passed a section of trail where a large spruce had come down across the path at some point in the last year or two, the wood still showing raw, pale yellow at the break, not fully weathered and had been cut through by a chainsaw to reopen the corridor, the two cut ends rolled back on either side. Typical trail crew maintenance. There was a trail crew sign on a post about 30 yards past the blowdown, the Shoshone National Forest white diamond blaze, and below it a small metal plate stamped with the trail number. I noted it the way I note every official marker as confirmation of where we were on the topo, a small data point in the ongoing navigation picture I keep running at the back of my mind on any backcountry trip. At 2:58 p.m., Kieran said he needed to stop for a minute and adjust his left boot, a hot spot developing on his heel, the early sign of a blister that a moleskin application would address before it became a problem. We stopped. He sat on a fallen log off to the right of the trail and got his boot off. I stood and filtered a half-liter of water from a trickle running off the slope, watching the trail in both directions while he worked on his heel. The forest was completely normal. Birds, wind, creek, the whole texture of a living afternoon in high-elevation spruce fir. I noticed a gray jay camp robber, in local parlance, working through the fir branches about 40 feet upslope, hopping from branch to branch with the restless opportunism that species is known for. There was nothing wrong with the forest at 2:58 p.m. I want to be explicit about that because the contrast with what came 16 minutes later is important. At 3:14 p.m., by the timestamp on the photo Kieran took at our water stop 20 minutes before, I have calibrated this carefully against his phone's time record, the forest went silent. Not gradually. Not wind dying down and sound tapering off. One moment there was the full ambient texture of a late August afternoon in spruce fir forest wind in the upper crowns, a Clark's nutcracker working a tree somewhere to the east, the creek audible below us to the left, the small, continuous movement of a forest full of living things, and then, between one step and the next, none of it, a complete cessation, as though every sound source had been switched off simultaneously by something external to all of them, something that had decided silence was required for its purposes. I stopped walking. Kieran stopped a half step after me. We looked at each other. He did not look afraid. I want to be precise about that, because it mattered to me and because it was, honestly, remarkable. He looked the way he looks when he's working through a navigation problem, focused, attentive, his eyes moving over the timber on both sides of the trail in a slow, deliberate scan that I recognized as the same scan I was doing. We had both been trained on the same information. Silence in grizzly country is a significant data point. We stood in that complete silence for a full minute, neither of us speaking, both of us listening to the quality of the nothing that had replaced the something. My right hand found my bear spray canister and unholstered it without conscious decision. Kieran's did the same. His hands were steady. Mine were not entirely, but they were close. We waited. Nothing moved in the visible timber. The silence continued, unchanged in its completeness, with a specific quality of a silence that is being maintained rather than simply occurring. That is the distinction I keep coming back to when I try to describe it. There is a passive silence, the quiet of a place that happens to have no sound in it at a given moment, and there is an active silence, a silence that feels like pressure, like the held back weight of something. This was the second kind. Then, at 3:17, 3 minutes after the silence began, Kieran said, quietly and without inflection, "Dad, I think something is following us from behind." I turned slowly, keeping my movements deliberate. The trail behind us ran back through spruce and fir for about 80 feet before it curved around a limestone rock shelf and dropped out of sight. The 80 feet of visible trail was empty. The timber on both sides was still and dark and showed nothing. I asked Kieran what made him say that. He said he'd been hearing something moving in the trees on the left side of the trail, the downslope side, toward the creek for the past half hour. Intermittently, not constantly. Footsteps in the duff. And when he said this, he used that word, duff, which is the technical term for the accumulated organic layer on a high-elevation forest floor, the compressed moss and needle material that absorbs impact and makes movement quieter than it would be on bare soil. He said the sound had been irregular enough that he'd nearly dismissed it twice, but it had a pattern to it that he'd finally recognized. When we were moving, it moved. When we'd stopped at the water, it stopped. When Kieran had sat on the log to work on his heel, it had been still for the full duration and had resumed within a few steps of his returning to the trail. 30 minutes of parallel movement through dense timber, pacing us, staying in the downslope trees where the creek sound would have masked the footfalls, and neither of us had caught it in the open. I believed him. I told him we were going to increase pace, move toward open country, and send a non-routine ping to Donna. We were going to reach the saddle. We were going to do it without stopping except for navigation. We moved. The next 40 minutes were the longest 40 minutes I have spent in the backcountry in 20 years of walking wild country. The timber was tight, and the grade was relentless, and the silence continued the whole way. No birds, no wind, no creek, the whole acoustic layer of the world suspended and moving through that sustained, pressurized nothing while watching both sides of the trail and the slopes above and below it. Bear spray in hand, my son moving ahead of me at a pace that I matched without comment, was the kind of sustained high-intensity alertness that leaves a physical mark. My jaw was sore for 2 days afterward from clenching it. At 3:41 p.m., I saw the figure on the rock shelf. The shelf was a limestone outcrop on the ridgeline above us, and to the right upslope, roughly 250 feet of vertical elevation, a pale gray horizontal face jutting from the timber like a balcony. I had been glancing upslope every 30 seconds out of habit, scanning for bear movement on open rock, which is where you often first spot grizzlies in that terrain. I caught a weight shift, not peripheral blur, not uncertain shadow, the specific visual signature of something that has been in a stationary crouch and has decided to stand upright. One moment the rock shelf was bare pale limestone with spruce crowns above it. The next moment there was a figure standing on it, fully upright, oriented downslope facing the trail. I put my hand on Kieran's left shoulder without breaking pace. I said, quietly, to look at the shelf, to the right, without stopping. He looked. I felt the change in his stride, a fractional stiffening, but he kept moving. He said, quietly, that he saw it. The figure was tall. I have been estimating heights and distances in structural engineering work for more than 2 decades, and I was calibrating against the spruce on either side of the shelf trees I knew to be 60 to 70 feet in that elevation band. The figure was substantially taller than any person I have seen, enough that the difference against the tree trunks was unambiguous even at that distance. It was standing with the particular stillness of something that has been observing for a long time and has made the deliberate decision to stop concealing that it is doing so. Not aggressive, not a charging posture, not a threat display, just present, visible, looking. It did not follow us along the ridgeline. It stood on that shelf, and it watched us move down the trail, and we moved without stopping. and after 3 minutes of walking I checked back over my shoulder and the shelf was empty. The silence broke at 4:03 p.m. Birds returned first, a single Clark's nutcracker, then a second, then the general chorus of a forest afternoon, assembling itself back into normalcy. Then wind in the crowns, then the creak audible again below us. The silence lifted the way a held breath releases, all at once, and the forest was just a forest again. Kieran and I did not discuss what we'd seen. We kept moving until the trail opened onto the saddle open country, windswept, the grass running silver under the late afternoon light and the ridge lines to the north visible for 20 miles, and then we stopped, and I sent a non-routine check-in ping to Donna with a brief text. Change in plans. Coming out tomorrow. All okay. She would understand that all okay with a plan change meant something had happened that made the plan change necessary, and that she should not call search and rescue, but should be available for further contact. We made a decision on the saddle, together, to not descend back into the timber for our planned second campsite. The saddle was exposed but defensible open ground, full visibility in every direction, no approach that wasn't visible from 200 yards. We pitched our tents in the open grass, ate a cold dinner because I did not want to light the stove and produce a food smell in that terrain that night, and I sat up outside the tent from about 10 p.m. until close to 2 a.m. watching the timber edges below us on all sides. Kieran slept. I let him sleep. He told me what he heard, and he'd kept his composure and done everything right, and the best thing I could give him was an undisturbed night's rest while I kept watch. Nothing came to the saddle's edge. I want to be careful about how I say this because nothing came is not quite right. What I should say is that nothing came that I could see or hear. The saddle was well lit by a moon that was 3 days past full, bright enough that the grass was silver gray and the timber edges below were visible as dark walls against the lighter open ground. I watched those walls. The north timber edge was about 160 yards from where our tents were pitched. The south edge was 200 yards. The east and west were further, the terrain opening wide toward the ridge country in both directions. At 11:40 p.m., the silence came back. Not as complete as it had been on the trail. The wind kept moving on the saddle, because the saddle is exposed and the wind doesn't quit at elevation, but the birds that had been calling from the timber edges went quiet, and the general sense of a living forest below us vacated. I sat up straighter from my position against the pack I was using as a backrest, and I looked at the north timber edge very carefully for a long time. At 11:53 p.m., I saw movement in the tree line to the north. Not the figure, nothing that resolved into a clear shape. Movement at the very edge of the timber, where the spruce thinned out and the grass began, in the transition zone where the light from the moon was caught between the open saddle and the closed canopy. Something was at the edge. Something that was considering the open ground between the timber and our tents, and had either decided against it or was simply taking its time with the decision. I did not wake Kieran. I held the bear spray and I watched. I did not move from my position against the pack. At 12:04 a.m., the movement in the north tree line stopped. The silence lifted slowly over the next 8 or 10 minutes, not the snap-off cessation of the trail, but a gradual return, bird by bird and wind gust by wind gust, the forest settling back into its ordinary texture. Whatever had been at the tree line had withdrawn. I stayed awake until 2 a.m. Then I lay down on top of my sleeping bag with the bear spray in my right hand and slept lightly until first light, which in late August at that elevation arrived at 5:20 a.m. as a gray-blue brightening in the east that gradually made the saddle grass visible around us, silver turning to gold, and woke Kieran with it. We were moving at 5:40. The descent went faster than the approach. We were both moving, with a purpose that didn't require discussion, and we covered the return miles in considerably less time than the approach had taken, despite 2 nights of inadequate sleep. There is one additional detail I did not include in the Ranger report, and I am including it here because it belongs in the record somewhere. At some point in the 40 minutes between the silence starting and our reaching the saddle, I cannot pinpoint the exact time. My watch said somewhere between 3:30 and 3:50. I heard my wife's voice from the timber, Donna's voice. coming from the upslope side of the trail, 40 feet into the spruce, in the specific tone she uses when she needs my attention and doesn't want to raise it. Level, patient, domestic, completely familiar, calling my name once. That's all my name, her voice, once, from 40 feet up in the timber on a 9,000-foot ridge in the Shoshone National Forest. Donna was in Cody. The inReach had confirmed a morning ping to her phone that placed her at home, 3 hours away by road. I did not stop. I did not turn toward it. I said to Kieran, without looking at him, to stay on my left shoulder and keep moving. He said 4 words, the same flat informational tone he had used for everything that afternoon. I heard it too. We kept moving. I have thought about that voice many times since, about whether it was quite right, and I think in retrospect, with the distance that time provides, it wasn't quite right. Close enough to trigger recognition. Close enough that my throat started forming a response before I stopped it, but missing something in the warmth underneath the sound. A very good approximation of a familiar voice produced by something that had access to the frequency but not the full depth of the signal. I don't know how it had access to the frequency. I don't know what it expected me to do if I had stopped and answered. I am glad I didn't find out. We reached the Ishawua Trailhead parking area at 2:15 p.m., signed out in the register, and sat in the truck for 10 minutes before I started the engine. I filed the report the following morning. I filed a report with the Shoshone National Forest Clark's Fork Ranger District the following morning. The ranger who took my report, a man named Whitfield, Ranger District staff, calm and methodical about documentation, asked me a set of specific questions that I want to note because the specificity of them suggested this was not an unfamiliar type of report. He asked whether the silence had been preceded by any unusual smell. He asked about the specific elevation of the rock shelf and the duration of the figure's visibility. He asked whether the figure had been observed to move in any direction or had remained stationary throughout the sighting. He asked about the time gap between the onset of the silence and Kieran's report of footsteps. These were not the questions a ranger asks when he's filling in a standard, unusual wildlife encounter form. These were the questions of someone building a specific picture. He told me at the end of the interview that there had been several similar reports from the Washakie Wilderness section over the past 4 years. He used the phrase repeated encounter profile, which is a phrase I have thought about many times since, because it suggests not random occurrence but a pattern being tracked by people who take it seriously. He could not tell me what the encounter profile described, only that my report was consistent with it. Ranger Whitfield's incident report number is 21486, filed with the Shoshone National Forest Clark's Fork District, if you ever need to verify that this conversation happened. I want to be precise about one final thing, because I think it is the most important detail in terms of practical application. After we were home and Kieran and I had debriefed the trip together, which he requested because that is who he is, a person who processes experience by going through it systematically, he told me something he hadn't mentioned on the trail. He said that during the 40 minutes between when the silence started and when we reached the saddle, at a point when I had been looking upslope toward the figure on the rock shelf, he had looked downslope toward the creek, into the timber on the left of the trail, the downslope side, the side where he'd heard the footsteps for 30 minutes. He had seen it there at the same time I saw it on the shelf. Not a similar figure. The same figure. By his description, tall, upright, disproportionate in the arm-to-body ratio, standing still, facing the trail and the timber to the left of the trail, approximately 50 feet from the trail edge, among the spruce. At the same moment, I was watching it stand on the limestone shelf, 250 feet upslope to the right. 2 positions simultaneous, separated by 300 or more feet of elevation and horizontal distance, with no time in which it could have moved between them while I was watching it on the shelf. Kieran had not told me on the trail because he had not wanted me to stop and assess it. His reasoning, which he laid out for me at the kitchen table in Cody the following week with the same systematic calm he'd used on the saddle, was that stopping to understand what we were seeing was less valuable than maintaining forward momentum toward open ground. He said the correct decision in that moment was to keep moving and sort out the information later, because the information didn't change what the right action was. At 14 years old, he made the correct tactical call in real time under sustained pressure, and he was right about it. I told him so. I also told him that I had heard something at 11:40 on the saddle, something at the north timber edge. I had not told him while it was happening, because letting him sleep was more important than his knowing. He thought about this for a while and then said that made sense, and that he appreciated it. Then he asked me what I thought the two-position thing meant, how it had been in both places at once. I told him I didn't know. I told him the honest answer, which is that I do not have a framework for what moves that way, or why it uses silence as a tool, or what it wants from people in that terrain. What I have is the practical data point that it came to the tree line on an open saddle under full moonlight and chose not to cross onto the open ground. It made that choice. The choice can be understood and used even without understanding the thing that made it. I don't know what was on that ridge above the Ishawua Creek Trail. I don't know if the figure on the shelf and the figure in the timber were the same thing or different things, or how either of them traveled the distance between the two positions in the time available. I don't know how the forest stays silent when it's present, or what it gains from watching from above before it moves to the downslope position. These are the questions I can't answer. What I can answer is this. The saddle held. Open ground, full visibility, no cover for approach. It came to the timber edge below us during my watch. I believe that, though I can't prove it, and it did not cross onto the open saddle. Whatever it is, it prefers the canopy in the dark and the tight terrain, where sound is absorbed and approach is concealed. Take that from it. If you hike the Washakie Wilderness section of the Shoshone National Forest, know what a silence anomaly means. Not when dying, not a momentary lull, a total, complete, simultaneous cessation of all ambient sound. When that happens, get your bear spray in hand and get to open country as quickly as the terrain allows. Don't wait for the next sign. The silence is the sign. File a report with the Clarks Fork Ranger District when you come out. Ask for Ranger Whitfield. Tell him the time the silence started and the elevation of any visual contact. He has a profile he's building. Your numbers will add to it. Make for the saddle. Stay in the open. Keep moving until you can see your own shadow in every direction. Story 5. Every hiker who got lost on that ridge described the same man. The ranger told me not to file the report. He said it would only make more people curious, and curious people went looking and stopped coming back. I filed it anyway. I'm telling you this story for the same reason. My name is Cole Whitaker. I'm 26 years old. I'm a graduate student in environmental science at Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina, which means I spend a significant portion of my academic life in the forests and ridge systems of the southern Appalachians. I know this terrain. I know the Black Mountain Range and the Pisgah National Forest backcountry the way a person knows their own neighborhood, not perfectly, not without the capacity to be surprised, but with the accumulated familiarity of hundreds of miles and dozens of trips. I know which creeks run reliable in dry seasons and which go intermittent by August. I know where the trail crews maintain the blaze marks and where they don't. I know the sound the wind makes when it comes up the eastern face of the Black Mountains in the late afternoon, that cold chimney effect that tells you the temperature will drop 10 degrees in the next hour. I did not go looking for what lives near the creek bend on the Black Mountain section of Pisgah. It found us first. And then 6 months later, I went back and it found me again, and this time I understood what I was dealing with. The first trip was in early October of 2022. 3 of us, myself, my friend Declan, who is a fellow graduate student in the ecology program at App State, and his younger brother Nate, who drove up from Charlotte for the weekend and was an experienced hiker in his own right. We had planned a 2-day loop on the Black Mountain Crest Trail, a demanding ridgeline route that runs along the spine of the Black Mountains, the highest range in the eastern United States, containing 8 of the 10 highest peaks east of the Mississippi, entering at the Black Mountain Campground near Burnsville, following the Crest Trail south, and looping back via the lower approach trail through the Pisgah Forest on the second day. About 22 miles total. with significant elevation change and the kind of exposed ridgeline sections that require attention to weather, which in the southern Appalachians in October can change with a speed that makes the mountains feel personal about it. I want to describe the three of us briefly, because who was on that trail matters. Declan is methodical in the field. He's an ecologist. He reads habitat the way I read trail data, and his observational baseline is as high as anyone I've worked with. He does not report things he has not seen. Nate, at 22, had done 3 significant backcountry trips that year, had good basic skills, and was the kind of person who pays attention without being anxious about it. I am telling you this because the events of day 2 involved all 3 of us making independent observations of the same phenomenon, and the quality of those observations matters to the weight of what I am reporting. We carried standard backcountry kit for an Appalachian October trip: base layers, insulation, waterproofing, 30-liter packs, headlamps, navigation kit, emergency shelter, 2 days of food, water filtration. Declan had a paper topo of the Pisgah section, which we supplemented with Gaia GPS on my phone. The Appalachian crest in this section is well mapped and the trails are officially maintained, but the maintenance is inconsistent in the lower approach sections, and in wet conditions the blazes can be harder to follow than they appear on a dry day survey. Day 1 went as planned. The crest trail in early October carries the specific beauty of the southern Appalachians. In full autumn transition, the ridgeline boreal zone of Fraser fir and red spruce running right up to the trail edge. The air cold and clear at 6,200 feet. The views east into the North Carolina Piedmont and west toward the Tow River Valley opening from the exposed crest sections into a panorama that earns every foot of the climb. We found our campsite a flat area in a fir stand about a mile below the crest, sheltered from the prevailing ridge wind by a rock shoulder at 4:30 p.m. We set up our tents, cooked dinner on the trail stove, and sat outside for a while watching the last light leave the western sky. Nate had never camped at this elevation before, and he spent 20 minutes trying to photograph the star field through the fir canopy, which is a completely reasonable thing to do when you are at 6,200 feet in the southern Appalachians in October and the sky is clear. We were in our bags by 9, the temperature dropping to the mid-30s Fahrenheit. It was during the second day that everything changed, and the change began with Declan. We broke camp at 7:15 a.m. and started south on the crest trail. Declan was leading, which was normal. He's a strong hiker and tends to set a fast pace on descent, which I am happy to let him do. Nate was behind me. We were moving through a section of the trail that drops below the crest line on the eastern face, through a mixed hardwood belt where the spruce and fir give way to red oak and yellow birch. And the trail there is narrow and root-stepped and requires attention to footing, but nothing technically difficult. At around 10 a.m., Declan stopped. He was maybe 30 feet ahead of me, at a section where the trail bends left around a large boulder and then drops into a hollow before climbing back to the ridge. He was standing at the bend, looking at something below in the hollow, and he wasn't moving. I came up beside him and followed his sight line. There was a man standing in the hollow. He was maybe 50 yards below us, visible through a gap in the hardwood, standing on the trail or just beside it. It was hard to tell at that distance. Tall, lean, wearing what appeared to be a dark hoodie and work pants. Not hiking gear. He had no pack, no poles, no visible equipment. He was standing with his hands at his sides, facing uphill in our general direction, partially obscured by a stand of young birch. I called down, "Hey, you doing all right down there?" The man did not respond, did not move, did not indicate in any way that he had heard me. Declan said, quietly, "He's been there since before we came around the boulder. He was standing there when I first saw the hollow." We watched him for another 30 seconds. He was absolutely motionless, in a way that a person who happens to be pausing on a trail is not. There was no weight adjustment, no cough or throat clearing, none of the small involuntary movements a living body makes when it is standing still. Just complete stillness. Then Nate said, "What's wrong with how he's standing?" I looked more carefully. And Nate was right, there was something about the posture that my eye had registered and not yet named. The shoulders were slightly too high, not dramatically, not the exaggerated hunch of a Halloween costume, but carried at an elevation that human shoulders don't default to without conscious effort to maintain. And the angle of the head relative to the neck was slightly off, tilted forward on the axis, in a way that isn't how people hold their heads when they're looking up at something above them. It was a very precise approximation of how a person stands when viewed from a distance, all the broad details correct and one or two of the finer ones assembled slightly wrong. I told Declan and Nate we were going to give this hollow a wide berth. I said it calmly, as though it were a navigation decision rather than something else, and we angled off the trail to the right, pushing through the hardwood understory on the upslope side to bypass the hollow entirely, and rejoin the trail below it. When I looked back from the rejoined trail, the man in the hollow was gone. The next 6 hours of the trail went without incident. We descended off the crest, picked up the lower approach trail through the Pisgah forest, and were making good time toward the trailhead when the ridge storm blew up out of nowhere. One of the fast-moving systems the Black Mountains generate off the temperature differential between the crest and the valley, building from nothing to Sirius in under 40 minutes. Lightning on the ridge above us, rain heavy enough to drop visibility to 30 feet, the trail turning immediately to flowing red clay mud. Standard Pisgah weather, nothing we hadn't handled before. In the visibility reduction and the hammering rain, Nate got separated. Not by much in space. 30 feet, maybe 40. A gap that opened in a single moment of reduced visibility when the rain intensified and a downslope gust pushed between us. But the trail in that section has a branched junction near the creek that is poorly marked in any conditions and becomes nearly invisible in rain. The junction is a T-intersection. The correct trail continues roughly south along the main creek drainage, while a social trail, possibly an old logging spur or an unofficial wildlife path, forks northeast into the hollow. In dry conditions, there is a worn wooden post at the junction with a faded paint blaze. In the rain we were experiencing, the post was not visible at distance, and the junction was indistinguishable from a normal trail bend until you were on the wrong fork and moving away. Nate took the wrong fork. By the time Declan and I realized he wasn't behind us, he had been on the wrong trail for 10 to 12 minutes and was well into the hollow, moving northeast away from the main drainage. I held position at the junction while Declan went back for him. The creek at the junction was already running high and loud from the downpour, brown and fast, the crossing stones submerged. It had been a dry crossing in the morning's approach, and was now ankle-deep over flat rock, moving hard enough to pull at a boot if you stepped wrong. I stood at the junction for 40 minutes. The rain continued. I watched the wrong fork opening, and I watched the main trail, and I had the particular controlled unease of someone who is doing the right thing by holding position and cannot stop calculating how long 40 minutes is and what can happen to a person in 40 minutes on an unmarked trail in a rain event. Nate came out from the wrong fork at the junction, looking physically intact and emotionally scraped down to something quieter than I had seen in him before. Not panicked, not crying, just reduced. Declan came back with him, and Declan caught my eye over Nate's head with an expression that communicated clearly that something had happened and we were going to hear about it. I asked him what had happened while we walked the final 2 miles out. He said he had gotten about half a mile down the wrong fork before he recognized the error. The trail had curved north when it should have stayed south, and the drainage sound that should have been beside him was behind him. He turned back. On the return, moving back toward the junction, the man had been in the trail. Same description as the hollow. Dark hoodie, work pants, no pack, tall, lean, standing in the trail, facing him at 30 feet. This time Nate was close enough to see the face clearly, which had not been possible from above the hollow. He said the face had all its components, correctly positioned eyes, set the right distance apart, nose and mouth at the proportional locations, the structural geometry of a human face. But something about the expression or about the way the skin sat on the underlying structure, made it look like a very high-quality reproduction rather than the original. Made it look, as Nate put it, like a face that had been constructed by someone studying photographs of faces rather than someone who had grown into one. The smile was there. The man was smiling at Nate from 30 feet away on an unmarked trail in the hollow in a ridge storm, alone with him, and the smile was the most wrong thing about the face. The man had not moved toward him, had not spoken, had stood in the trail smiling for approximately 30 seconds, which Nate knew because he counted, because counting was the thing that kept him from either freezing or running in the wrong direction. And then Nate stepped off the trail to the left and pushed into the hardwood and walked around the figure at a distance of 20 feet, keeping his eyes forward, and when he was past it, he ran. He ran the half-mile back to the junction at a pace that is not advisable on a wet-rooted trail, and did not look back and did not stop until Declan found him. We came out at the trailhead at 4:50 p.m. Declan and I agreed, without needing to discuss it at length, that we needed to report what we had seen. The ranger at the Pisgah Ranger District Station near the Black Mountain Campground was a man named Tanner. He was in his 50s, heavy-set, with 20 or more years of visible tenure in his posture, the specific ease of someone who has worked one district long enough to know every trail and every problem on it. He listened to all three of our accounts in sequence, asking clarifying questions about the trail location and the figure's description. The clarifying questions had a precision to them that told me, partway through, that he was cross-referencing our account against information he already had. He was not building a picture from our description. He was checking our description against an existing picture. Then he went into the back office and came out carrying a 3-ring binder that was, by its thickness and the wear on its spine, several years old and well used. He set it on the desk between us, open to a tabbed section near the back. I could see the tab. The tab was handwritten in careful block letters. Black Mountain, Creek Bend, Encounters. 15 incident reports, some typed on NPS forms, some handwritten on plain paper, the earliest dated from 2013. The most recent from 2021, about a year before our trip. They described, in varying detail and varying prose quality, the same figure. Tall, lean, dark jacket or hoodie, no pack, wrong posture, specifically the shoulder elevation and the head angle standing on or just off the trail in the hollow near the creek junction. 2 reports described the smile. One described being led northeast on the wrong fork for approximately 3 hours before finding a drainage that led back to the main trail. 3 described walking in circles on the hollow trail for periods ranging from 40 minutes to 5 hours. All of them described at some point crossing water to get out. 3 people had not gotten out. Ranger Tanner turned to the back inside cover of the binder, where 3 missing persons bulletins were paperclipped to the board. 3 separate cases, all within a quarter mile of the Creek Bend Junction. All within the 9-year window of the encounter reports. All still listed as open in the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. He did not say anything while I read them. He let me take whatever time I needed. Then he told me not to file the formal report. He explained it the way I've explained it to you, the records request system, the curious people, the ones who went looking. He said it plainly and without apology, and I understood his reasoning the way you understand a decision that is trying to protect something even while it's failing to. I filed the report anyway. I filed it for the same reason I'm telling this story now. Ranger Tanner's incident binder, Pisgah Ranger District, Black Mountain Section, Creek Bend Encounter tab. It exists. I've seen it. If you know how to file a records request through the North Carolina State Archive system, it may be findable. I am not going to walk you through that process, because I am also not going to give you directions to that creek bend, and those 2 pieces of information together would be the most dangerous thing I could put into this account. One or the other, not both. 6 months later, in April of 2023, I went back. I want to be honest about the reasoning, because it matters. I am a scientist by training and by temperament, and I had 15 incident reports in a binder and 9 years of documented encounters at a specific location and 0 formal study of any of it. The missing persons cases alone, 3 of them, all concentrated within a quarter-mile of the same creek bend, all still open, felt like an obligation, not a comfortable one, an obligation. I told Declan what I was planning. He told me the planning process itself was the most dangerous symptom, meaning the fact that I was constructing a methodological framework for this trip was evidence that my scientific brain had located a way to make the irrational feel rational, and that I should be suspicious of my own reasoning. He was not wrong about that. I went anyway. I went alone, in daylight, on a clear April morning, with a full documentation kit, 2 trail cameras that I use for wildlife population surveys, a field audio recorder calibrated for ambient environmental capture, a handheld GPS unit with the creek junction coordinates already logged from the previous trip, and my standard solo backcountry kit, including emergency shelter, navigation redundancy, and a Garmin inReach with a check-in protocol involving Declan back in Boone. I told him, if I did not send a GPS ping by 2 p.m., he was to call the Pisgah Ranger District and give them my coordinates. I entered at the Black Mountain campground at 9:05 a.m. The April Appalachians were in the first good week of spring growth, fiddlehead ferns still tightly coiled, the redbud trees carrying the first of their bloom in the lower forest, the hardwood canopy in the thin, translucent yellow-green of new leaves that I find genuinely difficult to look at without feeling something I don't have a better word for than grateful. It was a beautiful morning. It was a beautiful morning in the particular way that mornings sometimes are when you know what you're walking toward and you're going anyway. I moved at a steady pace on the approach trail, covering the miles to the lower junction efficiently, stopping once to filter water and check my GPS against the topo. The trail was dry and well maintained in the upper section, looser and less maintained in the lower approach where the trail crew's attention fades into the deeper forest. I passed the section of trail where the wrong fork junction was, reading the terrain as I approached the creek audible ahead of me before it was visible. The hardwood closing in on both sides in the lower hollow section, the light going more filtered and diffuse as the canopy thickened. The same faded post at the junction, the same confusing branch leading northeast into the hollow. I noted the coordinates on my GPS and stood at the near edge of the junction for a moment, looking at the trail ahead and the creek bank and the fork leading away into the trees. April redbud blooming along the creek bank in the brief patches of direct light. The natural world entirely calibrated to spring and completely indifferent to what else was in it. The figure was already there. I have spent considerable time thinking about what I felt in that moment, and the honest answer is that I felt a specific kind of clarity. Not calm. Not bravery, which is a word that implies choosing something over fear, and I was afraid. A clarity, the particular quality of a moment when you have been trying to prepare for something and it arrives and the preparation either holds or it doesn't, and you find out in real time which one it is. It was standing on the near bank of the creek, between me and the water, at a distance of approximately 40 feet. Dark hoodie, work pants, no pack. The same assembled wrongness of posture, shoulders too high, head angle fractionally off forward on the neck axis. At 40 feet, the face was in the exact territory Nate had described, architecturally correct at the macro level, and specifically wrong somewhere in the execution. I did not let myself study the face for long enough to locate exactly what was wrong about it. The smile was there. I had been told about the smile, and it was worse than being told had prepared me for. It did not speak. It did not move toward me. It stood between me and the creek, with the creek running audible and fast behind it. April snowmelt, maybe 15 feet of width, thigh deep at the center, based on the current texture, over the crossing rocks, and it occupied the trail between my position and the water. I ran the options in the approximately 90 seconds I spent standing at 40 feet doing what I said I came to do, which was observe. The trail cameras were in my pack. The audio recorder was in my pack. I did not reach for either one. The documentation protocol that had felt methodologically sound in Boone at 8 p.m. the night before felt at 40 feet from a wrong-faced smiling figure on a creek bank in the Pisgah backcountry like a rationalization for doing something I should not be doing. I put the documentation equipment where it was. I left the trail to the right, angling upslope into the hardwood. The understory in April is open enough, the leaf litter from the previous fall compressed but not yet covered by new growth, that I could move through it quickly and quietly. I climbed the slope until I was above the junction elevation, moving parallel to the creek with the water audible below me on the left. I kept the creek as a reference and moved along it until I had passed the junction position by what I estimated as 150 feet upslope. Then I came back down to the bank. The creek in April was running hard, cold and brown-green, fast over the crossing rocks, the surface breaking white in the center channel where the gradient steepened over a ledge. I found the shallowest line, a diagonal crossing that used a partially submerged rock shelf as a mid-channel step, extended my poles for stability, and went in. The cold was absolute. Snowmelt water in the high 40s Fahrenheit and mid-thigh deep at the main channel, the current pressing against my left hip hard enough that I leaned into it on my poles and took each step with full weight commitment before moving the next foot, 7 steps across. I came up on the far bank and turned around in a single movement the way I had taught myself to do when crossing water in bear country. See what's there before you breathe out. The near bank at the junction was empty. The trail was visible from where I stood on the far bank. The faded junction post readable at 50 feet, the wrong fork visible disappearing into the hollow. No figure at the crossing. No figure on the near bank anywhere I could see upstream or downstream. The creek ran between us. That was all. The water ran and the near bank was empty, and whatever had been standing between me and the water had withdrawn from the near bank the moment I reached the far side of the crossing, as though the water itself had renegotiated something. I stood on the far bank for 3 minutes. Then I turned and walked the back approach north along the far drainage, found the connecting trail, and came out at the Black Mountain campground at 2:40 p.m. I sent a GPS ping to Declan at 2:12 p.m. so he would not call the ranger district. I sat in my truck and wrote for 40 minutes in my field notebook before I drove back to Boone. The documentation kit came home unused. I have thought about that. I have thought about what I would have done if I had deployed the trail camera at 40 feet and the figure had been on the footage. I have thought about what would have been useful about having that footage and what would not have been useful, what it would have cost me to have an image of a face that is assembled wrong at 200% zoom on a laptop screen, what it would have cost Nate, what it would have done to the 3 families with open bulletins in the back of the binder if it had circulated and drawn more curious people to that junction trail. I have not arrived at a clean answer. I suspect the right outcome was the one I arrived at, which is that the documentation kit came home and the creek was crossed and I came with it. Here is what I know from 2 personal trips to the same location and the 15 incident reports in Ranger Tanner's binder. It uses the trail junction at the creek bend as a consistent location, not the trail generally, not the hollow generally, but that specific confluence of the junction and the creek and the wrong fork leading northeast. It has been present there in some documented form for at least 9 years. It walks people northeast on the wrong fork patient, not aggressive, content to simply accompany a person deeper into the hollow until the light fails or the terrain becomes dangerous. It positions itself between the hiker and the creek at the junction crossing. And when a hiker crosses the water to the far bank, it does not follow. Not follows and stops. Stops before the water. Every account in Ranger Tanner's binder in which the hiker came out, all 12 of the accounts that did not end in a missing persons bulletin described the hiker crossing running water at some point. Not always the main junction creek. 3 accounts described tributaries. 1 described a roadside drainage culvert on the forest road a quarter mile from the trailhead. Moving water, every time, on the exit. The 3 who did not come back, I don't know if they crossed water or not. The binder doesn't say. Their last known positions were on the wrong fork, heading northeast into the hollow. After that, the trail ends in a missing persons case, and a clipped bulletin and an open status that means no one has closed the file, because there is nothing to close it with. I think about them when I think about the smile. about what it is doing with that smile and what it is trying to accomplish with 9 years of standing at that junction and walking people northeast into the hollow, about what the difference is between the 12 who came out and the 3 who didn't. I do not have a clean answer. I have the creek, which is a practical and repeatable answer to a specific part of the problem, and I am going to hold on to that and not require the rest of it to resolve before I act on what I know. If you hike the Black Mountain section of Pisgah National Forest, and it is one of the most remarkable stretches of trail in the eastern United States, and you should hike it, and you should know what is on it. Stay on the marked trail at the creek junction on the lower approach. If the trail branches and you are uncertain of your direction, check your compass bearing against the map before you follow anyone or anything downhill and northeast into the hollow. If there is a man standing in the trail who is not moving and not responding, and whose shoulders are slightly too high and whose smile is slightly wrong, do not go toward him. Do not follow him. Do not speak to him. Cross the nearest running water in the direction of the trailhead and keep moving until you are out. And if you end up at the Pisgah Ranger District Station near the Black Mountain Campground, tell Ranger Tanner you read this. Tell him you know about the binder. Ask him what he thinks happened to the 3 people in the back cover bulletins and why 9 years of a documented encounter profile has not produced a formal investigation at the level those 3 open cases deserve. He has answers that belong somewhere other than a back office binder. The families waiting on those 3 cases deserve to know that something was documented at that location for nearly a decade before their people went up that trail. Cross the water. Stay on the marked trail. Don't follow the smile. If this story found you while you were already planning a trip into the Black Mountains, go. The ridge is worth it. Just know the junction, know the creek, and know that the smile means stop, not follow.